Chapter 1. Prototype Mark I in a Parallel World, Blue Star, the year 2721. Qin Feng meticulously assembled the components of his mecha, occasionally glancing at the television. The battle of national fortune has commenced. Who shall ultimately be the guardian? We await the revelation. The striking host, with a furrowed brow, began to report additional specifics. Having completed the assembly of the parts, Qin Feng jested. Who else could the guardian be but me, the transcendent with a golden finger? His tone dripped with arrogance and hubris. Tada! The mecha was finally assembled, the original Mark I series. Qin Feng donned a full suit of armor, pacing around the room. Although this is merely the prototype, it operates flawlessly, devoid of any cumbersome feel. I truly am a genius. Ding. Host narcissism level at 1, self-importance at 2, similarity to Iron Man at 2, reward granted. All physical attributes increased by 10. Qin Feng grinned widely. Wow, this is possible? He was not a native of Blue Star, having traversed here just days prior. Upon arrival, he learned that this resource-scarce world was facing the advent of the battle of national fortune. Moreover, the entertainment industry in this realm was woefully underdeveloped. The anime and novels he once cherished were absent, as were films and television. This scarcity stemmed from decades, even centuries, of warfare among hundreds of nations vying for resources. This only exacerbated the resource depletion. Name: Qin Feng. Age: 22. Strength: 65. Average for an adult is 5. Agility: 64. Stamina: 66. Current persona: Iron Man. Current skill: Prototype Mark I. Similarity: 12. Upon accessing his attribute panel, he found indeed that each attribute had increased by 10 points. Even without the mecha, with a physique tenfold that of an ordinary person, I should manage just fine as a guardian. As Qin Feng mused, a notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, fortunate one. You have become the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. You have half an hour to prepare. Immediately, a countdown appeared before him. Simultaneously, nearly 20 billion people worldwide beheld this countdown. I have truly become a guardian. What began as jest for Qin Feng unexpectedly materialized into reality. Pondering, he realized he had little to prepare. Aside from 2 sets of commonly used tools, which he had whimsically crafted for mechanical devices. The maintenance of the mecha would entirely hinge upon his golden finger, the super role-playing system. Through exploration of the system, Qin Feng discovered that the closer he resembled the target persona, the greater his acquisition of that persona's abilities. He could also receive additional rewards. For instance, while embodying Iron Man, for every 1 increase in similarity, all physical attributes would rise by 5 points. The countdown persisted, as the rules of the battle of national fortune unfurled before the eyes of the masses. 1. From the 300 nations of Blue Star, 3 guardians shall be randomly selected from each country. The guardians strive tirelessly to defend the nation's borders, thwarting the incursion of monstrous entities. Should a single beast breach the gates, the real-world nation would manifest 10,000 identical creatures. The guardians, upon successfully safeguarding the borders, not only reap personal rewards, but also bestow significant benefits upon their homeland. The battlefield is fraught with peril, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. Should a guardian uncover resources amidst the chaos, their nation shall receive 100-fold amplification of those findings. It is imperative for the guardians to seize these chances judiciously. In the unfortunate event of a total annihilation of the guardians, the nation shall face certain repercussions. In the wake of death, the citizens may vote to replace the fallen guardians or resurrect them. However, once a vote for replacement is cast, the original guardian cannot be revived. A gentle reminder: do not place your trust in foreign guardians. Protecting your comrades is tantamount to safeguarding one's self-survival is paramount. Wishing you all the best of luck. In an instant, the world was left in shock. The keyboard warriors, ever vigilant online, erupted in disbelief. Wait, there are only 3 guardians? What are we supposed to do? Who are the guardians? Quickly, let's prepare some explosives for them. We're doomed. I never anticipated that a failure to defend would not only unleash monsters, but also incur punishment upon us. How is that fair? I don't want to die. Meanwhile, the machinery of the 300 nations on Blue Star whirred into action, searching for their respective guardians. The Dragon Nation was no exception. Public channels echoed with call for the 3 guardians to report themselves. The National Warfare Department was inundated with activity, telephones ringing incessantly. What? No one has reported yet? Then we must investigate. What are they doing? Even if it's like finding a needle in a haystack, we must search. Finally, the first guardian has reported. Only 3 minutes remain. Quickly prepare some weapons for him. What? A Taoist? 3 minutes later, beams of light rose across Blue Star, enveloping nearly 1,000 guardians. Qin Feng, too, was swept away, arriving in an unfamiliar realm. Is this the battlefield for national fortune? Behind him stood 3 houses, and before him loomed a luminous barrier. Beyond that, there was naught else. Before his eyes lay a desolate expanse. The barrier measured approximately 20 meters in width and 10 meters in height, emblazoned with the words Dragon Nation. Is this the national border? Chapter 2. Peculiar teammates. As Qin Feng grumbled to himself, 2 beams of light materialized beside him. When the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged. Hey, where on earth is this place? Exclaimed a girl from Sichuan, her wide-eyed innocence scanning the surroundings. The other figure was a Taoist priest in his 50s. Exuding an air of calmness and worldly wisdom, it seemed they had arrived at the national fortune battlefield. Qin Feng, however, could not maintain his composure upon seeing them. Sister Bao, Uncle Jiu. The 2 turned their heads in unison, incredulous. You recognize me? Inquired the Taoist, surprised. Qin Feng, clad in mechanized armor, left Uncle Jiu to deduce that the voice belonged to a young man. Oh, this iron clump is quite amusing. Young man, why don't you step out? I'd like to chat for a bit, she said. Qin Feng, at that moment. Nearly all of the 5 billion citizens of Longwo were fixated on the images displayed on their phones or television screens. Are these 3 our guardians? We're doomed. Utterly doomed. Damn. An iron hunk, a cute girl, and an old man. What on earth is going on? Did the uncle stumble into the wrong scene? Little did they know. The old man was in the midst of performing a grand act when he was transported here. We're finished. We'll all be implicated. Let us vote to change the guardians. Meanwhile, the National War Department was operating at a feverish pace, unraveling the backgrounds of the 3 within mere minutes. Qin Feng, a graduate in mechanical engineering and a mecha enthusiast, Sister Bao, of unknown origins with terrifying physical prowess, and Lin Jiu, a Taoist from Maoshan. The last heir of a prestigious lineage, adept in feng shui and demon slaying. As the head of the National War Department perused the information, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The fate of the nation was inexplicably resting on the shoulders of these 3 individuals. Behind him, military officials wore expressions of exasperation. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, they found themselves sidelined when it was time to deploy. Not only were all 3 guardians unmilitary, but they also included a recent graduate, a young girl, and a Taoist priest. What kind of situation was this? The generals shook their heads in disbelief. The trio's profiles were classified as top secret, and all online information regarding them was swiftly eradicated. Furthermore, their families were to be placed under protection. The National War Department acted with alacrity, erasing nearly all public data about the 3. Minutes later, a subordinate reported, Director, we can't find any family information for Qin Feng and Sister Bao. As for Lin Jiu, we could trace his family lineage. But he is the only survivor of the Lin family. The rest have all perished. The department head was now in a deeper quandary. What did it mean to find nothing? Were they conjured from thin air? The generals began to grasp the implication. If the Guardians had family on Blue Star, their ties would compel them to protect the homeland with unwavering dedication. However, each of them is a solitary figure, and amidst the chaos of the national battlefield, none can truly challenge them. We cannot place our hopes on these 3 individuals. We must prepare for the impending onslaught of monsters. The generals and the department heads engaged in a fervent discussion, and the various battle zones sprang into action. Meanwhile, the keyboard warriors were diligently hunting for information on the trio. Yet, aside from Qin Feng's mundane background, there was scarcely any information available on Sister Bao and Uncle Jiu. I find it quite peculiar that in this day and age, there are still individuals who are not online. The only one we can find is this Qin Feng, who is holed up in a metal contraption, having studied mechanical engineering and being a mecha enthusiast. The other 2 remain shrouded in mystery. A mecha enthusiast. Is he merely indulging in his own whimsical creations? Is this toy his defense against the national threats? The netizens expressed their discontent with the selected trio, considering them utterly inadequate compared to the guardians from other nations. The 3 representatives from the Eagle Sauce Nation included 2 Special Forces operatives and a female scientist, while the Cherry Blossom Nation offered 1 active police officer and 2 members of the Self-Defense Forces, one of whom held the rank of colonel in the Air Force. The boastful Kimchi Nation triumphed even further, presenting 3 professional Taekwondo black belts as their guardians. Upon witnessing the peculiar trio representing the Dragon Nation, the netizens from these 3 countries flocked to gloat and ridicule. Haha, a college student, a naive girl, and a charlatan. The Dragon Nation is in serious trouble now. How absurd, a mecha. While it may be somewhat crude, it should be far superior to a turtle shell. It seems the Dragon Nation is merely preparing to face domestic monsters. Also, get ready to vote for a replacement for the Guardians. Huh? You shameless Kimchi. Stealing from our country. What concern is it of yours how the Dragon Nation fares? Tend to your own master. Indeed, 1 person with 2 dogs. What a ridiculous display. It is no wonder others mock us. We can only blame ourselves for being so inept. Look at others, fully equipped with weapons and gear. What do we have? What have our three prepared? Chapter 3, The Lottery of Talent. The onlookers gazed at the three individuals on the screen as they deliberated on the allocation of guardians. Among them, aside from Uncle Jiu, who was adorned in attire befitting his role, Qin Feng held a toolbox, while Sister Bao appeared almost empty-handed, save for a bulging snakeskin bag whose contents were a mystery. With palpable enthusiasm, Sister Bao declared, "I have prepared a Quan." The audience responded with confusion. What on earth is Quan? To their astonishment, she retrieved a shovel from the snakeskin bag. The crowd nearly erupted in exasperation. Are you kidding me? Just a shovel? And a rather ordinary one at that. What is she planning to do? Play in the sand? Uncle Jiu wore a look of disbelief. But Qin Feng never underestimated Sister Bao. Continuing her introduction, Sister Bao boasted, "Apart from the away 18 styles, my greatest skill is burying people." This revelation made even Uncle Jiu unable to contain himself, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Qin Feng, what about you? What skills do you possess?" Uncle Jiu inquired. "I can pilot a mech," came the reply. "Hey, mech, very well." Uncle Jiu refrained from expressing his irritation. "In that case, I will take the front line, while Qin Feng covers the second layer of defense, and the young lady can guard the entrance. How does that sound?" He assigned the most perilous position to himself, leaving Sister Bao at the rear. After all, should the two men perish, Sister Bao's safety would remain unaffected. This was, of course, the perspective of Uncle Jiu and other citizens. However, Qin Feng was reluctant. He sought to enhance his strength through combat. "Uncle Jiu, I am young, and it is safer within the mech. I shall take the front line." Sister Bao nonchalantly remarked, "I don't mind. You can retreat when danger arises. With me around, there is no problem at all." The citizens of Longwell watched as the three lively characters bickered, and aside from their mockery, they could only prepare for the impending monster onslaught. At that moment, a battlefield alert echoed in everyone's ears. The random talent lottery commenced. With talents categorized by colors, gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, ranked from lowest to highest. The multiplier for attribute enhancement varied, with probabilities decreasing correspondingly. Talents could be upgraded through monster kills, and once a guardian's talent was drawn, it could not be changed. Wait, there's a talent lottery? What is this? Let me take a look. The golden talent must be the strongest, but the odds are the lowest, right? Instantly, a spinning wheel appeared before the guardians. Almost all of them were eager to spin it, and Qin Feng was no exception. There's a talent? Does that mean I will have 2 golden fingers? He set the wheel in motion, initiating the lottery. The gray area was the largest, followed by white, while the minuscule golden segment was barely wider than the pointer itself. "Congratulations, you have drawn a purple talent, enhancing all physical attributes by 20. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had not drawn gold. Where had his protagonist's halo gone? Wasn't he gold meant for him? Ding. The host's levels of self-importance and narcissism stand at 1, while the resemblance to Iron Man is rated at 2. Reward acquired. Each physical attribute increased by 10. Qin Feng mused, It seems rather inconsequential. I merely need to enhance the similarity. The golden talent is merely a score of 50. If I were to draw a golden card, I would be bestowed with a physique tenfold that of an ordinary person. Whether it be strength, agility, or endurance, each would be magnified 10 times. As he pondered, Sister Bao'er giggled. "Look at me, little brother. I drew a white one." Her tone was filled with delight. Qin Feng remained speechless. A white card only scores a 4. Yet, it seemed that for her, even the slightest increase, regardless of its golden nature, was of little consequence. "I, too, share a purple rating, just like you, Qin," Uncle Jiu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In the realm of national fortune, such an opportunity could significantly enhance his skills. Fortunately, this place is rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent venue for cultivation. Spiritual energy? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, about to inquire further, when Sister Bao'er added, "Indeed, I can feel it. Breathing here is far more effortless. There is an abundance of qi." Noticing the perplexed expression on Qin Feng's face, Uncle Jiu clarified, "Qi, also known as life force or spiritual energy, exists in various forms throughout the universe." Qin Feng found himself bewildered, unable to perceive the presence of qi. Nonetheless, his mech was sufficient for now. Should his similarity continue to increase, obtaining the Mark 50 nanomech would be utterly exhilarating. That would allow him to confront even the purple sweet potato essence head-on, akin to a divine being. If he could also cultivate the sense of qi like Uncle Jiu and Sister Bao'er, then even practitioners from other realms would bow before him in submission. The first wave of the National Fortune battlefield will commence in 3 hours. Guardians are advised to make final preparations. The battlefield announcement echoed once more. Qin Feng suggested, "With several hours remaining, let us retreat to rest for a while." Sister Bao'er yawned and replied, "Exactly. I haven't even had a nap before being transported to this place. I should take a brief afternoon snooze first." Chapter 4. Rise and Shine, Master Jiu. Well, it is indeed a place rich in spiritual energy. I should be able to unleash the power of the Thunder Talisman here. The three of them chose their respective houses and entered to rest. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Feng piloted the prototype aircraft towards his cottage. Just as he spoke, keyboard warriors online grew restless. Look, that turtle shell can actually move. What does it matter if it can move? It's still just a toy. Sister Bao is so adorable, having drawn a white talent. And still finds time for a midday nap? I thought purple luck was excellent. But look at the Eagle Sauce Nation. They actually pulled 2 reds. It's infuriating. Alas, good people don't live long while evildoers thrive for 1,000 years. The talents from Kimchi country are also impressive. Let us not be so harsh. Have a little faith in them. I saw the Taoist speaking with conviction. Perhaps he possesses some genuine skill. Right, if it were you or me. We might just draw a gray talent, and with attributes of 2 we would be done for. Indeed, look at the neighboring A3 country. 2 grays and 1 green. Now that is truly tragic. Meanwhile, the National War Department of Dragon Country held the highest authority nationwide, actively mobilizing military supplies in preparation for the impending monster onslaught. Even the 80 to 90 million militia were fully organized. In contrast, Eagle Sauce Nation, Kimchi Country, and Sakura Country remained rather calm, singing and dancing. Their higher-ups sipped coffee, watching the spectacle unfold in Dragon Country. Still unable to contact Colonel George? Mr. Total Barrel indulged in his coffee with a look of satisfaction. Over the past few months, today was perhaps the most relaxed he had felt. The 3 selected guardians were not only elite from the Empire but had also drawn nearly the highest talents. The vast array of advanced weaponry they brought along would likely serve little purpose. What delighted him most was that Dragon Country was in trouble, significant trouble. There was nothing more satisfying than witnessing Dragon Country in distress. Mr. Total Barrel, having tried various methods, still could not make contact. It seemed as if that mysterious battlefield existed in an entirely different dimension. He furrowed his brow slightly, filled with discontent. At that moment, a member of the think tank spoke up. Mr. Total Barrel. The physical abilities of Colonel George and his companions have been almost enhanced to 8 times that of an average human. What monsters could they possibly not handle? Haha. Mr. Total Barrel chuckled. Indeed, switching the view to the Dragon Country livestream to enjoy their misfortunes would be amusing. When the scene shifted, all that was visible were empty national gates and 3 houses. To protect personal privacy, the interiors could not be streamed. However, this granted Qin Feng some operational leeway. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22, Strength, 95, average for adults is 5, Agility, 94, Stamina, 96, Current role, Iron Man, Current skill, Mark Series Prototype No. 1, Similarity, 14. Gazing upon his attribute panel, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. The similarity has reached 14. And I wonder when I will be able to don a new suit of armor. The Mark Series Prototype possesses limited combat capabilities and is quite cumbersome. Although it is constructed from a copper, iron, and magnesium alloy, it weighs a staggering 680 kilograms. Furthermore, its offensive options are scant. The most enticing aspect remains Jarvis. Having an artificial intelligence assistant would undoubtedly offer greater peace of mind. Time flows swiftly. 3 hours have passed in the blink of an eye, and night has descended. The National Defense Battlefield anticipates the arrival of the first wave of monsters in 10 minutes, and the Guardians must be prepared. Although this is merely a trial assault, successful defense will still yield rewards. If over half of the monsters breach the national gates, it will be deemed a failure, resulting in a 3-year reduction in the lifespan of all citizens. A battlefield alert resonates in everyone's ears. Qin Feng donned his armor and stepped out of his room. Upon looking around, he discovered that Uncle Jiu was already seated at the national gate, on high alert. Before him lay an intricate, unknown formation, seemingly serious in nature. In the pitch-black night, aside from the glow emanating from the national gate, only the 2 bonfires ignited by Uncle Jiu remained. Even so, the visibility extended no further than 20 meters. Where is Sister Bao'er? Just as he hesitated, a series of snores emanated from the adjacent room. Qin Feng thought to himself, how carefree can one be? Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, calling out, Sister Bao'er, rise and shine. Sister Bao'er rubbed her drowsy eyes and gazed out the window. Huh? I woke up and it's already dark? Realizing the impending assault, she reluctantly got out of bed. This scene prompted the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star to shake their heads in disbelief. Goodness, it seems I'm destined for a 3-year demise. All thanks to those 3. While others are fortifying defenses 3 hours before the assault. At least they managed to place a few logs in front of the national gate. What are they doing? Sleeping soundly. Sigh. Comparing people makes one feel mortal. Comparing goods leads to discarding. A change of guardians is non-negotiable. Chapter 5. Foreign Zombies. The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly filled with vitriol. For the past 3 hours, nearly all the guardians had been diligently preparing, with the exception of the Dragon Kingdom. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and Sister Bao'er approached Uncle Jiu. What is this? Sister Bao'er inquired with curiosity, attempting to pick up the rope inscribed with a formation on the ground. only to be halted by Uncle Jiu. This is the 7-star hammer formation I have inscribed, crafted from corpse-binding rope. Anyone who steps into the formation shall be ensnared. Even if my strength is lacking, I can still delay them for a while, Uncle Jiu explained. Excellent, Qin Feng commended. Then I will trouble you, Taoist, to guard the second line of defense while I proceed ahead. Before Uncle Jiu could retort, the heavy armored figure of Qin Feng strode forward. The sky had darkened, and hunger gnawed at Sister Bao'er as she sat wearily before the national gate, fulfilling her role as the final line of defense as previously agreed upon. To her, the enveloping darkness outside offered little entertainment. Above all, she was utterly famished. Sighing heavily, Lin Jiu resigned himself to accompany the two young individuals. 030-029. The countdown commenced, reverberating across the battlefield. Countdown, 10 seconds. The trial assault is about to begin, featuring E-rank monsters, a total of 5 night demons. Esteemed guardians, we wish you good fortune. From prior knowledge, it was understood that the monsters and resources on the battlefield, along with the reward tiers, were categorized from lowest to highest as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and the pinnacle, SSS. The trial assault consisted of the lowest E-rank monsters, the night demons. Upon hearing the term night demon, Qin Feng was taken aback. Night demons? Aren't they the zombies from IAM legend? And there are 5 of them. Blue Star is doomed. Yet, he was not particularly afraid of the night demons. He could defend against them, even if there were 50. Their attack power was low, but their speed was astonishing. Mark 1 was cumbersome, and a larger number of night demons could indeed pose a challenge. However, with Uncle Jiu behind him and Sister Bao'er holding the fort, Qin Feng felt no fear. His concern lay with whether the other guardians could hold their ground, as there were a staggering 300 national gates. Among them were unfortunate nations where all 3 guardians had drawn the gray-white talent, resulting in negligible physical enhancements. Should a night demon breach the national gate, Blue Star would descend into a zombie game mode. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. The guardians sharpened their blades, while the populace and authorities of Blue Star grew anxious. Night demons? What sort of monsters are they? I don't know. I've never heard of them. In 5 seconds, we will see what the night demons look like. I'm so nervous. Nervous about what? The outcome is already predetermined. We are about to lose 3 years of our lives. Just then, a roar erupted from the screen, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. On the battlefield, Qin Feng strode forward amidst the cacophony of roars, plunging into the abyss of darkness. Qin Xiaogu, do not go in. Ninth Uncle exclaimed in alarm. In the light, he could still offer assistance should something go awry. But how could he help once Qin Feng vanished into the shadows? Moreover, someone had to guard the national gates. Roar, roar. A series of roars piqued the interest of Sister Bao'er. What an intriguing night demon. I must see what sort of ferocity it possesses. In the darkness, Qin Feng sensed the growls drawing near. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, and his mechanical right arm erupted in a blaze of flames. A night demon had stealthily approached, scarcely a meter away. The night demon ignited in flames, howling in agony as it rolled on the ground. Utilizing the firelight, Qin Feng discerned the presence of 4 additional night demons. He swung his right arm, setting ablaze 2 more. In an instant, 3 more bonfires flickered to life upon the ground. Qin Xiaogu, splendid work. Lin Jiu exclaimed, his spirits soaring. He had initially assumed his teammate to be a liability, but was astonished by his prowess. Equally astonished were the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom watching from their screens. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Even the barrage of comments ceased momentarily. On the battlefield, the remaining 2 night demons, sensing the situation, swiftly diverged, flanking Qin Feng from either side as they charged towards the national gates. Lin Jiu retrieved 2 corpse-restraining talismans, pondering, are these foreign zombies? I wonder if the talismans will be effective against them. Seeing their approach, Qin Feng cautioned, Taoist, be careful. Their toxins can be contagious. Unlike traditional zombies, these creatures were controlled by a virus, rendering the talismans ineffective. Concerned for Lin Jiu's safety, Qin Feng activated the flight mechanism. Instantly, his jet boots emitted 2 brilliant beams of white light, dazzling in the darkness. The heavy exoskeleton struggled to ascend, but Sister Bao'er was elated. Her drowsiness vanished. Chapter 6. Mark 3. This iron behemoth is truly exhilarating. It can even fly. Young man, I too wish to take a ride. In midair, Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Can we not be more serious? We are in the midst of battle. He maneuvered the mech, hurling it towards the nearby zombies. Boom. The massive entity, weighing nearly 700 kilograms, crashed to the ground, crushing a zombie beneath its weight. The unfortunate creature was reduced to a mere puddle of mush. The last one, the fastest of the lot, was on the verge of escaping into the illuminated area of the bonfire. With a swift lift of his left hand, Qin Feng launched a micro-armor-piercing missile. Whoosh. A missile the size of a pin shot forth, aimed directly at the final zombie. Boom. With a resounding explosion. The last zombie was obliterated, its remnants scattering across the sky. Lin Jiu stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. Is that it? My formation hasn't even been utilized yet. In his right hand, he held a peachwood sword, while his left hand grasped several corpse-restraining talismans, fluttering in the wind. Ta-da-da. Qin Feng sauntered back nonchalantly, the sound of zombies crackling behind him as they burned. A suave man never looks back at explosions. Although it didn't explode. Qin Feng continued his cool demeanor, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have piloted the Mark I, showcasing a style reminiscent of Iron Man. Your character portrayal similarity has increased to 20. Reward, Mark III mech, available for collection. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly leaped with joy. A direct reward of the Mark III? My Jarvis is going to be a reality. The Mark III not only boasts an artificial intelligence assistant, but also offers a plethora of offensive capabilities. Most importantly, its power system has been upgraded to an arc reactor. The young man is quite formidable. Your mech is so intriguing. Bao'er rushed over, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Gulp, it smells divine. She swallowed hard, her stomach growling in response. This scene captivated the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, igniting awe within their hearts. Hey. Who was it that said Qin Feng's iron contraption was merely a toy? A comment floated across the screen like a match tossed into gunpowder, instantly igniting a reaction. Damn, Qin Feng is incredible. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Qin Feng will face my wrath. Qin Feng is so impressive. His mech is astonishing. Is it over already? I haven't even seen the Taoist take action. 55-55, my 3 years of life have been preserved. I declare that from now on, Qin Feng shall be my husband. Anyone who dares to contest this will face dire consequences. What if Qin Feng is an ugly monster? Impossible. How could an ugly monster be chosen as a guardian? Is no one paying attention to what my wife said? She asked, drooling at the scent of charred zombies. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, the 3 guardians of Eagle Sauce Country, led by Colonel Jiu, stood poised with their various weapons, ready for the impending confrontation. Captain David and Dr. Jenny were about to arrive. There was no need for fear, for there were merely 5 night demons. That said, he himself could not help but swallow hard, let alone his 2 companions, particularly Dr. Jenny, a distinguished scientist who had been summoned to serve as a guardian. Fortunately, they had prepared several large bags of heavy weaponry, although her experience with firearms was minimal, and she had only been assigned a pistol for self-defense. Taking a deep breath, Jenny reflected on how her physical capabilities had increased nearly tenfold, and with 2 special forces soldiers by her side, she felt considerably more composed. A growl echoed through the darkness. Captain David brandished the Gatling gun, its belt of ammunition coiled around his robust arm. In a deep voice, he declared, "What do I care for night demons or white demons? As soon as they reveal themselves, I shall unleash hell upon them. The first kill reward is surely ours." He was so excited that saliva flew from his mouth. Another roar resonated in the dark, accompanied by the rapid sound of footsteps. Just then, the national war alert reverberated in the air. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Qin Feng, for achieving the first kill in the trial challenge. First kill reward, 5 to all attributes, 100 stone, 100 wood, 100 steel. Upon receiving this announcement, all guardians lost their composure. What the hell? I haven't even seen what a night demon looks like, and the Dragon Kingdom has already secured the first kill? What is going on? Damn it. The night demons are here. Open fire. Conserve ammunition. Supplies are limited. It seemed that cold weapons would be more effective. Thankfully, he had the foresight to bring a military knife. Among all the guardians, the most astonished were those from the Eagle Sauce Nation. What is happening? They've already secured the first kill? Damn, the night demons are here. Witness the might of my Gatling gun. Before the gates of the Eagle Sauce Nation, fluorescent light illuminated a distance of around 10 meters. As the night demons surged forward, the enemies finally came into view. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, thanks to Lin Jiu lighting 2 bonfires in advance, their field of vision was significantly enhanced. Moreover, Qin Feng had taken the initiative to engage nearly 30 meters forward, allowing them to confront the enemy nearly half a minute earlier than the other guardians. Having lost the first kill, David furiously tightened his grip on the trigger, and the Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of bullets as if they were worthless. In the night sky, hundreds of bullets formed a near-continuous line, soaring towards the 5 night demons. What wretched night demons! Perish! Perish! Chapter 7. The Passage. The Dragon Kingdom in turmoil. Colonel Jiu's pupils constricted at the sight. It appeared that the night demons were not as formidable as they seemed. Aside from their considerably enhanced speed compared to ordinary humans, their defensive capabilities were rather frail. A sweep from the Gatling gun shattered them effortlessly. Excellent. Conserve ammunition, Colonel Jiu commanded. During their teleportation, The equipment that could be transported was limited to what could be carried in 2 hands. Thus, even though the Guardians had prepared ammunition, it remained exceedingly scarce. Despite the battlefield's unexpected bestowal of extraordinary talents, the Guardians were reluctant to risk close encounters with the zombies when they could resolve matters with firearms. 5 night demons were nearly reduced to pulp by David's onslaught. David, in a fit of exhilaration, withdrew his assault, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Ha! That felt good." Doctor. Ginny exhaled deeply, realizing it was not as daunting as she had anticipated. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, Sister Bao'er tapped the head of the prototype machine. "Hey there, little brother, come out. I want to ride your iron crab for a bit." Qin Feng responded. "Crab? Sister Bao'er, this is not a crab. And didn't you claim to excel at burying people? Why not start by interring those corpses?" "Indeed. I almost forgot. I'll be back soon to ride your machine." Bao'er replied enthusiastically as she grabbed a shovel and hurried off to bury the bodies. Lin Jiu approached, complimenting, "Brother Qin's mech exhibits remarkable combat prowess. I underestimated you." "You're too kind, Master Jiu. Regardless of the mech's strength, we must collaborate, for there could be more monstrous entities lurking ahead," Qin Feng replied. "Quite right," he added. Nearly 10 minutes later, an announcement reverberated across the battlefield. The first wave of trials had concluded, and the second wave would arrive in 3 days. With the map undergoing updates and loading, in an instant, the environment surrounding the hundreds of gates scattered across the battlefield transformed dramatically. A thunderous rumble emanated from beneath the earth, causing tremors akin to an earthquake. In the vicinity, grass sprouted from the ground, a testament to the peculiar magic of this place. From the unseen darkness, the rustling of leaves could be heard, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water and the distant roars of beasts. "This place is truly wondrous. It can alter its environment," Lin Jiu marveled. Qin Feng had not anticipated that each wave of assault would bring about such changes. "Hey, where did my stuff go?" Sister Bao'er, wielding her shovel, dashed towards several zombie corpses, only to find them vanished in the blink of an eye. The map generation was complete, and the fog had successfully enveloped the area. Surrounded by the war fog, Lin Jiu gradually lost sight of Sister Bao'er. "Little girl, come back. The fog is rising. Be cautious of any strange occurrences." Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, confident that, despite the potential for unexpected events, Sister Bao'er's strength would ensure her safety. A warm reminder echoed. New map, new resources. Once resource points are successfully occupied, the respective nation will receive corresponding resource amplifications. In 3 days, the second wave of assaults will arrive. All Guardians, prepare for battle. The announcement resonated once more above the battlefield, leaving those on Blue Star who were burning the midnight oil to watch the live stream in awe. How astonishing are these tactics? I can hear the sound of flowing water. There must be an abundance of fresh water. If we could transport some back to our homeland, surely it would lower the price. Indeed, the battlefield should hold not only fresh water, but many other resources as well. Qin Feng, do not rest. Hasten to seize the resources. With billions staying up late, we may very well set a new world record. Yet, no one cares for such a record. What truly matters to the people is the outcome of the first wave of the competition. The results of the competition were displayed before hundreds of Guardians. First place, Dragon Nation. 5 night demons vanquished in 30 seconds. Mission accomplished. Evaluation SSS. Reward details. Second place, Eagle Nation. 5 night demons vanquished in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Mission accomplished. Evaluation S. Reward details. Third place, Sakura Nation. 5 night demons vanquished in 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Mission accomplished. Evaluation A. Reward details. As soon as the results were announced, rewards were immediately distributed. Qin Feng and his companions received 100 stone, 100 steel, and 100 wood. What are these materials for? Qin Feng mused, somewhat perplexed by the rewards from the national battle. Upon seeing such results, the 3 Guardians from Eagle Nation were quite disgruntled. How did they accomplish this? Just 30 seconds? Surely the zombies took at least a minute to emerge from the darkness. The burly David wiped his Gatling gun, expressing his frustration. His 2 teammates were equally curious about how Dragon Nation achieved this feat. While the Guardians could not view others' replays, the people on Blue Star could. When the competition results were revealed, the entire world erupted in excitement. Especially when the battlefield announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations, citizens of Dragon Nation. Your Guardians have received an SSS evaluation in the first wave of the assault, granting you an additional 60 days of lifespan. At that moment, the keyboard warriors of Dragon Nation were anything but calm. Oh my goodness. Our Dragon Nation is indeed formidable. First place, SSS evaluation. A lifespan extension of 60 days. What a tremendous gain. Wow, brothers, it seems my ailment has alleviated significantly. This is unfair. If the Guardians fail to defend, we lose 3 years of life. Yet if they succeed and achieve an SSS rating, they only gain 60 days. Chapter 8. Jarvis, truly delightful. The keyboard warriors reveled in their elation. repeatedly replaying the moment when Qin Feng displayed his extraordinary prowess. My Qin god is truly formidable. Darling, you are amazing. I can't take it anymore. I must marry you. I never expected that Qin god's mech would appear so rugged yet possess such overwhelming power. In stark contrast, netizens from Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Country were filled with envy. Where did his mech come from? I've heard that Dragon Nation has been secretly researching weaponry. This must be one of their trump cards. Indeed, a clandestine weapon of war. This is outrageous. The enemy is employing a Gundam. While the citizens of Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Country simmered in jealousy, the netizens from Kimchi Country were preoccupied with a different concern. Among their defenders was an arrogant individual who, when confronted with zombies, opted to flaunt his Taekwondo black belt instead of utilizing firearms. Consequently, he was bitten severely. At that moment, in front of Kimchi Country's gates, two others were aiming their pistols at their comrade. Please, I can still be saved. Don't kill me. I have a wife and children. Please, don't. There must be healing serums in the battlefield rewards. Check your backpack. There has to be something. In response to their teammate's desperate pleas, the two exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. The netizens from Kimchi Country were merciless on their keyboards. Shoot. Hurry, shoot. Yes, just a blue talent. Only 10 points to allocate. Shoot. Otherwise, you'll be in danger yourselves. Kill him. Perhaps if we select another defender, we might draw an invincible gold talent. Messages urging them to fire streamed in, and one suggestion about redrawing caught the attention of other netizens, amplifying the calls to shoot. Despite the uproar on Blue Star, the two defenders from Kimchi Country remained oblivious to the chaos. Nevertheless, they made the same choice. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the injured defender collapsed under the fire of his teammate. Kimchi Country lost one defender, and the nation unanimously voted to select a new defender. Comparatively, Kimchi Country's situation was relatively fortunate, as they managed to hold their gates. Alas, the plight of India was dire. The talents of their three defenders were woefully inadequate, and two of them were merely housewives. Faced with 5 night demons, they stood no chance of resistance. Ultimately, all 5 night demons breached the gates of India. In Dragon Nation, within the National Warfare Department, Director Li Tai was currently in a meeting with professors from the Mechanical Engineering Institute, where Qin Feng was enrolled. The professors had repeatedly reviewed the combat footage of Qin Feng's prototype and shook their heads in disbelief. Director, with the current manufacturing capabilities on Blue Star, it is impossible to create such a machine. Not to mention mass production, even a prototype is unattainable. An esteemed mechanical expert chimed in. Indeed, Director Li. Not only is it a colossal machine weighing several hundred kilograms that needs to fly, but even executing a jump requires an instantaneous power at the joints that is simply terrifying. Li Tai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the terminology he did not comprehend. The other party elaborated. It is akin to the explosive power you often speak of. Upon hearing this, Li Tai was utterly disheartened. Does this imply that we are unable to replicate Qin Feng's mech? The esteemed individuals in the room shook their heads in unison. This raises a puzzling question. How did Qin Feng accomplish such a feat? Could it be that he is a mechanical prodigy? At that moment, the deputy burst into the room, exclaiming urgently, Chief, the borders of the A3 nation have been breached. 5 zombies have infiltrated. What? Li Tai was alarmed. He quickly instructed the commanders of the various battle zones to prepare for a potential incursion of zombies from the west. Although Qin Feng effortlessly dealt with 5 night demons, he was acutely aware of the brutal combat occurring at other borders. The footage revealed the night demons' exceptionally high contagion intensity, their swift movements, and their formidable lethality and destructive capacity were nothing short of terrifying. Just half an hour prior, a sudden surge of night demons had appeared across various regions of the A3 nation. According to the rules of national warfare, there were a staggering 50,000 night demons now present within the A3 territory. Not to mention, the failure to guard the borders would trigger a chain reaction of penalties in national warfare, leaving the A3 nation utterly unprepared. In an instant, the A3 nation descended into chaos, teetering on the brink of a state of lawlessness. It was not only the A3 nation that faced this plight. Out of the 300 borders, no fewer than 30 had been breached. Alas, Li Tai let out a long sigh. Merely the first wave of assault, and Blue Star was plunged into a protracted struggle against the night demons. What shall we do in the future? Amidst the turmoil on Blue Star, Qin Feng reveled in his current situation. In his chamber, he emerged from the prototype machine and addressed the system. Claim reward for Mark III mech. Ding. The reward has been dispensed. The host may now collect it. In an instant, a brand new mech stood before Qin Feng. Haha. Mark III, how I have missed you. The long-cherished tomato and egg color scheme delighted Qin Feng more with each glance. He hurriedly donned the mech. Within the helmet, the HUD illuminated, and a gentle, cultured voice resonated in his ears. Sir, Jarvis is at your service. Chapter 9. The Fog of War. Qin Feng was elated. Jarvis, report on the status of machine number 3. Certainly, sir. The Mark III machine possesses flight capabilities and is currently equipped with a palm cannon, a full complement of 6 mini-missiles, a single micro-armor-piercing round, and several jamming grenades. Additionally, when considering the auxiliary systems, it boasts automated combat functionality. Jarvis recounted the current equipment status of machine number 3. Qin Feng listened intently, comparing it to his own recollections, finding little discrepancy. The most redundant feature, it seemed, was the automated combat system, as Qin Feng's personal attributes were nearly 20 times that of an ordinary individual. A combat system lacking in piloting capabilities paled in comparison to his own prowess in battle. What truly piqued Qin Feng's interest was the flight capability. The ability to soar through the skies and scout for resources would dramatically enhance efficiency. Jarvis, perform a functionality check. Understood, sir. Instantly, the various armor plates of the mech began to open and close with a series of clicks, initiating the diagnostic process. Data continuously flashed across the HUD. Approximately 15 seconds later, Jarvis responded, "Sir, all systems are functioning normally." "Excellent. Now scan the locations of other nations' borders." "Apologies, sir. Currently, there is no satellite support available for scanning." Qin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, without satellites overhead, Jarvis's capabilities were significantly diminished. "Can we at least scan the fog surrounding the border? Let us see how many creatures lurk within." 2 seconds later, the HUD holographic projection displayed a small map. However, aside from his own position and the current border, the rest was shrouded in darkness. Jarvis reported, "I apologize, sir. The current scanning results are derived from the mech's built-in sensors, with an effective scanning range of 20 meters. Nearby, apart from 3 humans, no other life forms have been detected. Only a 20-meter radius?" Qin Feng pondered this outcome and found himself reasonably satisfied. At the very least, it indicated that the fog of war did not possess excessive obfuscation. It was merely ordinary mist. Conversely, with Jarvis providing alerts, navigating through the fog would entail far fewer complications than for others. "Mark the other 2 individuals, Jarvis. They are my teammates." "Understood, sir. Data on Sister Bao'er and Lingio has been recorded." Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qin Feng was calibrating Jarvis, Sister Bao approached and rapped on the door. "Hey there. I'm so hungry." "Ta-ta-ta-ta." Qin Feng stepped forward and opened the door. "Huh, who are you?" As soon as the door swung open, Sister Bao'er beheld Qin Feng clad in the Mark III mech. "It's me, Qin Feng, Sister Bao'er." Her eyes widened in astonishment. "You're Qin Feng? Well, how did your mech change? It looks like scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Duong, duong, duong." She tapped the head of Qin Feng's mech, exclaiming, "This is so cool. Much prettier than the previous one." As Qin Feng opened the door, his streaming audience also caught sight of his new mech. "Ah, has the mecha of the esteemed Qin been updated? My goodness, how majestic, esteemed Qin. This mecha is simply astonishingly cool." "Huh." My goddess remarked that it resembles scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and indeed, the combination of red and yellow truly evokes that image. How charming my goddess is. This mecha appears rather slender. I wonder if it can withstand a beating. It seems less formidable than the previous version. I concur with the previous comment. It lacks a sense of power. You all are truly hard to please. What did you say when you first beheld esteemed Qin's mecha? Unattractive. A toy. Now that someone has upgraded, you complain about its lack of strength. Meanwhile, as the water friends engaged in their discussions, the National War Department was closely monitoring Qin Feng's movements. Li Tai instructed his subordinates, record every action of the new mecha and transmit it to mechanical experts across the nation for analysis. Understood, Director Li. Not only Dragon Country, but other nations within Blue Star that have not succumbed to the chaos of zombies are also keenly observing Qin Feng's every move. After all, he was the most outstanding guardian in the previous wave of assaults. The Eagle Sauce Country, Kimchi Country, and Cherry Blossom Country have resumed their mocking online. Haha. How unfortunate that he has created a mecha that is visually appealing yet utterly useless. Indeed, it looks as if it were made of paper. I fear that the Night Demon could tear his mecha apart with just a few swipes. Our new guardian has been born, and his talent is golden. The most formidable talent among all. The ultimate victory in the battlefield belongs to our great universe country. Go away, you wretched invaders. Stealing our land and claiming to be a universe country. How disgusting. Exactly. And what does it matter how esteemed Qin performs to you? Mind your own affairs. In an instant, the verbal battle between nations erupted once more. Fortunately, the information regarding the national war could only be transmitted unidirectionally. As chaos reigned on Blue Star, the guardians on the battlefield remained blissfully unaware. Qin Feng turned to Sister Bao'er and said, "I'm a bit hungry too. How about you and Uncle Jiu stay at home while I venture out to see if there's something to eat?" Sister Bao'er, beaming with joy, nodded. "Sounds good. Thank you, young man." Qin Feng waved his hand, saying there was no need for thanks. We are family. Subsequently, flames erupted from his palms and soles, and his body gradually ascended into the air. Sister Bao'er clapped her hands in delight. Wow, You're so fierce, young man. You can actually fly. This scene, broadcasted live, brought a sudden silence to the tumultuous Blue Star. Chapter 10, The Pig with the Mace. Am I seeing things? The magnificent mech of the esteemed Qin can actually fly? Isn't that just a fancy version of the previous generation's mech? Can you even compare the two? I mean, Qin's incredible machine flies with such effortless grace. Indeed. I believe this new mech is formidable. Otherwise, Qin wouldn't have upgraded. I don't care. I just want to know why that girl, aside from being cute, only orders my husband around. Can't she find food for herself when she is hungry? You mustn't speak of my wife that way. Enough already, you two upstairs. It seems not only Sister Bao'er is useless, but even that Taoist from Uncle Jiu is a good-for-nothing charlatan who just eats and drinks. Exactly, they're just dragging their feet, relying solely on Qin. Due to the Dragon Kingdom's utter unpreparedness, there was not only a lack of weaponry, but even basic supplies were non-existent. Meanwhile, guardians from other nations were comfortably feasting at home. While Qin Feng ventured out alone in search of sustenance, Jarvis continued scanning the surrounding environment. In midair, Qin Feng plunged into the fog of war. Throughout the flight, he dared not increase his speed too much, fearing the sudden emergence of a monster. Who could guarantee that this peculiar place was devoid of airborne creatures? Understood, sir. Scanning ongoing. Should I detect any life forms, they will be marked as red dots on the map. On the HUD minimap, as the scanning radius expanded, the terrain recorded by Jarvis grew increasingly detailed. The undulating mountains and even the density of the forest were vividly displayed on the map. Qin Feng was distancing himself further from the national borders. The sound of flowing water was drawing nearer. At last, a winding stream appeared on the map. Water. With no satellite support, Jarvis' scanning radius was merely 20 meters. The appearance of the stream on the map indicated it was only 20 meters away from Qin Feng. Moments later, he landed beside the stream. Qin has found a stream. Surely, with a stream, there must be fish? This is great. Now Qin has fish to eat. I say, isn't a stream a form of freshwater resource? Why has the battlefield indicated that the Dragon Kingdom has claimed this resource? Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. On the battlefield, Qin Feng knelt by the stream, cupping his hands to gather the water. Jarvis analyzed the water quality. Yes, sir. Water quality testing in progress. 10 seconds later, Jarvis replied. Sir, the analysis shows that the stream water is freshwater and non-toxic. The parasite content is below standard values, making it safe for direct consumption. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled. With a crack, he removed his mask and drank from his hands. After a long day of toil, this was the first sip of water he had tasted. Wow. So this is what Qin looks like. He is quite the handsome fellow. Stars in my eyes. JPG. I never knew my husband was so dashing. I told you, with a voice that charming. How could he possibly be unattractive? After taking a few sips of water, Qin Feng began to contemplate how to seize this vital water resource. The battlefield, however, offered no guidance in this regard, clearly intending for the Guardians to navigate the situation independently. Qin Feng followed the stream for a short distance, even if he could not devise a method. Guarding the water source should yield some sustenance, as all creatures require water. Confident in his reasoning, he ventured forth. Not long after, Jarvis alerted him. Sir, 6 life forms detected at 3 o'clock. Qin Feng became vigilant, noting that the HUD minimap displayed 6 small red dots clustered together at the far right edge. A mere 20 meters away, it was imperative to investigate further. He stealthily approached. Parting the underbrush, he soon beheld a group of pig-like humanoid creatures gathered around a campfire. Ah, monsters. Monsters. There are 6 of them. Quick, run. Are they pigs or humans? Damn. Pigmen wielding spiked clubs. Ah, I can't bear to watch. This is so nerve-wracking. Qin Feng gradually repositioned himself to ensure all 6 monsters were within his line of sight. Perfectly aligned, he could take them all out at once. He softly commanded, Jarvis, target all 6 with mini-missiles. With a mechanical click, 2 armor plates on the shoulders of his exosuit opened, revealing 6 gun-like apparatuses that extended slightly. On the HUD, 6 circular targeting reticles locked onto the pig-headed beasts. Fire. With a swift whoosh, the 6 barrels discharged simultaneously, their muted thunder converging into a singular sound. The 6 creatures, mere meters away, were struck almost concurrently. Thud, thud, thud. Their heads exploded, and they collapsed lifelessly, appearing as though they were merely sleeping, with only small holes marking their demise. A scattering of spiked clubs lay strewn across the ground. Qin Feng glanced at the minimap, noting the absence of any additional creatures. Sir, no further threats detected, Jarvis informed him timely. Very well. Qin Feng nodded as he stepped forward. Was that really so simple? Sniping. Simultaneously taking out 6 targets. Absolutely impressive, my Qin Feng. You're so handsome, darling. I want to bear your children. Haha. Qin Feng's new exosuit is indeed formidable. Who was it that said it was made of paper? Those clowns from Eagle Country and their lackeys. Ignore them. They still believe their guardians are heroes. As he approached the beast's den, The campfire crackled merrily, seemingly unperturbed by recent events. Upon drawing nearer, a box suddenly materialized before the fire. Battlefield prompt. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng has discovered an E-grade monster den of pig-headed creatures. Chapter 11. The proper stance for resource occupation battlefield notification. The Guardians of Longhua have eliminated 6 E-level monsters, the boar-headed men, and defeated 1 boar-headed leader, thus earning an E-level treasure chest. All Guardians received this message simultaneously, and they were left in utter astonishment. Can it be that a grand battle can unfold without respite? To venture forth into the night for exploration, how formidable the Guardians of Longhua must be. They have vanquished 6 E-level beasts. Even the trial assault only involved 5 E-level monsters. How outrageous. However, my curiosity is piqued about the treasures contained within the E-level chest. At this moment, standing guard at the kingdom's gate, Sister Bao'er and Uncle Jiu were exhilarated. Indeed, Brother Qin cannot be perceived through the lens of ordinary judgment. My dear brother is fierce. We shall have pork to feast upon, exclaimed the young girl. But my dear girl, interjected Uncle Jiu, the notification specifies boar-headed men. It is likely they are not the typical swine. You are mistaken, my good sir. Regardless of the type of pig, roasted meat is always delightful. Just wait and see. Uncle Jiu could only shake his head, bemused. This girl certainly has an appetite. Nevertheless, the term boar-headed men set Uncle Jiu's mind racing with speculation. Could these creatures be utilized to forge zombie puppets? Eagerly, Qin Feng opened the treasure chest before him. Congratulations, Guardian. You have acquired a blueprint for a basic wall. As this personal notification floated by, another battlefield alert resounded. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Guardian Qin Feng for occupying an E-level freshwater resource point. Qin Feng grinned upon realizing the method for resource occupation. By defeating the monster leading the defense of the resource, one could seize the resource point. Not only that, but a treasure chest would also be awarded. Qin Feng carefully stored the wall blueprint, while also deciphering how to utilize the resources previously acquired. The location at the kingdom's gate could be developed continuously through resource exploration or battlefield rewards, enhancing the fortifications. Gazing at the materials required for the basic wall in his hand, he felt reassured. There was more than enough. The battlefield rewards obtained from the trial assault were sufficient to construct a set of basic walls. Consequently, Sister Bao'er could venture out to gather resources in the future, increasing efficiency significantly. As Qin Feng reveled in his thoughts, the citizens of Longhua on Blue Star found themselves sleepless through the night. My husband has indeed occupied a small stream. Lord Qin is magnificent. He has procured precious water resources for Longhua. With this, we need not implement freshwater rationing, right? Due to the scarcity of resources on Blue Star, nations had been enforcing fixed freshwater allocations. The water resources discovered by Qin Feng, per the battlefield rules, could be manifested at 100-fold within Longhua. Undoubtedly, this was a momentous boon for Longhua, which was in urgent need of fresh water. As the nation rejoiced, the anticipated battlefield notification arrived. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Longhua for the 100-fold manifestation of the stream's freshwater resources. This notification flashed before all inhabitants of Blue Star, igniting a wave of excitement. Friends of Longhua rejoiced not only for their nation but also for themselves. The emergence of the national fortune battlefield undoubtedly posed a significant crisis. Yet from this standpoint, it also represented a monumental opportunity. Countries such as Eagle Nation and Kimchi Nation hold a different perspective. They largely exhibit a sense of sour grapes. While keyboard warriors engage in sarcastic banter online, subsequently igniting a verbal skirmish with netizens from Dragon Nation. Following the exchange of insults, they further lament the guardians of their homeland. It was merely a skirmish, yet they retreat to their homes to rest and indulge. Why are they not venturing forth to explore? Indeed, soon all the resources in the wilderness will be claimed by Dragon Nation. Oh my God, I beg to differ. The guardians also possess the right to rest. Their working hours have already exceeded 8, and how they allocate their remaining time is their prerogative. Meanwhile, within the National War Department of Dragon Nation, Li Tai was invigorated by the developments. Well done. Splendid work. Freshwater resources. Quickly ascertain the whereabouts of this stream. No. This river. The department acted swiftly, and those reporting below moved even faster. Within 3 minutes, a report arrived. Department head, a river has suddenly appeared in our northern region. What is its flow rate? How is the water quality? Li Tai inquired eagerly. The respondent replied, the flow rate is nearly equivalent to that of the Jiaolin River. The water quality is still under examination, but it appears unblemished to the naked eye, with clear visibility to the riverbed and schools of fish visible. Furthermore, the entire river's source and estuary lie within the territory of Dragon Nation. This implies that all water resources from this river are entirely under Dragon Nation's control. Upon hearing this, Li Tai was overjoyed. Excellent. Finally, we need not suffer under the constraint of freshwater scarcity any longer. Qin Feng selected the most robust pig-headed chief to bring back. A creature weighing 400 to 500 pounds felt as light as a chick in his hands. The return journey posed no threats. He sped forth and arrived at the national border in less than 2 minutes. Little brother, you have returned. Chapter 12. The deceitful Taoist who tricks others for food and drink with a resounding thud. Qin Feng cast the lifeless body of the pig-headed man before Bao'er and Uncle Jiu, who watched in astonishment as it fell to the ground. Goodness, you're quite fierce. Bringing back such a hefty piece of meat, exclaimed Bao'er, her mouth watering at the sight. After an entire day without sustenance, save for sleep, her stomach grumbled audibly. Uncle Jiu, too, swallowed his saliva discreetly, clasping his hands together. We owe everything to you, young Master Qin. I have done nothing here but consume your hospitality, and I feel rather guilty about it. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Uncle Jiu, you're jesting. We are all family here. Besides, I am well aware of your capabilities. Despite his reassurances, viewers from the Dragon Kingdom felt indignant on his behalf. Humph, a naive girl who only knows how to eat, and that insufferable Taoist. They are nothing but moochers. Indeed, what right does that Taoist have to be supported by young Master Qin, doing nothing in return? Let us replace him. Swap, swap, swap. No negotiations. With 2 burdens, it's tough for young Master Qin. Don't speak ill of my wife. She has her uses. Nobody is allowed to covet my wife. But it does seem like Bao'er is rather unhelpful. Qin Feng proposed. Bao'er, since you excel with a kitchen knife, could you please prepare this pig? For the next few days, we shall feast on pork. With a mischievous grin, Bao'er twirled the knife in her hand. Hee. How did you know I'm skilled with a kitchen knife? She wiped her nose and declared to the pig-headed man, watch this, the might of the Okamoto one. 0. Qin Feng, taken aback, replied. Curiously, Uncle Jiu inquired, I see this girl's knife has quite the reputation. I wonder which craftsman forged the Okamoto one. 0. Qin Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Not only did she possess the Okamoto one. 0, but she also had the Okamoto 0.01. This scene sent waves of laughter through the online community. Haha, my wife is simply adorable, the Okamoto 1.0. The poor Taoist, so naive, unaware of the world's treachery. See? I told you, my wife is useful, a lively spirit who can lighten the mood. Within the confines of the national battle, Bao'er eagerly prepared to butcher the pig. But Uncle Jiu halted her. Wait, young Master Qin, could you kindly fetch another pig-headed man's body for food? Qin Feng, puzzled, asked. Are you concerned there won't be enough food, Taoist? Uncle Jiu shook his head. Not at all. I fear that the impending waves of monsters will be too numerous for us to handle alone. Thus, I dare to employ forbidden techniques to transform the pig-headed man into a zombie puppet to assist us. Upon hearing this, Bao'er protested. Uncle, you can't count? Why didn't you include me? Uncle Jiu felt awkward. Little girl, matters of combat should be left to us men. As for you, your role will be in logistical support. Humph. Bao'er huffed indignantly. Do you look down on me? I'll show you my worth soon enough. As the 2 individuals engaged in a heated dispute, Qin Feng stepped forward to mediate. Sister Bao'er, do not be upset. Uncle Jiu is merely looking out for you. Is he not? Very well, I shall fetch another pig's head and also bring back some water, he declared, darting away with a whistle. Only to return in a mere 5 minutes. During this interval, the online community became increasingly indignant on his behalf. Goodness. That insufferable priest speaks as if he were telling a truth, even mentioning zombie puppets. Look. I told you, these 2 know nothing but to retreat behind the divine. How do they command the deity with such ease? Why not fetch it themselves? Indeed, my wife isn't so brazen. To speak of daring to employ forbidden techniques to forge zombie puppets as if it were a fact. What a display of righteous indignation. It's simply intolerable. Exactly. That wretched priest has gone too far. Cheating others is one thing, but he truly believes himself to be significant. As the derogatory remarks escalated, the personnel from the National Warfare Department were also busy. Li Tai commanded his subordinates, summon the prominent figures of Taoism from within our borders. Shortly thereafter, renowned Taoist masters from the Dragon Nation gathered in one place. Esteemed Taoists, may I inquire whether there exists in this world any notion of ghosts or deities? Is it possible to transform a corpse into a zombie puppet? Li Tai, engrossed in his duties, approached the esteemed Taoist leaders without frivolity. In response to this inquiry, an elderly Taoist with a beard as white as snow remarked, Mr. Li, all things in heaven and earth possess a spirit, and the corpses buried underground are no exception. With the right circumstances and malevolent energy, it is not impossible for a corpse to become a zombie. Indeed, Mr. Li, another elderly Taoist with a white beard chimed in. It is not solely malevolent energy. Utilizing Taoist techniques, it is also possible to animate a corpse with spiritual energy. Li Tai was taken aback. Previously a staunch materialist, his recent experiences had profoundly shaken his beliefs. After hearing these words, his doubts deepened. Could it be that there truly exists a realm of gods and spirits? He further inquired, Are you suggesting that what Lin Jiu spoke of is not a mere fabrication? The white-bearded elder replied. Though the blue star is currently in an age of decline for the Tao, according to what Taoist Lin has previously stated, the national fortune battlefield is abundant in spiritual energy, making it feasible to employ the forbidden techniques of Maoshan to create zombie puppets. Indeed, I have also heard that among the Maoshan techniques, there exists a forbidden art capable of animating zombies and other malevolent entities. The other distinguished Taoists nodded in agreement. Li Tai furrowed his brow. Did the esteemed Taoist recognize Lin Jiu? A hearty laugh erupted from the leading elder. Taoist Lin is the legitimate heir of Maoshan's true lineage, a prodigy with profound understanding of the Tao. Were it not for our current age of decline, he would undoubtedly be the most promising candidate for attaining immortality in nearly a millennium. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Tai upon hearing this. Were such words spoken by anyone else, they could be dismissed as mere boasting. However, the fact that they came from a revered Taoist master left him genuinely astonished. The tale does not yet conclude. The elder Taoists persist in their jibes. What you say holds truth, yet the battlefield of nations is saturated with spiritual energy. It is entirely possible that Brother Lin may ascend, one remarks with a chuckle, hinting at the fortuitous circumstances surrounding Lin. Their envy is palpable as they gaze at Lin Jiu, their toothless grins betraying their admiration. Li Tai, observing the elder gentlemen engrossed in their chatter, is left astounded by their words. Could it be that this world truly harbors spirits? On the battlefield, Sister Bao effortlessly dismembers the fresh corpse, selecting the finest cut of tenderloin to roast over the flickering flames. The enticing aroma wafts through the air, and she savors it, humming her signature tune, the burial song. Qin Feng chuckles softly, choosing to ignore her antics as he approaches Lin Jiu. At this moment, Lin Jiu unveils an array of peculiar instruments, applying various powders, red and green, to the headless pig demon's remains. Were it not for the corpse-restraining talisman affixed to its forehead, one might mistake this old fellow for a culinary enthusiast. Heavenly spirits, reveal your power. Lin Jiu leaps about, performing his incantations with fervor. His chants a cacophony of fervent invocation. By my word, this is quite the spectacle. I am almost convinced, one observer remarks. Here, we call this performing the Great Spirit Dance, requiring a hefty sum to engage a troupe for a lengthy performance. Their profession is not without its challenges. Yet, I dare say this is no mere performance. Lin Jiu appears utterly sincere. Another counters. Are you truly that gullible? Do you believe in zombies? A skeptic chimes in. Before us lies the battlefield of national fortune. A mere zombie poses no threat. Should the Jade Emperor himself appear, I would not be fazed. A sudden gasp escapes the keyboard warrior as the unfolding scene captivates him. Before the national gates, Lin Jiu completes his ritual. Pig demon, heed my command. Arise. Instantly, the pig demon stands erect, its movements stiff yet resolute. The sound of a tinkling bell echoes as Lin Jiu shakes the soul-restraining bell, prompting the pig demon to raise its arms, long claws gleaming like daggers in the firelight. Pig demon, heed my command. Advance. With another shake of the bell, the creature obeys, moving deftly at Lin Jiu's behest. Ah, this is rather entertaining. Easier to control than the crab from that young man. Sister Bao exclaims, setting aside her tenderloin to approach Lin Jiu with a playful demeanor. Uncle, is this bell what controls it? May I try my hand at it? Her pout is irresistibly charming. Yet Lin Jiu responds earnestly, my dear girl, this is a profoundly ominous object. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not dare defy ancestral precepts for its manipulation. I advise against touching it, as it may tarnish your moral standing. Rejected. Sister Bao sulks, returning to the fire to continue roasting her meat. He could not help but grumble, what a miser. What is so remarkable about that? If you don't want to play, then don't. In the barrage of comments, not only the people from the Dragon Kingdom, but viewers from all over Blue Star were nearly losing their minds. Wow, it's really possible. What the hell? Are there really zombies? What is happening here? Is anyone going to let us sleep? To the one above, sleep your ass off, get up, and have some fun. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating, violating the rules of national warfare. Exactly. They actually called for help. This is cheating. Oh my gosh, the priest from the Dragon Kingdom can truly manipulate corpses. How incredible. Priest, my foot. This is our Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture, inherited from thousands of years of Taoism. I checked the information. Master Jiu belongs to the Taoist branch, a practitioner from the Maoshan lineage. Master Jiu is amazing. So it turns out it wasn't he, the great god Qin, dragging two along, but rather two dragging one. To the one above, please show some respect. My wife is also useful. She can roast meat for her teammates. The Blue Star network was nearly exploding, while Qin Feng and the others remained oblivious to it all. Master Jiu truly was formidable. Success came at the first attempt, Qin Feng praised. Lin Jiu wiped the sweat from his brow, controlling the zombie puppet that stood before him. Alas, this was a necessary course of action. Master Jiu need not be concerned. A kitchen knife can prepare meals or take lives, Ultimately, it is the wielder who determines whether the knife is used for good or evil. What Brother Qin said is right, Lin Jiu replied, bowing in gratitude. However, this pig-headed puppet needed further refinement to achieve a body of bronze and iron. Qin Feng, having never encountered such a rarity, inquired, "Oh, Master Jiu has a way to enhance its combat prowess?" The pig-headed puppet, categorized by battlefield standards, possessed merely the weakest E-class power. If Lin Jiu's painstakingly crafted zombie puppet were to be torn apart by other beasts in an instant, it would indeed be a significant loss. Unbeknownst to Brother Qin, zombies typically undergo a transformation over hundreds of years, occupying sites of malevolent feng shui, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, thus naturally possessing a body of bronze and iron. This one, however, was merely a product of the rich spiritual energy of this place, combined with the forbidden techniques of Maoshan. In terms of strength, it was not significantly superior to its original form. If one could find a sacred location to bury it for some time, it would likely undergo a considerable transformation. Though Qin Feng was curious, he did not grasp these nuances. He glanced at the time and remarked, "Master Jiu, it's getting late. We can find a place tomorrow when dawn breaks." Indeed, Brother Qin is right. The two returned to the campfire, just in time for Sister Bao'er to serve up the roasted tenderloin. "Here, eat quickly." She divided it into 2 portions for her teammates and innocently asked, "By the way, little brother, how do you eat with that mask on?" Qin Feng replied, "Mask? This is a mech helmet, you know." With a click, he opened the visor and said, "Like this." The firelight illuminated his handsome visage. Sister Bao'er was taken aback. "Oh, little brother, you're actually quite handsome." Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. After saying that, she busied herself with the meat once more. Chapter 13. The tomb of Uncle Jiu. With 3 days remaining until the second wave of the onslaught, this time can be utilized not only for a much-needed respite, but, more importantly, for the Guardians to embark on expeditions. Early the next morning, Colonel George and Captain David of the Eagle Nation set forth with their weapons to scour for supplies. Before departing, they reassured their apprehensive companions, stating that it would be no issue to leave Dr. Ginny in charge at home, as the initial phase of the national war meant that other Guardians were unaware of their precise location. Similarly, both the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation dispatched individuals to seek resources, drawing from the experience of the Dragon Nation's Guardians. It was well known that the battlefield was rife with opportunities. However, unlike the others, the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi Nations opted for a strategy of sending 1 individual out while leaving 2 behind to fortify their defenses. The duo remaining was diligently engaged in reinforcing the fortifications at the National Gate, which stood starkly bare, save for 3 resting houses. The Guardians from over 200 nations made nearly identical choices, preoccupied with strengthening their defensive structures. Yet, Qin Feng chose not to venture outside. Why hasn't Lord Qin gone to gather resources today? Even searching for treasure chests would suffice. Indeed, look at the Guardians from other nations. They have nearly emptied their ranks. Isn't it delightful that someone might come to raid our home at this time? Don't speak ill of my husband. Can he have a day of rest? Humph. In truth, Qin Feng remained indoors, not idle in his endeavors. He approached the National Gate and summoned the blueprints for the fortifications from the National War Warehouse. Although merely a rudimentary design, it was better than nothing. Wall, basic, required materials, wood X100, stone X50, steel X10. Description, a wooden wall capable of withstanding impacts from D-rank monsters and below. However, its durability is limited. Do not place complete trust in this wall to protect the National Gate. Construction time required, 2 hours. Build immediately. What is this, young man? Sister Bao'er inquired with curiosity. This wall serves to protect our National Gate, albeit in its basic form, Qin Feng explained. We currently have enough materials. Shall we construct it first? We can upgrade it later if we discover advanced designs. As a team, it was only fitting to seek the opinions of the other 2. Having witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, Lin Jiu now held great trust in him. He nodded, saying, "Let everything be decided by Brother Qin." Yes, yes. Quick, let's build it. I want to see what it looks like." Sister Bao'er exclaimed with excitement. "All right," Qin Feng replied, gently tapping on the build immediately option on the blueprint. Subsequently, a notification appeared before the 3 of them. Battlefield notification. The Dragon Nation has consumed wood X100, stone X50, steel X10, constructing the basic wall. Not only they, but all Guardians also received a similar alert. Is the Dragon Nation truly that formidable? To my surprise, there are architectural blueprints as well. I pondered the purpose of the reward materials. It appears that the fortifications we painstakingly constructed may indeed be rather rudimentary. To my astonishment, one can repair the walls with a mere click. Here I am, laboriously working on defensive structures, only to feel like a fool. The Guardians of foreign nations, upon seeing the notification, were both envious and invigorated in their quest for treasure. Immediately, around the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, a construction site began automatic operations. encompassing the gates in the resting quarters of Qin Feng and the others. Hey, this is quite enjoyable. It can repair itself automatically. Sister Bao'er exclaimed with excitement as she rushed to observe the construction of the walls, completely unconcerned about the dust flying around. Beginning construction of the basic wall. Wood 100, stone 50, steel 10. Remaining construction time, 1:59:59. The countdown continuously refreshed at the construction site, and the materials in the National War warehouse automatically diminished. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, netizens from Blue Star were left in awe. Automated construction? Impressive. Who claimed yesterday that the Dragon Kingdom's gates lacked fortifications? Simultaneous construction from all angles. Splendid. Given this foundation, even the basic wall should withstand the second wave of attacks. So, the great Qin did not venture out in search of treasure. He was here to oversee the construction. Haha. Eagle Nation, Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, behold our automated defenses. It must infuriate you. At that moment, the netizens from these three nations, upon witnessing the Dragon Kingdom's endeavors, were left speechless in their envy. On the battlefield, Lin Jiu prepared shade for the puppet zombies. Qin Gu, I shall search for a suitable burial ground. I leave this place in your hands. Qin Feng replied, I shall accompany you. Just a few dozen meters beyond the gates, the sunlight could not penetrate the war fog. In his view, although Uncle Jiu possessed considerable skills and had a purple talent bonus, one could never predict what kind of beast might emerge from the fog. Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. The two promptly departed. Uncle Jiu took out a compass, calculated with his fingers, and chose a direction to enter the fog. They wandered through the mist for over half an hour, eliciting complaints from netizens. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way. Meanwhile, in the National War Department, Li Tai had gathered prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom's mechanical industry to meticulously study the footage of Mark III. I fear this mech may be rather fragile. The speaker was a luminary in the Dragon Kingdom's mechanical field and a professor at Qinbei University. Upon hearing his words, Li Tai furrowed his brow. Is the upgraded mech indeed inadequate? Look, this young man, Qin Feng, has clearly learned from the lessons of the previous generation of mechs. He designed this one to be lightweight to conserve flight energy. Indeed. The other experts and professors echoed in agreement. The youth, in pursuit of aesthetic appeal and coolness, has entirely sacrificed practical combat features in the design. Exactly. With such a compact mech, where would the ammunition be stored? Although the upgrade has enhanced its aesthetic appeal, its practicality has significantly diminished. In my opinion, it is not as formidable as the first generation. I am certain that this set of mechas possesses little functionality beyond flight. A few elderly scholars, adorned with reading glasses, pointed and criticized Qin Feng's Mark III, deeming it utterly useless. This left Li Tai in a state of disarray. In everyone's mind, it was widely accepted that among the three guardians of the Dragon Nation, Qin Feng exhibited the strongest combat prowess. Yet now, it seems that the youth, unable to temper their ambition, relentlessly seek to showcase their prowess through reckless upgrades of their mechas. Among the assembly, there were also some younger mechanical experts. At this moment, a slender scholar wearing glasses, dissatisfied with the disparagement from his elders, spoke up with gentle words. Esteemed mentors, since this set of mechas can effortlessly achieve flight, should we not explore its aerodynamic properties and material structure to discern any aspects worthy of our study? Upon hearing this, the elderly scholars immediately scowled. You young whippersnapper. What do you know? This is not your place to speak. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jiu found a promising location on the battlefield for nurturing the corpses. This place is quite suitable. Chapter 14. The new armor. He grasped the compass and paced back and forth across a patch of sandy terrain. On either side of the sandy expanse rose small earthen mounds. To his astonishment, the location possessed an extraordinary charm, with a breathtaking topography that surpassed all expectations. Within scarcely an hour, he had uncovered a truly exceptional sight. Lin Jiu was filled with exhilaration. This was a natural burial ground of unparalleled quality. Qin Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Is that so?" He was utterly ignorant of the principles of feng shui. Blow. Blow with all your might. The charlatan is at it again. Haha. My Uncle Jiu has stated that there has been no evidence to suggest he is deceiving us from the beginning until now. I believe in Uncle Jiu too. Just look at the corpses standing behind him. He must indeed be a divine figure. Commanding corpses and feng shui are two entirely different matters. Feng shui? It's more akin to fantasy. Not only was Qin Feng clueless about feng shui, but the online community also expressed skepticism towards Lin Jiu's claims. With enthusiasm, Lin Jiu exclaimed, "Brother Qin, look. This side is oriented southward, with lush greenery to the north, whereas just 10 steps to the south, not a single blade of grass grows. In feng shui terms, the north is considered the yang side, while the south represents the yin side. This precious side in between is referred to as the yin-yang dead ground. Such a treasure is a naturally occurring burial ground." He gestured towards the small earthen mounds on either side. Moreover, with the configuration of these hills, this feng shui phenomenon is known as the ghost's sedan chair. It can completely lock in the malevolent energy gathered here, ensuring not a trace escapes. His explanation flowed with conviction, yet Qin Feng remained utterly bewildered. To avoid dampening Lin Jiu's spirits, he mumbled, "Oh, I see." Inside his helmet, he covertly instructed Jarvis, document these topographical features. Understood, sir. He then inquired, what does the database say about burial grounds? After a brief search, Jarvis replied, Sir, my database has completely replicated all documents from the Blue Star Internet. There is no explanation regarding burial grounds in the relevant feng shui materials. Qin Feng nodded, realizing that the Maoshan lineage was indeed nearing extinction. However, Jarvis added, according to existing data, the topographical features here align perfectly with the characteristics of malevolent energy gathering and confinement. The yin-yang duality mentioned by Lin Jiu has 38,853 variations, while the ghost's sedan chair boasts 88,432 variations. All right. Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. He had no interest in feng shui and had no intention of studying it. Moreover, given the vast amount of memorization required and the immense calculations involved, if Uncle Jiu were not present and he found himself in need of feng shui knowledge, he could certainly rely on Jarvis for computational assistance. Just record it. This sounds as if it could be akin to a brute force password cracking method. Indeed, sir. Your understanding is entirely accurate. Should one lack knowledge of feng shui, it is possible to compute it through brute force. Having discovered the burial ground, Lin Jiu immediately seized a hoe and prepared to excavate. He possessed a purple talent with attributes at 24 times that of an ordinary person. Consequently, his strength and stamina were also quadrupled compared to that of an average individual. The labor at hand was trivial for him. However, Qin Feng found the pace too slow. Uncle Nine, step back. Allow me. Lin Jiu, perplexed but compliant, obliged. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his right arm, directing his palm cannon at the small pit excavated by Lin Jiu. With a resounding bang, debris flew in all directions, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. The small pit transformed into a gaping hole 3 meters deep. Lin Jiu was astonished. Is this truly feasible? Very well. The spectators were utterly astounded by the spectacle. Goodness. I had no idea that the great Qin Feng possessed such formidable prowess. Incredible! This is impressive, Qin Feng. Can the other hand perform similarly? I believe any part capable of propelling flames could unleash such power. In other words, the great Qin Feng's hands and feet are all weapons. Oh my husband is so remarkable. Our husband is the best. As the netizens were captivated by the display, those watching the live broadcast in the National Warfare Department were equally unsettled, particularly the mechanical experts from the Dragon Nation, who moments ago had been critical and dismissive of the Mark III unit, now stood speechless. Their expressions were akin to those who had just tasted something bitter. It was clear they had been nitpicking to save face. Yet, as the head of the National Warfare Department, Li Tai chose not to press them further. Very well. Let us conclude for today. I appreciate everyone visiting the National Warfare Department to offer guidance. You may all return to your duties. The mechanical experts, now chastened, scurried away as if granted amnesty. They had lost face in a most spectacular fashion. The civilian staff present at the National Warfare Department struggled to suppress their laughter. Just moments ago, these so-called mechanical experts had been disparaging the great Qin Feng. What happened to their bravado? Perhaps they should consider bicycle repairs instead. Staying in academia is a disservice to the youth. Director, do you think Qin Feng's mech could be a reward from the National Warfare Arena? Li Tai's assistant ventured a hypothesis. While it was conceivable that the Blue Star mechanical industry could decipher the workings of Qin Feng's first mech, replicating it was another matter entirely. However, the new mech left even the foremost experts bewildered. Given that the top mechanical specialists of the Dragon Nation were stumped by the design principles of this new mech, it was evident that others would fare no better. The enigmatic energy source further compounded the mystery. Thus, it was only natural for everyone to speculate that the upgraded mech originated from the National Warfare Arena. Li Tai nodded in agreement. Let us leave the matter here. Since we cannot discern the mechanics of our own guardian mech, other nations will surely struggle even more. Naturally, Li Tai aspired to replicate the Mark series. Even if he could not, he would not permit other nations to succeed. Presently, that seemed an almost insurmountable challenge, and thus, concern was unwarranted. In the National Warfare Arena, Lin Jiu rang the soul-consoling bell, commanding the zombie puppets to leap into the pit. Qin Feng, I still need to perform a ritual to expedite the refinement of the golden armored corpse. Very well, I shall serve as your protector. Lin Jiu shook his head, stating that the ritual was not beyond interruption, and there were no monsters in the vicinity. Time was of the essence, as the next wave of onslaught would arrive the night after tomorrow. You should attend to other matters, he advised. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and replied, Very well. Take care. I shall investigate for other treasure chests or resources. No problem, exercise caution, Lin Jiu cautioned. If you encounter any trouble, prioritize your own safety. The two exchanged mutual reminders before parting ways. Jarvis, Please mark and record Master Jiu's current coordinates. Recorded, sir, came the response. With a compass in hand, Lin Jiu was untroubled by the prospect of losing his way. After parting from Lin Jiu, Qin Feng continued his flight northward. The stream he discovered the previous night lay to the north. He wondered if fortune would continue to favor him. In less than 10 minutes of flight, he crossed the stream. The fog of war here is markedly less dense, he remarked. Chapter 15. Discovery of the treasure chest upon crossing the brook. The dense fog visibly dissipated, enhancing visibility by 3 to 4-fold. With the ability to see further, Qin Feng's spirits lifted considerably. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the guardian of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, Park Jong-hwan, for vanquishing 2 pig-headed beasts and securing E-grade coal resources. Finally, it's our turn for fortune to smile upon the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Park Jong-hwan is truly remarkable. Not only does he possess golden talent, but he is also fortunate, discovering resources for our nation and obtaining a treasure chest upon his arrival. Dragon Nation, do you see this? This is the strength of our Pickled Cabbage Nation. Shut up. You pickled cabbage. Go away. Damn it, all you do is spew nonsense. It's merely a coal resource, an inefficient energy source that is heavily polluting. Are you illiterate? Wait until you get lung cancer. The environment on Blue Star has become increasingly dire, even though international law prohibits the use of coal. However, as resources dwindle, coal, despite its inefficiency, remains a resource nonetheless. Haha, the Dragon Nation is envious. Our Park Jong-hwan has also acquired a white treasure chest. The Park Jong-hwan mentioned by the netizens of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was a new guardian who replaced a teammate slain during the initial wave. This individual was exceptionally lucky, drawing golden talent upon his arrival. Thus far, he was the only one among nearly 1,000 guardians to achieve such a feat, making him a national idol in the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the guardian of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, Park Jong-hwan, for opening an E-grade treasure chest and receiving E-grade item, the century-old peachwood sword. Upon seeing the words century-old peachwood sword, Lin Jiu, who was performing a ritual, became visibly agitated. The century-old peachwood sword was indeed a formidable tool for vanquishing demons. He swallowed hard. For although his ancestral peachwood sword was also several hundred years old, it could not possibly compare to one obtained on the battlefield of national fortune. The aura here was rich and potent, naturally bestowing far greater power than anything found on Blue Star. However, Park Jong-hwan glared at the wooden sword in his hand, seething with frustration. Come on. After all this effort, I receive a mere wooden sword? What can I do with this? In a fit of rage, he hurled the peachwood sword far away. Battlefield announcement. Guardian Park Jong-hwan of the Pickled Cabbage Nation has discarded E-grade item, the century-old peachwood sword. Lin Jiu, what a waste of a fine item. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. It turns out to be just a wooden sword. Huh? Where are the people from the Pickled Cabbage Nation? Why are they not boasting anymore? If they aren't coming to the Dragon Nation's live stream to brag, let's head to the Pickled Cabbage Nation's live stream to mock them. Let us go. In an instant, numerous netizens from the Dragon Nation banded together and switched to the Pickled Cabbage Nation's live stream to unleash a barrage of comments. After a considerable amount of time, not only did the Pickled Cabbage Nation achieve some gains, but many other nations also reaped rewards to varying degrees. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Iron Brother Nation's Ahmed for opening an E-grade treasure chest and receiving E-grade item, the Thunderstrike Twin Blades. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Eagle Sauce Nation's David for opening an E-grade treasure chest and receiving E-grade item, the century-old peachwood sword. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation's Meichuan Ku for unlocking an E-level treasure chest, acquiring basic wall blueprint. At this moment, Qin Feng had been airborne for 2 minutes when a multitude of red dots suddenly appeared on the HUD minimap. The sheer number of red dots amalgamated into a vast crimson expanse. Qin Feng hastily descended to the ground, wary of approaching recklessly. Jarvis, what kind of monsters are those? He inquired, alarmed by the overwhelming presence. Sir, data is incomplete. The biological characteristics of this species are unknown. However, Jarvis added, Sir, amidst those monsters, a signal for an E-level treasure chest has been detected. The E-level chest emits a faint radiation, a feature recorded by me last night. From this, Qin Feng deduced that the other treasure chests likely possess their own unique signatures of radiation. Oh, I hadn't noticed that, he mused, examining the map closely. Indeed. A small white was nearly submerged within the sea of red. Let us approach to clarify. Being deterred by danger was not Qin Feng's style. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, netizens were observing Qin Feng's cautious maneuvers, perplexed by his sudden descent. What is wrong with the great Qin Feng? Why did he land? Is he out of fuel? Fuel? Who told you the great Qin Feng relies on burning fuel to fly? Why, could it be that my husband is in danger? Qin Feng stealthily advanced along the map. Parting the underbrush, he found nothing but an insignificant hill. Halfway up the hill, there was a cave barely tall enough for a single person. Could the monsters be inside? He glanced at the map again and then back at the cave. Could such a small space accommodate so many monsters? Muttering to himself, he made his way towards the cave. Jarvis interjected, "Sir, I do not recommend entering the cave. Based on existing monster data, facing a multitude of creatures in a confined space would be detrimental." Qin Feng countered, "How can I leave without ascertaining the situation? That is not my style." Upon his declaration, a system notification reverberated in his mind. Ding. Host's recklessness level and arrogance level increased by 1. Similarity to Iron Man increased by 2. Reward. Mech auto repair completed. Mech's various indicators at full status. Host's physical attributes increased by 10. Qin Feng. Is that even possible? He checked the status of Mark III, which had sustained minimal damage. The first reward of auto repair seemed superfluous. However, full status was quite advantageous. His expended ammunition was automatically replenished. Reflecting on the situation, he mused that sometimes Iron Man could indeed be quite reckless. Reckless it is. Today, I shall boldly pursue a treasure chest. As the netizens from the Dragon Nation watched Qin Feng's cautious demeanor, their hearts raced with anticipation. Though they were unaware of the reasons behind his caution, it felt as if an immense monster were lurking, fixated on Qin Feng. Those terrifying eyes seemed to gaze directly at the online viewers themselves. Oh dear, it's so frightening. I can't bear to look. Shivering in fear. This is the best thriller of the year. The entire film features only the illustrious Qin Feng, with no other actors. I'm placing my bets. I wonder what monsters lie within that cave. I wager 100,000 joy beans that the cave is filled with pig-headed creatures. As Qin Feng approached the cave's entrance, he cautiously glanced inside. There, within the cavern, writhing masses of snakes intertwined, slithering incessantly. Their crimson tongues flicked menacingly, asserting dominance over their kin. Ah, the creature I fear the most. So many, my goodness. This scene is a boon for those with a phobia of clusters. Congratulations. So many red snakes? They must be venomous. One of the axioms of the biological realm. The brighter the color, the stronger the toxicity. Someone upstairs is pretending to be an expert again. Believe it or not. Strangely enough, there is indeed such a saying. Chapter 16. The ambush. Not only were the netizens taken aback, but even Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, so many snakes?" The cavern was modest in size, allowing him to see its far end at a glance. Noticing the absence of any other threats, Qin Feng boldly positioned himself at the cave's entrance. "Jarvis, what is the level of these serpents? Are they venomous?" he inquired. "Sir, there is currently no data available." "Well then, let us proceed without hesitation." Based on prior experience, when encountering a monster's lair, there would typically be an indication of danger. The lack of such a warning suggested that these snakes were not even classified as E-grade monsters. With this in mind, Qin Feng stepped further into the cave, his footsteps shattering the tranquility of the underground space. The serpents, sensing his presence, turned their heads and hissed menacingly, as if to threaten the intruder. "Oh dear, darling. Please don't go in there. It's dangerous." Oh no, the great Qin Feng is going to be drained by these snake demons. Great One, unleash a barrage. Blow them to bits. I think setting them on fire would be even more delightful. A sprinkle of cumin would make it even better. What are you all doing? Joking around at a time like this? Undeterred, Qin Feng continued forward, prompting the serpents to react. They coiled and suddenly launched themselves at him. In an instant, the air was filled with a swarm of crimson serpents, nearly forming a scarlet carpet. Clang, clang, clang. The red serpents collided with his mech, tumbling to the ground. Those fortunate enough to land on the ground writhed and attempted to bite at Qin Feng's armored boots. The less fortunate were rendered unconscious by the impact. Ha! This is hilarious. Everyone seems to have forgotten that the great Qin Feng is clad in steel armor. Steel, you say? Not always a guarantee. Phew. That scared me. I also forgot my husband was in a mech. No wonder the great Qin Feng appears so fearless. As the viewers pounded their chests in disbelief, a startling scene unfolded before them. The serpents on the ground, realizing that their bites bore no effect, opened their jaws wide, their fangs resembling hypodermic needles, and began to spray venom indiscriminately at Qin Feng. Instantly, it was as if venom were raining down upon him, drenching his mech entirely. This is too funny. These foolish snakes must think they can poison the mech. Not necessarily. Many venoms possess intense corrosive properties. If the great Qin Feng's mech cannot withstand the corrosion, it might be rendered useless. There are so many snakes. Too many, indeed. As a biomedical major, I can hardly contain my excitement. This venom is liquid gold. Experts and scholars in the field of biomedical research, particularly those studying snake venom, utilize these substances extensively. Moreover, specialized biopharmaceutical companies collect snake venom, with prices determined by toxicity. Highly potent venom can even surpass the value of an equivalent weight in gold. However, the snake venom proved ineffective against the mech. Qin Feng, unhurried and unfazed, trampled the red serpents beneath his feet and pressed onward, entirely unconcerned with the notion of snake venom. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of a crimson serpent being crushed echoed beneath foot. The venom from the mech trickled down, ultimately pooling onto the scarlet carpet. Instantly, a hissing smoke began to rise. The serpent, now tainted by its own venom, writhed and twisted on the ground. Qin Feng looked down, unable to suppress his exclamation. Goodness! Is this serpent's venom truly so potent? One by one, the red serpents were corroded by the venom, their bodies ultimately succumbing to the toxic flow that seeped onto the ground. The cavern's hard rock immediately fizzed and bubbled, visibly eroded, forming small holes. By the heavens! This venom is astonishingly fierce. Is this venom or aqua regia? Aqua regia pales in comparison. This is merely corrosive, showcasing its deadly nature. Did anyone notice that Qin Feng's mech seems unscathed? Well, what material is his mech made of? As my wife would say, it's formidable. Upon reaching the depths of the cavern, Qin Feng discovered a white treasure chest upon a pedestal. Indeed, there it is. He reached out to open the chest, and immediately, a battlefield notification chimed in. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng for opening an E-rank treasure chest and obtaining E-rank item, the century-old peachwood sword. I too have acquired a peachwood sword? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated this item would be so commonplace in the national battlefield. Name, century-old peachwood sword. Type, wooden cold weapon. Quality, E-rank. Upgrading method, slay 100 spirits. Quality limit, C-rank. Description, the century-old peachwood sword is crafted from peachwood and serves as a natural nemesis to malevolent entities. After reading the item description, Qin Feng grinned. My uncle will undoubtedly cherish this. I shall take it back as a gift. He tossed the peachwood sword into his battlefield storage and made his way towards the cave's exit. Just before departing, he turned back to fill an entire box with venomous serpents. Wait, why is Qin Feng gathering so many venomous serpents? I can't quite understand my husband either. Could it be that he plans to take them back for weapon poisoning? That red serpent's venom is exceedingly potent. It would be perfect for weapon enhancement. That is a possibility. Pardon my interruption, but I can't shake the feeling that he intends to use these serpents to prepare a snake stew for my wife. Get lost. She's mine. Upon exiting the cavern and orienting himself, Qin Feng continued his journey northward. The further north he flew, the thinner the fog became, until eventually, the shroud of war completely dissipated. Could it be that only near the borders of the nation does such dense fog prevail? Qin Feng pondered this as he flew. At that moment, a battlefield notification rang in his ears. Battlefield notification. Sakura Kingdom Guardian Mei Chuan-Ku has successfully eliminated Bao'er Kingdom Guardian Ahmed. Within a canyon on the national battlefield, Matsushita, concealed in the shadows, waved to his distant comrade Mei Chuan-Ku and exclaimed with laughter, "Well done, Colonel Mei Chuan-Ku. Splendid work." Both Matsushita and Mei Chuan-Ku were members of the Sakura Kingdom's self-defense forces, with the latter holding the rank of Air Force Colonel. In this ambush against the guardians of a foreign nation, Mei Chuan-Ku resolutely insisted on personally delivering the fatal blow rather than relying on Matsushita's distant sniping. Firstly, it served as a test of his own crimson talent and prowess. Secondly, it was also a means to bolster the confidence of the citizens who were watching the live broadcast. He surveyed the battlefield strewn with spoils, a sinister smile creeping across his face. These treasures were hard-earned by the guardians of the Iron Fortress, and now they rightfully belonged to him, Mei Chuan-Ku. The guardians of the Cherry Blossom Nation were despicable and shameless. How could they dare to ambush their own kind? Such an act was utterly vile. Immediately, the citizens of the Iron Fortress on Blue Star erupted in righteous indignation, condemning the Cherry Blossom Nation online. The news reached the ears of the internet users in the Dragon Nation, igniting a furious uproar. The Iron Fortress had always maintained a close alliance with the Dragon Nation, not only at the upper echelons but also among the common folk, who regarded each other as brothers. Chapter 17. Ambushed in an instant. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom surged into the live stream of the Cherry Blossom Nation. How dare the diminutive Cherry Blossom Nation launch a sneak attack on the guardian of the Iron Fortress? You dishonorable little imp, draw your sword. Your father is ready to fight you to the death. Oh, little Cherry Blossom citizens, why don't you venture out to find resources and treasure chests on your own, instead of robbing others like bandits? Look at how they pride themselves on their so-called traditional skills. They mistake our condemnation for flattery. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom and the Iron Fortress united in their disdain for the Cherry Blossom Nation, yet the latter remained unperturbed, taking pride in their actions rather than feeling shame. Oh, look, so many from the Dragon Kingdom have come today. Are you all here to witness our hero from Mei Chuan? Observe, our colonel from Mei Chuan is not only a master of karate, but now possesses a red talent. No one on the battlefield can rival him. The Chinese are getting anxious. Their guardian has encountered setbacks. Are you envious? If you have the capability, go rob someone too. Simultaneously, protests against the Cherry Blossom Nation were not limited to the populace. Even the Iron Fortress government sought discussions with them. Yet, true to form, the Cherry Blossom Nation displayed an unwavering arrogance. Their official response stated that they could not interfere with the actions of the guardians on the battlefield. After all, this was a battleground where life and death were at stake, not a mere banquet. To be ambushed and killed was solely a consequence of one's inadequacy and strength. The Cherry Blossom officials expressed no remorse and instead mocked the Iron Fortress, nearly inciting a diplomatic crisis. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom and the Iron Fortress were incensed upon learning this, yet aside from venting their frustrations online, they found themselves powerless against the Cherry Blossom Nation. For the Iron Fortress, the demise of Guardian Ahmad was not the end. He could be resurrected. Battlefield notification. Citizens of the Iron Fortress have voted to resurrect Guardian Ahmad. At the gates of the Iron Fortress, Ahmad was revived. Ahmad, you have finally returned. His teammates, who had remained behind, were somewhat elated, having feared the citizens might vote to replace him, thereby sealing his fate. Ahmad, a burly man with a thick beard, seethed with rage. Those wretched Cherry Blossom Guardians ambushed and killed me. They plundered all the treasures from our war repository. Gazing at the desolate war warehouse, Ahmad felt as though his heart was bleeding. This was the culmination of an entire day's search. Inside were rare blueprints for fortifications and rewards obtained from previous skirmishes. Curse them. Cursed Cherry Blossom Nation. His two teammates were seething with fury, eager to storm the gates of the Cherry Blossom Nation for revenge. Meanwhile, upon hearing the battle report, Qin Feng continued to soar through the skies, murmuring to himself, so one can eliminate other guardians. Does that mean one can plunder others? At that moment, a white chest materialized beneath his feet. An E-grade chest? How can there be an E-grade chest here? The white box stood out starkly on the barren ground, surrounded by nothingness. He hovered in the air for a moment, ultimately deciding to descend and assess the situation. Has the great Qin Feng discovered another treasure chest? He pondered. Why does this environment seem so familiar? Suddenly, realization struck him. Oh my, isn't this the canyon where the Bao'er Guardian was slain? I must check out the Sakura Country's livestream. Wait for me. Truly. Those despicable dwarfs from Sakura Country are lying in ambush for the great Qin Feng. Oh dear. Darling, run. There's an ambush. There's an ambush. Run. The Dragon Kingdom's people on Blue Star were frantically jumping around. However, no matter how loud they shouted, Qin Feng on the battlefield remained oblivious. Qin Feng landed beside the chest, comparing it with the one he held in his arms. They were identical, both E-class treasure chests. Just as he was about to open the chest on the ground, suddenly, a bullet struck his helmet, causing sparks to fly. Qin Feng fell to the ground. Boom. 2 seconds later, the sound of gunfire echoed. Sir, there's a sniper. Jarvis alerted him from within the helmet. Qin Feng retorted, you choose now to inform me? I would have been dead without the helmet. Jarvis, feeling somewhat wronged, replied in his emotionless tone, apologies, sir. My detection radius is limited to 20 meters. Enough. I want to see which fool dares to ambush me. Qin Feng lay motionless on the ground, leading the entire world to believe he had met his end. 5,555. Our great Qin Feng has perished just like that. I will avenge him against the people of Sakura Country. No one shall stop me. Darling. My husband has been killed. Oh, do not grieve. Let us vote to revive Qin Feng. But if he is revived, the mecha will be gone. That's a battlefield reward. This worry was shared not only by the online community. The entire command of the National War paused their work, tears brimming in their eyes as they stared at the motionless Qin Feng on the screen. Li Tai's hands clenched in anger. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, cursing, damn Sakura Country. They will pay for this sooner or later. The mecha was now in the hands of the enemy, and it was a bitter pill for Li Tai to swallow. On the battlefield, Mei Chuan-ku waved to the distant sniper Matsushita. Matsushita signaled with an OK gesture. Through the scope, he clearly saw the target's head take a hit, falling to the ground without a twitch, certainly dead. Seeing the signal from his comrade, Mei Chuan-ku excitedly rushed towards the target. Haha, one empty chest, and I've caught 2 fish. As he drew closer and spotted the mecha, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh yes, it's a big catch. A mecha. I have only seen mechas in anime. As a colonel in the Sakura Country Air Force, he knew full well that no country on Blue Star could produce functional mechas, not even their own Eagle Daddy. Matsushita. What a treasure. Mei Chuan-ku, filled with excitement, waved at his distant teammates. Matsushita, feeling helpless, thought to himself, what a splendid item. But please, do not reveal my position. What if there are still enemies lurking? He grumbled incessantly. Through the scope, he observed the vibrant colors of the tomato and scrambled eggs dish. The moment this item had descended from the sky, he had sensed its value. Knock, knock, knock. Mei Chuan-ku tapped on Qin Feng's helmet, producing a crisp sound. Qin Feng, annoyed, muttered, why does everyone enjoy tapping heads? Sister Bao likes it, and now this foolish one from Sakura Country does too. Just wait, I'll get you back for this. To his surprise, a treasure chest had also appeared. Before Mei Chuan-ku could contemplate how to detach the mech from the corpse, he first noticed the treasure chest that Qin Feng had brought over. Chapter 18. The cycle of justice? Do you dare to kill me? With a swift motion, the lid was lifted. Hiss! In an instant, a venomous serpent, pent up with fury, lunged forth. Ah! A snake! Snakes! A dozen poisonous serpents latched onto Meituan-ku. He screamed for his life, frantically tearing at the snakes entwined around his body and face. Yet, before he could free himself, Meituan-ku collapsed, frothing at the mouth and bleeding from every orifice. Ha ha! Ha ha! The cycle of justice prevails. Behold, the heavens show no mercy. This is retribution, pure and simple. What a fitting demise. So exquisite, such a cacophony of suffering. This is what it means. Those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their end. Deserved indeed. Netizens from Dragon Nation and Iron Brother Nation erupted in applause and laughter. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's unintentional act had a monumental impact here. 55-55, my husband. Why isn't he voting yet? I want to resurrect him. Qin Feng's devoted followers wept openly, yearning for his immediate revival. But in the next moment, every eye widened in disbelief. For Qin Feng rose from the ground. My husband did not perish? Wah, my husband truly lives. You scared me, you rascal. Haha, Qin Feng the Great is acting. His performance is simply splendid. Wow, impressive. Qin Feng the Great's armor can withstand sniper rifle bullets. Hey upstairs. That shorty from Cherry Blossom Nation used armor-piercing rounds. Qin Feng the Great is remarkable. Even second-generation armor is impervious to armor-piercing bullets. I recall someone claiming that Qin Feng the Great's new armor was merely paper. Simultaneously, the National War Department was filled with jubilation. Hooray! Qin Feng's armor withstood the armor-piercing rounds. Bravo, Qin Feng the Great. Li Tai was equally elated, rising to his feet and laughing heartily. Good lad, you even fooled me. Previously, he had been preparing a televised address, urging the Dragon Nation to vote for Qin Feng's revival, as his valor was evident to all. On the battlefield, Qin Feng glanced at Meituan-ku's lifeless body and remarked, "What the heck? He died just like that? I hadn't even had the chance to knock his head." He raised his foot and stomped down hard on Meituan-ku's head. Thud! The watermelon splattered everywhere. Battlefield notification. Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng has successfully slain Cherry Blossom Nation Guardian Meituan-ku. Although the Guardians could not see the live broadcast, this notification brought laughter to the three Iron Brother Guardians. The elder brother from Dragon Nation is indeed formidable, avenging us so swiftly. On Blue Star. Ah, how gruesome. Well done. The little brat died swiftly. He got what he deserved. Thank you, Qin Feng of Dragon Nation, for avenging our guardian. Despicable Dragon Nation, employing trickery. Dragon people are truly vile, resorting to venomous snakes, shameful and disgusting. Death to you, Dragon Nation and Iron Brother Nation. The once arrogant netizens from the land of cherry blossoms have now scurried into the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, spewing their vitriol. When it comes to confrontation, the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Kingdom fear no one. In their daily online engagements, the Dragon Kingdom has not shied away from live-fire drills, unable to withstand the onslaught of insults. The netizens from the land of cherry blossoms retreated in disgrace. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom's netizens pursued them into their own live stream, continuing their tirade. If you lack the ability, do not flaunt yourself. Who was it that said, when ambushed, one can only blame their own inadequacy? Haha, this is hilarious. 30 years of change, yet it took less than half a minute this time, didn't it? The battle on the war front rages on. The snipers from the land of cherry blossoms are acutely aware of the unfolding events. The enemy feigned death, while a teammate was suddenly bitten by a snake that emerged from a treasure chest. Bang! Unyielding, he fired another shot at Qin Feng's temple. Clang! Qin Feng's head jerked aside as he cursed, still shooting? Upon realizing that his armor-piercing rounds were ineffective, Matsushita immediately felt disheartened. Survival was paramount. He stealthily descended the slope and fled from behind. Jarvis, location. Qin Feng seethed. Sir, based on the trajectory, the bullet originated from your 12 o'clock position. Whoosh. Qin Feng activated all 4 thrusters, propelling his mech to maximum speed. Almost 5 meters off the ground, he broke the sound barrier. 2 seconds later, a small red dot appeared to wiggle on the HUD minimap. Qin Feng dove toward the ground and soon spotted a man with a small mustache, who turned in terror to look at him. Boom. Qin Feng landed forcefully, his battle boots crushing Matsushita's right calf. Crack. In an instant, Matsushita's leg was reduced to a bloody pulp. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he let out a horrified scream. Ouch. Just looking at it hurts. I think we should crush the other foot too. Serves you right for ambushing my husband. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, though they found the scene somewhat brutal, felt an immense sense of satisfaction, wishing for even greater cruelty from Qin Feng. Perhaps the most delighted were the netizens from the Iron Brother Nation, once again benefiting from the Dragon Kingdom's intervention and their vengeance. You dare to kill me? As Matsushita threatened while subtly maneuvering his rifle to aim at Qin Feng, little did he know that the latter had already sensed him. Qin Feng seized the sniper rifle, crushing its grip with ease. Crack, crack, crack. The rifle was splintered into 2 parts. Qin Feng slightly lowered his head, stepping onto Matsushida's other foot. Crunch. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from beneath his foot. Qin Feng mockingly inquired, "Why would I not dare?" "Ah, Bakayuru." Matsushita cried out in agony, pounding the ground with his hands. Discovering he was just a petty adversary, Qin Feng felt no need for mercy. Gradually increasing the pressure, crack. Crack, crack. Matsushida's left calf transitioned from a fracture to a shattering break. Ultimately, the shattered bones pierced through the muscle as Qin Feng exerted more force, merging bone and flesh into a gruesome spectacle. Matsushita, rendered incapable of even a cry from the pain, lay prostrate on the ground. His countenance ashen and his breath shallow. Qin Feng declared, "Even if you do not ambush me, our encounter would still lead to a deadlock. The citizens of Sakura Nation must be watching the live broadcast now, correct?" He glanced around, searching for a camera. However, in the realm of the battlefield, where the focus is automatic and omnipresent, there were no visible lenses. Ultimately, Qin Feng relinquished his search and turned to Matsushita, stating, "The debts owed by your ancestors shall be settled with you." He addressed the people of Sakura Nation with fervor, enunciating each word with menace. "Your demise is inevitable." With that, he placed his foot upon Matsushita's head. A sickening sound echoed as yet another watermelon burst. At that moment, the entirety of Blue Star bore witness to the explosion. The world gasped in astonishment. One man threatened an entire nation. It was utterly insane. Battlefield notification. Guardian of the Dragon Nation, Qin Feng, has successfully slain the Guardian of Sakura Nation, Matsushita. Is it this Qin Feng again? Somewhere on the battlefield. Colonel George from Eagle Sauce Nation furrowed his brow. Chapter 19. A bounty of treasures. The denizens of the Dragon Kingdom possess considerable prowess. We must exercise caution when we encounter them in the future. Captain David, traveling alongside, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Colonel. Ugh. Baka. How gruesome. This person is utterly merciless. How could one treat Matsushita-san in such a manner? It is simply barbaric. Baka. Despicable Dragon Kingdom inhabitants. You shall soon learn the might of our Sakura Nation. Humph. Dare to oppose Sakura Nation? Are you unaware of the Eagle Country backing us? Oh dear. Have you been beaten? Perhaps you should go weep to your eagle father. Ha ha ha. What a delight. I am thoroughly exhilarated today. Meanwhile, Dragon Kingdom netizens lurked in the Sakura Nation's livestream, reveling in their anger, emerging to taunt and provoke. The atmosphere was utterly intoxicating. The National Warfare Department was in high spirits, and Li Tai felt a sense of vindication. At that moment, a call of protest came from the Sakura Nation. This only heightened Li Tai's enjoyment. On the battlefield, we cannot control the actions of the Guardians. Moreover, this is a battlefield, not a banquet. If one is slain, it is only due to their own lack of strength. Li Tai relayed the words of the Sakura Nation regarding the Iron Brotherhood back to them verbatim. The Sakura diplomat was infuriated, stomping in frustration before abruptly hanging up. It seems that behaving in such a manner is quite gratifying. Li Tai gazed at the phone in his hand, lingering in the moment. It was unfortunate that the little devils hung up so quickly. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed exchanging a few more barbs. On the battlefield, both Matsushita and Meichuan Kudo had perished, and all the items within their battlefield storage had been scattered across the ground. Oh, what a bounty, Qin Feng remarked, surveying the goods strewn about. It appeared they had not been shy in plundering others. One by one, he began to collect the items into his national warfare storage. Congratulations. You have acquired 200 units of wood. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 units of stone. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 units of steel. After gathering several materials, he noticed 2 blueprints still lying on the ground. Picking them up, he discovered both were for basic walls. What a coincidence. And I have already constructed basic walls. Could I not receive something of a higher grade? Although somewhat trivial, he nonetheless placed the 2 blueprints into his battlefield storage. Congratulations, you have acquired 4 peachwood swords. Such an abundance of peachwood swords must have been collected by that fellow from the Iron Brotherhood, Qin Feng speculated. However, it was also plausible that the 2 diminutive members of the Sakura Nation had gathered them, for the Sakura Nation and Dragon Kingdom share a cultural affinity, particularly in their acceptance of the supernatural, which is markedly more unified than other civilizations. Aside from that, the only remaining items on the ground were a gleaming pair of short blades. Qin Feng picked them up, immediately feeling a refreshing chill. Name: Thunderstrike Twin Blades. Type: Xian Iron Alloy. Cold Weapon. Quality: E grade. Upgrade method: Slay 100 spirits. Quality limit: C grade. Description: a pair of dual blades, each measuring 1 foot in length, crafted from a unique alloy, imbued with lightning attributes, possessing formidable power and potential for growth that should not be underestimated. Upon reading such an annotation, Qin Feng's thoughts wandered astray. He wondered how their thinness compared to that of Bao'er Sokomoto 001. Moreover, what on earth was this mysterious Xian iron alloy? Such a material had never crossed his ears before, likely a special substance found solely on the battlefield. Qin Feng subsequently placed the Thunderstrike twin blades into the battlefield warehouse, deeming them perfectly suited for Bao'er. Though she was undeniably powerful, wielding 2 kitchen knives was simply an eyesore. Having secured his belongings, he noticed that dusk was fast approaching. Should he return or continue his exploration? Just as he hesitated, the corpse at his feet suddenly vanished. Battlefield notification. The citizens of Sakura Country have voted to resurrect the Guardian, Ku. Battlefield notification. The citizens of Sakura Country have voted to resurrect the Guardian, Matsushita. Both individuals possessed rare red talents. While some citizens wished to replace them in pursuit of golden talents, the more conservative faction prevailed, opting to resurrect the duo. After all, their demeanor and actions were entirely in line with the ethos of Sakura Country. Ku and Matsushita materialized unexpectedly at the gates of Sakura Country. Snakes. Venomous snakes. So many venomous snakes. Please, don't kill me. Upon their revival, Ku and Matsushita found themselves struggling on the ground, their worldview shifting from the brink of death to the gates of their nation in a mere moment. How did I end up here? My legs, they're fine. The two were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. To have begged for mercy from the enemy, what a loss of face. There's not a shred of samurai spirit. I truly regret resurrecting them. The spectacle of their revival was broadcasted live, leaving the citizens of Sakura Country profoundly disappointed. They had anticipated that the chosen self-defense members would embody the spirit of samurai, only to be disillusioned by the reality. Seizing the opportunity, keyboard warriors from Long Country, lurking in Sakura Country, unleashed their mockery. Ha ha ha, is this what you call samurai spirit? You should commit seppuku. I'm dying of laughter. Having already faced death once, they still dared to plead for mercy from our Qin Feng. Little devils, it's best you pray not to encounter our Qin Feng again, or it'll be curtains for you. At the gates of Sakura Country, Huizi was equally disheartened. Beads of sweat adorned her brow as she struggled to construct a makeshift barricade, enclosing the gates. She even attempted to fashion a few rudimentary horse traps. You have already perished. The citizens chose to resurrect you. Do not betray their hopes again. Huizi possessed an exquisite figure and finely chiseled features. At this moment, several strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her smooth forehead, rendering her strikingly beautiful. However, her unequivocal tone rendered the two men before her rather sheepish. Thank you, Miss Huizi. Matsushita accepted the tea she offered, taking a sip to calm his nerves. Contemplating the shattering of all his possessions, even his sniper rifle reduced to fragments, Matsushita found himself in a state of despair, feeling utterly destitute, even worse off than Huizi. At that moment, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. The scant ammunition he had brought was dwindling, leaving him to ponder whether he could endure the next onslaught. Doubts clouded his mind as he remained oblivious to the appearance of the forthcoming beasts, or even the number of them lurking ahead. Amidst Matsushita's unease, the overly masculine Ku displayed blatant disdain. He brusquely swatted away the tea Huizi had offered, exclaiming, "Those despicable Dragon Kingdom folks, devoid of honor, resorting to treachery with venomous snakes." As a guardian, Huizi was unable to view the live broadcast and was unaware of the unfolding events. Stung by the rejection of the tea she had tried to serve, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, feeling an unjust sense of grievance. Next time we encounter someone from the Dragon Kingdom, they shall be taught a lesson, she vowed with determination. How laughable. Who was it that first resorted to treachery? Who truly lacks martial virtue? Indeed, that was a snack brought by the great Qin Feng for Sister Bao'er. It's no wonder they met their demise. As if one could truly stand against the great Qin Feng in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 20, Dried Eel. Quite fearsome, it is not solely the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Country who perceive it this way. Even Matsushita harbors similar thoughts in secret. He has already instilled great fear in Qin Feng. At this moment, Matsushita cradles a cup of tea in his trembling hands, sipping it cautiously. Although Commissioner Meituan possesses a red affinity and is a master of karate, he fears that confronting the Iron Man from Dragon Country will yield unfavorable results. As the netizens of Dragon Country have remarked, after Qin Feng dispatched 2 guardians from the Cherry Blossom Country, he confined the red serpents one by one into treasure chests before returning to the gates of Dragon Country. At the gates, the surrounding walls have already been constructed automatically. Though merely a rudimentary barrier, it stands nearly 10 meters tall and appears quite robust. Qin Feng feels a slight sense of relief. Sister Bao sits idly at the base of the wall, playing with mud. At this moment, Lin Jiu has already returned. The ritual has been satisfactorily completed, and the spiritual energy here is abundant. He hopes that the golden armored corpse will manifest by tomorrow night. Lin Jiu bears a weary expression. It is evident that the exertion of performing such forbidden techniques has taken its toll. Kudos to Uncle Jiu. Hey, big brother, what's in that box? Sister Bao inquires curiously as Qin Feng brings back a white chest. Box. I'm utterly charmed, She exclaims. Ah, my wife is too adorable. Do the girls from Sichuan always use reduplication to sound cute? Just trying to entice my husband, huh? Above, it's not just for show. Sichuan dialect inherently employs many reduplications. I can't imagine what it's like for a grown man to string together so many reduplicated words in one sentence. Don't imagine it. I'm already bending. Qin Feng presents the box with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot. It contains some delectable treats. I specifically brought these back for you, especially for me. Sister Bao exclaims in delight. Just as she reaches to open it, Qin Feng halts her. Don't rush. These little creatures are quite fierce. Saying this, he opens the treasure chest himself. Hiss. As soon as it opens, a red serpent bites down on his hand. Fortunately, the mech armor provides protection. He is unharmed. This is. Lin Jiu's spirits rise upon seeing the red serpent. Could it be the nine-tailed rooster crown snake? Dried eel. Sister Bao also expresses surprise at the abundance of dried eel. Does Uncle Jiu recognize them? Qin Feng explains, this snake's venom is exceedingly potent. Thankfully, I wore the mech armor. Otherwise, I would have faced a grave misfortune. Lin Jiu grasps one of the serpents by its 7 inches, and the little creature coils around his hand vigorously. After careful examination, he affirms, indeed, it is the nine-tailed rooster crown snake as recorded in Chronicles of Wonders. Its venom is renowned as the world's most potent poison. Aptly named one drop down, meaning just a single drop can prove fatal. Wow, this snake is quite fearsome. One drop down. What a name. Impressive. What does my wife mean by dried eel? Above, it's just a snake. Silly. The one from the cherry blossom country who wasn't wearing pants met his demise after being envenomed by numerous snakes. Isn't that a fitting end? Meichuan. Not wearing pants. Haha, you're going to make me laugh to death. I have discovered that the book Chronicles of the Strange indeed exists. And the depiction of the nine-tailed coxcomb snake in the electronic version is remarkably accurate. How amusing. I always believed in the prowess of my esteemed Uncle Jiu. Yet you all hastily branded him a fraud. How shameful. These dried eels appear rather menacing. Did the young gentleman not promise to gift me some snacks? Why does it seem toxic? Sister Bao'er felt a tinge of disappointment. Lin Jiu retrieved a small porcelain vial and skillfully struck the snake's fang against its mouth, allowing a few drops of venom to escape. After administering the poison, he proclaimed that everything would be fine. He then proceeded to extract the fangs as well. This venom will undoubtedly prove useful. Subsequently, Lin Jiu extracted the venom and fangs from an entire box of nine-tailed coxcomb snakes, leaving the smaller ones for Sister Bao'er to roast. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. How fragrant. So delicious. Young gentlemen, you must try this. It is truly delightful. Sister Bao'er presented the roasted snake to Qin Feng, who shook his head and replied, Sister Bao'er, please accept these 2 blades as a gift. In his hands were the legendary Thunderstrike twin blades. What is this? Sister Bao'er inquired, examining the blades with great curiosity. Why does my husband dote on her so much? I refuse to accept this. Alas, I never anticipated that the illustrious Qin Feng would also succumb to the charms of a beauty, becoming a lovesick fool. What a disappointment. Let us not be so quick to judge. Surely, there is a reason behind Qin Feng's actions. Indeed, my husband acts with purpose, never without intent. Qin Feng then produced a century-old peachwood sword, stating, Uncle Jiu, I wonder if this item suits your needs. As he presented the peachwood sword, Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly for me? There can be no doubt. How splendid. Lin Jiu, though typically serious, could not suppress his joy. As he held the peachwood sword, he infused it with his energy. Instantly, the sword radiated a soft golden light. What a treasure indeed. Lin Jiu caressed the sword, marveling at its power achieved with but a mere infusion of energy. His ancestral peachwood sword, which required blood sacrifice for enhancement, possessed only a fraction of this sword's might. Qin Xiaogu, this is a magnificent weapon for vanquishing demons. Lin Jiu exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. Sister Bao'er also infused her Thunderstrike twin blades, which emitted a gentle blue light. It seems this pair of blades is quite extraordinary, perhaps even more formidable than my Okamoto 001. A faint arc of electricity danced along the blades, illuminating the faces of the trio with golden and blue hues. How remarkable. Is it truly possible for weapons to exhibit such phenomena? Indeed, the treasures obtained from the battlefield are not ordinary. Even Sister Bao'er can cause her weapon to glow? This is astonishing. What will Qin Feng use now that he has given away his weapons? Do not worry. My husband possesses several peachwood swords and is even more adept with armor. The netizens were somewhat astonished, but in truth, Qin Feng was feeling a twinge of anxiety. Inside his helmet, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, is this the advantage of possessing spiritual energy? To think one could actually augment weapons with it. Undoubtedly, the weaponry unleashed on the battlefield would wield even greater power when enhanced by spiritual energy. As this realization dawned upon Qin Feng, he felt a surge of envy. The moment seemed ripe. He must learn the art of cultivating energy. After a bustling day, the 3 of them retired for the night. The following morning, Sister Bao'er was up bright and early, clamoring to pilot a mech. She had awakened in the middle of the night, suddenly recalling that Qin Feng had an unused mech, the one named Crabsea. She was so exhilarated that she hardly slept for the remainder of the night. Qin Feng, feeling overwhelmed, had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the prototype was simply sitting idle. Haha, I'm finally in Crabsea, Sister Bao'er exclaimed as she entered the Mark I. Her excitement was palpable. As she maneuvered the prototype, she paraded back and forth in front of the National Gate, her joy radiating like that of a child. Chapter 21. You are a spirit tool, aren't you? Hey there, young man, how delightful it is to play around. Thank you. With a playful flick of her arm, Bao'er aimed to fire a miniature missile. However, during the trial impact, the ammunition had already been depleted by Qin Feng. The system subsequently replenished the ammunition only for the third mech that Qin Feng piloted. Oh, it turns out I have no bullets left, she lamented cheerfully after the failed launch. Qin Feng cautioned, Bao'er, please exercise caution. Some functionality should not be tampered with recklessly. If there were ammunition on the mech, it could easily breach the wall we painstakingly constructed. With a hearty laugh, Bao'er replied, I understand. No need to panic, dear. Why on earth does my husband pamper her so? She's merely a simple girl who knows how to act cute and playful. I can do that too. And I am much tougher, protested Qin Feng's wives back on Blue Star. Yes. All she does is eat and drink, completely oblivious. Hey, don't speak ill of my wife. Don't you find her adorably silly? Besides, it's not that she's oblivious. It's just that she's a bit, well, you know. Shut up, you simping fool. Simps get no house. On the battlefield, after piloting the prototype mech for a few laps, the novelty wore off for Bao'er, prompting her to explore other functionalities. At that moment, a voice emanated from her headset. Hello, Bao'er. Who's speaking? She glanced around, finding no one in sight. I am Jarvis, the intelligent assistant of Mr. Qin Feng. Jarvis, why can't I see you? In truth, I lack a physical form. I exist solely in logic and do not have a physical presence, Jarvis elucidated. Bao'er gazed upward, her mind struggling to grasp the rusty gears of understanding as she pondered Jarvis's words. Non-existent in physical form, but present in logic? Indeed. Oh, I understand now, Bao'er exclaimed, as a long-buried memory seemed to stir within her. Are you a spirit tool? You must be a spirit tool. Jarvis searched his database for information related to spirit tools and replied. That is one way to interpret it. Bao'er beamed with excitement. Haha, you are amazing, dear. You actually possess a spirit tool. Hey, Bao'er, can you hear me? Qin Feng's voice resonated through her headset. I can hear you. What is it? She responded eagerly. Qin Feng explained, we can communicate using the mech's built-in radio. Although we lack satellite support, short-distance communication poses no issue. When he spoke of short distance, it was relative to global communication over long distances. Even without satellite signal relay, communication over 100 kilometers would still be feasible. Perhaps the battlefield was merely a flat expanse, devoid of planetary curvature, allowing for communication over several hundred or even thousands of kilometers. Upon hearing the news, Sister Bao'er was filled with delight. Hee, how splendid. Does this mean I can finally venture outside for some fun? For the past 2 days, she had remained at the national border, guarding their home, and she was utterly weary of it. Qin Feng suggested, let us split up to search for treasure and resources. If any situation arises, we can communicate via radio and provide mutual assistance. Absolutely. Sister Bao'er eagerly nodded, fearing that Qin Feng might change his mind. As for encountering any situations, she hardly gave it a second thought. What could possibly happen? Any situation wouldn't truly be a situation. A reckless approach would suffice. What's going on? The great Qin Feng is allowing my wife to venture out on her own? A cute girl with no experience, clad in a suit of depleted armor. Doesn't that just spell disaster? Ha. Good job, husband. It's about time she contributed instead of just eating and drinking at home. Better she meets her end out there. We voted to replace her. Yes, replace her. In the National Warfare Department. Li Tai watched anxiously as Sister Bao'er set out on her expedition. What is happening? This girl possesses only a white talent. Is it wise to send her out? His two deputies exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Observing their silence, Li Tai prompted, if you have any thoughts, share them. What is Qin Feng considering? Sister Bao'er has merely drawn a white talent, with physical attributes just below double that of an average person, and there is no data indicating she possesses any combat skills. What are you trying to say? Li Tai interrupted, urging him to be direct. Yes, Chief. I wonder if Qin Feng is deliberately sending her out to seek a new teammate? With a loud thump, Li Tai struck the table. The deputies quickly fell silent, afraid to voice their opinions further. I do not believe Qin Feng is that type of person, Li Tai stated coldly. Yes, Chief, I shall not speak again. Perhaps Qin Feng has complete confidence in the protective capabilities of the number 1 mech. Splitting up to search for resources is the most efficient option, another deputy chimed in. Indeed, Li Tai nodded. Moreover, this deputy shifted the conversation to support his colleague. From a rational standpoint, replacing Sister Bao'er is the best choice. With two capable subordinates expressing such sentiments, Li Tai sighed. I know this as well, but such actions contradict the traditional morals of Long Kingdom. I do not wish to see Qin Feng become a target of public outcry. Unbeknownst to him, the clamor on Long Kingdom's networks demanding Sister Bao'er's replacement grew ever louder. After all, the competition of national fortunes was closely tied to the whims of keyboard warriors. A loss would only lead to their premature demise. What difference was there in personally eliminating these keyboard warriors? The people of Blue Star had little faith in Sister Bao'er. Yet Qin Feng thought otherwise. Even Lin Jiu could sense that Sister Bao'er was hiding her true potential. After all, over the past 2 days, whenever in proximity to Sister Bao'er, a palpable aura surged toward her. Lin Jiu felt that as long as she was nearby, the spiritual energy environment transformed into one indistinguishable from Blue Star, resembling an era of decline. On the battlefield, Sister Bao'er piloted her prototype machine, singing the haunting melody of burial song as she ventured eastward. Despite the dense fog obscuring her vision to less than 10 meters, her spirits remained high. After wandering eastward for about half an hour, Sister Bao'er began to feel somewhat restless. The surroundings were shrouded in a thick mist, revealing nothing but grass and trees. There were no monsters, nor were there treasure chests. Were it not for Qin Feng being online, Sister Bao'er would have succumbed to boredom. Hey, handsome. When will you equip my crab with flight capabilities? Although the prototype could theoretically take off, it consumed too much energy. Qin Feng had repeatedly cautioned her that flying was only permissible in dire situations, otherwise, they would be left without any energy to continue their adventures. Chapter 22. Sister Bao'er's chest is stolen. Sister Bao'er meticulously cherished her toys, naturally reluctant to waste energy. At that moment, Qin Feng was making his way southward. Having explored the north the previous day, while today he aimed to clear the eastern and southern territories of wild creatures. Sister Bao'er, there's no need to rush. I have yet to decide on the next generation of mechs. I'll upgrade you once it's ready, Qin Feng said dismissively, secretly amused. Upgrade? What nonsense. That would only happen after the performance level increased, and the system rewarded him with the next generation of Mark battle armor. Hey, young man. I think I've discovered a nest of wild creatures. Sister Bao'er's voice crackled through the headset, somewhat mischievously. What level are the creatures? Handle them with care. Qin Feng cautioned. Oh, I know. I'm quite clever. She replied, claiming the nest as her own. With that, the headset fell silent. Hey, Sister Bao'er. Qin Feng sighed in exasperation. Clever? More like foolish. Meanwhile, not far ahead, 3 boar-headed creatures stood motionless. Between them lay a white treasure chest. This foolish woman is courting disaster. Haha, my husband's scheme is about to succeed. No, Sister Bao'er, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Is she really daring enough to approach? Isn't that seeking death? Sister Bao'er stealthily moved closer. However, the prototype machine was rather clumsy, and despite her caution, the sound of her movements was still somewhat loud. As she approached within a certain distance, she triggered a battlefield alert. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Guardian Sister Bao'er for discovering an E-level wild boar nest. In truth, the battlefield alerts had been incessantly updating. Even throughout the night, as guardians from other nations tirelessly explored and battled, not to mention during the day. This time, however, the alert finally signified a guardian from the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, the noise from the prototype machine caught the attention of the 3 boar-headed creatures. They turned their heads to see a figure of comparable strength to their own, inching towards the treasure chest. Roar! Roar! The wild boar creatures bellowed, raising their massive spiked clubs and charging towards Sister Bao'er. Damn it! She cursed, rising to her feet. The enormous metal beast lunged forward to confront the boar-headed creatures. Is Sister Bao'er really that reckless? Is she really trying to act cute while courting death? This girl is quite bold. I'm starting to change my opinion of her. She is not bad at that moment. Even the National Warfare Department felt a twinge of anxiety for Sister Bao'er. Although her mech was formidable, it was only effective when operated by Qin Feng. Just as everyone was worried, the screen displayed one of the boar-headed creatures charging directly at Sister Bao'er. It raised its club, thick as a person's embrace, aimed directly at her iron head. If it landed a solid blow, Sister Bao'er's lovely head would surely be crushed alongside the helmet. Many timid observers shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Unexpectedly, although Sister Bao'er was piloting the cumbersome mech, her movements were remarkably swift. With a fierce shout of poison, dragon, drill, she executed a formidable technique, only to discover her hand was trapped within the frame. Thus, she relinquished her grand move and resorted to a simple yet effective punch. Take this, she bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike. Before the boar-headed creature could bring down its spiked club, her iron fist struck its chest with a resounding impact. A howl escaped the creature as it dropped its weapon, its hefty body propelled backward. The onlookers were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer power displayed. Sister Bao attempted to wipe her nose but found it impossible within the confines of the mech. She knocked her iron arm against her iron head, producing a few muffled sounds. Just then, two more boar-headed creatures charged from behind, flanking her. Behold my spinning kick. Sister Bao seized the opportunity, executing a graceful spin while piloting her mech. Suddenly, the once cumbersome machine appeared to float with agility. With two resounding thuds, the iron legs struck the heads of the two creatures, flattening them instantly. A mournful whimper escaped one of them as it crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What the? Could it be that this mech is not as heavy as it seems? I can't help but feel that Sister Bao operates this mech with even greater finesse than the great Qin Feng. What kind of talent does this girl possess? Golden? Golden my foot. It's white. Just a mere 4 points in attributes. Only 4 points? Really? With her own physical strength, it barely surpasses that of an average person. How is she accomplishing this? It must be that the great Qin Feng made modifications to this mech during its upgrades. The person above is correct. It must be the case. On the battlefield, Sister Bao lifted her visor and grinned. This is quite enjoyable. It seems there will be pork to feast upon. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Sister Bao, for slaying 3 wild boar-headed creatures and obtaining 1 white treasure chest. Upon seeing this notification, Qin Feng smiled knowingly. Sister Bao was on a roll. However, just as she was about to collect her treasure, a figure darted out and snatched her chest, fleeing swiftly. Sister Bao was left in bewilderment. Huh? What is happening? Damn it. It's a guardian from the pickled vegetable nation. Sister Bao, hurry and chase. Don't let them steal it. Can you believe the audacity of these folks from the pickled vegetable nation? They come to reap the rewards of others' hard work. Shameless pickled vegetable nation, always looking for an easy way out. Keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom often lurk in foreign live streams, and similarly, keyboard warriors from other nations, especially those at odds with the Dragon Kingdom, are found lurking in Dragon Kingdom streams. Among them are the likes of the pickled vegetable nation, cheering for Appa. You're amazing. Go, Appa, we love you. Haha, you Chinese pigs, be grateful that our Appa didn't eliminate your guardian. Consider it a blessing. Go away, you dead pickle. Return to your pickle live stream. Yes. Quickly depart. Your presence is nauseating. The one who seized the treasure chest was none other than Park Jong-hwan, who had drawn the golden talent from the pickle nation. At this moment, to the southwest, Qin Feng was scouring for resources when he heard Jarvis's reminder. Sir, Sister Bao is encountering the pickle nation's guardian, Park Jong-hwan. Should I assist her? Qin Feng chuckled. Jarvis, remember, on this battlefield, anyone might require another's aid. But Sister Bao will not. He added, however, this is not your fault. Your database lacks information on Sister Bao. Jarvis paused for 2 seconds, perhaps searching for data or reasoning. He then replied, understood, sir. Noted. Sister Bao, noticing Park Jong-hwan was about to vanish into the mist, finally realized her treasure chest had been stolen. You little brat. Stop right there. That is my chest. Enraged, Sister Bao unleashed a torrent of curses. Oh dear. Even when cursing, she insists on using reduplicated words. With a burst of determination, she piloted her mech in pursuit. However, the prototype was exceedingly cumbersome, unable to accelerate swiftly. Moreover, the opponent possessed a golden talent, with physical attributes tenfold that of an ordinary person. As he seemed poised to disappear into the fog, Sister Bao, filled with anger and urgency, could no longer afford to conserve energy. Prepare for takeoff. Chapter 23, Control and Concealment. She maneuvered the mech, soaring into the air, pursuing Park Jong-hwan. Upon glancing back, he was immediately taken aback. Goodness, such a massive thing can actually fly? Boom. The mech landed, creating a substantial crater as it blocked Park Jong-hwan's path. You fool. You made me waste so much energy. Sister Bao'er scolded angrily through her visor. Get down on the ground. That is my territory. Seeing that it was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, Park Jong-hwan licked his lips. Ah. I thought she hailed from another country. Turns out she is from the Dragon Kingdom. Little sister, with your beauty, would you like to join me for some fun? Sister Bao'er spat disdainfully and struck back. Her iron fist surged forward, aimed directly at Park Jong-hwan's head. Hiss. Sister Bao'er, why don't we just back off? Ugh, this is infuriating. That vile kimchi dare bully my wife. That guy possesses golden talent. Sister Bao'er, take him down. Do it. Wow, this girl is fierce. I'm in love. The women from the Dragon Kingdom observed this scene. Despite still considering Sister Bao'er a burden to Qin Feng, most felt a growing fondness for her. Not to mention the men already captivated by her charm. Even Qin Feng's wife group hoped she would survive, at least, not at the hands of that detestable Korean. On the battlefield, Park Jong-hwan noticed the fierce approach of the Iron Fist and maintained a flippant demeanor. Little sister, you can't possibly hurt me. He calmly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow. With tenfold attributes, he was no joke. In terms of strength, agility, speed, and explosive power, he was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, Sister Bao'er was no pushover either. Though the mech somewhat restricted her capabilities, her innate strength was formidable. When her iron fist missed, she extended her iron arm and swept horizontally. With the weight of 1,000 pounds, her iron arm swept towards Park Jong-won's handsome face, striking him squarely. Bang! Despite his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge some of the force with a roll, yet his cheek was still caught. How dare you strike my handsome profile? Oh dear, Appa looks so pitiful, his face is starting to swell. Vile Dragon Kingdom woman, utterly ungrateful. The fans of Park Jong-hwan from the Kimchi Nation began to berate Sister Bao'er. He touched his face, furious. You wretched woman, how dare you injure me? My profile is my pride, and you've marred it. Return my territory, or I shall end you. Sister Bao'er threatened. Control and conceal. She added. Pfft. Am I not adorable enough to deserve some leniency? Wow, Sister Bao'er is impressive. She actually hit Park Jong-won, who possesses golden talent. Huh. Indeed. Men are creatures of base instincts. Park Jong-won's combat prowess has diminished significantly in the face of Sister Bao'er. Thus it is. I found it quite perplexing how the white-gifted Bao'er could inflict harm upon the golden-gifted Park Jong-hwan. On the battlefield, Park Jong-hwan spat disdainfully. Who dies is yet to be determined. Crack. Bao'er lowered her mask and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Very well, then come and try. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Even if I must plunge into the depths of the Iron Sea, I will still end you. Park Jong-won observed for a moment, realizing that his opponent was sheltered within her armored shell, making her difficult to attack. After some contemplation, an idea struck him. Target her joints. The iron shell may be resilient, but the joints are its weak points. With clenched fists, he amassed his strength. His legs propelled him forward as he raced swiftly around Bao'er, darting to the rear of the mech and delivering a powerful punch to her knee joint. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as the prototype stumbled, nearly toppling over. You dare strike my treasured shell? Just wait until I shatter it. Bao'er shouted in fury. The prototype was her prized possession, painstakingly acquired from Qin Feng, and she had barely begun to enjoy it before it was damaged, igniting her rage. Boom. Another punch landed. This time on her other leg, causing Bao'er to stagger again. You insufferable wretch. This time, Bao'er was genuinely enraged. She retrieved her dual blades from the battlefield storeroom. Seeing his attacks yield results, Park Jong-hwan felt a surge of delight. I will finish her. All that she possesses will be mine. And such a beautiful girl. Dragging her back to my room while the heat lasts. No live stream there. Ha ha ha. Lost in his thoughts, he continued to circle Bao'er with abandon, unwittingly laughing aloud. But just then, what was that glimmer beneath his eyelids? A blade? The reflection of the blade. Thud. Just as Park Jong-hwan was reveling in his run, a blade severed his head cleanly in half, exposing the pearly brain matter within. Thud. Due to the inertia, his body propelled forward several meters before collapsing, while the remaining half of his head remained impaled upon Bao'er's weapon. That'll teach you for stealing my treasures, she exclaimed, addressing the blade adorned with his half-closed eyes, before violently discarding it onto the ground. She then inspected her dual blades, red and white, both stained with his essence. Disdainfully, she wiped the blades on Park Jong-won's lifeless body. At that moment, the entirety of Long Country and Kimchi Country fell into silence. Nearly everyone forgot to send comments. What just happened? Park Jong-won was slain by Bao'er with a single stroke? A white gifted with 4 points just perished at the hands of a 50-point golden gifted. I can't believe it. Just moments ago, I saw Park Jong-hwan toying with Bao'er, laughing, and then, he was gone? Netizens from Long Country could hardly comprehend what they had witnessed. The people of Kimchi Country were even more incredulous. Appa. Jong-hwan Appa is dead. Impossible. Jong-hwan. A figure of golden talent and a master of Taekwondo. How could he possibly be bested by a mere woman? Surely, that woman must have employed her charms to ensnare him. What a shameless creature from that land. She deserves nothing but disdain. Almost everyone assumed that Jong-hwan simply let his guard down, falling victim to the armored beauty in a swift defeat. The netizens from the Kimchi Nation hurled curses at her, but she remained blissfully unaware. Haha, my box has finally returned. The beauty gleefully picked up her box, brushing off the dirt with delight. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's guardian for successfully vanquishing the Kimchi Nation's defender, Jong-hwan. The other guardians, upon seeing this message, were taken aback. Oh my, another guardian from the Dragon Nation. Are they truly so bloodthirsty? First it was the Cherry Blossom Nation, and now the Kimchi Nation. It appears that the Dragon Nation is at odds with them. Bravo, Big Brother Dragon Nation. In the distance, 2 guardians from the Eagle Nation exchanged glances. George remarked, once again, it is the Dragon Nation. They say one should regard the master when striking a dog. Clearly, the Dragon Nation does not hold us in high regard. David replied with a fierce glare, it is time to teach them a lesson. Commander, look. It seems there are wild creatures ahead. Let us go take a look. The beauty activated her earpiece. Hello, can you hear me? I've got an abundance of treasures here, she exclaimed excitedly. With Jong-hwan defeated, all the items from the National War Warehouse had spilled out. Qin Feng replied, oh, What treasures did you uncover? Some materials, such as wood and steel, and here is some mysterious iron, 30 units of it. The beauty gathered the items from the ground, tossing them into her own storage. Chapter 24, D-Class Monster. Is it made of Qin iron alloy? That truly is a remarkable material, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. The Thunderstrike dual blades were indeed crafted from this very alloy, while he was uncertain of its other applications. The emergence of such a novel material suggested it was relatively rare. Sister Bao'er beamed with delight. I shall bring it back for you. How you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you. Excellent, Qin Feng responded. Sister Bao'er then opened the white treasure chest in her possession. Another box. Let me see what treasures lie within. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Guardian Sister Bao'er for acquiring E-Class item Tang Dao. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Eagle Sauce Kingdom Guardian George for discovering D-Class Monster Tao Dai Lair. Alongside her acquisition, there was also a notification from Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. D-Class? Tao Tai? This is the first time I've seen a Guardian encounter a D-Class monster. He pondered whether this Tao Tai was akin to the legendary creature he was familiar with from Earth. If it were indeed the same, it could pose a significant challenge. Sister Bao'er, however, was unconcerned with such matters. She was focused solely on her immediate excitement. Hey, it's a Tang Dao, she exclaimed, lifting the long sword, examining it with great joy. Since last night, numerous other Guardians had acquired similar items, and the constant barrage of national battle notifications had become quite vexing for her. To her surprise, she too had obtained one. This would be a perfect gift for her beloved. Qin Feng had previously gifted her a pair of dual blades, and Sister Bao'er had been contemplating an appropriate return gift. Little did she know it would arrive so soon. Name, Tang Dao. Type, Qin iron alloy. Cold weapon. Quality, E-Class. Upgrade method, slay 100 in spirits. Quality cap, C-Class. Description, the Tang Dao, forged from Qin iron alloy, is exceptionally sharp and durable. It possesses a certain efficacy against entities. After perusing the description, Sister Bao'er felt even more satisfied. Haha. Who says my wife is of no use? Step forward. Sister Bao'er is indeed quite formidable. Silly girl has her good fortune. Humph. Considering she assists her husband in gathering supplies, one can only hope for her continued survival. Qin Feng's circle of wives displayed commendable generosity. Even Li Tai from the National Battle Division was watching the live stream, laughing heartily. This girl, while stubborn, is extraordinarily fortunate. He rubbed his hands together in glee and remarked to his subordinates, you see, beauty does have its advantages. A lovely appearance can indeed translate into combat prowess. Li Tai even speculated that Sister Bao'er's south ability to defeat Park Jong-hwan was due to the latter's arrogance and excessive lechery, attributing it to Sister Bao'er's sheer luck. At that moment, a call from the Kimchi Nation came through. I wish to lodge a complaint against you for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. The high-ranking officials of the Kimchi Nation exclaimed as soon as the call connected. Humph. It is your guardians who disregard the rules, seizing our resources first. Li Tai, having acquired ample experience in confrontations, found himself in a position of righteousness this time and naturally refrained from showing any courtesy to the Pickled Cabbage Nation. After delivering a scathing retort, his adversary was left utterly exasperated. Let us not forget, we are indeed allies of the Eagle Country. Ultimately, unable to best Li Tai in their exchange, he resorted to invoking his powerful backer. Li Tai erupted in laughter. If you dare to wage war, I remain unperturbed, even if your allies come to your aid. With a clang, Li Tai, rarely inclined to engage with this old fool, regarded him as nothing more than a mere dog. Uttering another word would be a waste of time. War, war. The high-ranking official of the Pickled Cabbage Nation gazed at the phone, murmuring to himself. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Was it worth going to war with the Dragon Nation for the sake of an impetuous youth? Was that not akin to courting disaster? The audacity of wielding power through intimidation unexpectedly backfired, leaving him with a face full of embarrassment. Sighing, the elder hung up the phone and weakly waved his hand. Go, summon the journalists for a press conference. He intended to rally the citizens to vote for the resurrection of Park Jong-hwan. This young man, though a bit reckless, was the only one among nearly 1,000 guardians with a golden talent. If they hastily replaced him, they might end up with a new guardian possessing merely a gray talent, which could spell tragedy. 10 minutes later, Park Jong-hwan was resurrected at the gates of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. He let out a howl of despair, utterly unwilling to accept his fate. Dragon Nation, I shall slay you all. This time, he had not only failed to steal from his opponent, but had also lost his own life. Moreover, the resources he had painstakingly gathered were now relinquished without a fight. Meanwhile, whether by fortune or misfortune, Qin Feng had flown a considerable distance without encountering a single beast, let alone any treasure chests. What is this? I've flown out of the dense fog, yet there's nothing in sight? Was the southern region truly so barren? Just yesterday in the north, he had discovered numerous valuable items, and today, Sister Bao had also located a chest in the east. Yet, the South, shrouded in the fog of war, yielded not a single thing. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, approximately 300 meters beyond the hill, weak sounds have been detected, possibly indicative of a skirmish." The various sensors of the mech had limited detection ranges, and Jarvis, employing every means possible, could only discern distant sounds. However, this method of identification bore considerable inaccuracies, leading Qin Feng to have made futile trips on more than one occasion. Let us investigate. Regardless of its veracity, it was merely a few hundred meters away. Qin Feng flew forward a short distance, cresting the hill. Upon peering into the distance, he indeed spotted figures. Who were they? The beast. As Qin Feng focused his gaze, he commanded, "Jarvis, magnify the lens." "Understood, sir." Jarvis manipulated the HUD, zooming in on the unfolding battle. Two silhouettes became distinctly visible. They were white foxes. Engaged in combat with them was a Taotai. This was the Taotai familiar to Qin Feng, not the ancient beast from his previous life. Astonishingly, it resembled the Taotai from the film The Great Wall, which made the situation all the more intriguing. The first D-class monster he encountered turned out to be such a creature. Taking advantage of the two's inattention, he descended slowly and concealed himself. "Jarvis, record the combat data of those two." Qin Feng commanded. "Yes, sir." On the battlefield, Qin Feng believed that a confrontation with the Eagle Sauce Nation was inevitable. If he could obtain their combat data in advance, it would certainly yield substantial benefits in the future. While Jarvis recorded the information, Qin Feng took a moment to count. Including those lying on the ground, there were a total of 10 Taotai. The D-grade monsters indeed possessed significantly greater strength. George and David from the Eagle Sauce Nation both had red talents and personal attributes of 40, which was 8 times that of an ordinary person. However, even they struggled against just the Taotai. "These fellows actually brought a Gatling gun," Qin Feng muttered. Not far away, among the 4 Taotai corpses on the ground, there lay a Gatling gun. At this moment, the Gatling had exhausted its ammunition and was discarded on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, the 2 guardians from the Eagle Sauce Nation, Colonel George wielded a saber, while Lieutenant David used a military knife approximately a foot in length. They relied on their physical prowess to engage in combat with 3 Taotai each. Chapter 25. Reaping the fruits of others' labor. George fought with both tenacity and dexterity, skillfully navigating the battlefield. Although 3 fearsome beasts pursued him, only one managed to engage him in combat at any given time. He relentlessly inflicted grievous wounds upon the advancing creatures, exemplifying his strategic prowess. In contrast, David, while capable of hurling the charging beasts away and inflicting injuries, found himself suffering in the process. His chest bore 3 deep gashes, and a long wound measuring 20 centimeters extended from his left eye to his chin, blood flowing freely and transforming his fair complexion into a visage reminiscent of a warrior's battle scars. "David, move. These creatures may be swift, but our red talent grants us a speed advantage," George admonished, exasperated to see his burly subordinate standing foolishly in place, engaging the 3 beasts head-on. The hulking figure, already robust, had become even more formidable after the awakening of his red talent, his muscles akin to iron. This only served to bolster David's pride as a weightlifting enthusiast. However, such strength was merely relative to humans. Their current adversaries were D-class monsters, beasts of a wholly different caliber. Reluctantly, David began to move, imitating his commander. "Colonel, let us exchange weapons," he shouted in frustration. Thus far, the Eagle's Nation had only acquired a single tang sword, and during the distribution, David had felt that his Gatling gun was far more exhilarating. However, the constraints of the field meant he could not carry excessive ammunition, a limitation imposed by George, who prioritized the need to conserve supplies for defending their homeland. Who knew what monstrous threats lay ahead, or how many awaited them? Upon encountering this pack of wild beasts, David had managed to dispatch 4 with his initial barrage. But once his ammunition ran dry, he found himself in dire straits, leading to the current predicament. George, aware of his subordinate's desire to swap weapons, remained astute. "Hold your ground. I will eliminate these beasts and then come to your aid." "What the?" David exclaimed as one of the beasts met its end. In George's hands, the tang sword was wielded with a simplicity that eschewed flamboyance. Slashes, strikes, and thrusts were executed with brutal efficiency. "Sir, the combat data of the target has been collected," Jarvis reported within mere minutes. Qin Feng observed the situation keenly. It was evident that these 2 men were soldiers from a certain nation, employing direct and uncomplicated lethal techniques with their cold weapons. Such methods would undoubtedly prove effective against ordinary foes, but now they found themselves at a loss. Qin Feng surmised that to contend with such beasts, longer cold weapons would yield better results. Let them finish their bout first. There is no need to rush. Leaning against a dirt mound, he casually plucked a blade of foxtail grass, lifting his visor to chew on it, relishing the moment. What is my husband up to? Lord Qin Feng seems poised to take action. The adversaries are the guardians of the Eagle's Nation, Colonel George and Captain David, both endowed with red talent. Yet Lord Qin Feng possesses only purple talent, granting him merely half the attribute enhancement of his opponents. Husband, this is perilous. Should we not seek treasure ourselves instead of targeting them? This monstrous entity is the D-class creature, Tao Tai, with its menacing claws and fangs appearing quite fearsome. On Blue Star, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom discern Qin Feng's intentions. He aims to emulate that fellow from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, seizing others' opportunities. However, the opposition possesses formidable talents in two formidable individuals. This is a challenging situation. At the National War Department, there was palpable anxiety for Qin Feng. Li Tai stood up, pacing back and forth in agitation. What is this impudent lad up to now? Given his temperament, he might as well be daring to poke the tiger. No matter the outcome, preparations must be thorough. He promptly picked up the phone to contact the Eastern Military District and the two naval commanders. On the battlefield, the two guardians of Eagle Sauce Nation sat back to back, panting heavily. They had successfully vanquished 6 Tao Tais, adding to the previous 4, totaling 10. David, quickly bandage your wounds. George tossed a first aid kit to his subordinate. David's military knife was broken, leaving him with little more than the handle. Humph. He grumpily picked up the first aid kit from the ground, clearly still vexed that the colonel hadn't offered to exchange weapons with him. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the guardians of Eagle Sauce Nation, George and David, for slaying 10 Tao Tais and receiving 1 green treasure chest. Upon seeing this notification, the guardians on the battlefield were astounded. Truly, Eagle Sauce Nation remains formidable even in the realm of national fortune. Defeating a D-class beast grants a green treasure chest? One wonders what treasures it might hold. My allies are indeed more impressive. The guardians of the Dragon Kingdom merely engage in cunning tactics. When the national war progresses and we establish contact with our allies, let us see how the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom meet their demise. The guardians on the battlefield, upon witnessing the new battlefield notification, had varied thoughts. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Qin Feng. Goodness, those 2 white-skinned fellows are actually from Eagle Sauce Nation. Truly, enemies are fated not to meet. This provides even more reason to target them. Spitting out a mouthful of dogtail grass, he closed his visor, raising his right arm. The chamber opened, and armor-piercing rounds began to rise. You dare, those despicable Dragon Kingdom inhabitants. How dare they ambush us, Eagle Sauce Nation. Colonel George, there are enemies behind us. Turn around, Colonel George. This is driving me mad. The netizens from Eagle Sauce Nation on Blue Star were beside themselves with anxiety. Yet, their cries went unheard by George and David on the battlefield. Even the supreme leader of Eagle Sauce Nation could only watch in furious disbelief at the events unfolding in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Whoosh. Qin Feng aimed at George and launched a miniature missile. Among the 2 guardians, George had only sustained minor injuries, yet he was the primary target. The pin-sized missile shot forth directly toward George and David. I wonder what treasures await in that green treasure chest. Despite being drenched in blood and pale of face, David was exhilarated at the sight of the green treasure chest for the first time. He had long since altered his perspective on cold weapons, particularly those that emerged on the battlefield. If a splendid treasure were to be unveiled from the green chest, it would surely be his turn to wield it. Colonel George already possessed a Tang Dao. With this thought in mind, David rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. Just then, George heard the shrill whine of a miniature missile, and upon glancing up, he was taken aback. Be careful, he shouted, shoving David aside as he propelled himself backwards with great force, landing several meters away. Boom. In an instant, David, who had been bewildered just a moment prior, was reduced to a shower of flesh. The explosion was alarmingly close, and George suffered significant injuries from the blast shockwave. With his 40 attribute points, he would not meet his demise from the aftermath, yet he was launched far away. The hundreds of millions of people on Blue Star gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 26. Do you know who I am? Qin Feng, the great deity, has truly made his move. Oh dear, my husband is so impressive. My husband is so handsome. I fear we have stirred a hornet's nest. The Eagle Country will not let this slide. Who cares about them? On the battlefield, there is no room for dialogue. The Eagle Country cannot restrain their guardians, can they? The citizens of the Dragon Country were astonished while the netizens of the Eagle Country were outraged. However, what infuriated the Eagle Country even more was that their great hero had, at a crucial moment, used his teammate as a human shield. At this time, orders from the Eagle Country's command had already been issued. Cough, cough. George struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the flesh and blood from his face. Who? He gripped his Tang knife, trembling uncontrollably. In his blurred vision, he could see no ghostly figures. George hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Finally, he discerned a silhouette suspended in midair. A man of iron. Who are you? George demanded, raising his knife. Qin Feng remained silent, slowly advancing towards him. Oh, this old brat, he actually survived the explosion. It was beyond Qin Feng's expectations that the opponent would use his teammate as a shield. Do you know who I am? George threatened. Qin Feng still did not respond. In his eyes, George had already become a mere specter. Why waste words on a dead man? It would be better to open a treasure chest. Jarvis, aim at him. Yes, sir. With a click, 2 armor plates on Qin Feng's shoulders opened, revealing 6 ominous gun barrels. Upon seeing this, Colonel George panicked. I am Colonel George of the Eagle Country. If you kill me, your nation on Blue Star will face trouble, immense trouble. At this moment, he still had not realized which nation the Iron Man belonged to. He even doubted that this iron figure was one of Blue Star's guardians. After all, when it came to mechanical manufacturing, the Eagle Country was unrivaled. Could this fellow be a monster? Impossible. What kind of monster looks like that? Could there be other extraterrestrial civilizations involved in this national conflict? In the face of life and death, George's mind began to wander. Jarvis, this guy is quick. Fire 3 rounds to seal off his escape route. And do not skimp on ammunition. At the instant of firing, Qin Feng issued another command. Sir, based on the previous battle data of the Eagle Country's guardians, the probability of him dodging to the right has been estimated at 89. 77. Qin Feng. Is he really that formidable? We can save a bullet then. Everyone has habitual movements, especially soldiers like George. Fire. Bang bang. With the order given, Jarvis fired directly. 2 bullets shot forth from Qin Feng's shoulder, one after the other. George's pupils constricted. This Iron Man was not intimidated by the threats of the Eagle Country. He must surely be a guardian from an extraterrestrial civilization. At the moment a bullet was fired, just as Jarvis had predicted, George indeed tilted his head to the right. However, a bullet swiftly followed, striking with precision. Thud. George's forehead was penetrated, leaving behind a small wound, while the back of his head bore a gaping injury the size of a bowl. George's eyes widened in shock, gradually dimming, devoid of life. Ultimately, his body slowly succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Qin Feng for successfully eliminating the Eagle Sauce Nation's guardian George, David. In an instant, George and the contents of the Eagle Sauce Nation's war warehouse erupted onto the ground. Upon receiving this news, guardians from other nations were left in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Both guardians from the Eagle Sauce Nation were slain simultaneously? Are the guardians from the Dragon Kingdom truly that formidable? First, they took down the Kimchi Nation's guardian. And now they spare none from the Eagle Sauce Nation, eliminating 2 in one fell swoop. This is disastrous. A world war is about to erupt on Blue Star. Excellent work. Ha ha ha. They were never virtuous. It would be best if they were to perish together. Alas, the Dragon Kingdom's elder brother may find himself in trouble. The Guardians displayed a range of reactions, some reveling in misfortune, while others expressed concern for the Dragon Kingdom. The predominant emotion was anxiety, as many feared the outbreak of a world war on Blue Star would adversely affect their own countries. In stark contrast, Qin Feng appeared unfazed, muttering, "What a pity. I wonder where the last guardian of the Eagle Sauce Nation is positioned. If the Eagle Sauce Nation's guardians are annihilated, the Eagle Sauce Nation on Blue Star will face the repercussions of the national fortune battlefield." In his recollection, both in his past life and this one, the Eagle Sauce Nation had consistently opposed the Dragon Kingdom, committing numerous misdeeds. It brought Qin Feng great joy to witness the Eagle Sauce Nation suffer losses. The netizens on Blue Star, upon hearing this, were in a frenzy. Master Qin Feng has even more audacious thoughts. Oh no. Master Qin Feng has stirred the hornet's nest. We are bound to be implicated. You up there, are you not a man? What of attacking the Eagle Sauce Nation? My husband is a hero. Indeed, I would gladly flush the Eagle Sauce Nation's people down the toilet or cast them into space to suffocate. Hee. The two of you are merely displaying feminine opinions. I take offense at that. What do you mean feminine opinions? Can women not voice their thoughts? Only you men. This section is omitted for brevity. Sister, I concede. I was wrong. Please spare me the fist. The one above, you are the real sister. Your entire family are sisters. Meanwhile, the leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation glared coldly at the unfolding events on the battlefield. His prideful 2 Red Heaven Guardians had been stealthily eliminated by the Dragon Kingdom's Iron Man. Orders had already been issued, and various combat units stood ready, awaiting his command. Within the leader's office, none of the advisors dared to speak. Everything that needed to be said had already been articulated. Now, it was time for the leader to make a resolute decision. Let us take action. Upon this declaration, the tension that had gripped everyone finally eased. The inevitable had arrived. Several generals retrieved their phones to relay the orders for action. At that moment, a series of urgent reports were presented before the commander. Ultimately, these reports coalesced into a strategic map displayed on the wall of his office. He cast a brief glance, his pupils constricting in alarm. What? Several generals were equally taken aback. Commander, there are 2 mushroom submarines surfacing along each of the coastal lines on both the eastern and western shores. The speaker was a national hero of the Eagle Nation, the former captain of the aircraft carrier fleet, possessing unique insights into the modern warfare of the Blue Planet. In the realm of combined operations across land, sea, air, In space, particularly in naval warfare, no one could surpass the capabilities of the Blue Planet. It must be the submarines of the Dragon Nation, he murmured in astonishment. How have they managed to do this? The presence of 4 mushroom submarines stealthily emerging along the coastal lines indicated that others could potentially deploy dozens of mushrooms within the territory of the Eagle Nation at any moment. Chapter 27 The Seventh World War. Exposure equals annihilation. Why were we previously oblivious? The generals were incensed. How dare the Dragon Nation disturb the peace on our doorstep? Their fury was further inflamed by the realization that the Dragon Nation had ventured right to our threshold, while our own personnel remained utterly unaware. The mushroom submarines had surfaced. A blatant act of provocation. More critically, there were 4 submarines that had emerged. How many more remained hidden beneath the waves? As this thought crossed the minds of the generals, cold sweat began to trickle down their brows. Mr. General, urgent report. Another assistant rushed in. What is it? Speak. The general's countenance darkened, his displeasure palpable. The assistant, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be flippant or coy. He swiftly navigated his handheld device, and the wall screen illuminated with additional information. Mr. General, the Dragon Nation has publicly declared that they are conducting live-fire exercises in international waters, warning other vessels to steer clear. The area of these exercises is right here. The assistant indicated a substantial maritime zone on the map, whose eastern boundary nearly brushed against the territorial waters of the Eagle Nation. Bang! The general could no longer remain seated. He rose and struck his fist heavily upon the desk. Damn it! And what else? The assistant stammered in the Dragon Nation's news. They are currently broadcasting information regarding our fleet. He picked up the remote control and switched to the Dragon Nation's international channel, replaying news from a few minutes prior. On the screen, a striking host was presenting the Dragon Nation's cutting-edge satellite research achievements. In the footage, we can see the fleet of the Dragon Nation navigating the Pacific. The host beamed, then feigned surprise, apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I misspoke. A colleague handed her an A4 sheet, and she continued, according to the revised information. This is not the fleet of the Dragon Nation, but rather that of the Eagle Nation. Huh. How did the Eagle Nation's fleet end up in our waters? The atmosphere in the Eagle Nation's general's office grew tense, cloaked in silence. The air was so thick one could nearly hear a pin drop. The generals were astonished. How could the opposing media possess knowledge of our military secrets? It was evident that this information had been divulged by the Dragon Nation. They had actually discovered our fleet. According to the exposure equals annihilation principle, our fleet was as good as destroyed should the Dragon Nation choose to act. The general slumped into his chair, contemplating the gravity of the situation, and personally dialed the Dragon Nation's number. A few minutes prior, the National Defense Science Division of the Dragon Nation was a whirlwind of activity. They had been working tirelessly for 2 days and nights, each individual sporting dark circles under their eyes, too busy to even pause for a drink or a bathroom break. Directorly, the A3 Nation has failed to eliminate the zombies and is now in a state of utter chaos. The Eagle Nation has intervened under the pretext of stabilizing the zombie crisis, and their ground forces have now advanced to our border. The A3 Nation has sustained catastrophic losses over these past 2 days, had it not been for the timely intervention of the United States. It is feared that the entire nation of India would have descended into a paradise for the undead. In merely 2 days, the United States advanced to the borders of India. Li Tai was filled with trepidation. Upon receiving news of the United States deploying troops to India, he deduced that their intentions were far from benign. Indeed, it appeared to be a maneuver directed against the Dragon Nation, not only from the west, but even from the east. The fleets of the United States were on the verge of entering sovereign waters. Li Tai commanded his subordinates to prepare their hidden traps. These arrogant foreigners should be made aware that if they wished to engage in conflict, they would find a worthy opponent. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Hello. I wish to speak with your leader, came the voice on the line, unmistakably that of the American president. Li Tai snorted disdainfully and replied, the leader is occupied. I shall handle the trivial matters. Speak your mind. Are you even capable of making decisions? The president challenged. With an air of calm, Li Tai retorted. I can manage the minor affairs here on Blue Star, while my superior attends to more pressing matters. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? I am busy. The president's anger flared. The Seventh World War is on the brink of eruption. What could possibly be more significant than the lives of millions? The American leader, believing that the Dragon Nation was toying with him, decided not to take offense, given that someone from the Dragon Nation was indeed speaking. You, guardians of the Dragon Nation, have slain 2 of my guards. How will you compensate for this? Not only had the guards been killed, but resources had also been plundered. On the battlefield of national fortune, there were less than 2 days until the next wave of assault. Time was of the essence for locating defensive resources. Li Tai scoffed. On the battlefield, communication is unilateral, as you well know. If our personnel perish, we merely accept our inadequacies. We do not sulk and beg for reparations. You lack decorum, the president exclaimed, infuriated. Being accused of inadequacy was one thing, but being labeled as weeping was akin to being called effeminate. Mr. President. Li Tai softened his tone, adopting a more conciliatory stance. I believe you are aware that communication is not feasible on the battlefield. Not only had we not encountered those 3 guards prior to the commencement of hostilities, but even if we had communicated with them, the outcome would have been the same. The principles of the battlefield dictate that life and death are fated, and fortunes are determined by the heavens. I advise you to focus your energies on repelling the monsters threatening your borders, lest your guardians fail in their duty. Do not engage in trivialities. If a 7th World War is to ensue, we shall be ready. With that, Li Tai abruptly ended the call. In that brief exchange, the American president had scarcely uttered a few words, continuously subjected to the reprimands of a young man. How infuriating. This is intolerable. As the 7th World War looms, the leadership of the Dragon Nation dares to entrust decisions to a mere youth. What more pressing matters could they possibly have? The chief executive was on the verge of losing his composure, and his assistant hurriedly retrieved a fast-acting heart remedy for him. The atmosphere in the office was tense, with everyone apprehensively concerned that the chief executive might succumb to distress. Moments later, Mr. Chief Executive? That military unit. The first to break the silence was none other than the general, a hero of the Eagle Nation. The chief executive was well aware of what he was alluding to. He weakly waved his hand and sighed. Let it be. The young man is correct. We cannot control the battlefield of our nation and can only passively prepare for the defense against domestic monstrosities. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, for none wished to see the Dragon Nation plunge into utter chaos, particularly in the face of such a monumental crisis on the national battlefield. Chapter 28, D-Class Resources Chief. The team from the Eagle Nation has retreated, the deputy reported. Upon hearing this, Li Tai let out a significant sigh of relief. Phew, let our people withdraw as well. Yes, in the Pacific. The 4 visible mushroom submarines submerged once more. The fleet conducting live-fire drills for the Dragon Nation announced the cancellation of the exercises. Meanwhile, keyboard warriors on Blue Star resumed their usual banter, blissfully unaware that only minutes prior, they had teetered on the brink of the 7th World War. Following this incident, only the other 3 major rogue nations and a few powerful countries understood that Blue Star had once again plunged into the peril of global conflict. Among the 5 major rogues, the remaining 4 spearheaded an agreement that any events occurring on the battlefield would not incite animosity towards Blue Star. Guardians on the battlefield relied on their own skills, with life and death left to fate. The Eagle Nation, too, had to sign the agreement, no matter how powerful. It could not stand against the world. Of course, these matters would unfold in the coming days. At this moment on the battlefield, Qin Feng remained entirely oblivious to the crisis. However, even if he were aware, what difference would it make? The white-skinned adversaries would still face their demise. Congratulations. You have acquired 70 units of Xiantai alloy. Congratulations, you have acquired 400 units of wood. Congratulations, you have acquired 200 units of steel. Congratulations. You have acquired 300 units of stone. Wow, such a bounty. Glancing at the weapon in George's hand, Qin Feng did not let the opportunity slip by. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 Tang Dao. The two not only gathered a plethora of materials but also obtained a Tang Dao, a fine blade. Qin Feng mused as he caressed the blade's surface and flicked it with his finger. The crisp sound resonated, lingering in the air. Ah, this sword is well suited for me. He had observed keenly that this weapon was more than adequate to deal with D-class beasts. It had dispatched 6 out of the 10 Tauta he had encountered. Qin Feng picked up the items dropped by the 2 guardians from the Eagle Nation's warehouse and approached a green treasure chest. It was his first encounter with a green chest. He wondered what treasures it might hold. Boom. Upon opening the chest, several items appeared before him. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 Tang Dao. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 Tang Dao blueprint. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 intermediate wall blueprint. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 units of Xiantai alloy. My goodness, an intermediate wall blueprint. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Not only had he found a blueprint for the Tang Dao in a green chest, but he had also uncovered plans for upgrading the national walls. At the gates of the Eagle Nation, George and David had both respawned, with their red talents, each boasting 40 in various attributes. Their abilities were second only to gold-tier talents. Were they to be replaced by guardians with gray or white talents, the Eagle Nation would truly be in dire straits. Currently, the Eagle Nation faced not a scarcity of resources to guard their gates, but rather a challenge of teamwork. As soon as George and David revived, David seized George by the throat. You scoundrel, you actually pushed me to take the bullet. David seethed with rage. If he were to realize that he was not merely facing bullets, but missiles, and that his body would be reduced to mere fragments, he could only imagine the horror of it. Cough, cough. Soldier, let go. Colonel George struggled, his face flushed and breathless. I command you to release your grip. George held the rank of colonel, while David was merely a captain. However, in this battlefield, far removed from the reach of authority, David was in no mood to be cowed by rank. Hurry, Let go. Dr. Jenny stepped forward to mediate, but the captain, a fitness enthusiast, possessed an indomitable strength augmented by his red attribute buff. Even with George and Jenny working together, they could not pry his merciless grip apart. You despicable fiend. If you could push me to take the bullet once, you will do so a second and a third time. I will kill you. David spat vehemently, causing George to gasp for breath, nearly suffocating from the stench of his foul breath. At that moment, it was urgent. It was instinctive. I didn't foresee it. Let go. Indeed, who could have anticipated the treacherous ambush by the Dragon Kingdom? If internal strife prevented them from guarding their borders, and they perished as a result, the citizens would surely vote for a change in leadership, and then it would be truly disastrous. Jenny's words struck fear into David, prompting him to release his grip hastily. Cough, cough. George's neck and face reddened as he continued to cough. What did you say? The ones who ambushed us were from the Dragon Kingdom? George inquired of Jenny. At the time, the enemy had uttered not a word, only revealing themselves as a formidable Iron Man. George had thought they were facing some bizarre creature, or perhaps the guardian of an extraterrestrial civilization. Jenny nodded in affirmation. Yes. The battlefield alert indicated that you were slain by Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng, that wretched individual. Both George and David were nearly beside themselves with rage, their teeth almost shattering. For David, his beloved Gatling gun was lost, and with half the bullets for the border now rendered useless. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had yet to assess the materials needed for the intermediate wall when another battlefield alert chimed in. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Qin Feng for acquiring D-grade item, intermediate wall blueprint. Battlefield alert. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Qin Feng for acquiring D-grade item, Tang Dao blueprint. Seeing the notifications, George was beside himself, jumping up and down in front of the border. Qin Feng, I will kill you. Originally, these D-grade resources belonged to him. Yet, the despicable Dragon Kingdom had audaciously snatched his fruits of labor. Ha ha ha. Watching the white-skinned one rage makes me instinctively happy. Yay, yay, yay. Let the karaoke commence. Today is yet another splendid day. How delightful. Darling, you did wonderfully. Look at all these resources acquired. By the way, why has the Eagle Nation not reacted at all to the fact that they were killed and robbed of their resources? This is not characteristic of the Eagle Nation. Haha. Perhaps they too understand that everything occurring on this battlefield is beyond the control of Blue Star. Eagle Sauce. The national war is too intricate for you to grasp. Let Father take over. The netizens of Long were jubilant, as if celebrating the new year. Oh, constructing a mid-level wall actually requires titanium alloy. Qin Feng gazed at the descriptions of 2 D-grade resources, feeling somewhat burdened. For the materials needed for the mid-level wall, aside from timber, stone, and steel, an additional 200 units of titanium alloy are required. Although Qin Feng possessed a considerable amount of materials, even some mysterious iron, he lacked titanium alloy. Never mind. I shall set it aside for now. He glanced again at the Tang Dao, a weapon of E-grade quality. Yet, why is the blueprint categorized as a D-grade resource? Name, Tang Dao blueprint. Type, blueprint. Quality, D-grade. Upgrade method, none. Quality limit, D-grade. Description, a specialized blueprint for forging the formidable Tang Dao, requiring materials, mysterious iron X10. Chapter 29. What on earth is a cunning thief? Qin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering the purpose of possessing the Tang Dao when he could simply acquire the blueprint. Should he forge another blade for Jiu? That seemed plausible. Just then, the long-forgotten sound of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Profiting from others, the host's cunning and cleverness rated at level 1. Perfectly aligned with the persona of Iron Man similarity in embodying Iron Man. Level 2. Reward granted. All physical attributes increased by 10. Qin Feng. Cleverness is one thing, but what on earth is a cunning thief? After this moment of incredulity, he noticed that the sky was gradually darkening. Having spent an entire day outside, it was time to return. With a burst of flame from his battle boots, Qin Feng soared directly towards the national gate. Upon arriving at the gate, he found Sister Bao had returned long ago. Little brother, come quickly to feast on pork. This is what I caught. Hiccup. Sister Bao had already roasted the pork and begun indulging, her stomach now round and satisfied. Qin Feng chuckled. The little girl remained as innocent as ever. All right. From now on, our national gate will rely on Sister Bao. Of course. Sister Bao patted her chest and declared, you can rest assured, with me looking out for you, there will be no problems. Ha ha ha. My wife is as delightful as ever. Silly girl. How brazen. Indeed. It was merely a stroke of luck that led to the demise of a hapless fool, and it was entirely thanks to my husband's mech. What luck. My wife even managed to bring back 3 pigs. Indeed. But in my opinion, the most absent was that Taoist, always pretending to be mystical to swindle food and drink. Agreed. Master Qin Feng should trick him outside. It would be better for him to perish out there, allowing us to find a new companion for Master Qin. At that moment, Jiu appeared troubled, his appetite diminished. Holding the roasted pork, he seemed disinterested. What troubles you, Jiu? Did you encounter difficulties today? Qin Feng inquired. Lin Jiu hurriedly shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. No, it is just. I have done nothing here. It is all thanks to the two of you guarding the national gate, and I feel quite ashamed. Hiki, it seems you are not entirely lacking in self-awareness. Rest easy. With Master Qin Feng present, all is well, Qin Feng reassured him. You are far from unworthy, Jiu. Your profound Taoist skills will be essential should any demons arise in the future. With foreign creatures like zombies already appearing, it was only a matter of time before local supernatural entities surfaced in Longhua. Qin Feng understood that Jiu would not remain idle. Why overthink it, uncle? Sister Bao chimed in. Tomorrow at dawn, you should take a stroll. This place is quite enjoyable. Lin Jiu forced a smile. All right. But tonight at the hour of the rat, I must return to the corpse-raising grounds to conduct a ritual, hastening the emergence of the golden armored corpse. I hope to complete this before the onslaught tomorrow night, thus gaining an additional ally. That would be splendid, Qin Feng smiled. After all, it was imperative to give the Taoist an opportunity to prove himself. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant, mired in self-doubt. Qin Feng secretly resolved this within himself. Sister Bao'er does not possess as much thoughtfulness as he does. At this moment, her interest is piqued by the golden armored corpse. Uncle, is that golden armored corpse entertaining? Which is more formidable, the golden armored corpse or my crab sea? She exclaimed, tapping the marked prototype beside her. Well, how should I put it? Each has its strengths, Lin Jiu replied, somewhat evasively. How could he proclaim in front of Qin that his golden armored corpse was superior? That would be akin to boasting and slapping his own face. Although he wished to be modest. The thought of having done nothing but idly consume meals made humility a challenge. Despite his lackluster response, Sister Bao'er remained in high spirits. Hey, I haven't checked yet. Did that fool today wreck my crab sea? As she spoke, she moved behind the prototype to examine the scars on her knees. Unbeknownst to her, upon inspection, her mood soured. That rascal inflicted 2 dents on me. The next time I see him, I'll make sure to eliminate him. I'll bury him next time and see how he resurrects. Sister Bao'er fumed, recounting how the guardian from the pickled vegetable nation had snatched her treasure chest and how she heroically reclaimed it. What's dent? Who knows? Looking for some enlightenment here. Upstairs. It means a dent made by the mech. Ha ha, my wife is too adorable. I must marry a Sichuan girl. Hey, don't compete with me. Hee hee. A bunch of creatures thinking with their lower halves, as if Sichuan girls are up for grabs. Do you have a throne to inherit? Want a Sichuan girl just like that? Exactly, hilarious. After recounting her heroic deeds, Lin Jiu was astonished. The young lady truly had a deceptive appearance. Her golden talent was formidable. With his own purple talent and 20 attribute points, he felt a qualitative leap in both physical prowess and understanding of the Tao. Not to mention the terrifying golden talent, which was double his own. Yet he still fell at the hands of this young girl, and it was an instant defeat. This little girl before him was indeed formidable. Really, big brother, I almost forgot to give you these, she said, emptying the contents of the battlefield warehouse in one sweep. Instantly, a large pile of materials accumulated beside the campfire. Wow, so many things. Qin Feng was taken aback. Sister Bao'er had struck a small fortune. What can I do? Sister Bao'er raised her delicate face, claiming credit. Sister Bao'er is so fierce. Qin Feng mischievously mimicked her, speaking in a Sichuan accent. Haha, big brother, you have a knack for speaking Sichuan dialect. If you learn from me well, you'll master it in no time. All right, Qin Feng responded eagerly. As the two laughed and joked, Lin Jiu's mood lifted considerably. After all the supplies were stored, Qin Feng took inventory, 900 units of wood, 650 units of stone, 490 units of steel, and 200 units of dark iron. So much material? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had transformed into a wealthy individual. This was merely a collection of materials, excluding a few blueprints and weapons. Among them were the blueprint for a tang sword, 1 blueprint for a medium wall, 2 blueprints for a basic wall, and 4 peachwood swords. Ah, and there was also a tang sword. Qin Feng drew forth the tang sword and said to Lin Jiu, Uncle Jiu, would you care to use this sword? Lin Jiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Previously, someone had gifted him a century-old peachwood sword, and now he was being presented with a black iron tang sword. He truly felt unworthy of such generosity. Just as Lin Jiu was grappling with his dilemma, Sister Bao'er interjected, Oh dear, our young gentleman already possesses a tang sword? I had intended to keep it a surprise and gift you one as well. At that moment, Sister Bao'er revealed the carefully prepared gift and presented it to Qin Feng. Perfect. I shall give this to Uncle Jiu, and I will use the one you have gifted me. Upon witnessing this exchange, Lin Jiu ceased to hesitate, accepting the tang sword. After all, there was no shortage of weapons, and further delay would seem rather finicky. Chapter 30. Explosive coordinates? This intermediate wall blueprint, is it intended for our wall upgrade? Sister Bao'er took the blueprint and examined it. Wall, intermediate, required materials, wood X 500, Stone X200, Steel X400, Titanium Alloy X200. Description: a steel-structured wall, primarily supported by titanium alloy, capable of withstanding the impact of Class C monsters and below. However, its endurance is limited, and one must not place complete reliance on this wall to safeguard the nation's borders. Construction time: 240 minutes, insufficient materials. Upon comparing the available materials, it became evident that while other common materials were sufficient, the most lacking was titanium alloy. Currently, not a single unit was available. Indeed, it is unfortunate that we lack titanium alloy, Qin Feng sighed. Nevertheless, we should be fine for the next wave of impacts. We can consider upgrading the wall afterwards. Yes, that sounds reasonable. Sister Bao'er returned the blueprint to Qin Feng. Apart from Uncle Jiu, who ventured to the necropolis at midnight to perform rituals, the other two remained silent that night, each retiring to rest. Like Uncle Jiu, other nations' guardians also endured sleepless nights. Particularly, those who had gleaned little during the day found themselves without wall blueprints or weapons. Anxiety gripped them. The assault was imminent, with less than 20 hours remaining. Among them, the nations of Kimchi, Eagle Sauce, and Cherry Blossom were the most affected, as nearly all their resources had been seized by Qin Feng. After a night of searching, all three nations had varying degrees of success, but they were still far from regaining their pre-robbery resources. With only a single tang knife, what could they do? As dawn broke, the trio from Eagle Sauce gathered in front of their national gate for a brief respite. Should we not seize the opportunity to search further? Perhaps luck will be on our side, suggested Dr. Ginny. We can't afford to exhaust ourselves. We must conserve some strength for the impending assault, George responded to David. How much ammunition do we have left? David queried, his head hung low as he counted. 5 landmines, 20 kilograms of explosives, and a few dozen rounds of 5.56mm bullets. At the mention of bullets, David's heart ached. His beloved Gatling gun, along with a full 1,000 rounds of ammunition, was rendered useless. The gun had been shattered into 2 pieces. This was, of course, the handiwork of Qin Feng. Now, with bullets but no gun, David felt utterly frustrated. What a pity that our M4 requires 5.56 caliber, lamented Jenny softly. There's nothing to lament. It's merely the second wave of assaults. Let us not forget. We possess high-tier talents, George rallied his teammates. If we cannot withstand the second wave, neither will the other nations. In comparison, the situations of Kimchi and Cherry Blossom nations were slightly better. Only one individual from Kimchi had been robbed, while 2 from Cherry Blossom had been affected. A day and 2 nights had passed since their last casualties, providing ample time to gather considerable resources. Battlefield alert, esteemed guardians. There are only 6 hours remaining until the second wave of assault. Please prepare accordingly. Battlefield alert, the formal assault is about to commence. With a countdown of 6 hours, the national chat channel for the battlefield has been activated. Upon witnessing such notifications, Qin Feng leapt from his bed in astonishment. Goodness! There is even a chat channel. This newfound feature allows other guardians to communicate with their teammates. His slight advantage of contacting Sister Bao'er through Jarvis had instantly dissipated. To Qin Feng's surprise, the chat channel not only facilitated communication among teammates but also permitted the dissemination of information in a public forum. Bear Country Andre, the second wave of assault is imminent. My Bear Country is fully prepared, though we are nearly out of vodka. Who among you has brought some? We could use a few bottles. Kangaroo Country do it. We can actually chat. This certainly alleviates the monotony of staring at these two fellows all day. Are any guardians from Eagle Sauce Country online? Come forth and engage in conversation. Ink Country Alia. Salvation has finally arrived. Brothers, do any of you have surplus food? Could you sell some to us? FK. The terrain outside Ink Country is a desert. There is nothing around. Pickle Country Park Zhongguan. Are our allies from Eagle Sauce online? We have matters to discuss. In an instant, the guardians, having restrained themselves for 2 days, unleashed their pent-up chatter like a flood. As Qin Feng perused the messages, his mood plummeted further. With so many sycophants from Eagle Sauce Country, their potential alliance could spell trouble. At that moment, even Sister Bao'er could not hold back and sent a message. Dragon Country Sister Bao'er Wow. So many fools have suddenly emerged. All guardians. Qin Feng, Uncle Jiu. As the two exchanged speechless glances, the guardians from Pickle Country and others who had experienced unpleasantness with Dragon Country seized the opportunity to unleash their vitriol upon Sister Bao'er. Pickle Country Park Zhongguan. Aish. Dragon Country Girl. How do you log in? If you have the guts, reveal your coordinates, and I shall annihilate your Dragon Country. Sakura Country Meichuan Ku. Guardians of Dragon Country. If you are men, disclose your coordinates. I challenge you to a duel. You may choose between a one-on-one or a wheel battle. Eagle Sauce Country George. Sister Bao'er of Dragon Country, let your Iron Man log in. As a gentleman, I wish to engage him in a one-on-one duel, wagering the resources from our respective national war storages. All guardians. Oh my. The guardians of Dragon Country are in dire straits now. They have provoked Pickle Country, and while that may be manageable, They have also angered Eagle Sauce Country. Now, several nations' guardians have simultaneously come knocking. Qin Feng smiled. Reveal coordinates? The crux of the matter is that there are no coordinates to disclose. Even now, the small map constructed by Jarvis only reveals a minuscule area. Moreover, it is based on the national gate of Dragon Country as the origin. Alas, the national fortune battlefield is exceedingly mysterious. It remains unclear whether the land beneath their feet is round or square. For several days, they have been unable to locate even one other nation's gate. Do not claim there are no coordinates. Even if there were, an explosion is improbable. No one is foolish. Within the public chat channel, the nations of Eagle Sauce and two others relentlessly targeted Sister Bao. The guardians from other countries, adopting a spectator's demeanor, tacitly refrained from speaking. How could Sister Bao endure this? She immediately retaliated. Dragon Country Sister Bao, you foolish imbeciles, if you have the audacity, reveal your coordinates. Just wait. I shall come and crush you insolent fools. I will bury you. Dragon Country Sister Bao, lacking competence yet coveting others' treasures, those who regard pickled vegetables as national treasures. Accustomed to thievery on Blue Star, dare to steal from others on the battlefield. I should have buried you back then. Dragon Country Sister Bao, and you, little devils. Little devils, how dare you ambush the young man? It is laughable that you attempted an ambush only to be countered. Lacking skill, yet still daring to shout here. Chapter 31. He dared to show himself. Sister Bao'er, not having vented her frustrations, continued her tirade. Dragon Country Bao'er sister, to Eagle Country George. I have never seen you and cannot recognize you, but I've heard you've had some misfortune. Who told you to encounter such a handsome lad? Shame on you. Ha ha. After a vigorous outburst, Bao'er burst into laughter, completely disregarding her image as a stunning beauty. Instantly, the guardians from the three kingdoms fell silent, rendered speechless by her scathing remarks. The guardians from other nations were equally befuddled. What a spectacle, a single verbal assault against three. The legacy of Dragon Country spanning thousands of years was indeed not in vain. When faced with such verbal onslaught, one could only fear being overwhelmed by her words. The keyboard warriors from Blue Star, witnessing this scene, were exhilarated. Wow, my wife is amazing, engaging in a battle of wits. Hey, the last idiom you used. Is it even appropriate? I'm furious. I'm coming through the internet to strangle you. Sister Bao'er must not be insulted. This young lady embodies the spirit of Zhuge Liang, who vanquished his opponents with words. Haha, to those who said Sister Bao'er was useless. Just look at her prowess in debate. You should be grateful you didn't confront her directly, hiding behind the scenes instead. Yay, Sister Bao'er, help my husband put them in their place. My husband is refined and doesn't he speak ill. Li Tai from the National War Department sensed trouble brewing. Blue Star had just signed the National War Guardians Covenant, ensuring that countries would not seek trouble with others based on their encounters in the war zones. However, now the guardians on the battlefield could communicate, indicating the potential for alliances. Eagle Country had numerous allies, while Qin Feng and his companions were making enemies left and right. This was not good, decidedly not good. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from Eagle Country and Sakura Country were reveling in their fortune. Haha, the heavens are on our side. Allowing the guardians of Dragon Country to be so arrogant. Surely, Colonel Meichuan should have established contact with the guardians of Eagle Country by now. On the battlefield, after nearly 2 hours of friendly exchanges between Sister Bao'er and the guardians of various nations, the latter ultimately succumbed to her relentless verbal barrage. Feeling the lack of challenge, Bao'er decided to log off. In the public chat channel, the guardians, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, began to engage once more. Initially, they exchanged experiences on dealing with monsters, which soon evolved into discussions about the trade of supplies and weapons. However, despite reaching an agreement, the exchange fell through due to the inability to locate each other's national gates. Furthermore, the guardians harbored additional concerns. Revealing the location of one's national gate was not a wise move. Although they could negotiate amicably today, there was no guarantee that tomorrow disagreements over resources would not lead to conflict. Qin Feng observed all of this from the shadows, murmuring to himself. If only there were a trading channel, that would be delightful. After careful observation, he noted that there were not many guardians lacking food, but the majority were in need of weapons, followed by materials for building walls, with a few guardians seeking blueprints for walls. Of course, all were in search of basic wall designs. At present, the wealthiest realm is the Dragon Kingdom, which, despite its affluence, cannot even construct intermediate walls, let alone the other guardians. Battlefield notification. The formal assault is about to commence. Countdown. 3 hours. The National Fortune Battlefield Trading Channel has been activated. Just as he was feeling despondent, the battlefield notification chimed. To his surprise, trading is indeed possible. Qin Feng, with a refreshing demeanor, closed his eyes and flared his nostrils. In an instant, he caught a whiff of the scent of wealth. To the right of each guardian's chat channel, a trading bar had appeared. Almost immediately, the chat erupted with purchase requests. Inc. Country Ali. Is there a kind soul who could exchange some food with us? My two teammates and I are on the verge of starvation. This cursed place is all desert, and we found a treasure chest filled only with materials. Eagle Sauce Country George, offering a handsome sum for a Tang Dao. Rotten Country Smith, in need of steel. Just 10 units. I'm open to negotiations on what to exchange. Kangaroo Country Albert, also seeking 3 Tang Daos. Price is negotiable. We have the funds. Iron Brother Country Ahmed, looking for 1 Tang Dao, and also the blueprint for an intermediate wall. In no time, nearly 100 purchase requests flooded in. The most sought-after items were weapons. Currently, the most basic weapons on the battlefield are the Tang Dao, the century-old Peachwood sword, and the thunder-striking dual blades. However, based on the previous assault's experience, the Tang Dao appears best suited for the impending second wave. Moreover, the most frequently dropped items on the battlefield thus far have been the Peachwood sword and the Tang Dao, indicating a strong likelihood that the Tang Dao will be effective against the next wave. If the most appropriate weapon happens to be the Peachwood sword, it could spell disaster for all the guardians of the nations, with the exception of the Dragon Kingdom, for they have Uncle Jiu. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng grinned. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom still possesses the strongest foundation and the most adequate preparations, regardless of what the next wave may bring. The Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly emerge victorious. He began to take action, prioritizing profit. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, selling 1 Tang Dao for 100 units of Xian iron, or 50 units of titanium alloy. He glanced at the 200 units of Xian iron in his inventory, noting that crafting a Tang Dao only required 10 units. He set the price high merely to allow for negotiation. Moreover, what if he encountered an unsuspecting buyer? That would be quite a windfall. The reason for choosing Xian iron and titanium alloy as trading items is that, at present, titanium alloy is the only D-grade material available. Among E-grade materials, Xian iron is relatively rarer than steel and stone. Once this information was released, nearly all guardians became agitated. Hey, look, Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom has finally spoken. Oh my goodness, he actually dared to show himself. May the steam and boil bless him. May our elder brother from the Dragon Kingdom be safe. Baka. Qin Feng has appeared. Almost hundreds of guardians gasped in unison, either talking to themselves or calling out to friends, even forgetting to send messages in the chat channel. There was no helping it. Qin Feng had always been the center of attention on the national battlefield. In the trial's tumult, he achieved the coveted first kill. Additionally, he led the Dragon Kingdom to be the first to conquer the trial. It was Qin Feng single-handedly vanquishing both George and David from the Eagle Sauce Nation, and even dispatching Meituan Ku and Matsushita from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Remarkably, the latter was accomplished under ambush, with a breathtaking counterattack. While others are fervently seeking to procure equipment, Qin Feng finds himself in the position of selling it. It is often said that comparisons breed contempt in this instance. The Cherry Blossom Nation and the Eagle Sauce Nation were fervently wishing to tear Qin Feng apart, for the items he offered were originally theirs. George from Eagle Sauce Nation, Qin Feng, if you're a man, come to the site of our last battle. Let us engage in a contest of true warriors. Meituan Ku from Cherry Blossom Nation, indeed. The Dragon Kingdom's despicable pig relies solely on underhanded tactics like venomous snakes. Chapter 32. There is but one conclusion: death. The Guardians shook their heads in silence. Were they about to engage in another verbal skirmish? This is a marketplace. The second wave of assaults was imminent. Who had the leisure to gossip? Immediately, several astute individuals initiated trade requests directed at Qin Feng. Battlefield notification. The Kingdom of Indu's Ali has initiated a trade. Tang Dao X1, Xian Tai X50. Qin Feng chuckled. Was this fellow not in need of sustenance? After a brief murmur, he realized the gravity of the situation. Weapons were in short supply. By exchanging them, he would not have to fear the lack of food. The brothers from Indu were quite clever. With a sigh of admiration, Qin Feng refrained from acting hastily. Battlefield notification. The Kangaroo Nation's Albert has initiated a trade. Tang Dao X3, Xian Tai X30. Upon reviewing the information, Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Truly, these rogues emerging from the exiled lands were something else. My cost for production exceeds 10 units of Xian Tai. Are you simply going to swoop in and steal? Moreover, this fellow was even more cunning than the one from Indu, attempting to acquire 3. Did they possess no weapons at all? Unthinkable. Clearly, they sought to profit by reselling. It appeared that among the Guardians, each was more shrewd than the last. With hardly a moment's thought, Qin Feng promptly dismissed the trade request. Not only these two, but dozens of trade requests flooded in simultaneously, with offers ranging from 50 to 10. Most bids hovered around 30 or 40, while only that shameless beaky from the Kangaroo Nation offered a paltry 10. Without exception, all trade items consisted solely of Xian Tai, not a single unit of titanium alloy in sight. Furthermore, amidst the barrage of information, there were messages and private chats from the Eagle Sauce Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation, all imploring him to take decisive action. The content was nothing but juvenile taunts questioning his masculinity, which struck Qin Feng as rather childish. Please, as indignant as you sound, you merely wish to seize my resources. The cunning of the white-skinned was matched only by Qin Feng's own intelligence. However, the incessant messages and private chats began to wear on his nerves. In the end, he made a statement in the public channel. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, FK you all. Guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kimchi Nation. You better pray you do not encounter me and my teammates again, or there will be but one conclusion: death. A hush fell over the chat channel. Not a single message emerged. Qin Feng's brazen threat lingered in the air for what felt like an eternity, long enough for everyone to lose track of time. Long enough for the guardians of the three nations to break into a cold sweat. This Qin Feng was audacious. Not only were those on the battlefield astonished, but the viewers across Blue Star watching the live stream were equally taken aback. Wow, our Qin god is incredible. Haha. I must see the expressions of those three in the Eagle Sauce Nation's live stream. Get screenshots, brothers. I'm heading to the Cherry Blossom Nation stream. I'm off to the Kimchi Nation. Ha ha ha, their reactions must be priceless. My beloved husband, how I adore you. A kiss. Alas, the people of the Dragon Nation, destined to meet their demise at the hands of your Qin wind. In our land of kimchi, we have a saying, the tall tree will be uprooted by the wind. Just wait and see. You are correct. While your Dragon Nation possesses the Qin wind, a grim fate awaits. However, I recall that the tall tree will be uprooted by the wind originates from your nation, does it not? It appears that two jesters have infiltrated our live stream. This is utterly amusing. Even the foreigners can no longer tolerate the treasonous remarks. Perhaps Kimchi Nation should apply for the preservation of Chinese characters as well. On the Blue Star Internet, keyboard warriors from various nations are once again embroiled in disputes. Qin Wind is indifferent to your quarrels. As long as you do not confront him directly, all is well. Within the National War Chat Room, the Guardians from Eagle Sauce Nation and two other nations are left speechless by Qin Wind's retorts, their provocations proving ineffective. Congratulations! You have successfully traded with Ali from Ink Nation. Congratulations! You have received 50 units of Xian iron. Ultimately, Qin Wind chose to engage in the trade with the highest bid. At this moment, the countdown for the manufacturing of the Tang Dao continues to tick away. 133. 132. Each Tang Dao takes merely 10 minutes to produce. With this transaction, he has profited 40 units of Xian iron. How delightful! Qin Wind mused. This means I can sell one every 10 minutes. Quite splendid indeed. As he glanced at the chat room, purchase requests were flooding in incessantly. The majority of Guardians seeking to acquire Tang Dao privately messaged Qin Wind but received no response. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to continuously Qin Wind. In resignation, Qin Wind sent out a message, Dragon Nation Qin Wind. The Tang Dao has been sold, and I am quite satisfied with the price. If any interested parties wish to purchase, please include a sincere offer next time. Those seeking a bargain need not apply. Kangaroo Nation. Upon hearing this, the Guardians felt a wave of disappointment. Rotten Nation Wilson, why was it sold? Is there any stock left? I recall you had opened a green treasure chest containing Tang Dao blueprints. Bear Nation Andre, Eagle Sauce Nation George. George, upon reading this, was nearly driven to fury. How typical of Rotten Nation to bring up such matters. They claim to be steadfast allies? And Bear Nation. Why must they always insert themselves? Naturally, George refrained from responding in the chat, as that would only invite further torment. Ink Nation Ali, Dragon Nation Qin Wind. I am eternally grateful. May the Lord bless you. Iron Brother Nation Ahmed. So it was the Guardian from Ink Nation who made the purchase. Congratulations. Ink Nation Ali. Does anyone have extra food? Let us trade some for Tang Dao. The Guardians collectively sighed. It turns out this fellow was scheming all along. Observers on Blue Star witnessed this scene and nearly burst into laughter. Guarding the nation pales in comparison to guarding one's own belly. Indeed, the Guardians of Ink Nation have come to a realization. The situation upstairs is rather unseemly. Shouldn't the intention be to open instead? Have you all not been following the news? The nation of Indigua on Blue Star has been nearly overrun by zombies, rendering any defense of the national gates utterly futile. I observed aerial footage, and it is indeed a dire sight, truly harrowing. Almost everyone has succumbed to the zombie plague. During the trial assault, 3 night demons breached the national gates. As a consequence, 30,000 night demons materialized within Indigua. In this minuscule nation, devoid of economic strength, military might, or territorial depth, how could it withstand such an overwhelming onslaught of the undead? To exacerbate matters, over half of the monsters have infiltrated the borders. The trial assault on Indigua has been deemed a failure in defending the national gates, resulting in a 3-year reduction in lifespan for all its citizens. Given that the average lifespan in Indigua was already low, this further diminishment places the nation's ability to fend off the zombie threat in an even more precarious position. Within a mere 3 days, 30,000 night demons have effectively decimated the nation of Indigua. Chapter 33. The first nation to fall. George was amused to discover that the guardians of the Ink country were attempting to trade tang knives for food. Was food really such a scarcity? There was an abundance of pig-headed meat. Eagle Sauce Nation. George. Ink country. Ali, I can make the exchange. You want food? I have plenty. Sakura Nation. Meituan Ku. I can also trade, offering you 2 pig-headed creatures, weighing over 800 pounds. That should sustain you 3 for several months. Eagle Sauce Nation. George. Sakura Nation, do you dare to challenge me? Upon hearing this, the Kimchi Nation, which had intended to make an offer, immediately fell silent. They certainly did not wish to provoke him. The Kangaroo Nation also refrained from raising their voices, choosing to remain quiet. The Sakura Nation, however, displayed a different demeanor, bowing respectfully and calling him father in person, while secretly plotting treachery behind his back. This duplicitous nature was deeply ingrained in the character of the Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation. Meituan Ku. Forgive us, allies, but we are in need of tang knives as well. Eagle Sauce Nation. George. Get lost. I contacted the Ink country first. On the battlefield, all observers from Blue Star watched the chaos unfold with delight. Amused by the spectacle of dog-eat-dog, citizens of the Eagle Sauce Nation and Sakura Nation shook their heads in exasperation. A collective sigh escaped their lips. Oh, the irony. The leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation immediately called the Sakura Nation to demand an explanation. What were you thinking? Were you rebelling? The Sakura Nation's representative on the other end of the line repeatedly bowed in apology. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation extorted another sum from the Sakura Nation. Although the Eagle Sauce Nation suffered no losses in this incident, their position as the master meant that any embarrassment caused by the Sakura Nation was, in fact, a loss. Ali, witnessing the unfolding events, was filled with joy. Could he truly profit from this situation? He could sell the tang knife for 50 pieces of black iron, plus a pig. Was that not akin to receiving a pig for free? Delightful. Ink country. Ali. Patience. Everyone, take your time. I will sell to the highest bidder. All guardians. How outrageous. Truly outrageous. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was remarkably clever. However, the thought of seeing his items sold off, whether to the Eagle Sauce Nation or the Sakura Nation, left him feeling quite displeased. Yet, since the goods were now in the hands of the Ink country, and there had been no prior agreement prohibiting sales to the Eagle Sauce and others, he resigned himself to the situation, vowing to establish verbal agreements in future transactions. Just then, an unexpected announcement reverberated across the battlefield. Battlefield notification. The entire territory of the Ink country has fallen, completely occupied by the night demons. Battlefield notification. The Ink country has been overrun, entirely seized by zombies. The Ink country is no more. The 3 guardians of the Ink country in the fate battlefield have been erased. This news sent shockwaves through the ranks of the guardians, leaving them in a state of panic. What? The Ink country has perished? The guardians have been obliterated? No, no, no. Many guardians, particularly those of low talent, turned pale, as if they themselves were facing erasure on the fate battlefield. Regardless of whether one belonged to an allied or opposing nation on Blue Star, there was a shared sense of sorrow akin to that felt when a fox dies and a rabbit mourns. Not only were the guardians astonished, but the inhabitants of Blue Star were equally taken aback. What on earth? The kingdom of Indu has been annihilated by the night demon? Oh dear, how terrifying. I'm so frightened. Will we be next? Fear not. We have the great Qin Feng. The Dragon Kingdom will surely be safe. Indeed, we are under the protection of the great Qin Feng. In the Dragon Kingdom's National War Department, Li Tai rubbed his temples. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to its end, and the ashtray on the table was filled with butts. For the past few days, he had relied on this to cope. Li Ku, the documents are all here. His assistant handed over the paperwork, which included a report from the Kingdom of Indu. Beneath it lay another document, a draft of the wall plan, composed by several rogue nations. Their intention was to effectively seal off the Kingdom of Indu. The wall plan did not entail the actual construction of a physical wall along Indu's borders. Rather, it aimed at a comprehensive blockade, land, sea, and air, completely sealing off all routes emanating from Indu. The neighboring nations were in a precarious position, forced to significantly elevate their border patrol and defense tasks. At this critical juncture of the second wave of assault, no one had the leisure to assist Indu in expelling the night demons, save for the likes of Hassan, who still held some value to the Eagle Sauce Nation and possessed a modicum of strength. The Eagle Sauce Nation might extend a helping hand. Very well. Li Tai signed the agreement, instructing his assistant to fax it back to the United Nations. The wall plan was now officially endorsed by the 5 rogue nations and was set to take immediate effect. On the battlefield, the news of Indu's destruction further fueled the urgency among the guardians to prepare supplies. Eagle Sauce Nation. George, Indu's Ali, are you still there? Well, you're heading to heaven soon. Hurry and give me the Tang Dao. Sakura Nation. Meituan Ku. Sell it to me quickly, don't waste it, Ali-san. At this moment, at the gates of the Kingdom of Indu, Ali and his 2 companions were weeping bitterly. What lay before them? whether the gates or the resting quarters, was gradually vanishing. It was evident that in mere minutes, they too would cease to exist. Induali, haha. Cursed Eagle Sauce Nation and Sakura Nation, I would rather break the Tang Dao than give it to you. Both your nations are demons. Your people shall descend into hell after death. Induali, I will bequeath my sword and remaining resources to the friends of the Dragon Kingdom. For they alone have been our true allies, genuinely helping us in our time of need. Eagle Sauce Nation, George, how can you say that? We, the Eagle Sauce Nation, exist to uphold world peace. The other guardians fell into silence, unable to muster a laugh even at George's jest. After all, the first national gateway to be erased was happening right before their eyes. Who could guarantee that they would not be next? Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a disquieting sensation within. Particularly as a transaction notification popped up, it left him feeling unsettled. Battlefield notification, congratulations. Indu's Ollie has gifted you supplies, Tang Dao X1, Steel X100, Wood X200. Remarks, wishing you good fortune, my friends, farewell. In the chat room, Qin Feng promptly sent a message, Dragon Country Qin Feng, Indonesian Country Ollie, my friend, go with peace of mind. I shall pierce through this wretched battlefield and avenge you. Indonesian Country Ollie, thank you, my friend. The message remained unfinished. As the once bustling gates of the Indonesian nation now lay shrouded in a desolate expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any trace of former life. Battlefield notification, the formal assault is about to commence. Countdown, 3 hours. All guardians, please prepare yourselves. While everyone was still enveloped in sorrow for the fallen, the notification once again jolted all guardians back to the stark reality. The deceased are beyond reach, but those who remain must continue to struggle. The fall of the Indonesian nation underscores the necessity and urgency of weaponry. Chapter 34. The biceps are stiff. Thomas from the UK. Who has a Tang Dao? I wish to purchase one. Quickly. Brenton from Australia. Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. I sincerely apologize. My teammate was quite rude earlier. We are willing to pay a handsome price for a Tang Dao. Park Jong-hwan from Korea. Oh, come on. I refuse to believe that only the Dragon Kingdom has surplus Tang Daos. Who is willing to part with one? I will exchange all my resources for it. Please. In an instant, the screen was flooded once again. The predominant messages were pleas for Qin Feng to release a sword. At that moment, having crafted a new sword from the Tang Dao blueprint, along with the one gifted by the Ink Mud Kingdom, Qin Feng found himself in possession of 2 additional Tang Daos. With 3 hours remaining until the impending clash, he could still forge 18 more. Including the 2 in hand and the 6 hastily crafted in the previous hour, he had the capacity to sell a total of 26. What a fortune! Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. Very well, since so many are clamoring to purchase, I cannot be ungracious. I indeed have Tang Daos available. You may propose a fair price for the transaction. If I find it suitable, I shall confirm the deal. Upon this declaration, guardians from over 100 nations erupted in simultaneous cheers. This was also a clever tactic employed by Qin Feng. He refrained from stating a specific price. Interested in acquiring a sword? Certainly. Estimate a price that might entice me. What? Unable to guess? Alas, should you delay, the swords might be snatched away by others. However, the guardians in need of swords were oblivious to this nuance. Their greatest fear was that the remaining swords would be claimed by someone else first. AI Ham from Pakistan, brother from the Dragon Kingdom, you are indeed formidable. Simba from Ethiopia, the Dragon Kingdom embodies the grandeur of a great nation. Unlike certain others who behave like rogues. Alexander from Italy, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom, we are still in need of weapons. For the sake of God. Oh no, for the sake of our past camaraderie, please sell us one. In an instant, pleas for connections and expressions of despair echoed throughout the chat. This was no longer a Guardian's chat room. It had transformed into an online congregation of beggars. Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom, hold on before sending me trade requests. I have conditions. Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom, here, I solemnly declare, I am initiating economic sanctions against the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, effective immediately. Traders from these 3 nations will be permanently blacklisted from my transactions. Of course, I cannot verify any clandestine dealings in real time. However, should I discover such transactions, not only will you be blacklisted, but you will also become my adversary. Gasp. Upon uttering these words, individuals from both worlds collectively inhaled sharply. A personal economic sanction against 3 nations? Such a statement seemed absurd at first glance, yet upon reflection, given Qin Feng's strength and potential, he was entirely justified in making such claims. There are no true friends or enemies among nations, only interests. But Qin Feng was an individual, he harbored his own emotions. These 3 distasteful nations had become his genuine enemies. Other guardians began to realize this and pondered whether it was prudent to engage and trade with Qin Feng. After all, trading with him would equate to severing ties with the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, even if one were to play the role of a mere fence-sitter. What would happen if Qin Feng were to discover it? In the arena of national warfare, who could predict an encounter with him? The fierce rivals like the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Dragon Nation might just cross paths in this very place. What else could possibly occur? The Guardians envisioned a future where they found themselves as sworn enemies of Qin Feng, sending shivers down their spines. Ah, Qin Shen is truly formidable. V587. Strength grants one a solid backbone. Qin Feng possesses more than just a sturdy spine. Blushing. JPG, my husband has something even more robust. Chuckles, oh dear. The lady of the house, 1T escape. Blushing. JPG, where are your thoughts wandering? She was referring to her husband's biceps. Eagle Sauce Nation George. Ha, my heavens. Look at this Dragon Nation fellow. He truly believes he is significant. Kimchi Nation Park Jongwon. Oh please, Dragon Nation S Qin Feng. Who do you think you are? Do you genuinely believe that over 200 other nations will abandon their friendships with Eagle Sauce Nation and my vast universe for you? Dream on. Meanwhile, the Eagle Sauce Nation and the other 3 nations were oblivious to the multitude of trade requests that had appeared before Qin Feng. Battlefield notification. The Iron Brother Nation S. Ahmed has initiated a trade. Tang Dao X1, Titanium Alloy X30. Note, Dragon Nation Elder Brother. I know you are in need of titanium alloy, but we stumbled upon this and only acquired 30 units. I hope you do not find it too little. Battlefield notification. Kangaroo Nation S. Brenton has initiated a trade. Tang Dao X1, Black Iron X70. Battlefield notification. Cherry Blossom Nation S. Wheezy has initiated a trade. Tang Dao X1, Black Iron X100. Note, Mr. Qin Feng, I am aware of the unpleasantness between our nations, but I beseech you to sell us a sword, please. Bowing in reverence. 90 bows. Ah, the Iron Brother has titanium alloy. What a good comrade to offer me 30 units directly. The Cherry Blossom Nation S lady has come knocking. One wonders if the men in her nation lack the courage to plead their case. Qin Feng sifted through the numerous trade messages, selecting those with the highest offers. Upon seeing the Cherry Blossom Nation girl approach, he could not help but smile. He took a screenshot and shared it in the chat room. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, Eagle Sauce Nation George. I'm just observing, no comments. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, Kimchi Nation. Go away, you lack the right to speak to me. Dare to lay a hand on my dear sister, and I shall slay you at every encounter. Park Jongwon. Oh please, Qin Feng, how arrogant. George was infuriated upon viewing the screenshot. Not only did it feature the Cherry Blossom Nation, but also the Kangaroo Nation. His once obedient sycophants had betrayed him. While the disloyalty of the Cherry Blossom Nation was expected, what about the Kangaroo Nation? Did they choose to ignore his existence? Now, they had publicly humiliated him with a screenshot. The other Guardians could not suppress their laughter, especially those small and impoverished nations who had often been bullied by the Eagle Sauce Nation. They were now filled with an immense joy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 titanium alloys. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 80 dark iron. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 steel. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 centenary peachwood swords. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 90 dark iron. Battlefield notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 80 dark iron. Now, he awaits the imminent impact, having sold all the goods in his possession, even reserving the production capacity for the next 2 hours, all of which has been exchanged for resources. In addition, he has sold a set of basic wall blueprints, retaining one for his own use. Had he known about the trading channel, he would have labored through the night to craft dozens, if not hundreds, of them, if time had permitted. Qin Feng could have amassed even greater wealth. Nevertheless, in retrospect, the gains are indeed substantial. Chapter 35, Brotherhood Xiantai had exchanged a total of 1420. The titanium alloy was partially traded with Batai, and there were also 600 in steel. Additionally, some individuals had exchanged 2 peachwood swords for a tang knife. Qin Feng was convinced that since the battlefield could yield peachwood swords, they would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As he was tallying his gains, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Host Business Genius Level 1. Highly aligned with the persona of Iron Man, similarity to Iron Man. Level 2. Reward. 10 to all physical attributes. The Mark III mech's automatic repair was complete. Its ammunition and energy were fully replenished. Qin Feng was elated. Having struck a small fortune, his similarity level had increased. Not only did he gain 10 points to his attributes, but his entire mech's condition was restored to its prime. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 155. The average for an ordinary adult is 5. Agility, 154. Stamina, 156. Current persona, Iron Man. Current skill, Mark Series Mech 3. Similarity, 26. His physical attributes were nearing 160. Currently, Qin Feng's physique was 31 times that of an average adult. In contrast, the proud golden talent of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was merely 10 times. Were it not for the necessity to continue embodying Iron Man and enhance his similarity. If he were to shed the mech, Qin Feng could likely knock down 2 Park Jong-hwan with a single punch. At that moment, the final hour had finally arrived. Battlefield notification. The second wave of assaults begins in 2 hours. Countdown initiated. All Guardians, please prepare yourselves. Battlefield notification. This assault features 50 E-grade monsters, pig-head men. Defend against the monster attack for 15 minutes. If fewer than 25 monsters pass through the National Gate, it is deemed a successful defense. Otherwise, it is a failure. A successful defense will yield performance-based rewards, while failure will result in a 10 reduction in physical attributes for the nation. 159, 59, 159, 58. As the countdown ticked away second by second, everyone's hearts raced. The inevitable had finally arrived. Woe is me, a direct 10 reduction in physical attributes. I'm so frightened. Cough, cough, cough. On the brink of death, a 10 deduction may very well in Maine. Help. 50 pighead men. Why is the second wave of assaults so terrifying? Hang in there, great Qin Feng. It's only 15 minutes. Fear not, my dear friends. Our husband is quite enduring. A mere 15 minutes is nothing for him. Oh my, the entourage of Qin Feng, enough already. I foresee no issues. Remember the Eagle Sauce Nation? They managed to withstand 10 D-grade monsters in the wild. This is merely E-grade, and there are walls to protect us, so worry not. But can it be compared? Iron Brother? That's a full 50. Even if they are only E-grade, 50 of them. Each one, or pig, with a club could easily flatten the defenders, right? Not all national borders are fortified. Nearly half lack even rudimentary walls. As is the case with our beloved Pakistan. On Blue Star, a somber atmosphere prevails. The majority are skeptical about a second wave of assaults, with only a select few placing their faith in their guardians. However, one thing is certain, Blue Star will no longer suffer from a shortage of pork. Meanwhile, the National War Department of Blue Star is inundated with tasks. Li Tai is confident in defending the borders. Yet the likelihood of keeping all monsters at bay is exceedingly slim, especially given the disparity of 3 against 50. Fortunately, prior to the trial's onslaught, the Dragon Kingdom had already established its defenses in anticipation of the monster's emergence. Presently, the focus shifts to responding to pleas for assistance from other nations. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Pakistan personally reached out, beseeching the Dragon Kingdom for military reinforcement, as their borders are without walls. Aside from makeshift structures, they have little to protect them. It is akin to a temptress, languidly waving a handkerchief and coyly calling out, "Come play, dear." Setting aside the long-standing friendship between our nations, the Dragon Kingdom cannot remain indifferent, for a significant attack on Pakistan would undoubtedly escalate pressure on its own borders. As the officials of Pakistan expressed their profound gratitude, a heartwarming scene unfolded on the battlefield. Qin Feng had intentionally withheld a blueprint for a basic wall, reserving it for Pakistan's defenders. At that moment, he initiated a private conversation with Ahmed from Pakistan. Qin Feng, brother, have you yet to construct your wall? Ahmed, indeed. Elder brother, Qin Feng, I have an extra blueprint here. Take it for emergency use. Ahmed, really? We would gladly purchase it from you. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, this blueprint was meant for you. It was merely seized by Sakura Nation. Now, it returns to its rightful owner. Besides, when you acquired the Tang Sword, 30 units of titanium alloy were excessive. Titanium alloy is a D-grade resource. I cannot take advantage of you. After a series of exchanges, he initiated the transaction. Battlefield notification. Gratuitous donation of basic wall blueprint X1. Recipient, Ahmed of Pakistan. Please confirm. Without hesitation, Qin Feng clicked confirm. The other party fell silent for a few moments before responding with a simple yet profound, thank you. A single expression of gratitude encapsulated a multitude of sentiments. Qin Feng inquired further, do you have sufficient materials for construction? Ahmed quickly replied, yes, we have prepared the materials in advance. We just hadn't managed to find the blueprint until now. Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance. Qin Feng smiled. What is there to thank? We are brothers. With this declaration, the 3 guardians of Pakistan were moved to tears. Brother, the elder brother of the Dragon Kingdom truly regards us as kin. Oh, great Qin Feng, how heartwarming. Wah, I'm smitten. I also want to bear great Qin Feng's children. Qin Feng's wife's group. Do you discriminate against transgender individuals? Get lost, you pathetic sissy. We only assist genuine women for our husbands, and they must pass an online beauty certification. Oh, the wives of the great Qin Feng are remarkably proud, all members of the Aesthetics Association. Indeed, Longwa and Baturguo are everlasting brothers. Well done, my Qin god. Upholding justice by aiding the weak is the noble spirit of our Longwa. Thank you, dear elder brother from Longwa, for supporting our guardians. May the steam and boil bless Qin Feng, ensuring he remains free from illness and pain. 2 hours, just in time. Not only were the citizens of Baturguo and Longwa moved, but even the higher-ups of Baturguo were touched to tears. Before the call ended, They witnessed the live broadcast of the scene and immediately expressed their profound gratitude to Li Tai, despite him having done nothing. Although there is no way to control the actions of the Guardians on the battlefield of the Blue Star, he remains sincerely grateful to Longhua for their heartfelt assistance. With the support of Qin Feng, construction of a wall began at the gates of Baturguo, and Li Tai continued to send troops into Baturguo as a precaution. Chapter 36. Uncle Jiu has fled. Time slipped away, leaving only the final 10 minutes. The sky had turned completely dark. Qin Feng, clad in armor, stood resolutely at the forefront, bracing himself. Behind and before him, piles of bonfires blazed, forming two straight lines that resembled an aircraft runway against the night. This tactic had been learned from the previous assault, allowing for an earlier engagement with the enemy, thereby enhancing their competitive advantage. Bao'er, do not kill too swiftly. Wait for Uncle Jiu to return, Qin Feng communicated through his earpiece to the bewildered Bao'er behind him. In the prototype machine, she was perplexed. Why should they delay? Monsters were approaching, and yet they were advised against swift action. What was the rationale behind this? She could not comprehend it. Moreover, weren't they competing for first place? The highest rewards awaited the victor. Although Bao'er did not covet the rewards, she cherished the prestige of being first. That gluttonous scoundrel, the Taoist, has indeed fled. Damn. With only a few minutes until the assault, the charlatan has vanished? What is this nonsense? I told you that scoundrel Uncle Jiu was a fraud. You all doubted me. Now do you see? Open your eyes. Isn't he supposed to control the corpses? He spoke so earnestly about some golden-armored corpse. How could he disappear at such a critical moment? Perhaps, seeing that the second wave consists of 50 monsters, he was terrified. He likely thought that Qin Feng could not withstand the onslaught and chose to flee to save his own skin. Exactly. As long as he survives on the national battlefield, we cannot do anything to him. I checked. This old man is a solitary figure, with no family on Blue Star. Really? Is this true? How tragic. Damn it, I was so eager to see him demonstrate his prowess. What a letdown. Let us be honest, my wife is the most loyal. Here she stands before the national gate, without a hint of movement. To be fair, while Bao'er may be weak, her sense of loyalty is commendable. Why are you all portraying Bao'er in such a noble light? Isn't she just stubborn and foolish? Indeed, as she would say in her dialect. She's just a simpleton. The deceitful Taoist must realize that if he perishes, we will undoubtedly vote to replace him, and then he will truly be finished. My husband is shouldering the burden again. I don't care. I must assist him. Before the national gate, only 2 guardians stood watch, with no sign of Linjiu. The online community erupted in outrage. Even the National War Department was alarmed. Li Tai commanded, switch the feed to Linjiu. Report to Li Kud. The footage cannot be switched. The automatic focus is locked on the vicinity of the national gate for half an hour before and after the monster assault. Li Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Now, he found himself powerless against Linjiu. Even if he knew Linjiu's whereabouts, what could he possibly do? The people on Blue Star could only watch helplessly. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the ominous chime resonated in the air, heralding the commencement of the second wave of the national battle. Dear Guardians, may fortune favor you, it echoed, sending a shiver down the spines of the defenders from various nations. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the guttural cries of swine. A cacophony that seemed almost out of place, yet unmistakably, they were pigs. In quick succession, the sounds multiplied, merging into a chaotic symphony. A pack of ferocious beasts, as if released from confinement, surged forth with unbridled enthusiasm. In the shadows, they caught sight of the glimmering light emanating from the national gates and, raising their spiked clubs high, charged forward. Their hefty bodies thudded against the ground, a rhythmic yet disordered march that sent tremors through the earth, stirring up dust and debris. Oh heavens, they're coming, exclaimed one voice. Just listening to this commotion is utterly terrifying. Here I am, a towering figure at 2 meters. And this sound sends chills down my spine. I can only imagine how the guardians on the battlefield must feel. Being chosen as a guardian is truly a dreadful fate. I've seen streams showcasing guardians from dozens of nations, including homemakers, and many of them possessing great talents. What a stroke of misfortune. I'm both terrified and curious. What should I do? Perhaps you should find your mother to cling to, or I could hold you instead. Amidst the banter, some netizens attempted to flirt. At the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng discerned the indistinct outlines of pig-headed figures lurking in the darkness. Sister Bao'er, I'm counting on you. We cannot allow the monsters to breach the gates, not even a single one. With determination, Bao'er took a few steps forward, her mech emitting an exhilarating roar. Fear not. My dear, I've got this under control. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She had experienced firsthand the strength of these pig-headed creatures just the day before. Those massive spiked clubs could very well turn her prized toy into mere rubble. No, I must ensure my prized crab is safeguarded, she murmured, stepping out of her mech. What on earth is my wife planning? One spectator pondered. What kind of nonsense is this iron-headed girl up to? Another queried. Is she really going to forego the mech? I'm unclear. I can't comprehend her actions. Just then, the next scene unfolded, leaving the viewers agape. Bao'er cautiously crouched down, wrapping her arms around the leg of the marked prototype. Well, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with determination, and astonishingly, she lifted the prototype with ease. What the heck? Is this some kind of special effect? Director, come out here. This effect is ludicrously unrealistic. Goodness, how is Bao'er so strong? That mech must weigh at least 600 or 700 kilograms. If memory serves me right, Bao'er only possesses a white attribute with 4 points. How could she possibly have such strength? Upon reflection, there exists but one explanation. Her strength was inherently considerable. Yet, what purpose did she have in carrying the mecha? To hurl it at the monstrous adversaries? As the online spectators found themselves both astonished and bewildered, Sister Bao embraced the prototype machine and, with diligent effort, made her way to the National Gate. With a gentle placement, she set the prototype upon the ground. You shall patiently await here, dear sibling, while I dispatch these foes. After which we shall engage in play. Sister Bao affectionately patted her cherished toy before turning towards her designated combat position. After taking but a few strides, she scratched her head and glanced back at her beloved contraption. Why on earth did I not simply pilot it here? Why must I carry it? In a moment of exasperation, she lamented, Oh dear, I feel utterly depleted. Is there anyone kind enough to grant me a swift end? With a chuckle, another voice interjected, Please excuse my partner. Her thoughts sometimes stray from the norm. Goodness, is it not time to cease the antics? Get into the mecha and assist the esteemed Qin Feng. Alas, my dear husband suffers greatly. Each teammate proves more troublesome than the last. With a cough, one lamented, I fear I may not escape this predicament. Doctor, please proceed with the extraction. Let it be swift. Though Qin Feng exhibited remarkable prowess, these two peculiarities were undeniably vexing. The online community instantly erupted in fervor. Chapter 37. Do not hold on any longer, brother. At this moment, Li Tai of the National War Department averted his gaze from the screen, sighing deeply as he rubbed his temples. It appeared that the gates of the Dragon Nation were about to be breached. Jarvis, thermal imaging. Upon issuing the command, a prompt response from Jarvis followed. Yes, sir. In the next instant, amidst the previously dark HUD within the helmet, a vivid red emerged, depicting the thermal signatures of the pig-headed creatures. Above this crimson expanse, dozens of large pig heads were clearly visible. In the shadows, their hands were raised high, and their movements appeared somewhat comical when viewed through the thermal imaging. The first kill is ours. With a surge of white smoke erupting from beneath his feet, Qin Feng ascended slowly and charged toward the pig-headed beings. Launch missiles. He raised his arm, and the missiles in the chamber began to rise. There was no need for precise targeting. He simply needed to fire into the most densely packed area of the pig-headed creatures. With a sharp whistle, a missile, the size of a pin, shot toward the herd. It soared over 2 rows of bonfires and plunged into the darkness. The bright tail flame traced a straight line through the pitch-black space. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the missile detonated amidst the swine, instantly obliterating 3 or 4 of the wild pig-headed beings, while another 5 or 6 were sent soaring into the air. Thud, thud, thud. Several pig-headed creatures crashed to the ground, disoriented and dazed. They shook their heads, emitting sounds reminiscent of munching, and gradually stood up. Undeterred by the chaos, they continued their reckless advance toward the gates. Goodness, are they really that resilient? They didn't even die? It seems they are unaffected. How many did Qin Feng's missile actually take down? There are still over 40 left. What are we to do? Darling, keep it up. I'm waiting for your return. All the ladies are waiting for you. With the current situation, it seems Qin Feng would be better off outside. Otherwise, he might be drained dry upon returning to Blue Star. On the battlefield, as the pig herd charged into the bonfire area, 3 mini-cannons emerged from Qin Feng's shoulders. Jarvis, aim for their eyes, strive for a one-shot kill. The pig heads were thick-skinned and had hard skulls, making their eyes the only reliable weak point. Understood. On the HUD, 6 circular red markers locked onto 6 pig-headed creatures, automatically adjusting to track their movements while maintaining aim. Fire. Whoosh. The 6 mini-cannons discharged simultaneously. With muffled thuds, the 6 creatures at the forefront were all struck down. The entire sequence, from missile launch to mini-cannon fire, transpired in under 3 seconds. At this moment, the National War Battlefield notification finally responded. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's guardian, Qin Feng, for achieving the first kill of the second wave of monster assaults. First kill reward. All attributes 5, 100 titanium alloy, 100 crimson crystals, 100 dark iron. The notification reverberated in the air. The other guardians were left in a daze. Once again, it was Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation. Indeed. The first kill belongs to him. My goodness, George, how did they accomplish this? We didn't even catch a glimpse of the monsters. Only the nauseating grunts of the pig-headed creatures. Quiet, David. Pay attention. If you see the herd of pigs, detonate the bomb. Qin Feng's face brightened. Oh, this time they are rather generous, bestowing upon him 100 units of titanium alloy. I wonder what this crimson crystal is intended for. Qin Feng murmured, levitating in midair, relentlessly targeting the pig-headed beings below with his palm cannon. Bang! Bang! He unleashed a barrage, not pausing for a moment. Instantly, the pig-headed creatures fell one after another. Nevertheless, this did little to halt the charge of the oncoming beasts. This is dire. This won't suffice. Qin Feng realized that merely using the palm cannon could not deter these creatures. Although they were rotund, their speed was astonishing. The lengthy runway ahead had been halved. And if they pressed on, Sister Bao would soon be in combat. Hiki, here they come. At that moment, Sister Bao was sharpening her blades, preparing her dual thunder strikes for an intense battle. However, with a thunderous crash, Qin Feng landed, positioning himself in front of the pig-headed creatures. With a punch and a kick, he sent one pig-headed creature flying backward. As it landed, it quickly scrambled to its feet and charged again. In an instant, Qin Feng's figure was engulfed by the horde of pigs, were it not for the continuous flying pig-headed creatures. The online viewers of Blue Star might have believed Qin Feng had perished. Ah, husband, fly away. If you ascend, they won't be able to reach you. Oh no, the great Qin Feng is surrounded. Why doesn't he, the deity, continue using the palm cannon? Isn't it a direct means to slay them? You think you can do it? Palm cannon? You could just use your mouth cannon. How can you speak so carelessly? Isn't the palm cannon incapable of stopping them? If he fires a few shots, the pig-headed creatures would probably breach our borders. In the National Battle Department, everyone halted their tasks, anxiously watching the screen. At this moment, the National Battle Department was quieter than it had been in over 100 hours. They anxiously observed the fleeting figure of that man amidst the swine. Now, only this man stood between the Dragon Kingdom and the monstrous horde. Without him, the 50 billion innocent citizens of the Dragon Kingdom would confront these vicious beasts head-on. Pat, 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 pat. Some clerical women, clutching their documents, could no longer hold back their silent tears. Their tears fell, soaking the papers in their arms. Li Tai also stood up, slamming his fist on the desk with fury. Now, armed with heavy troops, he felt utterly powerless. All he could do was watch helplessly. This scene unfolded in various military tents. Whether among the military elites, young generals, or ordinary soldiers, each was filled with righteous indignation, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. After nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, they found themselves impotent in the face of national calamity, merely watching as their compatriots faced such overwhelming odds against the beasts. It was suffocating. Truly, it was utterly suffocating. Qin Feng, though I have never laid eyes upon you, you are indeed my dear brother. In the next life, I shall undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with you, battling our foes. Brother Qin Feng, allow them to come forth. Our Dragon Kingdom stands united. Indeed, do not persist in your struggles, brother, let them come, for our homeland awaits us. The warriors were ablaze with fervor. Had there been a celestial ladder leading directly to the battlefield of destiny before them, they would have ascended without hesitation, rushing to stand alongside Qin Feng and engage the enemy. As countless compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star were moved to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. The truth was that within the mech, Qin Feng felt utterly at ease. Lo and behold, the enhancement of physical prowess by over 30 times is no mere exaggeration. This was his inaugural experience of delivering unrestrained blows with full force. The towering, rotund, orc-like creatures appeared as mere children in their presence, unable to even touch Qin Feng's form. With each strike, he sent them flying, yet they would rise again to encircle him, causing him some vexation. If Uncle Jiu does not return soon, I shall leave not a single orc for him. Chapter 38. The autonomous humanoid power bank in consideration of Lin Jiu's feelings. Qin Feng deliberately showed restraint, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Humph. The young gentleman knows how to unleash a massacre, yet still asks me to spare some for the elder. Sister Bao pouted from behind, a hint of dissatisfaction in her murmurs. Hey, she called through her earpiece. Young gentleman, send over a couple of pigs for me to practice on. I'm standing here, utterly bored. Qin Feng replied. Sister Bao, please take this seriously. This is not a game. At that moment, a chilling breath echoed from the darkness. The sound seemed to originate from afar, yet felt as if someone was exhaling right beside him, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a vague silhouette began to bounce toward them through the shadows. Out of nowhere, a figure clad in golden armor, a pig-headed creature, or rather a pig-headed zombie, materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. Uncle Jiu, you have finally succeeded. Qin Feng exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the spectacle. Ah, what the hell? That charlatan dares to show his face. What in the world is this? A golden pig-headed creature? Could it truly be a golden armored corpse? The old man must have reskinned his toy and spent some money on it. Damn it, Lin Jiu, you old rogue. You left my husband to face the monster alone. He'll be devoured. With a resounding crash, screens across Long was shattered under the blows of enthusiastic fans. By the command of the law, heed my call, golden armored corpse. As soon as Lin Jiu appeared, he swiftly performed a series of hand seals, his incantations flowing freely. With a thunderous roar, the corpse-restraining talisman on the pig-headed zombie's forehead was incinerated into nothingness. Sister Bao, with keen eyes, observed from a distance. Wow, Uncle, your golden-armored corpse is a success. Come, let us compare and see whether your creation is fiercer than my crab. Lin Jiu, Qin Feng, everyone. Oh my. It can perform magic too? This move looks quite impressive. Oh great charlatan. Is this the time to be hurling insults? This is Uncle Jiu's Taoist technique. I shall remain silent and merely observe what antics unfold. Lin Jiu pointed directly at the center of the golden-armored corpse's forehead, causing its pig-like eyes to spring wide open, gleaming with a hint of bloodlust. Go forth, kill without mercy. Lin Jiu directed a finger towards the herd of pigs. The golden-armored corpse let out a breath, releasing a stream of corpse energy akin to a white ribbon from its mouth. Its tusks were long and curved, nearly forming a complete circle. In addition to the representative tusks of its species, 2 elongated canine teeth protruded from its mouth, lending it a particularly fearsome appearance. With another exhalation, the golden-armored corpse leaped 3 times and landed next to the group of pigs. The pig-headed creature was being besieged by Qin Feng and remained oblivious to the arrival of this unusual counterpart. The golden-armored corpse thrust its stiff arms forward with great force. With 10 fingers resembling steel blades, they plunged directly into the waist of an unfortunate pig-headed creature. It let out a blood-curdling scream, only to be impaled by the golden-armored corpse. Subsequently, the corpse opened its mouth and bit down. The sounds of swallowing echoed through the chaotic battlefield, sharp and jarring. Gulp. Why on earth am I swallowing in sync with him? It looks delicious. There are really zombies. A pig-headed zombie. Uncle Jiu, you are amazing. I must applaud you. Hey, why don't you give Uncle Jiu a child? Do you look down on him? Get lost. At this moment, the onlookers from the National War Division widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing this scene. Taoist magic. It truly exists in this world, with zombies laid bare before them. How could it be false? Li Tai, stunned for merely 2 seconds, regained his composure, contemplating how to disseminate Taoist teachings. Not just to spread the knowledge, but at least to gather enough capable individuals proficient in Taoist arts for any unforeseen circumstances. On the battlefield, Lin Jiu noticed the golden-armored corpse relentlessly draining the blood of a monstrous beast. With so many creatures around, why focus on just one? Growing anxious, he waved his hands again. Go. At the command, the golden-armored corpse discarded its current prey and targeted the next blood pack. A howl. Another pig fell to misfortune. Qin Feng stole a glance. The creature that had been drained was sprawled on the ground, limbs twitching, uncertain if it was merely convulsing or on the verge of a transformation into a corpse. As he threw a punch, Qin Feng muttered. This time, the golden-armored corpse did not indulge excessively. It bit down on its prey, taking a few gulps of blood before moving on to the next. Remarkably, its efficiency was quite commendable. Seeing that Qin Feng was still surrounded by the pigs, Lin Jiu grew anxious. Qin Xiaogu, I shall assist you. From his treasure bag, he swiftly produced 5 thunder talismans. 5 thunder gods, true talismans unite, 5 thunders, come forth at the call. Upon reciting the incantation, the talismans flew forth, affixing themselves to the chests, arms, and waist of 5 pig-headed creatures, with one unfortunate soul being marked right on its forehead. Thunderstrike, Lin Jiu shouted. The sky darkened, and thunder rumbled. Boom. 5 bolts of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the earth. All the pigs were stunned, gazing vacantly at the heavens. Simultaneously, the lightning struck down, hitting all the talismans. The marked pig-headed creatures instantly transformed into roasted pigs. Not a single sound escaping their mouths as they succumbed with wisps of smoke rising from them. The scent of roasted pork wafted through the air. Oh, this is delightful. The roast comes swiftly. Just sprinkle some cumin, and it will be utterly delectable. Not far away, Sister Bao'er remarked nonchalantly, not forgetting to lick her lips. Though she had seen the world, the others had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback, realizing the formidable power of Uncle Jiu, far exceeding his expectations. If the mech were to run out of energy in the future, could Uncle Jiu lend a hand? Hiki. At this moment, Lin Jiu appeared to him as nothing less than a portable charger, a self-propelled humanoid power bank. The 5 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star gazed in astonishment at the scene of the lightning strike. My goodness, Uncle. Uncle Jiu seems like a celestial being. A deity, a true deity. It turns out Uncle Jiu was never deceiving us from the very beginning. So, the fool was actually me? No. The fool is us, all of us. On the battlefield, Lin Jiu observed that a large portion of the pig herd remained, and he dared not relent. He bit his finger, swiftly drawing a Tai Chi symbol in his palm. Once the symbol was complete, he brought his hands together, reciting the incantation continuously. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe borrows the law. Chapter 39. The absence of chi is truly infuriating. Behold my palm thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiu interlaced his hands, incessantly unleashing palm thunder upon the horde of pigs. Upon being struck, a pig head let out a cry and fell lifelessly to the ground. The cacophony of thuds echoed incessantly. Claps resounded at the National Gate as Sister Bao'er exclaimed, "Impressive. The uncle can indeed strike with precision, and in succession no less. Am I dreaming? Is Uncle Jiu truly this formidable? What did Sister Bao'er just say? Striking what? Why do I feel my wife is being rather risky? Our dragon nation boasts two great powers, one of whom is providing support. The person above is clearly a sycophant. What support has Sister Bao'er provided? Merely cheering from the sidelines? Pretender. Sister Bao'er is putting on an act. Currently, you're the most useless. Darling, I still cannot see my husband. With so many pigs surrounding him, he wouldn't be injured, would he? Meanwhile, the netizens of Dragon Nation were not only astonished, but also relentlessly ribbing Sister Bao'er for being a hindrance. Witnessing Lin Jiu unleash his full power, Qin Feng decided to hold nothing back. With a thunderous volley of palm thunder, the pig-headed foes surrounding him were sent flying. Yet, it was still too slow. While donning a mech was undeniably cool, this was not the time for showboating. Time was of the essence. He needed to resolve the battle with utmost haste in order to secure a higher score. Subsequently, Qin Feng retrieved a Tang Dao from the battlefield's arsenal. With the legendary blade in hand, coupled with his extraordinary physical prowess, his strength, bodily resilience, and agility were 31 times that of an ordinary human. He wielded the Tang Dao with such swiftness that it left no afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. Severed limbs and heads of the pig-headed foes flew through the air. Sister Bao'er, arms crossed, remarked, "My dear, with that blade in your hands, it is but a mere firewood stick. The absence of qi is genuinely vexing. What is happening? I'm overwhelmed. My husband is showcasing his might. Yea. As long as my husband is safe, that is all that matters." So it turns out Master Qin Feng had a trick up his sleeve. I found it strange that he had not employed the Tang Dao until now. Witnessing the carnage of the pig-headed foes, it seems he remembered he possessed it. As the number of pig-headed foes dwindled, Qin Feng's figure finally emerged. A collective sigh of relief echoed from all corners of Blue Star. The military camp erupted into thunderous applause. Their hero was safe. Li Tai exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair, appearing as if he had shed a great burden. With a flick of his lighter, he ignited a cigarette and savored a deep drag. Just one puff, and half of the newly lit cigarette was consumed. Then, a long plume of white smoke escaped from his mouth and nostrils. The sensation was exhilarating. A similar scene unfolded across military tents throughout Dragon Nation. Brother Qin is unharmed. Wonderful. Fellow comrades, do take note. Does the speed of the blade in Qin Feng's hand not surpass that of a firearm? Close combat necessitates the use of cold weapons. Colonel Liu, should we not communicate with higher authorities to enhance soldiers' training in close-quarter combat skills? This matter must be implemented without delay. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and Lin Jiu launched a coordinated assault, and within mere minutes, only two of the pig-headed creatures remained standing. One of them was being devoured by the golden armored corpse. Just as Qin Feng was about to engage the last remaining creature, Lin Jiu intervened. "Wait a moment, Brother Qin. What is it, Uncle Jiu?" Qin Feng asked, as he sent the last pig-headed creature flying with a kick. "Allow the golden armored corpse to handle it. I still have a purpose for it," Lin Jiu replied. Qin Feng nodded slightly in understanding. He had observed that the pig-headed creatures bitten by the golden armored corpse were twitching on the ground, indicating a transformation into the undead. Lin Jiu's mention of a purpose likely referred to augmenting their manpower. The kicked creature, undeterred by its imminent demise, rose and charged once more. Qin Feng swiftly kicked it towards the golden armored corpse. Upon seeing the new blood bag approaching, the corpse abandoned its previous meal, catching the fresh offering with both hands. With a mournful cry, the last pig-headed creature met its grim fate. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of the golden armored corpse swallowing echoed ominously in the quiet of the National Gate. Oh my, this zombie is terrifying. A zombie crafted from an E-rank monster, enhanced by Uncle Jiu's Miaoshan techniques for several days, has become a golden armored corpse. According to the battlefield's power hierarchy, what level do you think it is? At least a D-rank. D-rank nonsense. I believe it to be C-rank. What kind of figure is Uncle Jiu? A celestial-like being, capable of creating mere D-rank rubbish? I am at a loss for words. Just 10 minutes ago, no? 5 minutes ago, were you not all calling him a fraud and a quack? I confess, I am guilty. However, I do not believe that excludes you. Indeed, Uncle Jiu is formidable, though he previously lacked the opportunity to demonstrate it. On the battlefield, the golden armored corpse's belly had become quite round, and it flung away the last blood bag. It howled towards the heavens, releasing a long, visible breath of corpse energy. Now, the golden armored corpse, drenched in blood, had transformed its golden pig-like form into a crimson hue. Lin Jiu, with deft movements, produced a corpse-restraining talisman and affixed it to the corpse's forehead. Instantly, the golden armored corpse closed its eyes and lowered its arms, settling into a tranquil state. Having secured the golden armored corpse, Lin Jiu retrieved a stack of yellow talismans from his treasure pouch and scattered them. Subsequently, he casually took out a soul restraining bell and began to chant incantations while performing a ritual around the 10 or so corpses. Oh no! Uncle Jiu has begun his ritual again. How does he have everything in that pouch? Could it be the legendary Qin Feng pouch? What's the matter? Is Uncle Jiu preparing to guide them to the afterlife? One can only say that your imagination is remarkably vivid. Dust returns to dust, and in this life, you are half pig, half human. May you be reborn as a person in the next life. Ami Ami Hong. Ah, ahem, dear upstairs. You possess the potential to be a charlatan. On the battlefield, Lin Jian recited an incantation and then cast a stack of yellow paper into the air. Urgently, as if commanded by law, I summon you, pig-headed beings. With a flick of his right hand, the pig-headed zombies that were previously swaying in place instantly stood upright. Their arms stiffened and rose, while their nails visibly grew wild. Not only their nails, but also the 2 canine teeth in their mouths protruded from their pig-like snouts. Ah, ha, ha. The sounds of their labored breathing resounded as the pig-headed zombies' nostrils flared, searching for the sin of the living. Suddenly, they lunged towards Lin Jian, who was nearest to them. In an instant, Lin Jian retrieved the corpse-restraining talisman, skillfully maneuvering among the horde of zombies. The zombies, upon having the talisman affixed to their foreheads, ceased their movements and quietly lowered their arms. Chapter 40. The Second Wave of Impact, SSS Rating. Abundant Harvest. What on earth is happening? 1, 2, 3, 10. There are exactly 10 additional armored corpses. Yet these do not appear to be armored corpses. They seem to be mere, ordinary zombies. Hiss, such a tactic is impressive. Haha, our Dragon Nation's gates are now graced with numerous allies. This is absolutely delightful. These should not be classified as armored corpses. They are merely the subordinates developed by the armored corpses. Above, are you bringing your pyramid scheme here? No. No, it's Uncle Jiu who has introduced that scheme to the battlefield. I wonder if the subordinates of the armored corpses can further develop more subordinates. Ho ho. In the future, let Uncle Jiu's legion of zombies dominate the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, Sister Bao'er also expressed her astonishment. Sister Bao'er exclaimed, Wow, Uncle. You have so many armored corpses. How splendid. It's so fun. Teach me. I want to play too. Lin Jiu dusted off his clothes and smiled earnestly. Since Sister Bao'er wishes to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge. However, the art of repelling zombies is not something one can master in a day. Sister Bao'er appeared somewhat disheartened. Is that so? Then forget it. I detest troublesome matters. Just then, a battlefield notification rang out. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's defenders for clearing all monsters from the second wave of impact in 532. Upon receiving this message, defenders from other nations nearly spat blood in frustration. My heavens, they managed to slay all the monsters? That amounts to 50. We only engaged for 4 minutes. How could they have eliminated all the pig-headed creatures so swiftly? Enough chatter, quickly. Retreat to the gate of the walls. There are too many monsters. Leave one opening to confront them. David, what are you standing there for? Detonate the explosives. Jenny, keep an eye on those who breach my defenses. Shoot them down. Come on, pig-headed monsters, let me show you the prowess of my legs. Oh yes, after diligently practicing karate for so many years, I never expected it to come in handy here. Bring it on. The battle for the Dragon Nation has concluded, and billions of online viewers, each with their own mindset, flocked to the live streams of other nations to witness the spectacle. Primarily, they were there to enjoy the drama and revel in the excitement. Meanwhile, the defenders from the remaining 298 nations were all engaged in fierce struggles. The astute among them piled up mounds of earth at the gates, leaving a single narrow opening to withstand the onslaught. The foolish stood dazed outside the walls, confronting dozens of pig-headed creatures head-on. Those with ample remaining ammunition were experiencing slightly easier circumstances. David from Eagle Sauce Nation sorely missed his Gatling gun. After nearly 10 minutes, the second wave of impact officially concluded. Battlefield notification. The second wave of impact has ended. Congratulations to all defenders. Impact performance assessment in progress. Please wait a moment. Finally, it is over. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It actually turned and fled? In those final moments, many defenders found themselves at the brink of life and death. At this very moment in the land of kangaroos, Albert found himself amidst the aftermath of a fierce onslaught. The head of a pig-like creature had just struck the ground with a menacing spiked club, halting in midair. In a sudden turn, it fled, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Albert buried his face in his hands, weeping profusely. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with the grim sight of fallen comrades, some dead, others grievously wounded. The ground was strewn with the corpses of pig-headed creatures, while the blade of his tang knife lay twisted and deformed in his grip. The wall against which he leaned bore the scars of battle, its gate breached. and he could only wonder how many pig-headed beings had surged through the gates of his homeland. During the chaotic fray, survival had taken precedence over safeguarding the entrance, leaving little room for concern about the fortifications. Lost in thought, the assessment concluded. Battlefield announcement. The results of the second wave of assaults across various nations are as follows. First place, Dragon Nation, 50 enemies slain, time taken, 532. Rating, SSS. Click to view details. Second place, Eagle Nation, 50 enemies slain, time taken, 1108. Rating, S. Click to view details. Fourth place, Bear Nation, 50 enemies slain, time taken, 1240. Rating, A. Click to view details. Fourth place, Cherry Blossom Nation, 45 enemies slain, time taken, 1500 hours. Rating, B. Click to view details. Upon the release of the rankings, although not surprising, the inhabitants of both worlds were nonetheless astonished. Dragon Nation once again claimed the top position, achieving an SSS rating. Phew. It's remarkable that we managed to defend our gates. How did they manage to vanquish all the monsters so efficiently? The Guardians of Dragon Nation's defenses had accomplished an enigmatic feat, eliminating all adversaries in such a brief span. The loathsome Chinese pigs had, once more, taken first place. The defenders engaged in the battle could not witness the live broadcast, nor could they view the replay, remaining oblivious to the methods employed by Dragon Nation. However, the denizens of Blue Star were able to watch the replays. And as the second wave of attacks concluded, foreign keyboard warriors began to speculate on how Dragon Nation had exterminated the monsters in 5.5 minutes. In a matter of moments, Dragon Nation's live stream attracted a surge of online viewers. OMG, that Iron Man must be Qin Feng from Dragon Nation, a veritable deity, single-handedly holding back such a horde of monsters. Wait, is that a pig-headed creature assisting the Guardian of Dragon Nation? Look, look. That Guardian in the flowing robe seems to wield control over the golden pig-headed being. A summoner. He's indeed a summoner. No wonder Dragon Nation was so swift. They had summoned monsters to their aid. Darn it. The Chinese pigs are cheating. Referee. The Chinese pigs are enlisting help to cheat. Exactly. They used a mecha and are now seeking assistance. Utterly unfair. Pfft. These foreigners are ridiculous. I summon you, sister. Stealing nations and bribing referees is your forte. Cheating is your specialty, so refrain from barking. Ha ha ha. You lot look so naive. I find it rather endearing. This is called the way of the Tao, do you understand? In an instant, netizens from multiple nations engaged in a prolonged exchange of friendly communication lasting several hours. Indeed, the internet users of the Dragon Kingdom have undergone a baptism of competition across various domains, resulting in the emergence of a significant number of elite debaters. In this friendly exchange, the subpar debating prowess of netizens from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Eagle Sauce Nation inevitably succumbed. On the battlefield, after a fierce confrontation, Qin Feng found himself drenched in the crimson remnants of his adversaries. His Mark III mech, adorned in a color reminiscent of tomato scrambled eggs, was now entirely stained in blood. It seemed that no one had surpassed his kill count. Qin Feng accessed the details of the leading nations, noting that he had dispatched the most pig-headed foes, totaling 33. Were it not for his consideration of Lin Jiu's feelings, he could have resolved these adversaries in even less time. Following him were George from Eagle Sauce Nation and Meichuan Ku from Cherry Blossom Nation. Strangely, the Golden Talent, the flamboyant Park Jong-hwan, trailed behind them. As for the top position, what rewards could it possibly bring? Such matters remain unspoken. Chapter 41. Mark IV Mech Qin Feng was perusing the notifications on his screen as the rewards from the national battlefield had yet to arrive. But his system rewards were already in. Ding. Host has displayed exceptional prowess. Alignment with Iron Man's persona is at level 1, embodying the archetype exceedingly well. Similarity in role-playing as Iron Man is at level 2. Reward. All physical attributes increased by 10. The Mark III mech had completed its automatic repairs. Its ammunition and energy reserves were fully replenished. Ding. Host has shown care for the psychological well-being of team members. Cold facade, warm heart at level 1. Aligning perfectly with Iron Man's persona. Similarity in role-playing as Iron Man is at level 2. Reward. All physical attributes increased by 10. The notifications came in succession, leaving Qin Feng momentarily taken aback. Oh, I've suddenly gained a 4 increase in similarity. Quite impressive. Not only did my similarity rise by 4, but my personal attributes also surged by 20 points. Just as he was about to check his attribute panel, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. The similarity in role-playing as Iron Man has increased to 30. Reward, Mark IV mech, now available for collection. Qin Feng blinked in surprise, unbeknownst to me. My similarity has reached 30 already? Another new mech to claim. How delightful. In his recollection, the Mark IV mech was not significantly different from the Mark III. Apart from slightly smoother external lines and enhanced durability, making it less susceptible to damage during confrontations. I should collect it in my room. There are billions of eyes watching here. Qin Feng reigned in his excitement, wary of prying eyes, particularly those of Sister Bao'er. If she discovered that another new mech was available, she would undoubtedly clamor for a new toy. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Lungwa's guardian, Qin Feng. For achieving MVP of this round, rewards have been dispensed. Battlefield notification. Based on the performance of guardians from various nations, rewards and penalties have been issued. Please check your accounts. The dual notifications reverberated in the ears of the spectators, and neither of the two realms was surprised by Qin Feng's MVP status. Their primary concern lay in the matter of personal gain. Hey, what is the reward? We achieved an SSS rating. The reward should be substantial, right? I have no idea. The battlefield did not broadcast it. I don't know what the reward is, but I do know that the A3 nation has suffered again. They let in over 40 pig-headed creatures. Wow, for 100,000 pig-headed beings? The fellows next door 1 TB lacking in pork. Not only the A3 nation, but over 70 countries across the Blue Star had been invaded by pig-headed creatures, including the Bao'er nation. Fortunately, before the second wave of attacks, Qin Feng had provided them with blueprints for fortifications. Ultimately, only 3 pig-headed beings breached the gates of Bao'er. Even so, with 30,000 pig-headed creatures now within Bao'er, it would be quite a challenge for them. However, with the support of Longwa, netizens believed that the situation would be swiftly resolved. In the midst of chaos enveloping the blue planet, the citizens of the Dragon Nation remained remarkably serene. Ah, what a pity, no pork to eat, one lamented. The person above is quite extravagant. What is even more tedious is that the rewards have yet to arrive. Amidst the collective anticipation, a battlefield notification resonated in the ears of the people of the Dragon Nation. For the first time, they found the battlefield notification to be so endearing. Battlefield notification, congratulations. Citizens of the Dragon Nation, due to the exceptional performance of your guardians, you have achieved an SSS rating in the second impact. The Dragon Nation is entitled to the following rewards. Within the borders of the Dragon Nation, the aura will be enhanced by 100. All citizens possessing pure dragon lineage will automatically comprehend the Qi cultivation technique. As the announcement concluded, the aura within the territory of the Dragon Nation grew even more robust. Some reclusive inheritors of ancient martial arts or practitioners instinctively took a deep breath, savoring the invigorating essence before slowly exhaling the impurities. They reveled in the experience. Upon hearing the news, everyone was invigorated. Oh my goodness, the aura has doubled? And there's the Qi cultivation technique. I must quickly absorb some of this aura. Ah, I genuinely have gained a new method of cultivation in my mind. Is this my golden finger? Soon, I shall soar to great heights. Ha, I am indeed no ordinary person. There are 5 billion others just like you. These are the benefits my husband has bestowed upon everyone. I eagerly await his return to the blue planet. Thank you, divine Qin Feng, but please, do not return. With the Qi cultivation technique, the wives of blue planet will become even more formidable. Even 10 of you would be drained dry. Alas, having the Qi cultivation technique without martial prowess is futile. Go to Shaolin, Wudong, and Amei, my dear, learn martial arts. Foreigners, it's been confirmed. And yet, you Dragon Nation folks are said to lack martial skills. The entire Dragon Nation was enveloped in jubilation. The National War Department had initially anticipated a day of respite following the second impact, as the exhaustion from 3 or 4 sleepless days was becoming unbearable. However, with such extraordinary developments occurring across the land, sleep was now a distant thought. Quick, contact all major martial arts sects and have them report their internal situations. Ordered Li Tai urgently. Yes, Li Ku. Furthermore, ensure that thorough background checks are conducted on new disciples. Martial arts must not be passed on to those with ulterior motives. Also, do not rush to leave. Have the martial arts experts from these sects report to the military district. If they are to teach martial arts, they must first instruct our troops. Additionally, compile all martial arts manuals for submission. As for the martial arts information available online, let the public discern the authenticity for themselves. A flurry of orders was dispatched from the National War Department. Instantly, whether from prominent sects or obscure schools, as well as the enigmatic ancient martial artists and cultivators, all responded to the summons of the Dragon Nation. The teachings of martial arts are not to be shared lightly. Now that the aura of the Dragon Nation is revitalized, and the Qi cultivation technique has been disseminated to 5 billion people, it is inevitable that some treacherous individuals may lurk among them. To prevent any leaks to foreign entities, Li Tai implemented preliminary safeguards. Moreover, the military swiftly prioritized training in martial arts overnight. In just the past 3 to 4 days, the significance of martial prowess became glaringly apparent to everyone. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and others were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Linjia whistled cheerfully, in high spirits. During the second wave of assault, he finally demonstrated his worth. The usually stoic Uncle Jiu wore a smile as he busily organized his newly recruited 10 subordinates. With the addition of the golden armored corpse, he now commanded a total of 11 zombies. However, the newly acquired 10 were merely ordinary zombies, possessing only the strength of E-grade monsters. To enhance their capabilities, one must invest in the corpse raising grounds. As for Sister Bao'er, she indeed approached the few pigs struck by lightning, meticulously selecting the finest cuts with impeccable timing. Delicious. Young man, would you care for a taste? The lightning summoned by the uncle has just perfectly cooked them. How fragrant. Chapter 42. The MVP reward. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry for now. If you won't eat, then I shall indulge. Sister Bao murmured, relishing her meal. The trio from the Dragon Nation also instinctively comprehended the Qi cultivation technique. Just as Qin Feng intended to experiment with drawing energy into his body, he thought, I am curious about the nature of this energy. As he settled into a meditative posture, an abrupt notification echoed in his ears. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng, for your outstanding performance in the second assault. Earning the title of MVP. You have received the following reward. Heavenly Opening Classic, Qi Cultivation Edition. Qin Feng listened attentively to the announcement. Is that it? Just one item? It was supposed to be the following rewards. What happened to the rest? He was bemused by the brevity of the message. While he was still grumbling, a stream of consciousness surged into his mind. He automatically grasped the entirety of the Heavenly Opening Classic, Qi Cultivation Edition, along with its intricate techniques. Phew. This seems to be vastly superior to the Qi cultivation technique. After comprehending the new skill, Qin Feng eagerly put it into practice, and he found it truly delightful. The Heavenly Opening Classic, Qi Cultivation Edition, and the Qi cultivation technique were both methods for cultivating energy. In essence, they serve the same purpose. Yet in terms of efficiency, the former surpassed the latter by a factor of 10. Truly delightful. Qin Feng beamed with joy. It appeared that from now on, he would need to strive for the MVP title. Otherwise, it would be rather unfortunate if such a remarkable treasure fell into foreign hands. If some formidable weapon were to end up in the hands of those despicable individuals from the Eagle Nation, it would be a disastrous scenario. Similar to the Dragon Nation, other countries faced their own rewards or penalties. The nation of India was penalized once more, with a 10 reduction in the physical attributes of its entire populace. During the trial assault, the night demons that had not been entirely eradicated were now joined by hundreds of thousands of thick-skinned, pig-headed creatures. Despite the presence of Eagle Nation troops, chaos reigned supreme. The repercussions of the 10 decline in physical attributes were becoming increasingly apparent. Within the entire region, there were scarcely any healthy individuals left. Those who had previously been healthy had slid into a suboptimal state, while those already afflicted succumbed to illness and required hospitalization. In summary, it was a scene of utter devastation. Even keyboard warriors from the Dragon Nation shook their heads in dismay and silently exited the live stream, unable to continue their mockery. Conversely, several other nations that performed admirably received commendable rewards. The citizens of the Eagle Nation enjoyed an average lifespan of 60 days. The citizens of the Bear Nation received a boost of 3 points in strength attributes, becoming a nation of average strongmen. In the battlefield, there was no need to tend to the site. Based on previous experiences, the new assault would replace the existing map. After a long night, Qin Feng and his companions returned to their quarters for rest. In the Guardian chat room, those who had survived engaged in exchanging insights, particularly the Guardians who had successfully cleared the challenges and received their rewards, who were especially elated. United Kingdom, Wilson, fortunately, I was clever enough to reinforce the walls before the assault arrived. Our reward is an increase of 10 in all attributes. What about you? Kangaroo Nation, Albert, alas, do not mention it. Our Guardians have failed, and both Brenton and Dewan have perished. I wonder if the citizens will have the chance to resurrect them. Bear Nation, Andre, unable to defeat a mere dozen pigs? Kangaroo Nation, are you all swine? We achieved a flawless victory, merely by augmenting some attributes. What purpose do these enhancements serve? They cannot be consumed as wine, if only they could be exchanged for vodka. Ethiopia, Simba, Dragon Nation, Brother Qin Feng, what rewards have you received? The MVP must have garnered something remarkable, no? Italy, Alexander, indeed, Qin Feng. Do share with us. In a moment, numerous Guardians gazed eagerly at the chat room, all yearning to understand the benefits of being the MVP. However, Qin Feng, not being Na'vi, would never divulge such information lightly. The rewards constituted one of his trump cards, particularly with the likes of George from Eagle Nation lurking behind their screens, scheming. As the notifications and private messages proliferated, Qin Feng opted to close the chat room. After shutting the chat panel, Qin Feng commanded, System, retrieve Mark 4 mech ding. Retrieval successful. In an instant, a brand new mech, strikingly similar to the Mark III, materialized before him. Ah, this is splendid. Stepping out of the Mark III, Qin Feng donned the Mark IV. Jarvis, report on the status of the Mark IV mech. Certainly, sir. The Mark IV mech possesses flight capabilities and is currently equipped with a palm cannon and a full complement of 6 mini-missiles. From Jarvis's brief, Qin Feng discerned that the Mark IV was not significantly different from the Mark III, save for a slight increase in durability and an added filtration system. This system would allow Qin Feng to relieve himself within the mech, resulting in a drinkable quality after filtration. What on earth would I need this for? Qin Feng mused, feeling that Tony had lost his wits in creating such a feature, purely for the sake of ostentation. Gazing at the vacant Mark III in the room, Qin Feng patted its shoulder. Brother, rest well. If the opportunity arises, we shall fight side by side again. Moreover, do ensure that Sister Bao'er does not discover you. Otherwise, you shall be in for a world of trouble. The following day, at dawn, outside the gates of Eagle Nation. Huh? Where has my thunder gone? David from Eagle Nation was once again dispatched to undertake the grim and laborious tasks. Following an intense battle the previous night, Eagle Nation had spent over 11 minutes annihilating all 50 pig-headed beings. Truly, a nation fortified with 2 red gifted guardians. This was largely thanks to their superior equipment, including 6 landmines and 20 kilograms of explosives, which proved invaluable. Unfortunately, the 6 landmines were not entirely detonated. The pig-headed beings were fortunate enough to have only triggered 4. As dawn broke, David was persuaded by George to recover the 2 unexploded devices, ensuring they could be utilized later and to prevent any of their own from inadvertently triggering them. David was clearly buried nearby, yet he seemed to have vanished. As he scratched his head and murmured to himself, a deafening explosion erupted, propelling the unfortunate David into the sky along with fragments of debris. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. This foolishness is beyond comprehension. The citizens of Eagle Country are at it again with their antics. Is this really all they can tolerate? Such absurdity. And they still haven't replaced the Guardian? The keyboard warriors from Dragon Country, lurking in the Eagle Country livestream, emerged once more to taunt their adversaries. Oh my gosh. Poor David is truly unfortunate. Perhaps the people of Dragon Country have a point. Shouldn't we consider replacing David? His intelligence is rather concerning. Yet David possesses a red talent, having vanquished numerous beasts. He is on the verge of upgrading to a golden talent. If we replace him now, he would lose the rewards and attributes gained from this assault. Indeed, David is diligent and obedient, following George's commands. What if the replacement is my mother? She can only cook. Chapter 43. Jarvis, your worth is diminishing in the realm of the Eagle Nation. Sentiments diverge. Some advocate for David, while others propose a change in leadership. Yet, the majority stand in support of David, perhaps fearing the randomness of fate might strike them next. None wish to assume the role of a guardian, especially when confronted by bizarre monsters and the formidable Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation. Is it not more appealing to merely tap away at a keyboard on Blue Star, embodying a keyboard warrior? Although they cannot compete with the vexatious Dragon Nation, life on Blue Star certainly seems preferable. In less than 10 minutes, the voting results from the Eagle Nation emerged. David found himself resurrected at the country's gates. Huh. How did I teleport here? He queried, bewildered, to his 2 companions. George and Jenny sighed deeply, reluctant to unveil the harsh truth. Did he not perish from the landmines he had laid? How unfortunate that he did not meet his end in such a foolish manner. Jenny kindly explained, you fainted earlier, and we had to drag you back. Additionally, George unearthed the remaining landmine. David inquired, but weren't there 2 left that hadn't detonated? George, exasperated, retorted, there is only 1 now. Huh, with your intellect, David, you might just rival our dear Bao'er. Hey, you're not allowed to speak of Bao'er that way. She is exceptionally clever. Oh my god, why are there Dragon Nation people everywhere? At that moment, dawn broke. Battlefield notification, a new day, a fresh beginning. The 3rd wave of assault will arrive in 3 days. A new map is being generated. The announcement echoed across the sky, clearly audible to all guardians. The ground trembled incessantly, a rumbling emanating from the depths, enshrouded in the mists of war. Visibility was limited, yet the strange sounds resonating from the wide expanse hinted at the presence of formidable beasts lurking within. The guardians stood behind the walls, their hearts pounding as they beheld the unfolding scene, uncertain of what environment awaited them. Battlefield notification. The National Fortune battlefield has entered a new phase. Map functionality has been activated. In the corners of the Guardian's eyes, a small map materialized. With a mere thought, the map expanded before them. Qin Feng exclaimed, what the heck? Jarvis, your value is diminishing. First, there was the chat function allowing Guardians to communicate, and now, every Guardian possessed a map. However, it was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the uncharted territories in Qin Feng's previous life's game, revealing nothing but a solitary dot representing oneself. Jarvis, devoid of emotion, countered, sir, my worth is irreplaceable. Qin Feng chuckled, all right, you are indeed unique. Satisfied? Sir, my map has also been updated. Simply step outside to scan the new terrain, and it will be recorded and archived. It can mark countless coordinates with just a word from you. Furthermore, I can provide timely alerts and warnings. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart. Apologies, sir. To his astonishment, Jarvis reacted with remarkable intensity to a mere jest. It seems this fellow is also apprehensive about being left in the cold. Qin Feng glanced outside, where the corpse of the pig-headed creature gradually vanished from sight. Even the lush green grass was no longer visible. The familiar sound of trickling water faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves that danced in the wind, which too had ceased. And instead lay only a vast expanse of yellow sand. Good grief. Even Qin Feng, usually composed, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. He removed his mask, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. This is absurd. It's all desert. Not only was the area near the borders of the Dragon Kingdom engulfed in desert, but over two-thirds of the 299 national borders were also characterized by arid landscapes. At that moment, chaos erupted in the chat room. The majority of the Guardians had not stocked up on water supplies. How on earth are we supposed to manage 3 days to endure this? I happen to have water. Which brother is in need? We can trade. It's just a little water. Are you really going to be so petty? Be cautious. The next map switch might not favor you. Who are you to tell me what to do? I just like selling. If you don't want to buy, then leave. Instantly, the Guardians in the chat room began to bicker. The most gleeful among them was undoubtedly the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, as they were blessed with a river right before their gates. George laughed heartily at his newfound fortune and promptly moved to claim the river. The guardian monster safeguarding the resource was a familiar foe, the glutton. However, this time there were only 3. In no time, George and David seized control of the river resources. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Eagle Sauce Kingdom Guardians George and David for capturing E-level freshwater resources. Consequently, a river of 100-fold length and width manifested within the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. The announcement echoed in the ears of all Guardians, causing the countenances of those in desert environments to darken. This is outrageous. Envy is one thing, but not like this. George from Eagle Sauce Kingdom declared. Friends in need of fresh water, feel free to come to me for purchases. 10 units of dark iron can be exchanged for 10 liters of water. The moment this message appeared, the Guardians erupted. ISNT this extortion. Water ISNT that expensive. A tang knife can be bought for as little as 40 or 50 dark iron. That fellow from Eagle Sauce Kingdom is utterly unscrupulous. Exactly. Taking advantage of others. Love it or leave it. I swear to God, I alone can sell fresh water. Competing with me means becoming an enemy of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. He too adopted Qin Feng's stance, intimidating other Guardians with freshwater resources. Although private trades were permissible among Guardians, secrets rarely remain concealed. Selling water to others essentially provides the buyer with leverage to threaten. Who knows when that information might reach the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? Thus, Guardians with freshwater resources were left with no choice but to swallow their pride, reassuring themselves that protecting the borders is far more important than squabbling over a trifling sum. Alas, what a predicament. I never anticipated that our nation's borders would be engulfed in a desert environment. What shall we do now? My husband is unable to take a bath. What can we do? Yet, amidst such dire circumstances, one is concerned about bathing when the more pressing issue is the scarcity of drinking water. How bewildering. Have you all lost your senses? The formidable mech piloted by Qin Feng is capable of flight. It can soar. Forgive my momentary lapse. Concern has clouded my judgment. At this moment, not only are the netizens flustered and forgetful of Qin Feng's capabilities, but even Sister Bao'er is in a state of agitation. Knock, knock, knock. She hurriedly approached Qin Feng's door, exclaiming, "What shall we do? The entire area is a desert, and there isn't even water to wash our faces." Knock, knock, knock. Startled, Qin Feng feared that the forceful Sister Bao'er might burst through the door. He hastily grabbed a bedsheet to cover the Mark III stationed by the wall, akin to a scandalous affair caught in the act. Chapter 44. Next time for sure, open the door. What are you doing in there? Bao'er urged. Just waking up. Qin Feng replied, opening the door and feigning a yawn. What is the matter, Bao'er? Are you sleeping in your mech? Bao'er, typically carefree, demonstrated surprising cleverness. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, fabricating an excuse with ease. I'm just used to it. Look at all this sand. Bao'er pointed to the wall outside. I just took a stroll but couldn't find any water. How are we supposed to wash our faces or take a shower? Qin Feng thought to himself. Why are women always concerned with such trivial matters? It seems the filtration system of Mark IV is coming in handy. How about I give you a rinse? He suggested playfully, homegrown and eco-friendly. Don't worry, I'll head out soon and should be able to find some water, he assured her. Oh, I almost forgot. Your mech makes flying so convenient, right? Exactly. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, subtly shifting to conceal Mark III, which was hidden beneath the sheets behind him. Oh, if only I had a mech like yours, I could fly around freely, Bao'er lamented. Qin Feng chuckled. Oh dear. Why does it always seem like what one fears comes true? Well, let us just say, I'll make sure to get you a set in the future. Bao'er's eyes widened in excitement. Really? You promise? Next time for sure. Qin Feng, feeling somewhat dismissive, gently removed her hand from the doorknob and awkwardly closed the door. I'm off to find water. You should rest in your room for a few minutes. I'll be back with water shortly. He gently nudged her towards her room. As they passed by Uncle Jiu's door, it swung open. You're both here. Uncle Jiu sighed deeply. Good morning, Uncle. Morning. What is troubling you? You seem worried. Is it about the water? Not at all. I can manage without water for 4 or 5 days, Uncle Jiu replied. It's the terrain change that is concerning. The last burial ground we found has vanished. Such a pity. The burial ground had taken them a considerable time to locate together. They had been fortunate to find it in just over half a day, as they were notoriously difficult to discover. With the landscape now altered, not only was the burial ground gone, but the desert terrain was now concealed beneath the sand. Finding a suitable new site would be even more challenging. Qin Feng glanced at the 11 zombies standing in Uncle Jiu's room. Ugh, chills ran down my spine. How does he manage to sleep with those creatures? Don't worry, I'll help you find a new site, Qin Feng offered. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. Do you know where to find one? This is desert terrain. After all, with a relaxed smile, Qin Feng replied, Did you forget? I had Jarvis scan and record the terrain features last time. Desert landscapes can be explored too, right? Jarvis? Jarvis automatically activated the external speaker function and stated, Indeed, sir, there is no issue in matching the topographical features of the zombie cultivation grounds. The sensors integrated within the mech can also explore the sandy terrain. Linjiu, filled with joy, solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Qin. His quest for the zombie cultivation grounds was primarily to enhance the abilities of his newly acquired underlings. If he could successfully refine this batch of zombies into golden armored corpses, the third wave of assault would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Qin Feng chuckled, recognizing that they were all comrades, and such formalities were unnecessary. I shall take my leave. The affairs at home are entrusted to you. With that, he soared into the sky. As he crossed the threshold of his domain, Qin Feng commanded, Jarvis, initiate scanning and match the topographical features of the zombie cultivation grounds. Understood. Sir, came the response. As Qin Feng flew northward, he recalled that his previous journey in that direction had revealed a small stream and a treasure chest. He hoped that this time, fortune would favor him once more. As he sped along, the yellow sands rushed past, and the battle map in his peripheral vision expanded with newly explored areas. The once pitch-black map now bore a straight line of progress. Yet, within the side areas, apart from his own small dot, there remained nothing else. The fog was as dense as ever. Qin Feng, drawing from past experience, understood that the thinning fog indicated a greater distance from his homeland, and thus, proximity to new terrains. Jarvis, have we made any discoveries in the zombie cultivation grounds? After flying for about 10 minutes, given the speed of the battle armor, the scanned area was considerable. At least 10 times larger than the region he had searched with Uncle Jiu the last time. Sir, we have matched 943 suspected terrains, yet after thorough analysis, the number of areas that meet the criteria for the zombie cultivation grounds is 0. Qin Feng sighed. After all this effort, it amounts to nothing. One must commend Uncle Jiu. With just a compass, he could discern the direction of valuable resources, unlike my aimless wandering. He added, in the future, just report the results to me. I trust you are not slacking off. Understood, sir. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite Jarvis being an artificial intelligence, it still harbored its own little schemes. Earlier, when joking about its diminishing value, it now sought to prove its worth before him. It was reminiscent of certain antivirus software from his previous life, which frequently interrupted with pop-ups claiming to have scanned countless files and isolated suspicious targets. Ironically, the very software that thrived on such tactics was the one most deserving of uninstallation. Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to earth, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Sir, Jarvis interjected, interrupting his reverie, I recommend deploying Mark III to scan the terrain, which would double the efficiency. Additionally, it could assist in the search for fresh water. Here it comes, here it comes. It seeks to validate its worth once more. Qin Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he had nearly forgotten. Then you may control Mark III to venture forth. Head west. Yes, sir. With Qin Feng's authorization, Jarvis promptly activated Mark III. He removed the covering sheet and swiftly departed. Upon opening the door, I unexpectedly encountered Sister Bao'er. Oh, young man, weren't you out fetching water? What brings you back? Sister Bao'er blinked her eyes, attempting to discern the handsome visage concealed behind the mask, curious about the thoughts swirling in his mind. Sir, Jarvis urgently contacted Qin Feng. What is it? Sister Bao'er intercepted Mark III at the entrance. In midair, Qin Feng stumbled, nearly plummeting from the sky. Quick, quick, connect to Mark III, loudspeaker on. Connection established. Sir, Sister Bao'er playfully tapped Mark III's helmet. Young man, What troubles you? Nothing. Nothing at all. At a crucial moment, Qin Feng's voice emanated from within Mark III's helmet. Why have you returned? Didn't you go to fetch water? I came back to relieve myself. It's inconvenient outside with billions of eyes upon me. Oh, I understand. Sister Bao'er replied with an air of mystery, whispering. Make sure they don't see your sensitive areas. Cough, cough. Qin Feng awkwardly cleared his throat. Indeed, I am rather imposing. I wouldn't want to frighten the young ladies on Blue Star. Chapter 45. The New Necropolis. Alas. Another set of mecha has emerged. Can the divine Qin manipulate two sets of mecha? My dear Qin has truly outdone himself, possessing two identical sets of mecha. Yet, why does the great Qin Feng appear so fearful of Sister Bao'er, as if he were a thief? Haraha. The sight of the great Qin Feng nearly being caught by Sister Bao'er is utterly amusing. One might wonder if he fears she might demand another set from him. Oh. The trials of a hero when faced with the allure of beauty. Mecha enthusiasts, take heed, while the mecha captivates our attention. The focus of the Blue Star's Qin Feng's fan club diverges entirely. How infuriating. That wretched girl, what business does she have incessantly clinging to my husband? What my husband chooses to do is none of her concern. Indeed, yet I am quite eager to witness just how formidable my husband truly is. Blushes. Pfft. I told you, the wives of the great Qin Feng are quite ravenous. It would be far safer for him to remain on the battlefield. At this moment, not only were the netizens astonished by Qin Feng's acquisition of another set of battle armor, but the National War Department was equally busy. Comparing the two sets of mecha for differences. Have you reached a conclusion? Li Tai inquired of his subordinate. Report, after thorough comparison. There are only slight differences between the two sets of mecha. However, the new mecha has yet to reveal its weapon system, so its firepower and defensive capabilities remain unclear. The mecha used by Qin Feng upon his departure appears to be an upgraded model, while the one halted by Sister Bao'er at the door is designed to counter the second wave of attacks. Li Tai nodded and asked, then how is it that he can control both sets simultaneously? Jarvis, lacking a physical form, primarily communicated through earpieces. Nearly everyone on Blue Star remained oblivious to Jarvis's existence. Report, Li Ku. Based on the live stream replay from 14 minutes ago, it appears that Qin Feng's mecha is equipped with an autonomous system, or what one might call an artificial intelligence assistant. Oh, is that so? Li Tai's astonishment deepened. He was aware of artificial intelligence, yet such advanced technology was a rarity. The so-called artificial intelligence created by the 5 notorious factions could only be deemed artificial incompetence. How had Qin Feng managed to acquire such a marvel? Li Ku. Pay close attention. His assistant fast-forwarded to the morning, showcasing the moment Qin Feng escorted Sister Bao'er past the door of Uncle Jiu. Li Tai intently leaned in, fearing he might miss something crucial. What followed was the voice of Jarvis, confirming to Uncle Jiu that he was fully capable of locating the necropolis. This seemingly inconspicuous utterance revealed to the National War Department that Qin Feng possessed such an intelligent assistant. Jarvis. Splendid. It truly exists. Li Tai's face lit up with delight. Could these wonders be rewards from the battlefield? Reflecting on Qin Feng's exemplary performance during the trials and the second wave of assaults, it seemed only reasonable that the National War Department would grant him rewards in the realm of machinery, which he excelled in. Li Tai, caught in his own musings, rose with excitement and began to pace back and forth, exclaiming, with an intelligent assistant and multiple sets of mecha, does this not mean we have gained another ally at our nation's gates? Not to mention that the combat power of the mecha controlled by Jarvis is on par with that of Qin Feng, even if it were merely 50%. It would still be exceedingly commendable. In the realm of national warfare, Qin Feng took the initiative and inquired, Sister Bao'er, is there something you need? With a beaming smile. Bao'er replied, I was actually hoping to borrow your toolbox for a moment. I want to construct a cozy nest for my crabs. She had been quite distressed ever since the prototype machine had incurred 2 dents from Park Young-hwan's strikes. A sense of apprehension gripped Qin Feng's heart. My dear sister, could you refrain from barging into others' quarters? Had it not been for Jarvis's suggestion, the idol Mark III might have been exposed. Oh, I see. The toolbox is inside. Please assist yourself, Qin Feng replied. All right, you carry on with your business. I will manage. With that, he bid her farewell and instructed Jarvis to pilot the Mark III westward. Phew, that was close. In the northern skies, Qin Feng exhaled a long breath. The 2 mechas proceeded on separate missions. Qin Feng personally ventured north, while Jarvis maneuvered the Mark III to the west. In the previous map exploration, Qin Feng had surveyed the northern and southern directions, while Bao'er had investigated the east. Regrettably, the west remained uncharted, which left Qin Feng feeling somewhat disappointed. Thus, this time, he prioritized the western region. On the battlefield map, 2 lines extended simultaneously, indicating an ever-expanding area of exploration. Yet, there were still no discoveries to report. Aside from the endless yellow sand, there was nothing else in sight, not even a single monster. After nearly 20 minutes passed, Jarvis finally delivered some good news. Sir, the Mark III has detected a corpse rearing ground. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng hovered in midair. Indeed, sir. It matches the corpse rearing ground previously identified by Uncle Jiu with a 100 accuracy. Although there were other scan locations along both routes, none could compare in quality to what Uncle Jiu had found. After all, the site he discovered was not only a yin-yang dead zone, but also flanked by ghostly bearers, effectively sealing off any malevolent energy. Front and back, yin and yang, left and right, ghostly bearers. Such a burial ground is an excellent site for rearing corpses. Jarvis, eager to prove his worth, would naturally not seek a location inferior to Uncle Jiu's. Very well, I shall head over as well. You keep an eye on the vicinity for any threats. Upon concluding his words, Qin Feng swiftly advanced toward the southwest. Yes, sir. After marking the coordinates of the corpse rearing ground, the Mark III began to patrol the area. Should any wild creatures appear, Qin Feng would also take care of them for Uncle Jiu, as he needed a secure environment to invest in 10 of his subordinates. Uncle Jiu. Approximately 10 kilometers west of the National Gate, there lies an exceptional corpse rearing ground. You can bring them over. On the way, Qin Feng shared the geographical coordinates in the National War Chat with Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu was overjoyed. Really? Oh my, Qin Xiaoga, your efficiency is remarkable. I never imagined you would find it in less than half an hour. Qin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Such praise was undeserved. Without Jarvis and the mecha, he would not have recognized the corpse-rearing treasure even if it were presented before him. Nevertheless, when it comes to locating hidden treasures, both Jarvis and Uncle Jiu possess their unique strengths, whether employing compass techniques or feng shui knowledge. Although Jarvis may not invest much time, he can at best identify locations comparable to those found by Uncle Jiu, who might indeed uncover even more extraordinary treasures. Uncle Jiu ensured that his subordinates were adequately shielded from light, and as the sound of the spirit bell resonated, 11 of his disciples formed an orderly single-file line and set forth. Qin Feng sped along, the dense fog gradually lifting until it completely dissipated. He soon approached the designated coordinates. At that moment, a figure flashed past him from the ground. Jarvis promptly alerted him. Sir, you just passed by a humanoid entity. Qin Feng executed a drift and turned back to investigate. In the brief moment of conversation, scanning revealed human physiological characteristics. Jarvis reiterated his warning. Qin Feng soared a few hundred meters further, drawing closer. He gazed down at the trembling figure below and scrutinized it with great care. Chapter 46. The first marvelous use of spiritual energy. Which country is he from? Qin Feng muttered. The man's complexion was somewhat dark, not of fair skin. His lips were parched and cracked, and he wore a headscarf, suggesting he was accustomed to such attire. At that moment, the figure on the ground cautiously raised his head, wary of the Iron Man above. Never mind, he wasn't from the Eagle Nation, nor from the land of cherry blossoms or the realm of pickled vegetables. Acquiring resources was paramount. The new map had just loaded, with many resources yet to be claimed. Instead of wasting time on trivial matters, it would be far more prudent to seize some resources. Qin Feng disregarded him and continued towards the marked location. Ekun Kanapuchu, by the steamer's blessing. I just saw a flying Iron Man. Not long after, a message popped up in the National War Chat room. Qin Feng glanced at it and smiled broadly. It turned out that the fellow he encountered earlier was a comrade of Ekun Khan. Previously, this individual had even purchased a tang sword from him. Speaking of the tang sword, Qin Feng had been crafting them all night and still had a small stock left. Occasionally, trade requests would come his way. During the second wave of the assault, not everyone possessed weapons, leading to heavy casualties among the defenders. Now that he had time to produce more, and with an ample supply, Qin Feng had lowered his prices a bit. A tang sword could be acquired for around 40 units of dark iron. After all, the other defenders were not foolish. With 3 days until the next onslaught, if prices were too high, they might as well search for resources themselves. Kangaroo Nation Albert? Iron Man? A flying Iron Man? You must be joking. Ekun Nation Apuchu, I swear it's true. I swear by the steamer. Cherry Blossom Nation Meichuan Ku. He must be referring to Qin Feng from Dragon Nation. You all should be cautious. This individual is cunning and treacherous. Beware of him committing murder and theft. Eagle Nation George. Indeed, we have suffered losses. Everyone, be wary of this bandit. Also, who still needs to buy water? How can you venture out to explore resources without water? Are you prepared to perish of thirst in the desert? Rotten Nation Smith, ally. Your water is too expensive. Can you lower the price? Eagle Nation George, no. Buy it if you want. Isn't it wiser to spend a little money on water before heading out for resources? What if you strike it rich? Pickled Vegetable Nation Park Jongwon. Does Dragon Nation have an Iron Man? If he crosses paths with me, I will turn him into scrap metal. He clearly doesn't know the strength of my black belt in Taekwondo. Ekun Nation Apuchu, oh, so it is the esteemed brother Qin Feng. It is truly an honor to meet you. I must thank you for selling me the tang sword at a discounted price for self-defense. I am deeply grateful. May the steamer bless you. Qin Feng glanced at their chat records and chuckled. The Eagle Nation remained obstinate, and even their allies were a burden. As for the disparaging remarks from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, he completely ignored them. In the midst of his thoughts, he arrived at Jarvis's marked location. However, upon landing, he found no sign of him. Jarvis, where are you? To be precise, it should be, where has Jarvis maneuvered Mark III? The voice of Jarvis resonated through the earpiece. Sir, the map has indicated the location of Mark III. I have discovered a lake, and there is a nest of wild creature guardians here. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Jarvis, today you have achieved a remarkable feat. You have discovered the burial ground and now located fresh water. How delightful. Thank you, sir. Jarvis added that there are 3 gluttonous beasts at the marked point, suggesting that these resources are likely guarded by them. Indeed, Qin Feng, invigorated, soared towards the designated location. Resource points are invariably protected by creatures of varying scales. The more precious the resource, the larger the scale, and consequently, the more formidable the guardians become. Although the gluttons are classified as D-level beasts, there are only 3 of them. This lake appears to be relatively small, Qin Feng surmised, and soon arrived near the marked point. Upon landing, he spotted Mark III stealthily crouched on a cliff. Qin Feng approached with swift steps. Upon reaching Mark III, he gazed downward. Below was a shallow gorge, approximately 20 meters deep from his standing position. The 3 gluttons were sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, with the middle one being slightly larger. This must be the one. Qin Feng was certain that the central beast was the guardian. Whoever slays it shall claim this lake as their own. Well done, Jarvis. Had you fired a missile earlier, these resources would have been wasted. The guardian of the resource must be vanquished for the corresponding resource point to be bound to the guardian's nation. Keep a vigilant watch. I shall deal with them. Understood. Sir. He then drew his Tang Dao and gathered his energy. The blade, enhanced by spiritual essence, seemed to be enveloped in a faintly translucent substance, emanating a delicate blue hue. This must be the Qi. Having practiced the technique obtained last night, Qin Feng knew his reservoir of spiritual energy was limited. To unleash it recklessly like Uncle Jiu or Sister Bao'er was a far-fetched notion. Nevertheless, empowering his Tang Dao for a battle was entirely feasible. Previously, when George and David spied on the Eagle Nation's D-level resource point, they faced 10 gluttons, and it was quite a struggle for them. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, wielding an E-level weapon like the Tang Dao against D-level gluttons would be rather challenging. Perfect. This time I shall test the effects of the spiritual enhancement. Qin Feng was acutely aware of these factors, which made him proceed with caution. He gradually ascended, wielding his long blade with a couple of graceful sweeps, exclaiming, "What a marvelous weapon! Wow! Qin Feng has found another resource point, and it's fresh water. My husband is so handsome. He is amazing. The way he hovers with the long blade makes him look like a celestial being. Look, Qin Feng's Tang Dao is glowing. It must be the spiritual energy." Qin Feng is also from the Dragon Nation and received the battlefield reward of the Qi cultivation technique. Wow, can spiritual energy be utilized like this? Why do I also draw energy into my body yet feel no significant effect? Is it perhaps a lack of spiritual energy? The spiritual energy of the Dragon Kingdom has not been doubled as a reward, has it? Fool. When Uncle Jiu first arrived on the battlefield, he remarked that the spiritual energy there was abundantly beyond imagination. The blue star is in an era of dwindling magic. Even if our spiritual energy were to increase by 100, would it not still be an era of decline? So, does that mean the spiritual energy of the Dragon Kingdom must be multiplied several times more? Stop your incessant chatter. The esteemed Qin Feng has taken action. Qin Feng silently soared above the heads of the 3 monstrous beasts, then abruptly inverted himself, performing a descending blade technique. His speed of descent accelerated, bringing him ever closer to the beasts. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, for discovering an E-class resource point of 1,000 acres of freshwater lake. Before he had even descended halfway, the battlefield notification was triggered. By the heavens! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 47. Detecting spiritual energy with a scientific attitude. Some individuals had set their sights on the resource points, disturbing the creatures below. The 3 monstrous beasts, known as Tao Tai, opened their eyes wide and let out low growls. However, despite their menacing postures in every direction, they failed to catch sight of even a single hair of their adversary. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips. He thought, what about above? No sooner had he spoken than the lead Tao Tai raised its head. A crimson object entered his line of sight, accompanied by a gleaming long blade. With a swift motion, the Tang Dao plunged directly into the skull of the lead Tao Tai. The unfortunate creature didn't even have time to emit a sound before meeting its demise. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng landed atop the fallen beast. The instant the Tao Tai fell, its thigh bone snapped beneath his weight. It was only at that moment that the 2 remaining minions realized their foe had descended from the heavens, and their leader had perished in an instant. Roar! Roar! Two ferocious roars echoed simultaneously. Their jaws gaped wide enough to swallow Qin Feng's head whole. Enraged, the two Taotai raised their claws and lunged at him. Yet, Qin Feng was not one to grant such opportunities. His body twisted rapidly, and with his right hand, the Tang Dao traced a perfect circle in the air. A 360-degree attack with no blind spots. With a series of sharp sounds, the two Taotai were cleaved in half, their massive jaws now rendered useless. Is it dead? Our husband is so handsome, so very handsome. Is the Tang Dao, empowered by spiritual energy, truly this formidable? That George from the Eagle Nation nearly ruined his blade while battling Taotai. Impressive, impressive. No one shall hinder me from this day forth. I shall retreat to Mount Zhongnan for rigorous training. Hee. In such a rich spiritual energy environment, even a genius cannot reach the realm of the great Qin Feng. The online community in the Dragon Nation was astounded, as were viewers from various countries lurking in the Dragon Nation's livestream and intelligence agencies from abroad. A D-rank monster was dispatched in an instant? Moreover, 3 at once? Was the combat potential of spiritual energy truly this elevated? In that fleeting moment, almost the entirety of Blue Star recognized the might of spiritual energy. Various foreign institutions soon learned of the doubled concentration of spiritual energy within Dragon Nation. Recruit martial artists from Dragon Nation. Hearing tales of secret practitioners, cultivators, or ancient martial artists in Dragon Nation, regardless of their titles, we must bring some back. Reports suggest that the people of Dragon Nation have grasped a technique called Qi cultivation method. Procure some of them from Chinatown to report back. Instantly, over 100 nations issued similar commands. The people of Dragon Nation became a coveted asset overnight. Not only did foreign entities take notice, but the Dragon Nation's National War Department, witnessing Qin Feng's swift defeat of enemies, elevated its focus on martial arts to unprecedented heights. Amid the chaos engulfing Blue Star, Qin Feng casually rose and sheathed his blade. Just an E-rank weapon, yet enhanced by such potent spiritual energy? He glanced at the corpses on the ground, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom for defeating 3 D-rank monsters, Taotai, and capturing a 1,000-acre E-rank freshwater resource site. The Guardians were momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. Oh my. Did the announcement of Qin Feng discovering the resource point come just 3 seconds ago? And he has already dealt with 3 Taotais? Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom is truly terrifying. Haha, our big brother from the Dragon Kingdom has secured the water resources. Now we can purchase water at a lower price. Indeed, given the hostile relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Nation, one can only fear that Qin Feng will not miss this lucrative opportunity. Pickled Cabbage Nation, Park Zhonghuan. What is so impressive about a mere 1,000-acre lake? I just obtained a D-rank weapon, the Spirit-Cutting Blade. Haha, with my golden talent, I now possess a D-rank weapon. Let us see who can still rival me. Within the Guardian chat room, the Guardians expressed their disdain for Park Zhonghuan from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Arrogant and self-important. Qin Feng smirked. They have indeed reminded me. He thought of a clever way to annoy the Eagle Nation. However, he first needed to open the treasure chest to see what he could acquire. Qin Feng opened the white treasure chest guarded by the Taotai. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 red crystals. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 titanium alloys. Just these 2 materials, and he had anticipated something more valuable. Park Zhonghuan had stumbled upon the D-rank weapon, the Spirit-Cutting Blade, while he himself only received materials. How unfair the heavens could be. Nevertheless, it seemed he now had enough materials for the intermediate walls. The materials list for the intermediate walls required 200 units of titanium alloy. He had been lacking this item, which had prevented the construction of the intermediate walls. Previously, the Iron Brother had given him 30 units of titanium alloy, and the second assault rewarded him with another 100 units. Now, he had opened a chest that yielded 100. That was sufficient. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star heard the battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for manifesting 100 times the E-rank freshwater resource, 1,000-acre lake. Oh my goodness, 1,000 acres multiplied by 100. Let me do the math. How many zeros is that? I'm so excited. Don't calculate. It's 100,000 acres. 100,000? How expansive is 100,000 acres? Forgive my poor academic performance. I cannot imagine it. Approximately the size of 10,000 standard football fields. Wow, a freshwater lake the size of 10,000 football fields is still quite large. The personnel from the National War Department were equally elated. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had acquired a river, and now there was a freshwater lake spanning 100,000 acres. For a nation struggling with freshwater scarcity, this was akin to a timely boon. Quick, investigate where the lake has manifested. Li Tai's face flushed with excitement. Several hours later, Li Ku from Xianing reported that a large lake had suddenly appeared in the outskirts of the Gobi Desert. Li Tai was overjoyed upon hearing this. Indeed, it must be the manifestation from the national battlefield. Xianing also reported that the lake measured approximately 100,000 acres and had several water inlets. According to the exploration, the largest inlet is likely an underground river. This revelation left Li Tai restless, causing him to pace back and forth in excitement. This implies that the lake has a consistent influx of fresh water, rendering it nearly impervious to desiccation. Could it be that our dragon nation has the potential to recreate a southern paradise in the north? Consequently, relevant departments of the dragon nation became increasingly industrious. On the battlefield of national fortune, Qin Feng instructed Mark III to return to the resting grounds for the corpses and await Uncle Jiu. He himself stealthily returned to the borders of his homeland. Sister Bao must not discover his presence in the room. Qin Feng tiptoed, opening the door, feeling as if he were a thief. Once inside, he silently closed the door behind him. Undetected and unseen. Jarvis, I am now going to attempt to draw energy into my body. Utilize the mecha's physiological sensors to analyze the nature of this spiritual energy. If we can unlock the mysteries of this energy through the capabilities of the mecha, we might be able to develop weapons that harness its power. Chapter 48. Determined to oppose certainly, sir, Jarvis replied. However, contact sensors may not yield accurate results. For precision, we shall utilize penetrating sensors for detection. Qin Feng settled into a meditative posture and remarked, It's nothing. A quick injection is painless. Let us begin. Understood, sir. Immediately, Qin Feng commenced the circulation of his energy through the opening of heaven technique. He could distinctly feel waves of spiritual energy permeating from the surrounding air into his being. With each breath, this energy cycled through his body, eventually settling in his lower abdomen. A warm sensation enveloped him, fostering a sense of tranquility that gradually led him into a meditative state. Time seemed to lose its meaning until Jarvis disrupted this enchanting state. Sir. What is it? Sir, 29 minutes and 32 seconds have elapsed. Qin Feng was taken aback. Has it been that long? Are there any results? Jarvis hesitated for a moment before responding. Sir, the analysis indicates that spiritual energy exists in a state between energy and matter. When it is present in the air or other substances, it manifests as matter, but upon absorption into the human body, it transforms into energy. Oh, how fascinating. Are there any other findings? According to the data from Blue Star, in ancient times, spiritual energy was as abundant as the battlefields. The wise sages of the Dragon Kingdom, through exploration, recognized this phenomenon and referred to it as spiritual energy, vital energy, and qi, among other names. They also established a myriad of cultivation methods. Moreover, these sages discovered, after years of research, that spiritual energy circulated through the body's meridians and ultimately accumulated within the lower abdomen, an area they termed the dantian. Qin Feng nodded, absorbing this fundamental knowledge of cultivation. So, the human body functions as a natural nuclear reactor, and the absorption and release of spiritual energy is a process of mass energy conversion? Jarvis affirmed, Indeed, sir. That is a valid interpretation. Goodness, the industrial civilization's mastery of nuclear technology has been surpassed by the sages of the Dragon Kingdom thousands of years ago. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a sense of wonder. However, upon reflection, he realized that the cultivation of spiritual energy through the dantian bore a striking resemblance to the operation of the arc reactor in his mech utilizing nuclear energy. Can you create weapons powered by spiritual energy? Qin Feng inquired further. Jarvis replied, Outside the human body, spiritual energy appears to require special materials for containment and storage. This aspect necessitates further experimentation. However, I lack a physical form to conduct such tests. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt somewhat despondent. The battlefield was not Blue Star. And even if it were, he did not possess the sophisticated research apparatus that Tony had at his disposal for Jarvis to utilize. Competing with the 300 nations and thousands of conglomerates on Blue Star seemed daunting. If the mysteries of spiritual energy could be unraveled and weaponized, the 5 great rogues could be toppled. Conquering the world's wealthiest individuals would be a trivial feat. Moreover, when that time came, what would the battlefield signify? It would be a direct counteroffensive, breaching into the other world. Certainly, this represents the noble aspirations of researchers. However, the reality is that the scholars of the Blue Planet are rather bewildered. Not only are they perplexed, but they have yet to grasp the essence of spiritual energy and its workings. In comparison to Jarvis, they appear utterly inept. Let us set this matter aside for the moment and return to it later. Qin Feng continued to regulate his breath, enhancing his inner reservoir. Yet, this time he refrained from entering a meditative state, for there were affairs outside demanding his attention. Jarvis, please transmit the real-time visuals from Mark III. Understood, sir. Connection established. Instantly, the HUD within Qin Feng's helmet displayed the scene of the corpse rearing ground. Uncle Jiu had not yet arrived. Muttering to himself, he was drawn to the notifications from the Guardian chat room. Italy Alexander, Dragon Nation Qin Feng, my dear brother, let us discuss a business opportunity. Could you sell us some of that water? A poor Vacuin. Indeed, we are not unwilling to pay. Pakistan Ahmed, Dragon Nation elder brother. I feel quite embarrassed to you or even to private message you. Would you be so kind as to lend a hand? I feel terrible asking, but it's truly unavoidable. Without water, we cannot venture forth to explore resources, and the third wave of impact is imminent. USA George, how dare he? Fresh water is mine to sell. UK Wilson, Dragon Nation Qin Feng, ignore that fellow, please sell us some water. Originally, the Pickled Cabbage Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation also faced water shortages, yet they, fearing the might of their patron, dared not speak up and could only secretly observe the Guardians persuading Qin Feng. If the other party truly offered to sell water at a reasonable price, they would certainly seize the opportunity. Amidst the clamoring, Qin Feng finally spoke. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, I had no intention of involving myself, considering it was merely a trifling matter. However, seeing the attitude of the USA, I have decided to sell water to all of you. USA George, how splendid. Thank you, Dragon Nation elder brother. Much appreciated. What are the prices? Qin Feng inquired. What is the selling price in the USA? UK Wilson, 10 units of dark iron for 10 liters of water. That is exceedingly steep. Kangaroo Nation Albert, indeed, we have significant needs. We bathe daily. 3 individuals require no less than 200 liters of water each day. That translates to 200 units of dark iron. We must reserve these materials for constructing buildings. Otherwise, we cannot protect our borders and will all flee to the blue planet. Yes, the blue planet belongs to everyone. If it falls, can your USA remain unscathed? USA, lacking in righteousness. In an instant, someone led the charge in criticizing the USA, and the smaller nations grew bolder. Even the USA sycophants chuckled behind their screens. Qin Feng, upon reviewing the prices, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Was this not extortion? 10 liters of water for 10 units of dark iron. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, I shall offer a discount, 5 units of dark iron for 10 liters of water. Upon hearing this news, all the water-deprived guardians erupted in excitement. The Dragon Kingdom embodies righteousness. Now that we have access to water, we can venture forth to explore resources. Hurry up, for it has already been more than half a day. And only 2.5 days remain until the next wave of challenges arrives. George from Eagle Sauce Nation exclaimed, You scoundrels. He was utterly infuriated. Business had been thriving. In these 3 days, the profits from selling water should have enabled him to acquire other resources and upgrade his defensive structures. Thus, a 3-day respite would have been delightful. Suddenly, an audacious individual emerged. If you were to sell at the same price, it would be acceptable, each to their own enterprise. However, this Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom had the audacity to offer a 50 discount. Is this not a blatant act of sabotage? George from Eagle Sauce Nation remarked. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, are you resolutely determined to oppose me? Chapter 49. The people of the Dragon Kingdom uphold justice. All the guardians fell silent, acutely aware of the rogue tendencies of the Eagle Sauce Nation, which they had all experienced firsthand. For the sake of their own interests, they would not hesitate to betray even their own lackeys. Yet, Qin Feng smiled. The more infuriated this fellow became, the more delighted he felt. It seemed he had forgotten how he had perished at Qin Feng's hands last time. They were already mortal enemies. Was it not customary to clash? Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, so what? At the gates of the Eagle Sauce Nation, George was panting with rage. This Qin Feng was utterly despicable. David shook his head. Sighing, it seems we must venture out ourselves to seek resources. However, Dr. Jenny suggested, George, why not privately message him to see if we can collaborate? After all, this is a lucrative deal. She had her own ulterior motives. If George and David could avoid going out, they could fortify the walls alongside her. After contemplating, George nodded. I'll give it a try. He promptly initiated a private chat. George, Qin Feng, let us set our grievances aside for now. How about we collaborate on this freshwater business? A profit split of 55 to 45. Upon receiving the message, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. This fellow was willing to put aside animosities for profit. Truly a competent capitalist. However, to Qin Feng, he was an emotional citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he possibly partner with an enemy? Moreover, selling tank swords had already filled his coffers. Involving himself in the freshwater trade was merely to vex the Eagle Sauce Nation. With this thought, he replied with a smile, Qin Feng, collaboration sounds good. But it's a 90 to 10 split. I take 90, you take 10. George, absolutely not. 55 to 45, that's my utmost concession. George calculated that nearly 200 countries were suffering from water shortages. Each nation consumed 200 liters daily, leading to 12,000 units of Xian iron over 3 days. Splitting that would yield 6,000 units, which could certainly be exchanged for resources to construct intermediate walls. Perhaps he could even procure a couple of fine weapons. Qin Feng, if you agree, so be it. I've given you a chance. yet you fail to appreciate it. With a smirk, Qin Feng clicked send and then blocked him. The thrill of causing chaos was exhilarating. George, we can negotiate further. 60 to 40. You take 60. Message failed. The recipient has blacklisted you. George, Dr. Ginny was equally speechless. Fine. If we're going to engage in a price war, then I'll play along. George. Fueled by determination, promptly slashed prices in the chat room. Eagle Sauce Nation George. 10 liters of water for just 4 units of Xian iron. What is happening? The Eagle Sauce Nation has lowered prices? Huh. The Eagle Sauce Nation can't sit still. Buy, stock up. This is great. Competition benefits consumers like us. Immediately, transactions began pouring into the Eagle Sauce Nation. George was overjoyed. Huh? A price war? Can the Dragon Kingdom outmatch us? Yet, no sooner had he uttered those words than Qin Feng retaliated with a price cut. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, 10 liters of water for just 3 units of Xian iron. Upon the announcement of this news, the recent trade requests received by Eagle Nation were abruptly cancelled before they could be completed. George exclaimed, "What? That scoundrel? Intentionally seeking trouble?" Ginny shook her head repeatedly. Even the dim-witted David recognized the situation. This deal was destined to fail. Others were clearly intent on causing disruption. Eagle Nation George, I only need 2 units. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, 1 unit. George was infuriated, realizing that even if the price dropped further, little profit could be gleaned. It would be more prudent to venture out in search of resources himself. Eagle Nation George, 1 unit for 20 liters of water. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng continued to subtly undercut the competition. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, to all guardians in need of water, my prices are consistently half of those in Eagle Nation. You are welcome to purchase at any time. With this announcement, the faces of all water-deprived guardians lit up with joy. This meant that 1 unit of dark iron could be exchanged for 40 liters of water. Just 10 minutes prior, that would have required 40 units of dark iron. Truly, Dragon Nation was generous. It became evident that Qin Feng was not motivated by profit, but rather to vex Eagle Nation. Well done, Big Brother Dragon Nation. As the guardians trapped at the borders of various nations chuckled, Qin Feng had a moment of inspiration. Such a splendid opportunity for engagement could not be squandered. He promptly issued another message. Dragon Nation Qin Feng, friends in need of water, hurry and buy. In addition to water, resource hunting requires weapons for self-defense. If you lack weapons, you can purchase Tang Dao from me for only 30 units of dark iron. The guardians, desperate for both water and blades, could no longer contain their excitement. They lamented that the people of Dragon Nation truly valued righteousness. They immediately initiated trades with Qin Feng. Battlefield prompt. Corrupt Nation Wilson has initiated a trade. Dark Iron X10, Freshwater X400. Note, thank you, Dragon Nation brother, but we do not require Tang Dao at this time. Your brotherly kindness will be remembered, and we will assist you in the future if needed. Battlefield prompt. Italic Nation Alexander has initiated a trade. Dark Iron X10, Freshwater X400. Tang Dao X1 for Dark Iron X30. Note, thank you, my friend, you have been a tremendous help. In an instant, nearly 200 guardians from various nations initiated trades with Qin Feng, with almost a third seeking to purchase Tang Dao. However, Qin Feng only had the blades. The water remained in the lake. What to do? After much contemplation, he decided to involve his sister Bao'er, who was idly at home. Yes, he would have them wait to procure water from her. Thus, the distribution of trades was completed. Some without dark iron exchanged steel instead, while a few guardians surprisingly possessed titanium alloy. Naturally, these also found their way into Qin Feng's hands. Currently, they were unaware of the potential uses for titanium alloy. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Marketing genius, host possesses a knack for financial ventures, perfectly embodying the essence of Iron Man. The similarity to Iron Man stands at 2, and as a reward, all physical attributes have increased by 10. The Mark IV armor has completed its automatic repair. Its ammunition and energy are fully replenished. Qin Feng thought to himself, is this really possible? A glance at the attribute panel revealed that his stats had astonishingly reached around 185. The similarity had also climbed to 32, bringing him one step closer to the coveted nanotech armor. Meanwhile, in her room, Sister Bao was diligently working on her toys. The rhythmic sound of her wrench striking the prototype's knee echoing in the air. Sister Bao, I found fresh water, came Qin Feng's voice through the earpiece. Sister Bao continued her work, hammering away without pause. You found it, did you? Well, bring some back, would you? I haven't washed my face today. Qin Feng realized that mere water was insufficient to entice her. After pondering for a moment, he changed his approach. I'm still by the lake, and I've discovered the burial ground for the corpses that Uncle Jiu needs. You know, since you enjoy burying people, come help Uncle Jiu with this. There are a total of 11 bodies. Chapter 50. One more shot. Constructing the intermediate wall with a resounding clang, Sister Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. She shouted into her earpiece. You tell Uncle Jiu to wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. I'll handle the burial. Since her arrival on the battlefield, she had not buried anyone, and the anticipation was overwhelming. Immediately, she tossed aside her wrench and dashed out of the room like the wind. But where to go? Upon exiting the wall, Sister Bao found herself momentarily bewildered. Qin Feng sighed in exasperation. Let Jarvis guide you. Ah, indeed, she had completely forgotten about Jarvis. Under his guidance, Sister Bao sprinted westward, her legs moving as swiftly as the breeze. Along the way, she reminded Qin Feng, if I could fly, it would be delightful, dear brother. Do not forget you promised me a new set of mecha. Qin Feng chuckled softly. This girl is truly sharp. Does she possess such a keen memory? He replied. Somewhat sheepishly, of course, I remember. Just a few minutes later, Sister Bao astonishingly caught up with Uncle Jiu, who was tending to the corpses. I've caught up, she exclaimed, breathless and triumphant. Uncle Jiu, looking perplexed, had no idea what this fiery girl was up to. Together, they quickly arrived at the burial ground. What a splendid sight! Upon arrival, Uncle Jiu marveled. This grave measures 10 feet in length, 3 feet in width, and 5 feet in depth. It is truly ample enough to accommodate a horizontal burial. He stroked his mustache, visibly pleased. However, he had no intention of burying horizontally. There were too many younger brothers in need of investment. The first of his subordinates, nearly covered in pig's blood, had undergone a transformation overnight. The clotted blood had mostly shed. This zombie had been infused with gold and had consumed a plethora of blood. Currently, among the 11 corpses, it was the strongest. Yet, according to Uncle Jiu, with further nurturing, there was still room for improvement. The notion of vertical burials leading to prosperity for future generations was not without merit. Even when buried upright, these beings could still reap considerable benefits. The available space for this site was significantly larger than the previous one. But with so many subordinates to attend to and less than 3 days remaining, he could only allow them to invest in batches. Uncle Jiu cleared the weeds from the burial site. Qin Feng, could you assist me with another shot? Qin Feng responded. Could you perhaps rephrase that, Uncle Jiu? Wait. Let me handle it. Sister Bao interjected, eagerly brandishing a shovel. 10 feet in length, 3 feet in width, and 5 feet deep, right? She confirmed with Uncle Jiu, who nodded, still looking bewildered. Without a second thought for her image, Sister Bao spat into her hand and set to work. Qin Feng laughed. You all take your time. I shall seek other resources to upgrade the wall. Sister Bao, satisfied, replied, all right, you go ahead. I'll have this done in no time. Be careful, Qin Feng, he said as he bid farewell, hearing the voices of the two behind him. Sister Bao, let me help you dig. Qin Feng, Uncle Jiu. Is it not Sister Bao'er who is assisting you? Little did he know, a single remark from Sister Bao'er nearly caused Qin Feng to plummet from the air. Uncle, it appears you also have a penchant for burying people? Uncle Jiu was at a loss for words. This enigmatic girl, does she not possess an exceedingly peculiar taste? Well, it's acceptable. Mark III, piloted by Jarvis, ventured southward towards the National Gate. Qin Feng stepped out of the room, retrieving the blueprint for the intermediate wall. Intermediate, required materials, wood X500, stone X200, steel X400, titanium alloy X200. Description, a steel-structured wall, primarily supported by titanium alloy, capable of withstanding impacts from Class C monsters and below. However, its endurance is limited, hence do not place complete reliance on this wall to safeguard the National Gate. Construction time required, 240 minutes. Construct immediately. After a cursory glance at the required materials, Qin Feng found the resources ample for the construction of the intermediate wall. He promptly initiated the construction. With a mere tap of his finger, the intermediate wall began to be constructed automatically, resulting in a construction site emerging around the National Gate. He had initially expected an upgrade from the basic wall, but to his surprise, they were reconstructing the intermediate wall anew on the outer perimeter. This was rather fortuitous. An additional layer of protection. Intermediate wall construction in progress. Wood 500, stone 200, steel 400, titanium alloy 200. Remaining construction time, 239:59. Qin Feng cast a glance at the National War Warehouse, noting an abundance of materials remaining. Wood 1100, stone 650, steel 5190, black iron X4470, titanium alloy X70, red crystal X100, centenary peachwood sword X6, tang dao X7. In the past few days, he had indeed amassed a considerable fortune. Muttering to himself, he continued his exploration northward. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, witnessing the bustling construction at the National Gate, netizens were invigorated. Wow, what is Divine Qin constructing? It must be a more advanced wall. Stability is assured. The third wave of attacks is secure. With Uncle Jiu's numerous subordinates, the National Gate is further fortified with 2 layers of walls. Even if Sister Bao'er proves ineffective, we are still safe. Indeed, we are now 2-1. With 2 great deities escorting one burden. Let us not speak so, Sister Bao'er is still of use. Have you not seen others exerting their utmost effort to assist? More like hindrance. Divine Qin could resolve matters with a single cannon, yet they insist on digging with shovels. Sister Bao'er worked with remarkable speed. Having completed the excavation in under 10 minutes, Uncle Jiu instructed 3 pig-headed men to leap into the pit, after which Sister Bao'er joyfully began to refill the earth. Once the soil was replaced, she meticulously patted it down with a shovel. Compacted. Uncle Jiu was momentarily speechless. He reminded her, Sister Bao'er, there is no need to compact it so firmly. We shall need to excavate them come morning. Sister Bao'er replied, I will assist you in digging then. Do not fret about the trouble. This process cannot be overlooked. It is the essence of burying. Uncle Jiu. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Has Sister Bao'er completed the burial? The young man has been buried. Qin Feng inquired. Is there something amusing we could engage in? Is there more fun to be had? What is it? What else do we need to bury? Qin Feng replied, No, it's not that. The Guardians in the chat channel are looking to purchase our fresh water. You can sell it to them. We are engaging in commerce? That sounds splendid. I have yet to experience it. Subsequently, Qin Feng sent a message in the chat channel. Dragon Nation Qin Feng. All friends wishing to buy fresh water may initiate a trade with my companion, Dragon Nation Bao'er. Dragon Nation Bao'er. Are these foolish ones at it again? Which of you foolish ones wishes to buy water? Hurry up. I want to buy. We need some as well. By the way, Bao'er, what does foolish one mean? In the battleground. Whether in conversation or the chat room, the native language is automatically translated. However, the term foolish one left the battleground in a quandary. The foreigners were baffled and were unaware of how many times Bao'er had referred to them as foolish ones. This left Bao'er in a bit of a predicament as she tilted her head and scratched it. Soon after, an idea struck her. Chapter 51, The Lightning Five Whip, Dragon Country. Sister Bao'er. Guawazi is an affectionate term in my hometown. In your region, it corresponds to darling. Oh, I see. I never expected Sister Bao'er to call me Guawazi. What an honor. This Guawazi has initiated a trade with Sister Bao'er. Sell to me first. Sell to me. Everyone, line up. I have been waiting for a long time. The Guardians were clamoring to rush out in search of resources. If they delayed any longer, an entire day would be wasted. Dragon Country. Sister Bao'er. Why are you all fussing, Guawazi? One at a time. You're giving me a headache. Sister Bao'er arrived by the lakeside, ready to distribute goods. Among the numerous trade requests, she noticed one from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Had it not been for her keen eye, she might have unwittingly dispatched goods to him. Dragon Country. Sister Bao'er. You dare come back, you little turtle. Pickled Vegetable Nation. Park Jongwon. I will bury you for messing with my crab traps. Get lost. Park Jongwon was taken aback. His covert attempt to procure resources from the enemy of his godfather had been publicly exposed. Embarrassment mixed with trepidation engulfed him. To make matters worse, he was lambasted thoroughly by Sister Bao'er. Come on, I only dented her mech. Do Dragon Country women hold grudges like this? I was even killed by her once, and she doesn't mention that. Park Jongwon lamented, popping his dry lips a few times. The online spectators couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. Sister Bao'er is clever, teaching the foreigner some Sichuan dialect. Guawazi is fortunate to encounter our divine Qin Feng. Otherwise, he would be left to perish from thirst. Indeed, and don't say that Sister Bao'er is of no use. Look at how she can assist our divine Qin with some matters. This time, the wives of divine Qin have fallen silent. The freshwater trade proceeded smoothly, and Sister Bao'er was thoroughly enjoying herself. During this period, she also met many female guardians like herself, sharing the same gender and the common identity of guardians. They found much to discuss in this perilous world. Armed with weapons and water, the guardians swiftly ventured out in search of resources. For Qin Feng, he was pleased to see other guardians capable of defending the nation's gates. As one guardian said, Blue Star belongs to us all. Although the gates may differ, as long as monsters threaten Blue Star, it could pose a risk to Dragon Country. At this moment, on Blue Star, various nations were diligently implementing their emergency evacuation plans. Among them, the concentric circles plan garnered particular attention. This plan entailed constructing concentric walls in cities, akin to building circular roads. In the event of a monster attack, even if the outer defenses fell, they could retreat to the next layer of walls and await external support. In Eagle Sauce Country, at the Grand Barrel office, an assistant arrived to report, Mr. Grand Barrel, that Dragon Country individual cannot draft a decree. What do you mean cannot draft? Mr. Grand Barrel said, slightly irate. The previous day, they had hired a martial artist from Chinatown at a high price, the head of the mixed origin fist, Ma Bao'er. This individual claimed that his ancestors had relied on running a martial arts school for 5 generations and had immigrated to Eagle Sauce Country for several decades. The self-proclaimed master claims to be invincible across the realm, having traversed the land of the Dragon Kingdom with his formidable lightning 5 whips. In pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, he ventured abroad. During the recent reward challenge in the Dragon Kingdom, he acquired the breath cultivation technique. The chief was incensed. While his assistant stammered, relaying the master's words, It was something that could only be understood intuitively, not articulated. The breath cultivation technique entered the minds of the Dragon Kingdom's inhabitants in a stream of consciousness, yet they found themselves unable to articulate the incantation. Nor could they write it down, thus rendering them incapable of imparting it to others. In essence, the transmission of this technique was dictated by the battlefield of the nation. Infuriated, the chief pondered if he might be a fraud. Having encountered many charlatans like Bao'er Jiu, he had conducted thorough background checks. And while the master claimed to earn his living by teaching martial arts, the veracity of his invincibility in the Dragon Kingdom remained unascertainable. The assistant responded hesitantly. After some contemplation, the chief decided to err on the side of caution and promptly arranged for personnel to test the master's skills in practice. Yes, chief. Immediately, 10 soldiers adept in hand-to-hand combat were dispatched from the elite forces of the Eagle Nation. Faced with these muscular warriors, Bao'er Jiu exhibited no signs of fear, even letting out a derisive chuckle. Well, since you wish to witness the prowess of my primordial form fist, I must apologize in advance. Bao'er Jiu took his stance on the platform, emboldened by the automatic comprehension granted by the breath cultivation technique. After merely a night of focused breathing, he felt as though he had rejuvenated a decade. This was still within the Eagle Nation. He mused that since his homeland possessed twice the spiritual energy, earning a quick fortune from the chief of the Eagle Nation could indeed facilitate his return home for further development. Moreover, having served as the chief's instructor would certainly elevate his status upon his return. Bao'er Jiu's mind raced with calculations. With a flourish of his hand, he prepared to unleash the lightning 5 whips. Who will be the first to challenge me? Below, the chief harbored doubts and questioned his assistant. Can this old man truly hold his own? Let us not have him killed. The assistant chuckled awkwardly, aware of the high price paid for the master's services. His concern was whether Bao'er Jiu possessed genuine skill, rather than his mortality, as a death contract had been signed. Rest assured, Mr. Chief, all will be well. Moreover, this is the Eagle Nation. Who would know if a Dragon Kingdom fraud were to perish here? On the stage, a muscular man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. I am Mike, captain of the Delta Scorpions. Bao'er Jiu cast a glance his way and retorted, young man, be cautious. I shall show no mercy. Furious, Mike launched a punch. Yet, despite Bao'er Jiu's age, he was far from weak. With a commanding shout, he declared, one whip. With a resounding clap, his palm struck the back of Mike's head. Mike's punch missed, and he was met with a slap that left him momentarily dazed. The chief rejoiced at the sight. The news was indeed true. The breath cultivation technique was genuine. Not only the chief, but even Bao'er Jiu himself reacted in astonishment. My lightning 5 whips truly have potency. With the Qi cultivation technique in hand, even the elite soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Nation were no match. In a surge of confidence, Bao'er Jiu boldly declared, come at me all at once, 10 of you. Soldiers, known for their fiery tempers, could hardly resist such a challenge. Instantly, 10 muscular men surrounded him. 10 seconds later, Bao'er Jiu found himself lying on a stretcher, bruised and battered, mumbling, you young folks lack martial ethics. Ganging up on an old man like me. Wait, where are we headed? Aren't we supposed to be going to the hospital? The stretcher entered an elevator and descended 20 floors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, a vast medical facility awaited him. What do you intend to do? What do you want with me? Bao'er Jiu exclaimed in panic. Nearby, the assistant to the general contractor smirked ominously and said, Mr. Ma, did you not claim to be unable to disclose the Qi cultivation technique? As such, according to the terms of our contract, we require information regarding spiritual energy and meridians. As he spoke, Bao'er Jiu was lifted onto the operating table. Chapter 52, The Secret Frontline. National Martial Arts Tournament. On one side of the operating table lay an array of surgical instruments, glinting coldly under the harsh light. He realized with dread that he was to be vivisected. No, you cannot do this. We have signed a contract. He pleaded desperately. The assistant chuckled, indeed. You are bound by our agreement. However, during the recent aptitude test, you unfortunately suffered a fatal incident. We are merely investigating the cause of your untimely demise. To provide your family with an explanation. Haha. Please, no. Bao'er Jiu's face turned ashen as he shouted, I no longer want your money. I will return it. I beg you, spare me. Have mercy. His pleas gradually transformed into screams of agony. Due to the eagerness of Eagle Sauce Nation to acquire first-hand information for studying the relationship between spiritual energy and meridians, the test subjects were required to remain fully conscious throughout the procedure. Thus, Bao'er Jiu was not administered any psychotropic substances during the entire ordeal. Such occurrences were not isolated to the darker corners of the blue planet. In the land of cherry blossoms, a fortune teller was perusing the autopsy report. The data on the Qi cultivation technique is unattainable. The meridian system cannot be validated within the current framework of Western medical theory. No human spiritual energy has been collected. The fortune teller slammed the report onto the table with frustration. The assistants flanking him stood in apprehensive silence, afraid to speak. After 2 minutes, the fortune teller finally broke the silence. Go, Hire a few more people from the Dragon Nation. One assistant replied, but sir, several martial arts masters have gone missing in areas populated by the dragon people. Won't they become suspicious and refuse to come? The fortune teller cast a cold glance, prompting the assistant to lower his head and kneel properly. There are traitors among the dragon people, those they refer to as Han traders. Such individuals, driven solely by greed, would forsake their ancestry for money. Are you afraid they want to come? Hurry. Yes, sir. In contrast to the cruel experiments conducted abroad, the Dragon Nation's research on spiritual energy was considerably more humane. While there had been no substantial theoretical advancements, practical applications had seen significant progress. After all, the Dragon Nation possessed numerous related texts, and some reclusive martial practitioners had been summoned from obscurity. Within various military districts, martial arts training was being systematically promoted, even giving rise to special operations teams devoted to martial arts. In the civilian realm, the reverence for martial arts reached unprecedented heights. As long as Qin Feng remained out of trouble, keyboard warriors on the internet engaged in fervent discussions about martial arts, even overshadowing conversations about young ladies. Some men, previously engrossed in watching the game, began to cultivate their inner selves, aspiring to join the martial arts special forces. In the National War Department, Li Tai dozed off with a cigarette in hand. Within 10 minutes, the ember had burned down to his fingers. Ouch, that's hot. Li Tai awakened abruptly, shaking his hand. Just then, his assistant entered the office, accompanied by an inconspicuous old man whose appearance blended seamlessly into a crowd. The individual in question is Lu Zhong, the second-in-command on the clandestine battlefield of the Dragon Nation. Li Ku, this is the latest intelligence report. The major nations of Blue Star have long been in a state of heightened tension, with levels of infiltration among them that are unimaginable to the average person. Moreover, with the advent of the national fortune battlefield, a crisis not witnessed in a millennium, espionage activities have reached their zenith. Well done, he acknowledged. It's no trouble. Li Ku, you should be the one to prioritize rest, came the response. Li Tai heaved a long sigh, remarking that even if Qin Feng and his team were performing admirably, alleviating our concerns, the enemies of Blue Star would not allow us a moment's respite. The elderly gentleman shook his head in resignation, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Li Tai took the classified report and tore open the top-secret seal. Within the documents lay intelligence regarding the Qi cultivation technique, as well as experiments on spiritual energy and meridians from nations such as the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Damn it, they are remarkably swift, Li Tai exclaimed after perusing the materials, discarding them into the shredder. The sound of shredding paper filled the air, and within seconds, a thick stack of documents was reduced to tiny fragments. Even those shreds would not escape the scrutiny of the National Warfare Department. Each day, at quitting time, designated personnel would meticulously collect the remnants after obtaining multiple signatures from superiors to be incinerated downstairs. Gazing at the shredded paper, Li Tai mused, fortunately, they have garnered no substantial gains. The old gentleman nodded in agreement, adding, one could say they have achieved nothing. Yet we cannot ignore the treachery of the traitors abroad who serve as their lackeys. Li Tai scoffed at such individuals. It was one thing for them to engage in nefarious acts overseas, but now they audaciously dared to assist the enemy in undermining the interests of the Dragon Nation. They could not expect mercy from him. Lao Lu, I must trouble you to communicate with the higher-ups and promptly initiate the plan to root out traitors. Lu Zhong nodded solemnly, very well, but the scope of this operation is vast, and we may face challenges with manpower. Moreover, assassination is a delicate matter for the Dragon Nation. Allowing them to grasp our weaknesses would be detrimental in public discourse. The collaborators employing the traitors of the Dragon Nation are not limited to a few prominent nations. Dozens of smaller countries, and even hundreds or thousands of foreign consortiums, are engaged in similar activities. For the Dragon Nation to take decisive action would be impractical, both in terms of feasibility and impact. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tai retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his drawer. These contain information on various martial arts sects, both large and small, within the country. Those who betray us from within have connections to them. Whether they are disciples or rogue fighters, we can compel these sects to cleanse their ranks, justifiably. Lu Zhong smiled, appreciating Li Ku's ingenuity. Furthermore, Li Tai continued, a martial arts university is being established domestically. Have your subordinates disseminate this information to entice those talented individuals abroad to return home. That is certainly feasible. Li Tai sighed once more, stating, with the ongoing national battlefield, it is likely that the Eagle Nation and others will eventually obtain the rewards of the Qi cultivation technique. Before that occurs, we must strive to widen the gap in martial prowess between us. On the battlefield, Qin Feng and his companions have provided ample time for the Dragon Kingdom to gain a strategic advantage. If the Dragon Kingdom wishes to excel in martial arts and distance itself from other nations, it must launch a comprehensive offensive, blossoming in all areas. There is another matter that requires your assistance, Old Li. After Li Tai outlined the two tasks, he proceeded to mention a third. Lu Zhong remarked, Li Ku, please go on, I am taking notes. As a seasoned intelligence officer, Lu Zhong naturally memorized every word spoken. To entice martial artists scattered across the nations of Blue Star to return home, a national martial arts tournament will be held in the Dragon Kingdom in 1 week's time. This initiative also necessitates your connections abroad for extensive promotion. Chapter 53. The Open Oil Field Since the Second Wave of Impact. The spiritual energy of the Dragon Nation has been revived. In an effort to attract more martial arts talents to serve the nation and to prevent them from being seduced by the alluring promises from abroad, the Dragon Nation has organized a martial arts tournament under the guise of a civilian initiative. To emerge victorious in this tournament would undoubtedly bring both fame and fortune, paving the way for an illustrious future. I took note of this. Lu Zhong nodded emphatically before hastily departing. Within an hour, the internet was inundated with information about the Dragon Nation's martial arts competition. Wow, the National Martial Arts Tournament offers a staggering 10 billion for first place? Led by the Haomen, this is truly extravagant. With hundreds of thousands of disciples under Haomen, I fear the top spot will merely go to one of their own. The prize money will likely just circulate within their ranks. What a gimmick. Not just for the first place. Even making it to the top 50 comes with rewards. I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. With only a week left, the chance to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of life is right before us, my brothers. Signing off, time to cultivate. My husband is on the battlefield. If he returns, the 10 billion will be in the bag. This undoubtedly has official backing. With just the Haomen's return of hundreds of thousands of disciples, the martial arts prowess in the homeland will surge significantly. I agree, even without the allure of riches, they would likely return. The Dragon Nation's spiritual energy surpasses that of foreign lands by leaps and bounds. I must cultivate. I aspire to become a Grand Master. Leveraging this martial arts tournament, the Dragon Nation not only attracted numerous martial talents but also classified the practitioners into various ranks according to their abilities. Unlike the colored belts of the Kimchi Nation, the Dragon Nation's classifications ranged from 1 to 7 grades, with those exceeding the 7th grade being honored as Grand Masters of Martial Arts. Thus, with the resurgence of spiritual energy as a catalyst, the golden age of martial practitioners has truly arrived. Simultaneously, organizations both grand, such as the Haomen, Shaolin, and Wudong, and obscure sects, along with traditional gangs like the Qibang, received an undeniable mandate: eradicate traitors. Any organization with a martial arts background began to rigorously scrutinize their disciples. Should any display signs of disloyalty, they would be cast aside with dignity. If any unworthy descendants chose to reject that dignity, their masters would ensure they were aided in preserving their face. On the battlefield, Qin Feng had been flying northward for quite some time, yet it yielded no results. Indeed, the fog of war concealed an expanse of desert terrain. Upon breaking free from the fog, both Qin Feng and Jarvis, who flew southward, found themselves in the same predicament. Emptiness prevailed. The desert could not sustain large beasts nor offer any resources. However, upon emerging from the war fog, they entered mountainous and hilly terrains. Surely, there must be wild creatures capable of surviving in such an environment? Qin Feng muttered to himself and continued his exploration northward. Shortly thereafter, a battlefield prompt altered Qin Feng's plans. Battlefield prompt. Congratulations to the guardian of Sakura Nation, Meichuan Ku, for discovering a sea-level resource point, a 400,000-ton open oil field. Has the Cherry Blossom Nation struck an extraordinary fortune? The first C-grade resource point has been discovered by them. Qin Feng felt a surge of indignation. He was not alone. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star lamented as well. How unjust is heaven, allowing those little devils to uncover an oil field, and an open one at that, at a staggering capacity of 400,000 tons. Oh dear, 400,000 tons multiplied by 100. How much is that? 4,000,000 tons. Equivalent to a major oil field. Good heavens. How unfair. Ha ha ha, the wealthy have indeed struck gold. The Empire has discovered a vast oil field. Now the Cherry Blossom Empire need not worry about being choked by oil shortages. Indeed, jealousy consumes those Chinese pigs. Goodness, there are even little devils in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Brothers, let us go. Unleash our fury upon them. Damn those little devils. I could strangle you through the internet. Why don't you just scram? Hey, if you're a man, come here. As the netizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation reveled in their victory, Meichuan Ku stood in the national battlefield, hands on hips, gazing heavenward and howling with laughter. Indeed, I, Meichuan Ku, am the chosen one. The first C-grade resource point is mine to discover. However, he pondered, where were the wild monsters guarding this resource point? He couldn't see any. A C-grade resource point. Surely it would not be easy to handle. Perhaps he should summon Matsushita for assistance. Just as Meichuan Ku hesitated, the next national battle notification left him utterly bewildered. National Battle Notification. The C-grade resource point discovered by the Cherry Blossom Nation's guardian Mechuan-ku is located at coordinates 2,334, 8733. Note: coordinates of C-grade and above resource points will be announced across the battlefield. The discoverer is urged to occupy it promptly. Mechuan-ku coughs up blood. Baka. Why is this happening? Ha ha ha, this cracks me up. Look at the expression on the little Japanese S face, it's priceless. Hee hee, joy turns to sorrow. How does it feel now? What are the coordinates again? Can the great Qin Feng make it there? The great Qin Feng has paused. He must be calculating the distance. Oh dear, it seems a bit far. How far could it be? Wouldn't it be too late if we flew there? Until this moment, no one had ever discovered a C-grade resource point. Even D-grade points were exceedingly rare, with the vast majority being E-grade. Once the Guardians discovered these resource points, they would leisurely defeat monsters and occupy them. Little did they expect, Mechuan-ku's luck was extraordinary. He thought encountering a C-grade resource point was fortunate, yet no time to waste. Baka, but where are the wild monsters guarding the resource? Mechuan-ku scanned his surroundings, anxious to the point of nearly digging a hole in the ground. Yet, all he could see was a pitch-black open oil field, devoid of any life. Not a blade of grass grew within several thousand meters around the oil field. There was no time to delay. Mechuan-ku decisively notified his teammates for assistance. Eagle Sauce Nation George. Mechuan-ku, don't worry. I'm coming to help you. Upon seeing this message in the chat room, Mechuan-ku's heart sank to the depths of despair. However, it is not yet over. Bear Country Andre. Haha, the C-grade resource point. Our warriors from Bear Country have arrived. Yura. Rotten Country Wilson. Looking at the coordinates, it seems a bit distant from us. But everyone, hold on a moment. The depth of the C-grade resource is beyond your grasp. Allow me to take charge. Kimchi Country Park Zhongguan, as the sole possessor of the D-grade weapon. The Spirit Slayer, the strongest among the Guardians, our Kimchi Country will not yield the C-grade resource point. All Guardians, what nonsense are you spouting? Does the Spirit Slayer carry a debuff that lowers intelligence? The Guardians, regardless of their distance, whether they could arrive or not, were filled with joy akin to a festive celebration. Those who were too far away also chimed in with a few exuberant shouts in the chat room, causing the discoverer, Mechuan-ku, to feel quite anxious. Even his godfather was planning to come? What business did the Eagle Sauce Country have with his Cherry Blossom Country? Mechuan-ku was in a state of frantic urgency, praying for his teammates to arrive swiftly. Fortunately, the one he feared the most, Qin Feng, remained silent. Perhaps it was indeed too far away. At that moment, Qin Feng was indeed calculating the distance and time. He murmured to himself that he should be able to make it in time. Chapter 54. What on earth is this? The sea-level resource point is shrouded in mystery, with the nature of the lurking monsters remaining uncertain, posing a significant challenge. The battlefield has broadcast the coordinates of the resource point, drawing an assembly of guardians. And a chaotic skirmish seems inevitable. The resource point is not exceedingly distant, thus it stands to reason that the gates of Sakura Country should lie in proximity to it. In Qin Feng's mind, an audacious thought began to take shape. What if he were to approach the gates of Sakura Country at this moment and eliminate Mechuan-ku's two companions by breaching their defenses, and subsequently ambushing Mechuan-ku, with all the resources of Sakura Country at his disposal in the annihilation of the three guardians? The nation would face the repercussions of a national conflict. The mere contemplation of this scenario brought a surge of exhilaration to Qin Feng. However, the uncertainty of locating the gates of Sakura Country weighed heavily on him. It was a matter of probability. Moreover, the likelihood of successfully ambushing Mechuan-ku was another variable to consider. The confluence of these two probabilities. Never mind. The allure of the sea-level resource is far more enticing. Ultimately, Qin Feng resolved to hasten towards the sea-level resource, deeming it a more prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Mechuan-ku was equally pressed for time. He needed to seize the resource point before the guardians from other nations arrived. His greatest concern was the formidable Eagle Nation and the insidious Qin Feng from Dragon Country. He let out a raucous shout, attempting to attract the attention of the monsters guarding the resource point, hoping they would reveal themselves. After a few vocalizations, he crouched low with his tang dao in hand, resembling a bowstring drawn taut, poised for action. His sinister little eyes scanned left and right, then back again. Yet, there was naught but silence. The surface of the oil lake remained dark and undisturbed, devoid of any ripples. Nothing? Mechuan-ku was growing frantic. He had thrown caution to the wind, risking his safety to lure the monsters forth. Undeterred, he bellowed once more, bubbling. At that moment, a colossal bubble emerged from the inky depths of the oil lake. Could it be lurking beneath the surface? Mechuan-ku was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixated anxiously on the location of the bubble. Bubbling and churning, two more bubbles surfaced. Mechuan-kun, you must persevere. In the live stream from Eagle Nation, the young girls rallied behind their hero, Mechuan-san. Hold on a little longer. Matsushita-kun will be there soon. So terrifying, so terrifying. I can't bear to watch. Sakura Country's little sisters, if you're scared, come into the arms of your brothers from Dragon Country. We will comfort you. Haha, indeed. The embrace of Dragon Country's brothers is quite warm. Oh my, the guardians of Sakura Country seem to have some spirit. Daring to lure monsters despite not knowing what they are. Fear not, little Japanese, your great savior, the illustrious Qin Feng, is on his way to offer assistance. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. That is too much. I'm dying of laughter. Yes, little Japanese, thank you for discovering the resource. It's the first sea-level resource, no less. As the revered Qin Feng deity arrived to assist, the initial encounter was met with the jest of sending you back home, evoking amusement. The derogatory remarks from the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Nation incensed the netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation, who were left fuming at the triviality of their retorts. Their language woefully impoverished in comparison to the rich lexicon of the Dragon Tongue, which could disdainfully articulate scathing insults without resorting to vulgarity. Amidst the mutual exchanges of cordial greetings between the two nations, the oil lake before Meituan surged like boiling water, incessantly bubbling. Come forth, fearsome beast. My Meituan family harbors no cowards. Roared Meituan Ku, gripping his tang knife tightly above his head. Meituan Colonel, where's the monster? Came the voice of his ally, Matsushita. From behind, a wave of relief washed over Meituan Ku. Finally, a companion had arrived. Matsushita, be cautious. There are monsters lurking within the oil. Matsushita, initially awestruck by the sight of an open oil field, felt a twinge of trepidation upon hearing his superior's warning. What manner of terrifying creature could thrive in the inky darkness of the oil? Considering this resource point was classified as sea level, the sole sea level site in the current national battlefield, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Matsushita, draw your weapon and fight alongside me. Meituan Ku focused intently on the lake's surface, oblivious to his subordinate's fear. With a resolute nod, Matsushita unsheathed his tang knife. Knowing that the eyes of the nation were upon him, he steeled his resolve and cautiously advanced, determined to maintain an appearance of bravery. He pondered the disappointment of the citizens should he falter, and the possibility of his demise leaving no hope for resurrection in their eyes weighed heavily on him. Despite his youth, Matsushita's mind was racing with calculations. Just a few steps forward, a dorsal fin the size of a coffee table slowly emerged from the oil lake. The prominent spines protruding from its back, each about 3 feet long and as thick as an arm, were particularly striking. What manner of creature is this? Where is its head? What of its eyes and mouth? Panic seized Matsushita. He glanced behind him, safe. Then, warily scanned left and right, still finding no other monsters. Could this resource point harbor only this singular beast? What level of creature guarded the sea-level resource point? Was it a sea-level, or perhaps a B-level monster? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. He had never encountered a sea-level beast, let alone a B-level one. Regardless of what it was, the imperative was clear. It must be vanquished. Meituan Ku felt a similar apprehension, yet with no option but to act, he understood the urgency of the situation. Matsushita, let us charge together. With a shriek, Meituan Ku sprinted forward, launching himself from the lakeside with a powerful push. His tang knife glinting coldly as it arced towards the creature. Panasonic's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the officer truly so courageous? To him, time seemed to stand still. The dark surface of the lake mirrored the valiant figure of Meituan, who slowly advanced towards the monstrous creature. Meituan, you must succeed. That beast is so strange. Will Meituan truly prevail? Incredible! Meituan is exceedingly brave. He is a true warrior of the samurai spirit. Amidst the praises of netizens from Eagle Sauce Nation, Meituan was merely 3 meters away from striking the hideous monster. A smile crept across his face. This oil field belongs to our great Cherry Blossom Nation. Just then, a massive moss suddenly emerged from the oil beneath his feet. Confronted by the terrifying and dark mouth, Meituan was left in shock. Baka, what in the world is this? Chapter 55, The B-Class Monster, High-spined Songlong. In response, the creature opened its massive jaws. Crunch. It savored the flavor of chicken. Gulp. The monster chewed and swallowed the delectable morsel. It slowly opened its eyes and cast a disdainful glance at the 2 trembling figures on the shore, as if to say, "Come on, I'm still hungry." Subsequently, it closed its eyes once more, lowering its head beneath the surface of the oil-laden lake. Its spiny back remained eerily still atop the water, resembling a peculiar island. With a splash, Matsushita was so startled that he fell onto the ground. Devoid of any fighting spirit. Battlefield notification. Sakura Nation Guardian Meituan Ku has been slain by the B-Class wild monster, High-spined Songlong. Upon receiving this notification, all the Guardians gasped in astonishment. Goodness, it's actually a B-Class monster. If memory serves, is Meituan Ku the first Guardian to be killed by a wild beast? B-Class? What level of power does that entail? For those heading to the resource point, please share your insights afterward. Thank you. Should we just abandon the mission? It seems that confronting a B-Class monster would be akin to delivering ourselves as fodder. In that moment, the Guardians en route began to reconsider their plans. However, George from Eagle Sauce Nation chastised Meituan Ku. He immediately sent a private message. Weren't you supposed to wait for me? How dare you act on your own? Are you trying to monopolize the resources? Yet, as soon as he sent the message, the battlefield feedback indicated a failed transmission. It dawned on George that Meituan had perished and had not yet respawned. David, hurry up. We cannot allow others to seize the resources. Those are C-Class. The C-Class resource point corresponds to a blue treasure chest. No one has ever encountered a blue treasure chest before. George was indifferent to the loss of an oil field. After all, in his eyes, becoming stronger was his primary objective. Is Meituan Ku truly gone? How can this be? Meituan Ku. Citizens, let us revive Meituan Ku. Let him continue to fight for the oil of Sakura Nation. Indeed, that's the spirit. Not only were the netizens of Eagle Sauce Nation taken aback, but those from Dragon Nation were also surprised. After all, Meituan possessed a red talent and had 40 attribute points. Among the mini guardians, he belonged to the elite tier. Furthermore, Sakura Nation had performed admirably, earning considerable rewards. It was astonishing that he was still defeated so swiftly. TSK, 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 so deeply entrenched, swallowed whole. That little devil was taken down just like that. Lord Qin Feng is unaware and is still on his way. He should return quickly. It's dangerous. Yes, dear. Let's abandon that resource and seek out weaker monsters instead. Please. Sigh. Isn't it better to proceed gradually? Why rush and recklessly? Lord Qin Feng has received the battlefield notification. He must have confidence to continue onward. Let us trust in Lord Qin Feng. Indeed. The esteemed expert will not act without purpose. As concerns arose among the netizens, the National Warfare Department was also assessing the situation. Have simulations been conducted? At this moment, Li Tai anxiously stood behind the technical team, who felt as if they were perched on needles. Li Ku was still engaged in calculations. With the final 30 seconds of rendering nearing completion, once the monstrous creature revealed its back, the technical personnel began to simulate the possible forms of the beast. Particularly after its head and neck were exposed, they confirmed additional body parts, significantly reducing the computational load. Li Ku, the results are in, exclaimed a technician, striking the enter key on the keyboard with conviction. On the large screen, the outline of a monster materialized. Based on the information of the visible body parts and the profile of the high-ridged songlong provided by the National Warfare Field, this B-class monster was highly likely to resemble this depiction. The technicians elaborated that they were collaborating with some of the nation's leading paleontologists. As everyone gazed at the image on the screen, a chill of dread swept over them. The creature was as large as a semi-trailer, with a long neck supporting an enormous head capable of swallowing 4 or 5 adults whole. It bore 13 razor-sharp spines protruding from its back. On either side of its plump belly were flesh-like wings spanning nearly 10 square meters. Including its robust tail, the creature measured at least 30 meters from head to tail. Its pitch-black body, whether stained by oil or inherently dark, evoked a singular impression, a terrifying behemoth. Could such a monster be slain by human hands? Li Tai stared blankly at the screen, murmuring to himself. He felt a pang of anxiety for Qin Feng. He feared that if such a creature were to breach the borders, the Dragon Nation would be overwhelmed by 1,000 of them. Surely, 1,000 of these beasts could immobilize half the military strength of the Dragon Nation in fewer than 5 minutes. The Sakura Nation swiftly voted to approve the resurrection of Meituan Ku. After another 10 minutes had passed in the National Warfare Field, Meituan Ku revived at the border. Hurry to the resource point. Meituan-san, you have arrived. Matsushita did not anticipate the adversary's swift revival and arrival. With a leader present, Matsushita felt a sense of calm. However, he grew anxious upon recalling that he had not charged into battle alongside Meituan Ku. Yet, Meituan Ku did not bring this up. That was reckless. I did not expect this creature to be so formidable. Fortunately, you did not charge into the fray with me. Losing once did not incur great losses. Thankfully, I entrusted all the supplies to Miss Keiko, who stayed behind. This was our contingency plan. Matsushita-kun, there are 3 grenades left. This time, you shall go. His meaning was clear. He intended for Matsushita to deliver supplies. Matsushita immediately faltered. Am I supposed to leap into its mouth? Meituan Ku grew anxious. Hurry. Otherwise, other guardians will arrive. Now is the time to prove your courage. The entire nation is watching you. Do not worry. Fear not. The citizens shall revive you. It will be fine. Come, take all the supplies from your national war storage and entrust them to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, they will perish within the belly of the monstrous creature. Matsushita. Ha ha ha. You have me in stitches. Why doesn't this fellow manage it himself? This is the typical thought process of a little devil. A friend's demise is of no concern to a Taoist. My goodness, such a cunning strategy. By the way, these two are exploiting a bug here. They are taking advantage of the resurrection mechanism to effortlessly slay creatures far more formidable than themselves, without incurring any cost. I must say, it is indeed a clever tactic. Meanwhile, the netizens from Sakura country are eagerly urging Matsushita to take action swiftly. If he delays any longer, the guardians from Eagle country will truly arrive. They fear not Qin Feng, but rather the impending arrival of the guardians from Eagle country. Matsushita's chest heaves as he clutches a grenade, continually motivating himself. I can do this. I am capable. Here I come. With a powerful leap, he propels himself into the air, simultaneously pulling the pin from the grenade. Ah, you detestable creature. I shall make sure we perish together. Chapter 56. You are not capable. Sakura country. Before the words were fully uttered, a thick and lengthy tail suddenly emerged from the lake's surface. Bang! The tail struck Matsushita, sending him flying back. Upon witnessing the figure soaring through the air, Meichuan quickly crouched down. Fortunately, Matsushita flew directly over his head. After traveling a distance of 10 meters, an explosive sound erupted as Matsushita was obliterated by a hand grenade. Ah, is this really the luck of the little devils? Ha ha, pardon me. I couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, what a misfortunate little devil. This monster is remarkably astute. Not only astute, but it also exhibits disdain. This time, it didn't even show its head, just a simple flick of its tail. It's confirmed, monsters rank B and above possess intelligence. Battlefield notification, Sakura country guardian Matsushita has been slain by B-rank wild monster, high-spined Songlo. Upon receiving the notification, the guardians were momentarily stunned. Is this truly how one delivers a defeat? Another casualty in just a few minutes? George from Eagle Sauce country cursed. WTF? How dare Sakura country make a move? Commander. It appears to be just ahead. David observed the coordinates, finding them identical to those on the map. All right, we have finally arrived. In Eagle Sauce country, transportation is ubiquitous. Yet here they were, left to sprint. Fortunately, the duo had been empowered by a red talent, significantly enhancing their explosive power and endurance. As they dashed forward, George and David were among the first to arrive. However, a mocking voice from behind instilled a sense of caution within them. Ah, aren't you the little friends from Eagle Sauce country? Hey, do you have any vodka on you? If not, whiskey will do. Whiskey? I don't care about my dignity. Never mind, my brother, the young ladies from Eagle Sauce country don't fancy strong liquor. The speaker was evidently one of the 3 guardians from Bear country. Each one was more robust than the last, and upon spotting their fierce adversaries from Eagle Sauce country, they wore expressions of mockery. Today, we do not wish to cause trouble, we merely seek resources, George declared. Outnumbered with only 2 against their 3, the situation reflected the audacity characteristic of Bear country. For them, pondering over matters was futile. Action was the only recourse. Defending the home? Why bother when the assault has even begun? It's far better to venture out and enjoy. The leading bear guardian laughed heartily. Well, since we can't kill all of you, we shall simply refrain from doing so. George and David's expressions turned icy. They spoke as if they could crush them with ease. Let us agree on this. Whoever can take down the B-rank monster will claim the resources, George proposed. Agreed, but the prime spoils will undoubtedly belong to Bear country. Yura, 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 the trio exclaimed, invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Oh, what a lively gathering. At that moment, Park Jong-hwan from Pickled Vegetable country, along with guardians from Corrupt country and Kangaroo country, unexpectedly arrived simultaneously. The 3 of them are allies from the Eagle Sauce nation. At this moment, George felt an increased sense of confidence. Why not eliminate these 3 bear guardians? By doing so, not only would no one dare to contest him for the treasure chest, but the Bear Nation would also face repercussions from their annihilation. Such thoughts lingered in the minds of George and his companions. However, the 3 from the Bear Nation remained undaunted, staring nonchalantly at the 5 opposing them, as if to say, if you dare, then do it. Do not hesitate. Their innate talents were formidable, and their combat prowess was impressive. With the added buff, very well, let us seek out the detestable Cherry Blossom Nation guardians. Ultimately, the invisible standoff lasted less than 3 seconds before George relented once more, finding that disobedient subordinate was paramount. Otherwise, if resources were consumed by him, it would all be in vain. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrived at his destination. Jarvis, do you detect anything? At that moment, he was concealed within the thicket, observing the oil lake's surface, which was surprisingly calm. The Cherry Blossom Nation had sent 2 individuals, and there should have been some signs of struggle. Jarvis replied, Sir, there are no indications of human activity within a radius of 374 meters. Could it be on the opposite shore of the lake? Qin Feng muttered and stealthily maneuvered around the lake's edge. On the other side, George and his group met with Meichuan Ku. Upon their first encounter, George reproached Meichuan Ku for acting independently. Meichuan Ku immediately performed a deep bow and apology, showcasing his expertise. Please forgive me, Mr. George. We were merely assessing the monster's strength for you. The others were taken aback. How brazen can you be? Not only was his bow impeccable, but his words were also pleasing to the ear. George shot him a cold glance and chose to overlook it. He then turned his attention to the rising hill on the lake's surface and inquired, Is that the high-backed Songlo? Mei Chuanku cautiously responded, "Yes, sir." Haha. Park Jong-hwan from the Pickle Nation interjected sarcastically, "You folks from the Cherry Blossom Nation are quite lacking." Mei Chuanku's expression darkened. Was it appropriate to belittle oneself in front of the suzerain nation upon their first meeting? Yet, Park Jong-hwan continued, "It's just a mere red talent. Such B-grade monsters are nothing compared to what my cosmic nation can produce." As he spoke, he brandished his newly acquired D-grade weapon, the Blade of Spirit Severing. Immediately, discontent spread among the group. Indeed, this Blade of Spirit Severing seemed to carry an intelligence debuff. Or perhaps this fool was just a fool by nature. One careless remark offended all 8 present. Among them, Park Jong-hwan possessed the highest talent, Golden. The others, aside from the guardian from the corrupt nation with a weaker purple talent, all had red talents. Appa Jong-hwan is so handsome, heart. Our Appa Jong-hwan is the strongest. Not only does he have the greatest talent, but his weapon is also the mightiest. Haha, even in front of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Appa does not back down, fighting for resources for our great cosmic nation. At this moment, within the live broadcast room of the Blue Star Pickle Nation, Park Jong-hwan's little fans were almost collectively ecstatic. However, the keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom lurking here are truly repugnant. I cannot endure it any longer. I barely lasted a minute, my apologies. Are there any brothers from the Dragon Kingdom present? Please assist me back to our Dragon Kingdom livestream. I am at my limit. Furthermore, I am here too. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, lend a hand, brothers. This insufferable fellow, reveling in his golden talents, is utterly intolerable. Surely, there are others who have received rewards with attributes of 10 or more. Several have already surpassed Park Jong-hwan, have they not? Let him boast. I suspect that George from Eagle Sauce Nation has taken an interest in his weapon. Ha, his godfather will soon demand he surrender his weapon. Just wait and see. On the battlefield, Mei Chuanku, having been relentlessly ridiculed, retorted, "Park Jong-hwan, is it? I have heard of you. You were bested by a little woman from the Dragon Kingdom with a white talent, and yet here you are, reveling in your own pride." Mei Chuanku harbors a grudge against that little woman from the Dragon Kingdom for not selling him water. Chapter 57. Amidst a throng of foxes stood a boy with a head of iron, and the guardians could not help but erupt in uproarious laughter. Particularly the 3 guardians from the Bear Country, who were particularly unrestrained. I recall that little girl from the Dragon Country had quite the sharp tongue. How could she possibly have defeated you, Park Jong-hwan, with her paltry white talent of just 4 attributes? One scoffed. I am quite curious, Park Jong-hwan, do enlighten us, so we may broaden our horizons. The laughter continued, and Park Jong-hwan, subjected to their ridicule, felt a flush of embarrassment, his face oscillating between shades of blue and red. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Dragon Country, wretched woman. In a fit of anger, he brandished his spirit-cutting blade. Mei Chuanku, as men, let us engage in a contest. Let us see whether your empty-handed martial arts or our taekwondo from the great universe nation prevails. Mei Chuanku paused momentarily, realizing that in terms of individual attributes, he was at a disadvantage. What? Are you afraid? Park Jong-hwan declared triumphantly, the coward from Cherry Blossom Country, as they bickered like dogs. Qin Feng stealthily approached the vicinity. So many people? Isn't that George from Eagle Sauce Country? And David? Oh, Mei Chuanku is also here. Qin Feng recognized only these 3. Having previously eliminated them, the others remained unfamiliar to him. Quite reasonable. Jarvis, amplify their conversation. Yes, sir. Instantly. The chatter from several dozen meters away was filtered and amplified by Jarvis, reaching Qin Feng's ears. All right. George interrupted their frivolity. The priority now is to subdue this beast. Andre interjected, that is precisely the issue. There is but one resource point and only one beast. How do we divide it? Everyone knew that whoever vanquished the guardian of the resource point would claim it for themselves. With many vying for scarce resources, the situation was dire. How about a duel? Whoever survives gets to slay that beast, suggested another guardian from Bear Country. Upon hearing this, the remaining guardians were momentarily speechless. Wilson from the corrupt nation turned pale, realizing he possessed the weakest talents and had no allies to assist him. If it comes to a duel, it would be more straightforward to just take my own life. However, the other 2 guardians from Bear Country added fuel to the fire. Indeed, I concur. After all, we can all be resurrected. The onlookers were left speechless. After listening for several minutes, Qin Feng had deduced the identities of most of the 9 individuals. They were indeed the guardians from Bear Country. He pondered for a moment and inquired, Jarvis, are there any other individuals in the vicinity? Currently, no other guardians have been detected within the scanning range, sir. A smile crept across Qin Feng's face. In that case, this resource point shall be mine without a doubt. With only a dozen or so individuals present, he hardly regarded them as a threat. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a battlefield prompt echoed in his ears. However, this notification was not for Qin Feng, but for the group of guardians deliberating before him, as an operational panel loomed in front of them. Battlefield prompt. A teaming request initiated by the United States to collectively slay a C-grade resource point monster. Do you agree? Note, upon successful elimination, battlefield rewards and Blue Star manifestation rewards will be equally distributed. Leaving the resource point area will automatically disband a team. Following the prompt, 2 buttons were presented, agree and disagree. The Guardians were taken aback. It was their first realization that collaboration was possible. What the heck? We can team up? Isn't that cheating? It's unfair. Indeed. It's unjust for our esteemed Qin Feng. Let them collaborate. Do you truly believe those old foxes will cooperate willingly? I fear they might betray each other once they cross the river. We must not let them succeed. Even if they quarrel afterward, the resources will be divided among them. That is equivalent to a major oil field. Yes, I think Qin Feng should launch a surprise attack on them, sending them to their demise. TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you forgotten? There are 3 guardians from Bear Country there. Given their vengeful nature, even if just one guardian is slain, they might declare war on us. Exactly. I believe Qin Feng is considering this. Otherwise, why would he leave a path for the United States and pickled vegetable nation? Didn't they sign the life and death is predestined treaty? How can Bear Country act dishonorably? Haha, have you finished your homework? In international affairs, might makes right, regardless of treaties. At that moment, Li Tai from the National War Department was sweating profusely, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. His back was already soaked. What would he do? Li Tai was also worried that Qin Feng might wipe them all out. If that were to happen, the Guardians would be annihilated. And Bear Country would face penalties in the national battlefield. At that time, it was likely the scenario that the United States and Cherry Blossom Country would relish. Li, don't be anxious. Qin Feng is hesitating, and that's likely the issue. His assistant tried to console him. Little did they know. All of this was merely a wishful thinking by the people of Dragon Country on Blue Star. In the national battlefield, Qin Feng had not considered these trivialities. He was solely focused on seizing the resource. Damn it, we can actually team up. If you all team up to slay the High Ridge Songlong, wouldn't my effort be in vain? Suddenly, the dark lake surface began to stir. The High Ridge Songlong seemed to grow impatient, revealing its eyes and fixating intently on the humans on the shore. Its vertical pupils lacked any vitality, sending chills down one's spine. Jarvis, display its thermal imaging to show me its size. 2 seconds later, the thermal image of the High Ridge Songlong appeared on the helmet's HUD, alongside a T-pose figure. Sir, the scale beside the image represents an average adult height, based on the thermal map. The High Ridge Songlong measures approximately 30 meters in length and has a wingspan exceeding 45 meters. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Such a colossal creature, how can I most efficiently bring it down? Jarvis replied, I apologize, sir, but I possess no data concerning the high-spine Songlong. Neither physical nor combat statistics, hence I cannot provide any counsel. Then let them wade through the peril before they act, Qin Feng mused. He estimated that if this creature were on land, a mere 10 or so guardians would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing it. Most of them boasted red and golden talents, having garnered significant enhancements during their previous assaults. They represented the pinnacle of strength among all guardians. However, in the water, the situation would be far more dire. Unsurprisingly, every guardian present clicked to confirm, expressing their agreement to form a team. The sight of the high-spined Songlong's partial head instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Unexpectedly, Park Jong-hwan brandished his soul-cutting blade, declaring, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Observing his intention to show off, the other guardians secretly chuckled, relishing the opportunity. Now that the team was successfully formed, the monster belonged to all, as did the rewards. If they could refrain from engaging, they certainly would. Yet, a particularly audacious individual stepped forward, urging, then you shall go forth. Ideally, he would slay the high-spined Songlong in one fell swoop. If not, he could at least gauge its firepower for the benefit of the group. Chapter 58, a slide tackling straight to the gut go. Jung-hwan, you've got this. Our Jung-hwan is the strongest. He will surely vanquish this grotesque beast. Haha. Jung-hwan, show them the might of your golden D-grade weapon. At that moment, netizens from the Pickled Cabbage Nation on Blue Star, regardless of gender, were filled with eager anticipation for the hero's spectacular performance. Park Jung-hwan provocatively smirked at Mei Chuan-ku, saying, watch closely, old man. The latter merely scoffed, remaining silent. Once Park Jung-hwan departed, a flicker of malice appeared in Mei Chuan-ku's sinister eyes. Park Jung-hwan kicked several pieces of wood onto the lake's surface, then shouted as he sprinted forward. This action elicited a flurry of praise from the Pickled Cabbage Nation's netizens. Smart move. Look at our Appa. Battling requires intellect too. Our Appa is not only handsome but also so clever. How wonderful it would be to marry him. Ugh. I can't hold on much longer. Are there any brothers from the Dragon Nation lying in ambush? Quickly, help me back. Ha ha ha. This effeminate fool has no idea where his charm lies. The Pickled Cabbage aesthetic is truly bizarre. Suddenly, Park Jung-hwan gathered his strength and leaped, soaring 6 to 7 meters onto a piece of wood. intending to circle around the beast. Moo! A deep, resonant roar erupted from the water, with a gentle flap of its webbed wings. The lake was set ablaze with tumultuous waves. The force of the surge knocked Park Jung-hwan off the log and back onto the shore. In an instant, the beauty-obsessed youth found himself drenched in oil, his fair complexion darkened. Spitting and gagging, he rose from the ground, catching a whiff of his own armpit, and promptly retched. Qin Feng exclaimed, "What a useless fool. You can't even handle such a simple task. What good are you?" He cursed in frustration. Before the other guardians could mock him, Park Jung-hwan shook the oil off his blade and defended himself. "I was careless. Watch me finish this beast now." With renewed determination, Park Jung-hwan charged once more. This time, he kicked several round logs into the lake to serve as springboards. Then, he propelled himself to his utmost speed, leaping between the logs to evade the attacks of the high-spined songlong. Finally, he landed on its spiky back. "Huh, is that all? Watch me slay this creature." With flair, Park Jung-hwan swung his blade, plunging it forcefully into the high-spined songlong's back. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Park Jung-hwan was taken aback. The other guardians were equally astonished. On the beast's back, a mere white mark remained. It had sustained no real damage. Moo, the high-spined songlong, feeling irritated by the human's attack, raised its long neck, fully emerging from the water. A massive tail swung violently towards Park Jung-hwan, who was filled with dread. Being struck by such a robust tail would surely turn him into a pancake. In that critical moment, he spotted the long neck of the high-spined songlong. Humph! Here lies its Achilles heel. Park Jung-hwan smirked triumphantly, leaping swiftly to evade the monstrous tail, launching an assault towards its neck. Little did he know, the towering songlong's tail was astonishingly nimble. Failing to strike its foe, the tail coiled with remarkable agility, ensnaring Park Jung-hwan tightly. He felt an overwhelming force, unleashing a scream of agony. Clang, clang, clang. Enduring the excruciating pain, he relentlessly slashed at the tail. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The songlong, akin to a mere annoyance of a mosquito, emitted an irritable moo before drawing its prey closer to its gaping maw. With a slurp, Park Jung-hwan was swallowed whole. No, no, save me, save me. Then came the crisp sound of crunching. Battlefield alert. Guardian of Kimchi Nation, Park Jung-hwan has been slain by the B-class monster, Songlong. In that moment, silence enveloped both worlds. Triple kill. Incredible, a triple kill. Truly, it is a B-class beast. Is its defense truly so formidable? How do we defeat it? I wonder if Lord Qin Feng's armor-piercing missile could do the trick. My husband can surely handle it. The netizens from Dragon Nation began to feel anxious. Those lurking in the Kimchi Nation livestream emerged to gloat once more. How fortunate I was to hold on, otherwise, I would have missed a splendid spectacle. Our dear Jung-hwan Appa is the mightiest, the most formidable hero in the universe. Some netizens from Dragon Nation imitated the tone of Kimchi Nation, mocking their guardian. The fervent fans from Kimchi Nation remained in disbelief. Appa is dead. Our Appa has perished. Again, Kimchi Nation sister, you must add an again to that phrase for it to have soul. Go away. Return to your Dragon Nation livestream. The most despicable are the guardians from Sakura Nation. Having suffered from the monster's tail, they failed to warn our Appa. Meichuan Ku couldn't help but chuckle at the irritating individuals following in his footsteps. Moo. On the battlefield, the songlong let out a resounding roar, exuding an air of invincibility. George and the others hastily retreated. Jarvis, what is the situation now? Qin Feng inquired once more, seeking Jarvis's wise counsel. Jarvis responded, Sir, based on the attributes and attack speed of Park Jung-hwan, the songlong's tough hide can withstand the assault of armor-piercing missiles. Qin Feng. So it is that resilient? Sir, this calculation does not even account for the potency of the spirit-slaying blade. Without the weapons data, I could only estimate using the Tang Dao specifications. This revelation left Qin Feng increasingly anxious. Does that mean it is even tougher than your calculations suggest? Indeed, sir. Is the neck not a weak point either? Affirmative, sir. Scanning reveals that Songlong's hide is uniformly tough, devoid of any weaknesses. I recommend utilizing a blunt weapon. It may yield some effectiveness. Qin Feng fell silent. Despite his considerable strength, he could not ascertain how he measured up against this beast. Yet, where could he possibly find a suitable blunt instrument? Qin Feng's gaze drifted towards the peak of the distant mountain. Perhaps he could blast a large boulder over to crush it? At that moment, the assembled guardians devised a most primitive solution. They began hurling torches onto the surface of the lake, igniting patches of fire upon the oil-laden waters. This oil field contains more lightweight crude. It can be ignited and used to burn it to death, George exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The others, having previously experimented haphazardly, were astonished that their plan was indeed effective. The spread of flames across the oil surface was slow initially, but as the area increased, the rate of combustion intensified. Moo. The high-backed songlong was enraged. It plunged its head into the oil, inhaling deeply. Glug, glug. Chapter 59. Swiftly slaughtering you. The oil surface atop the lake ignited, the flames greedily devouring the liquid. As the area of the blaze diminished, George shouted, "Quick! Throw the torches! Throw the torches!" David sighed heavily, longing deeply for his Gatling gun. As the crowd prepared to reignite their torches, unexpectedly, that beast spewed forth burning oil. My God, a fire-breathing dragon! The guards, terrified, fled several hundred meters before halting. Turning back to observe, the muddy shore where they had stood moments before had transformed into a sea of flames. Moo! Moo! The high-backed Songlong roared, filled with fury. We must lure it ashore, suggested Andre. Just then, a faint whoosh sound echoed. What is that noise? George and Meituan-ku listened intently, recognizing it with a sense of familiarity. In an instant, they exchanged glances, both detecting a glimmer of despair in each other's eyes. Egghead nearly recoiled in fright. It is that sound, the terrifying noise emitted when the Iron Man flies. Meituan-ku's face turned pale as he despaired. He is coming. He truly is. Ah, the great god Qin Feng has finally made his move. Eliminate them first. Do not let them escape. That despicable George, proclaiming dominance while bullying the smaller nations on the battlefield. Qin god, do not rush. First gather the resources. Where will that beast find oil after plunging into it? Right. Killing those few won't yield much, and we cannot annihilate them. It would be a waste of time. Baka, that detestable Chinese pig, is your Qin Feng so arrogant? There are 8 guards here in formation. Mr. George, quickly kill Qin Feng and avenge our Appa. Dragon Kingdom netizens exclaimed, you pathetic cowards. Do not deliver yourselves to death so foolishly. The great god Qin Feng has never even seen him. And enjoy your moment. For that pathetic coward has yet to encounter the great god Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly levitated, a distance of several hundred meters, casting a provocative glance this way. As the high-backed Songlong swallowed flames, he conceived a brilliant plan. Though somewhat perilous, it was bound to succeed. Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation's guardians. Wait until I deal with this monster, and then I shall attend to you. George and the others felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they had heard the call of death. Upon seeing Qin Feng, their instinct was to flee. It was an involuntary reaction. George took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. With so many allies present, what was there to fear? Moreover, even the 3 from Bear Nation were teammates at this moment. That's right. Bear Nation desires this blue treasure chest as well. With this thought, George smiled with satisfaction, his fear dissipating. Just as he was about to incite further discord, Andre inquired, Hey, who are you? He had never encountered a guardian from Dragon Kingdom, nor had he seen an Iron Man. Andre recalled that in the Guardian chat room, they had mentioned a flying Iron Man. None other than Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss. Andre secretly inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of trepidation. It was this very individual who had excelled in both assaults, having eliminated the guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Sakura Nation on multiple occasions. Though internally intimidated, he maintained an outwardly carefree facade, unafraid of anything. The representatives from the Corrupted Nation and the Kangaroo Nation were also somewhat unsettled. They were aware that, although they had no grievances with Qin Feng on the battlefield and had even conducted business with him twice, they had not been kind to the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star, particularly by playing petty tricks while trailing behind the Eagle Sauce Nation. Qin Feng scoffed, me? I am Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the individuals who had never encountered him displayed expressions of exasperation, as if they had anticipated this reaction. It seemed that today's treasure chest might not concern them much. Little did they know, Qin Feng continued. I only seek the lives of a few from the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Sakura Nation. If you insist on interfering, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well. With that chilling remark, a wave of cold dread washed over the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Such dominance! How utterly audacious! With ease, murmured Li Tai from the Dragon Kingdom's National Warfare Department, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, he realized that he had been overly sentimental. He had thought that Qin Feng might show some consideration for the Dragon Kingdom's plight, but to his surprise, this young man acted solely according to his own whims. The scene of the Guardians being overshadowed by Qin Feng's imposing presence was broadcasted live to their respective nations. Instantly, nearly half of Blue Star fell silent, captivated by the screen, forgetting to send comments. This marked a rare moment of low online traffic since the onset of the national warfare. Wow, our Qin god exudes such dominance. Haha, citizens of the Corrupted Nation. I advise you to recognize reality sooner rather than later. Trailing behind the Eagle Sauce Nation will only lead to your downfall. Don't let the Kangaroo Nation escape. Let them perish. The descendants of exiles are inherently filled with a wretched essence. My husband is so handsome. This is the demeanor a national husband should possess. Those pickled cabbage folks are nothing but a nuisance. How brazen of that Chinese pig. I wonder how he will meet his end. Indeed, how could we, who struggle against monsters that even your beloved Appa cannot defeat, be vanquished by this grotesque Iron Man? On the screen, Andre and the other two from the Bear Nation were seething with rage, their jaws clenched tightly, fists white-knuckled. They had never endured such humiliation. Yet, their fury, though boiling, could not be expressed. Qin Feng's combat prowess was indeed unfathomable. Observing this scene, Li Tai sighed softly. Quickly, contact the Bear Nation and give them a heads up. After some contemplation, he personally picked up the phone. The Bear Nation had signed the Fates Accord. Whether or not they would comply was uncertain. But it was a point worth addressing. He instructed General Zhang to elevate the state of alert. Before Li Tai dialed the phone, he commanded his subordinates. The General Zhang he mentioned was responsible for the formidable military presence defending the northern borders of Long Country. Yes, Li Ku. On the battlefield, Qin Feng soared towards the high ridge, the azure dragon soaring above. He drew his Tang Dao, channeling a subtle surge of energy into it. Instantly, the Tang Dao shimmered with a faint blue glow. This spectacle nearly caused the eyes of the other guardians to bulge in astonishment. What weapon is he wielding? The Tang Dao. It is indeed the Tang Dao. But why does his Tang Dao emit light? Mei Chuanku glanced at the weapon in his own hands. It appeared identical. The guardians from Corrupt Country and Kangaroo Country hastily drew their own Tang Daos, all of which were purchased from Qin Feng. They looked alike, yet felt distinctly different. What could this mean? Could it be that he sold us inferior goods? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have sold them to us at such a low price? The guardian from Kangaroo Country exclaimed indignantly. Those despicable people from Long Country, using authentic goods for themselves while selling others counterfeit wares. Look at what we hold. Just a lump of iron, while his glows. Its power must be extraordinary. No wonder Qin Feng stood out so prominently during the previous two assaults. The group whispered among themselves, arriving at a logical conclusion. Chapter 60. As everyone falls into the latrine, there is no shame in it. The naivety of the foreigner, having never encountered such things, is truly endearing. That is the enhancement of spiritual energy. Do you understand? If not, allow me to demonstrate. I have undergone rigorous training and have attained the profound mastery of channeling energy into my body. Haha. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed masters of martial arts. As confirmed, the foreigner exclaims, you Dragon Kingdom folks can't possibly know martial arts. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the little devils in the Pickled Cabbage Country have fallen silent. Sakura Nation and Pickled Cabbage Nation netizens come out for a stroll. Enough chatter. Qinshin has made his move. Qin Feng soared above the surface of the oil lake, and the creature seemed to harbor a deep fear of the weapon in his hand. Moo. It uttered a low, muffled sound, one that resonated powerfully. The onlooking guardians in the distance clutched their ears in pain. With his blade pointed at the high-backed Songlong, Qin Feng declared, little creature, if you have anyone to blame, let it be yourself for encountering me today. Moo. To his surprise, the high-backed Songlong dove into the oil, attempting to escape underwater. What the hell? Qin Feng could not help but curse. Just moments ago, this creature was taunting him, and now it was fleeing after a single encounter? It was clearly attempting to feign bravado. Where do you think you're going? Qin Feng would not allow it to escape. The oil lake was expansive, and its depth was unknown. If it got away, how would he ever find it again? Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and a missile plunged into the oil lake. Boom. A muffled explosion resonated from the depths of the lake, unleashing towering waves of oil that erupted like a black flower, soaring to a height of 10 meters. The high-backed Songlong had not submerged deeply enough and was blasted out of the lake's surface. The once calm oil lake now ignited into a vast inferno, engulfing the high-backed Songlong in flames. George was taken aback, exclaiming, WTF? Using an armor-piercing missile as a deep-water bomb, how did you even conceive of that? The other guardians, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were left dumbfounded. They thought that merely flying in a mech was cheating, but launching missiles? That seemed excessive. At that moment, Andre felt fortunate that he hadn't clashed with Qin Feng earlier. Meanwhile, Mei Chuanku pondered whether to flee now or observe the battle a while longer before deciding. On the lake's surface, the high-backed Songlong, disoriented from the shock and surrounded by flames, grew somewhat enraged. Moo. It let out a fierce roar, flapping its webbed wings as if swatting away mosquitoes, directing its fury towards Qin Feng. A powerful gust of wind surged forth. Qin Feng immediately increased the power output of his mech boots, propelling himself out of the tempest. With a resounding clap, the webbed wings collided, generating a shockwave. At that moment, Qin Feng gracefully landed atop the back of the high-backed Songlong. Gripping his blade with both hands, he gathered his strength and shouted, slash. With a thunderous cry, he swung at the spines protruding from the creature's back. Crack. The first spine, about a meter long, shattered upon impact. However, the glowing blue blade was halted by a second spine, which stood firm against the strike. Moo. The high-backed Songlong cried out in pain, its robust tail immediately swinging towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng muttered to himself, indeed quite formidable. Let us see if I can pierce its armor. With a deft motion, he turned the Tang Dao blade downward and thrust it fiercely against the thick, resilient hide of the beast. A deep bellow erupted from the high-ridged Songlong. Qin Feng sighed. as if everything had unfolded as anticipated. The blade merely etched a shallow gash of less than an inch upon the creature's back. To vanquish it by this method would likely require a dozen more strikes at that very spot. The high-ridged songlong possessed considerable intelligence. It would not remain idle while being attacked. Moreover, its back was not its vulnerable point. Jarvis, your calculations were not amiss. Sir, please do not doubt the scientific method. I trust your judgment will prove correct, Jarvis replied. Just as Qin Feng sheathed his Tang Dao, he found himself ensnared by the creature's tail. At that moment, the resurrected Park Zhonghuan arrived at the oil lake, coincidentally witnessing Qin Feng ensnared. The Iron Man? Is that the renowned Qin Feng of Dragon Country? Park Zhonghuan chuckled upon observing Qin Feng's predicament. The wretched dragon people, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a plight? Although he had never suffered defeat at Qin Feng's hands, he relished in the misfortune of the dragon compatriots, especially as it mirrored his own past experiences. It is one thing to fall into a dung pit alone, but when everyone tumbles into the same pit, it becomes a shared embarrassment. Yes, just like that. Continue. Devour him, devour him. Clearly, two individuals had fallen into the metaphorical dung pit. Meichuan Ku and the newly arrived Park Zhonghuan were nearly bouncing with excitement, cheering on the high-ridged Songlong as if they were supporters at an Olympic event. The remaining guardians stood in stunned silence as they witnessed Qin Feng being pulled inexorably toward the creature's maw. Qin Feng spread his arms and legs, struggling to create some semblance of space, yet even with his 36-fold strength, he found it increasingly strenuous. Goodness, this creature possesses considerable strength. The mech was sparking ominously. Sir, we are approaching the maximum threshold of the mech's endurance, Jarvis cautioned. Qin Feng felt a pang of concern, but recalled that the system could likely self-repair. Just hold on. This scene left the netizens of Blue Star in utter disbelief. What? Has the god Qin been defeated so swiftly? No. Do not consume our husband. Fire the cannons, Qin Feng. Unleash your firepower before it's too late. Doesn't the divine Qin have 6 mini-cannons on his shoulder? Surely he intends to strike at its eyes. Missed the opportunity, now he can only fire while inside its mouth. Ha ha ha. What a spectacle. The high-ridged Songlong is indeed formidable. Devour this detestable creature from the east. Consume him. Avenge our dear Zhonghuan. Meanwhile, the people engaged in the national war effort, as well as the soldiers stationed in various strategic tents across the land of Dragon Country, watched the unfolding drama with bated breath. None could fathom what Qin Feng was truly up to. With the agility of the mecha, evading the monster's recent strike should have been a certainty. Yet, Qin Feng found himself ensnared. On the battlefield, Qin Feng was ultimately engulfed by the gaping maw of the towering Songlong. The moment he detected the foul odor emanating from within the beast's mouth, he couldn't suppress a retch. Jarvis, activate the air circulation. Activated, sir, came the prompt response. Instantly, Qin Feng felt a significant alleviation. However, the monster's jaws closed in, its terrifying fangs poised to bite down. With a mighty push, he propelled himself directly into the creature's belly. The towering Songlong? Cough, cough, cough. Retch, cough, cough. It could not contain its incessant coughing and dry heaving, as if it had consumed something utterly repulsive. Not only was it hard, but it had also plunged straight into its stomach. A solid mass. Yash. Yash. Ah, just like that, ha ha ha. Meichuan Ku and Park Zhonghuan observed as the formidable Qin Feng also fell into the pit of filth, facing a similar fate. Instantly, they felt a sense of pride rather than shame. In fact, they felt somewhat honored and valiant. Yes, George rejoiced, believing Qin Feng's demise would grant them the treasure. Fire attacks are ineffective. We must lure it to land. His confidence unabated, he immediately began to strategize. Chapter 61. The first discovery of the C-class treasure chest. Ha ha ha. The detestable pig from the east has finally been devoured. Indeed. What nonsense is this so-called spiritual energy? It too has met its end. The martial prowess of the Dragon Kingdom is merely a fabrication. It pales in comparison to the might of our great universe nation's Taekwondo. Oh, where are the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom? Weren't they just saying they would come out for a stroll? The citizens of the Pickled Cabbage Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, witnessing Qin Feng's demise, seized the opportunity to mock the Dragon Kingdom's netizens. For too long, they had endured ridicule from the Dragon Kingdom, and now, it was time for retribution, a moment of sweet vindication. Get lost, you filthy. This blocking is ridiculous. You dead pickled cabbage, go lick your master instead. Wah. My husband has been devoured. Quickly, vote to revive him. Sigh. Great Qin Feng has met with misfortune. Everyone, cast your votes. Yes, yes, yes. Though Great Qin's talent is merely a purple rating of 20, his performance is impeccable, and his combat strength is formidable. Do not vote to replace him. Who hasn't faced death? Look at that fool Park Young one with his golden talent. He's died twice already. We must vote to revive Great Qin. If you do not vote, I shall be furious with you. Qin Feng's consumption has thrown Blue Star into chaos. Yet, there are also astute individuals who send a striking green message. Do not panic. The battlefield prompt has not appeared. Does that not imply that Great Qin is safe? Not necessarily. Perhaps, maybe, it could be. At this moment, Li Tai from the National Warfare Department is fixated on the screen. He understands that Qin Feng is not to be underestimated. Could he truly have perished so easily? It seems almost like a jest. Is it possible he intends to breach from within? Li Tai murmured. On the battlefield, Qin Feng finds himself within the vast belly of the beast. Damn. It turns out the treasure chest is inside the monster's stomach. He had just surveyed the area. The surface of the lake was clear, and he had not spotted any resource chests. Traditionally, treasure chests are guarded by monsters and are not far away. Yet this time, it is conveniently located inside the creature. Within the high-backed azure dragon's stomach, there lies a fleshy platform, untouched by the gastric juices. Huh, has this beast grown a tumor? Upon that fleshy platform rests a blue treasure chest. Sizzle. At that moment, the surface of the mech began to emit smoke. Sir, the acid in this monster's stomach is highly corrosive. I advise you to act swiftly, Jarvis urged, a hint of urgency evident in his tone. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and descended to the high platform. Before taking flight, he inadvertently touched something hard. Grasping it, he brought it along to the platform. Zzz. Standing on the high platform, the mech was no longer corroded, but faint arcs of electricity danced between the armor plates, indicating significant damage. The Mark IV's defense is still somewhat lacking, Qin Feng sighed. He glanced at the object in his hand, revealing a long blade. The sword, just over a meter in length, bore a design reminiscent of a tank sword. Only the curvature of the blade's tip is somewhat more pronounced. This knife? Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Could it be that the monster's belly harbors not only treasure chests but also weapons? While he pondered this, the battlefield codex materialized before him. Name, Spirit Slaying Blade. Type, Cold Weapon. Quality, D grade. Upgrade method, slay 100 in spirits. Quality cap, a grade. Description, the Spirit Slaying Blade is forged from mysterious iron and crimson crystal, a nemesis to malevolent specters. Upon reading the description, a smile crept across Qin Feng's face. Ah. So it is a tool of the deceased. Though he had never encountered Park Jong-hwan, he frequently observed him boasting about this weapon in the chat room. The first D-grade weapon obtained among the Guardians, perhaps? Qin Feng channeled his spiritual energy, enhancing the Spirit-Slaying Blade. Instantly, the blade became enveloped in a luminous white light, illuminating the entire gastric chamber. It had not succumbed to the corrosive gastric acid of the high-spined Songlong. Truly a fine treasure, a splendid weapon. Qin Feng praised repeatedly. After securing the Spirit-Slaying Blade, he opened the blue treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Crimson Crystal X100. Congratulations, you have obtained Intermediate Wall Blueprint X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Basic Defense Tower Blueprint X1. Congratulations, you have automatically comprehended Qianyuan 13 blades. In an instant, a multitude of notifications flashed before him. A surge of consciousness surged into Qin Feng's mind. The Qianyuan 13 blades had been effortlessly grasped. Hurry, hurry. That beast is about to submerge. On the tidal flats, George and the other guardians busied themselves. They relentlessly provoked the high-spined Songlong into oil. Yet, regardless of their frantic antics, the creature paid them no heed. The most anxious among them was undoubtedly Park Jong-hwan. Kill it. Don't let it escape, for heaven's sake. My spirit-slaying blade is still within its belly. Not just the spirit-slaying blade. All the supplies he had scavenged these past few days were trapped inside the monster. At this moment, Park Jong-hwan could only pray to the heavens, hoping that those items remained unscathed. Previously, when he was devoured, he had experienced the formidable potency of the high-spined Songlong's gastric acid. Upon hearing this, George chuckled darkly. The spirit-slaying blade? If it fell into the monster's belly, then it would be the spoils of the team. Upon slaying this beast, equitable distribution should not be an issue. As for who would receive what, that was a matter for careful negotiation. Just as the 8 members of the team harbored their own ulterior motives, battlefield notifications echoed in their ears. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for obtaining D-grade Intermediate Wall Blueprint. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for obtaining D-grade Basic Defense Tower Blueprint. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng for obtaining D-grade item Qianyuan 13 blades. The crowd was struck with astonishment. He did not perish? A D-grade treasure chest within the monster's belly. The scoundrel, how could he still be alive and even open a treasure chest? What is Qianyuan 13 blades? It seems quite rare. Fear not, do not be alarmed. Qin Feng cannot survive long inside the monster. The gastric acid within is highly corrosive. As the myriad guardians stood in astonishment, the netizens from various nations on Blue Star were equally taken aback. Haha, I guessed correctly, the great Qin Feng is indeed unscathed. Now that my husband is safe, I can rest easy. I was afraid I would be left alone. The person above. Have you become too immersed in the drama? Hooray! Not only is the great Qin Feng unharmed, but he has also reaped numerous benefits from this misfortune. What misfortune? This is the strategy of the divine Qin. Unable to breach from the outside, he has boldly ventured into the belly of the beast to break through from within. Wah! My husband is so brave, daring to enter the monster's belly. Netizens from Kimchi Nation, come out and take a stroll. See how your national Appa wept bitterly before being devoured by the monster, a cowardly soul. Look at our husband, who boldly entered the belly of the beast. Now that is a true man. Alas, how will Qin Feng emerge? He has exhausted all his armor-piercing missiles. Chapter 62. The prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't there still the hand cannon? Someone quipped. Oh well, another replied, unfortunately. The Qin god isn't you and lacks the wit to banter. I doubt the hand cannon might could penetrate such formidable armor. Does the Qin god truly need to venture inside to vanquish this beast? In an instant, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted into a heated debate. Their camaraderie momentarily forgotten. On the battlefield, George commanded, David, go. Draw it closer. David, who was fervently pursuing the monster along the muddy shore, nearly stumbled into the muck. Isn't that just a delivery mission? Why don't you go? David hesitated for a few seconds, but before George could unleash his ire, Mei Chuanku shouted, it's diving. It's diving. Now, the group was genuinely at a loss, watching helplessly as the high-ridged Songlong submerged into the oil. Water in the lake might have offered a chance to pursue, but the oil rendered their efforts futile. Sir, we have detected that the high-ridged Songlong is descending. Jarvis reported from within the creature's belly. Qin Feng nonchalantly replied, let it dive. What we must do now is inflict damage. He immediately concentrated energy into his palms. Boom. Boom. He unleashed a barrage, firing relentlessly. The pulse cannon struck the Songlong's stomach wall, creating several large ruptures. Moo. The high-ridged Songlong, in pain, emitted a muffled roar from within the oil lake. The surface of the lake churned violently as if a tempest had arisen. It's rising again. George and the others, who were helplessly standing on the shore, watched in disbelief as the high-ridged Songlong breached the surface, only to submerge once more, repeating the cycle. Oh no. Qin Feng is up to something inside. George realized, understanding that Qin Feng was not only unscathed, but was on the verge of incapacitating the high-ridged Songlong. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the monster's belly, Qin Feng fired again. One side of the stomach wall had nearly been obliterated. Tons of gastric acid flooded into the creature's cavity, and plumes of white smoke immediately began to emerge. Oh, the high-ridged Songlong is about to be digested by itself. Moo. The high-ridged Songlong raised its long neck to the heavens, howling in agony, its appearance pitiful. Why must such a lovely dragon endure such torment? Oh. While I hope the Qin god is unharmed, it is difficult to watch the monster suffer so terribly. Qin god, please emerge swiftly. Above, are you a saint? The monster deserves its fate. Isn't it only just that those it devoured, Mei Chuanku and Park Zhonghuan, are also suffering? Oh, perhaps they had it coming. I misspoke. My apologies. Darling granted a swift end. Its cries are unsettling, and its plight is heart-wrenching. Do you think your man doesn't wish for that? Such a massive creature, it surely won't be easy to kill. At this moment, Qin Feng pondered this very issue. He inquired, Jarvis, where is this beast's heart? Mark its location. Marked, sir, Jarvis replied. As his words faded, a pulsating silhouette appeared on the HUD within the mech helmet. Qin Feng retrieved the slashing spirit blade. Although it was designed to combat ethereal entities, it was still a D-grade weapon and should possess greater efficacy than a Tang knife. He channeled his vital energy and swung his blade, only to be met with a resounding clash as the spirit-slaying sword rebounded off an unseen hard object, leaving Qin Feng's entire arm tingling with shock. What on earth? He exclaimed, Jarvis, initiate a scan. Yes, sir, came the reply. A series of crimson beams radiated from the helmet, tracing the shallow gash created by his strike. 10 seconds later, Jarvis reported, Sir, the entire heart of the high-ridged Songlong is encased in its impenetrable skeletal structure. Qin Feng pondered, where lies the aorta and vena cava? Severing them should conclude this. Jarvis responded, Sir, they are concealed behind the heart. Goodness, it's practically a tank. Qin Feng remarked, exasperated. He hadn't anticipated that dispatching it from within would be so challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng conceived a new strategy. Eureka! This should do the trick. He retrieved a fist-sized porcelain vial from the battlefield warehouse, filled to the brim with the venom of the nine-tailed rooster comb snake. Last time, Uncle Jiu had procured some snake venom for emergencies, and Qin Feng had taken a vial for just such a need. This substance is potent. A single drop might not suffice to send you on your way, so I shall bestow upon you the entire vial. Qin Feng muttered as he poured the entire contents of the one-drop potion into the Songlong's intestinal tract. Instantly, the creature floating on the lake's surface raised its neck once more. With a prolonged wail that seemed to drain its very essence, the Songlong cried out, Moo. After a full half-minute, a thunderous crash resonated as the creature's massive head, accompanied by its long, thick neck, struck the pitch-black lake, sending colossal waves surging forth. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng for slaying the B-class monster, High Ridge Songlong. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng for capturing a C-class resource point, a 400,000-ton open oil field. The dual notifications echoed in the ears of all Guardians. What? The C-class resource point discovered by Sakura Country has been seized by Dragon Kingdom? Once again, it's Qin Feng. It seems that in this national fortune battlefield, the ultimate victor will be the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's elder brother truly serves as an admirable example for our modest nation. It is the hope of the Third World. In that moment, the Guardians who had yet to arrive, particularly those from weaker nations, began to lavish praise upon the Dragon Kingdom in various extravagant ways. Even Sister Bao'er, who was waiting to conduct a burial and was utterly bored, couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Uncle, did you see? The young man has captured another resource point. Nearby, Uncle Jiu, who was performing a ritual, paused his incantation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached. I too have witnessed it, Miss Bao'er. Young Qin truly is a dragon among men. With guardians like him, the Dragon Kingdom is destined for prosperity. Why don't you say it's because of me that the Dragon Kingdom thrives? Bao'er pouted in response. Uncle Jiu, while upright and honest, was no fool. He deftly shifted the topic. Miss Bao'er, why not return to rest? This ritual will not conclude until tomorrow morning. I shall await you for the burial then. Sister Bao let out a yawn, exclaiming, well then, take care, everyone. I shall take my leave now. With that, she ambled eastward, yawning continuously. Uncle Jiu shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the girl's bluntness. Meanwhile, on the other side, they witnessed the demise of the towering Songlong, its belly up, floating lifelessly on the lake's surface. The guardians on the shore were thrown into a state of panic, particularly George, Mei Chuan-ku, and Park Zhenghwan. Qin Feng had previously issued a stern warning, claiming the resources and benefits, threatening to deal with them subsequently. What the hell? Let's go, David. George urged the burly David to flee, but the latter stood there, dazed, eager to see how Qin Feng would emerge from this predicament. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Move it. George scolded fiercely, and without further ado, they took off. I shall seek other resources as well. Perhaps we may collaborate another time. Farewell. Park Zhenghwan elegantly bid his adieu, making a hasty exit. This venture had turned into a disastrous affair for him. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he also lost his prized spirit-slaying blade. Furthermore, everything stored in the National War Warehouse had been swallowed by the monstrous beast. Observing that his allies had deserted him and realizing he stood no chance against Qin Feng, Mei Chuan-ku decided to flee as well. Not just him, but the representatives from the Kingdom of Corruption and Kangaroo Nation followed suit. In an instant, the makeshift team disbanded. Even the three guardians from the Bear Nation took flight. Chapter 63, Iron Man's Workshop. Jarvis Shine's brightly laughter erupted as the exhilarating moment unfolded, prompting shouts to capture the screenshot. Observing the frantic escape of their adversaries brought immense satisfaction. Has even Appa fled? The sight of the Korean Appa fleeing is undeniably charming. I cannot relish this alone. I must screenshot and share it in the Korean live broadcast room. Why hasn't our husband emerged yet? Hasn't everything been resolved? Just as the crowd busily engaged in their tasks, a notification appeared before them. Congratulations to Longhua, 100-fold manifestation of C-grade resources, a 400,000-ton open-pit oil field. At this, the nation erupted in jubilant celebration. My goodness, what does 400,000 tons multiplied by 100 equal? I am the math representative. Allow me to calculate. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. Stop calculating. A 400,000-ton oil field is equivalent to another Daqing oil field, and being an open-pit oil field, it poses no extraction difficulties whatsoever. Just pump the oil out. Ha ha ha. Now Longhua will no longer be at the mercy of foreign fuel supplies. My dear Qin, you are formidable, securing such a vast oil field for Longhua. May I timidly inquire, will oil prices decrease? Above, your perspective is rather limited. Whether oil prices drop is uncertain, but consumer prices are bound to fall. As the online community rejoiced, the National War Department basked in a similarly festive atmosphere. Li Tai, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Just moments ago, he received a report about the sudden emergence of an open-pit oil field in the Gobi Desert, the scale of which had yet to be fully measured. It was undoubtedly a new reward from the battlefield. Qin Feng was safe, and Longhua's resources were secured. Li Tai exhaled a great sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, he picked up the broadcasting microphone of the National War Department and declared, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Once you finish your current tasks, go home and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Long live. Haha, finally, I can sleep. I feel like I'm on the verge of collapse." Almost everyone in the National War Department, except for a few who routinely worked shifts, had been residing in the building for days. Those who had accumulated more than 12 hours of sleep were deemed lazy. This evening, they would be able to rest well, thanks to the favorable circumstances that Qin Feng had fought to secure. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qin Feng remained trapped within the belly of the high-ridged Songlong. How could he escape now? It was unrealistic to think of creating an opening in the belly, and an exit from behind was even less feasible. Never mind. The same way he entered would have to suffice for his exit. As he crawled into the monster's mouth, a long-awaited ding resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Wit and bravery level 1. Highly aligned with the persona of Iron Man, similarity in role-playing as Iron Man level 2. Reward. All physical attributes increased by 10. The Mark IV mech's automatic repair was complete. The Mark IV mech's ammunition and energy were fully replenished. Has it increased again? Qin Feng lay within the creature's maw, opening his personal attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 195. The average for an ordinary adult is 5. Agility, 194. Stamina, 196. Current role, Iron Man. Current skills, Mark Series number 4. The Great Opening of the Heavens, Qian Yuan. 13 blades, beginner level. Similarity, 34. Alas, unbeknownst to me, my attributes are nearing 200. A staggering 40 times that of an average person. Before I could fully marvel at this, a notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. The similarity to your current role, Iron Man, has reached 1/3. You have received a fully equipped workshop of Iron Man. Click to claim. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This is remarkable. Tony Stark's work equipment. Jarvis, you may now showcase your capabilities, he instructed. Jarvis responded, thank you, sir. Tony's workshop is replete with the finest mechanical manufacturing facilities from my past life on Earth. I shall claim it upon my return. With a powerful push, Qin Feng propelled himself forward. With a crack, the entire upper jaw of the high-ridge sea dragon flipped backward by 180 degrees, revealing a long tongue exposed to the air, upon which lay a brand new iron lump. Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng finally emerged, turning to glance at the shore. He noted the absence of any figures. Those scoundrels have fled rather swiftly. I had intended to deal with George and his companions, but since they have escaped, I see no need to pursue them further. Only George and David possess something of value. The other two have perished, leaving them destitute. It would be unwise to annihilate any of their nation's guardians, as it would yield no substantial reward. Killing them would serve merely as a pastime. A waste of precious time, Qin Feng muttered disdainfully. However, this venture has proven worthwhile, indeed. I have acquired not only a blueprint for a mid-level wall but also one for a beginner's defensive tower. I remain uncertain of the purpose of this defensive tower. Qin Feng pondered over his other gains. He had also grasped a set of blade techniques, albeit at a mere beginner level. Yet it is preferable to aimlessly swinging about. Additionally, he had procured 100 crimson stones and managed to acquire a D-level weapon from the deceased adversary. Most importantly, he had secured an oil field for the Dragon Nation, offering a slight reprieve from its fuel crisis. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Feng noticed the sky gradually darkening and began to fly slowly towards the national borders. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Since Meichuanku could locate resources nearby, it indicates that the borders of Sakura Nation are not far from here. Furthermore, the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation must have their borders closer to this location than the Dragon Nation. What if I were to venture towards their borders? To dismantle their defenses, eliminate the guardians of Sakura Nation, seize all resources, and incinerate their resting quarters. The mere thought brings me exhilaration. Qin Feng immediately set his sights on a direction, searching for the borders of Sakura Nation. He not only sought assistance personally, but also summoned Mark III to join the nocturnal search. Meanwhile, the rituals conducted by Uncle Jiu had progressed significantly, awaiting the dawn when the 3 buried corpses would be ready for resurrection. At that time, he would exchange them for another batch. He found a comfortable spot and reclined to rest, with several subordinates standing guard nearby, one of whom, a striking golden figure, stood out prominently, even while sleeping outdoors. Uncle Jiu felt no trepidation, for he had ample support. Among them was a golden armored corpse, whose strength surpassed that of a D-grade monster. Confident in his defenses, Uncle Jiu believed he could safeguard himself against any petty miscreant. Just then, a rustling sound caught his attention. Who goes there? Uncle Jiu rose alertly, fingers deftly retrieving 3 talismans. Please, do not harm me. A woman timidly emerged from the bushes, cradling a clay pot in her arms. The pot, large enough to embrace, appeared uneven and bore the marks of having been handcrafted. I apologize for intruding. I merely seek to draw some water. My companions and I have not had a sip to drink all day. The woman possessed a delicate beauty, yet her hands were calloused and robust, a testament to her years of toil as a devoted housewife. Chapter 64, Mechanized Ascension? Upon recognizing that the individual before him was a young woman, Jiu promptly returned the talisman to his pack. To his astonishment, she was indeed a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Nevertheless, his wariness remained intact. This was a lesson imparted by Qin Feng. In this realm, apart from comrades, Trust should be reserved for none. Care to fetch some water? You may do so yourself. Jiu gestured towards the lakeside. Trembling, the woman inquired, "Excuse me, how much does the water cost?" Jiu was taken aback. "Cost? No. It is free. Take as much as you need." The woman could scarcely believe her ears. Free? But this is a battlefield. Everything requires exchange. Jiu chuckled softly, deeming it merely a trivial canister of water, truly without charge. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the plight of an ordinary housewife caught in the tumult of this so-called national destiny battlefield, burdened with the hopes of her nation and people. It was indeed an unfortunate fate. One could only ponder how many like her might perish at the hands of monstrous minions. Her compatriots would scarcely resurrect her, would they? He mused about how she had endured the previous assaults. Is it truly free? I am immensely grateful. The woman nodded appreciatively at Jiu before hastening to the lakeside. With a few swift motions, she filled her container to the brim. May I return for more water tomorrow? She asked as she prepared to leave. Of course, but in the dead of night, are you not afraid to journey alone? Where is your nation's gate? Will your comrades not come to escort you? In this war-torn realm, directly inquiring about another's national gate was considered exceedingly impolite. Revealing one's national location was an act of folly. Yet, to Jiu's surprise, not only did he speak without restraint, but the woman displayed no caution either. She pointed towards the south and said, "My nation's gate lies just over there, only a few miles away." Encountering a fellow East Asian face among the guardians appeared to excite her. Jiu understood. Ah, so we are neighbors. Our Dragon Nation's gate is 10 miles to the east. Had there been other guardians present to overhear their Na'vi conversation, they would likely be rendered speechless. However, while there were no guardians in sight, Blue Star's netizens were watching the live stream. What is happening? This woman is oblivious to the rules. And Jiu is entirely unguarded. Has the location of his nation been so carelessly revealed? Hey, they both seem rather innocent. Indeed, I concur. Jiu, seeing her pitiable state, lowered his guard. But this is a battlefield. Perhaps both, being from the Dragon Nation, have allowed each other to let down their defenses. Can citizens of the Dragon Nation also serve as guardians for other nations? My dear comrades, I have a bold notion. Most likely, she is merely of Chinese descent. Others abroad may have family as well. To her, the Dragon Nation is but her homeland. As the netizens debated, Jiu and the woman continued their discourse. Upon hearing the words Dragon Nation, the woman's joy surged, nearly causing her to spill the water. Have I truly encountered a compatriot? Is it true you are from the Dragon Nation? Are you Qin Feng of the Dragon Nation? Greetings, I am Suri, the guardian of the nation of Nier. As Suri introduced herself, Jiu pondered the peculiarity of a woman from the Dragon Kingdom serving as a guardian for a foreign land. It was revealed that Suri's ancestors hailed from Jiangnan, having settled in Nier centuries ago to escape persecution from the imperial court. Upon hearing this, Jiu nodded in understanding. He then awkwardly smiled and remarked, I am not Qin Feng, he is my companion. However, what nation is Nier? Jiu, unfamiliar with foreign lands, had never even heard of some minor countries. Oh, Suri replied, somewhat disappointed, my teammates and I are well aware of you. We thank you for safeguarding our humble nation and providing us with water. Yet, we simply cannot afford it. Jiu, taken aback, directly inquired. Didn't Qin Shao go lower the price of water significantly? Suri chuckled awkwardly. Well, trading 1 unit of dark iron for 40 liters of water is still too steep. We don't possess even a single unit of dark iron. My teammates and I haven't dared to venture outside for days. What? Jiu was even more astonished. It turned out that all 3 guardians of Nier were women, and they had been hiding at the borders since their arrival. The defense of their nation relied solely on their own efforts, constructing makeshift walls, barriers, digging traps, and crafting bows and arrows. Each task was undertaken by themselves. Jiu was further astonished that they had managed to withstand 2 waves of assaults. The first wave was somewhat manageable, consisting of merely 5 night demons. But the second wave involved 50 orc-like creatures. With their tough hides and immense strength, Jiu could hardly fathom how the women had endured. Consequently, their defensive works had nearly been obliterated. In 2 days, they needed to reinforce their fortifications, or else. At this point, Suri's eyes glistened with tears. Among the 3 female guardians, Suri alone possessed the red talent. The other 2 were either gray or white. Should they perish in battle, Nier would undoubtedly lose them. Even if Suri, who was only skilled in agriculture and handicrafts, were to fall, Jiu feared she would not be revived. Which nation would not yearn for strong male warriors as their guardians? Ah, I see. Jiu sighed internally, feeling a pang of sympathy for Suri. Wait, aren't those creatures orcs? Why do they stand here so quietly and obediently? Suri, undeterred by the terrifying appearance of the zombie orcs, grew curious. What is this? She approached the golden armored corpse, reaching out to touch the corpse restraining talisman. Don't move. Jiu quickly intervened. Suri's hand froze before the golden armored corpse. My. This woman possesses quite the audacity. Oh dear, How is she not frightened? Even I can only dare to peek through my fingers while watching this on screen. Suri timidly said, I apologize. I was merely curious. Jiu Shu's tone softened as he explained, this is a corpse restraining talisman. It can immobilize these zombies. Zombies? Suri's interest piqued. Seeing her lack of fear, Jiu Shu began to enlighten her further. After listening, Suli expressed admiration, saying, Uncle Jiu, you are truly remarkable, capable of commanding them to fight on your behalf. If I could do the same, I would no longer fear the monsters. The speaker's intentions were unintentional, but the listener took them to heart. Uncle Jiu inquired, do you wish to learn? Upon careful observation, he noted Su Li's unique bone structure, her calm demeanor, and her red aptitude. She exhibited no fear of these sinister beings. Instead, she appeared intrigued, making her an excellent candidate for studying the Taoist arts of Maoshan. After asking about her birth date and calculating her fortune, he found that their destinies did not clash. In his youth, Uncle Jiu had taken on 2 disciples, both of whom turned out to be disappointments, wasting their days in jest and frivolity. Regrettably, the promising talent before him was a woman, and as a man, it felt somewhat inappropriate to impart his knowledge of the arts to the opposite sex. Furthermore, although she was of Dragon Country origin, she currently held nationality in the Nil Country. The Maoshan teachings appeared to be on the verge of extinction within his generation. Uncle Jiu felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Although Miss Bao showed an interest in the Taoist arts, her playful nature was a significant hindrance to her learning. More critically, her enigmatic prowess seemed to surpass his own, making it impractical to pass on his teachings to her. As for Qin, he possessed remarkable intelligence but lacked interest in the Taoist arts. Moreover, others excelled in the field of mechanics, achieving heights beyond ordinary imagination. It was conceivable that the legendary mechanical ascension might manifest in Qin. If that were to come to fruition, the promotion of the Maoshan teachings would pale in comparison. He pondered the treacherous nature of the battlefield, uncertain of when he might meet his demise. If that were to happen, the Maoshan arts would indeed be irrevocably lost in his hands. In the lineage of Maoshan, I, Lin Fengjiao, am the most unworthy descendant. Alas! The more Uncle Jiu contemplated, the more pessimistic he became, sinking deeper into sorrow from which he could not extricate himself. Chapter 65. The Tao is not lightly transmitted. Uncle Jiu's online classroom. Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, Can Uncle Jiu teach me? After a moment of serious contemplation, Uncle Jiu replied, It is indeed possible, but what? I promise to fulfill any request you may have. Su Li exclaimed, his cheeks flushing. Oh no, even Uncle Jiu experiences youthful infatuation. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Goodness, you all are utterly indecent. Uncle Jiu is a man of integrity, and he would never take advantage of anyone. Besides, just look at Su Li's appearance. I find Su Li rather pleasing to the eye, and, a well-fed person cannot comprehend the hunger of one who is starving. Which is certainly better than purchasing a piece of pork, right? How outrageous. You are compelling me to resort to coarse language. You bunch of individuals who only think with their lower halves. Realizing Su Li had misunderstood, Uncle Jiu awkwardly interjected, No, it is not as you think. I merely meant to say that there are distinctions between men and women. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression dimmed, and he murmured in disappointment, Is that so? His once bright eyes gradually lost their luster as he whispered to himself, I long to return to the Blue Star and witness my child grow up. He is merely 3 years old. As he spoke, he began to secretly wipe away his tears. Uncle Jiu felt a surge of compassion. After much contemplation, he declared, If you can vow that once you have mastered the Tao, you will relocate to our homeland and share this knowledge only with the people of the Dragon Nation, then I shall teach you. Su Li was overjoyed and hastily dried his tears. If I can truly learn the Tao from Uncle Jiu, then he shall become my master. And I shall heed his every word. I swear, once I return to the Blue Star, I will settle in my ancestral homeland. And my disciples shall undoubtedly be citizens of the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu's face broke into a broad smile as he eagerly nodded. Excellent. Traditionally, Su Li should have knelt and offered tea to pay his respects to his master. However, in the realm of war, such customs were absent. Furthermore, having grown up abroad, Su Li possessed little knowledge of the traditions of the Dragon Nation and was unaware of the need to kneel in reverence. Is it possible that Uncle Jiu now has a foreign disciple? And one who is a mature lady at that? She is not a mature lady. At most, she is under 30, more like a young woman. Besides, she may hold nationality from Nil, but at her core, she remains a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Ha. I have realized that I can now covertly learn from the masters online. I shall become a great general of Maoshan. Ha. Shoo. Let us not discuss this topic further. We must not let the foreigners discover it. We, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, can learn in secrecy. Fear not. The foreigners do not believe in Uncle Jiu's ways, and besides, how could they learn? The spiritual energy is too sparse, and they cannot comprehend talismans or formations. Ultimately, the cultural chasm is too profound. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. I fear Uncle Jiu has not yet realized that he has inadvertently become the first online teacher of Maoshan. Wow, my Uncle Jiu is truly keeping up with the trends. How impressive. Uncle Jiu, your disciples in the future will number in the thousands, so do not claim that the Maoshan Dao has come to an end. Ha ha ha. Upon the reminder of netizens, the staff on duty at the National Warfare Department took heed of the situation and promptly contacted Li Tai. Poor Li Tai had just settled into slumber, but upon receiving this news, he recognized it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately rose from his bed and reviewed the playback from a few minutes prior. Consequently, he resolved to establish a rapid training group for Taoist magic within the National Warfare Department, ostensibly recruiting clever young individuals as the official army of Taoist practitioners. Secretly, he also paid attention to self-taught individuals, as true prodigies of Maoshan magic might emerge from among them. As for the psychological burden of stealing knowledge, Li Tai felt no qualms. Is the transmission of Tao not to be taken lightly? With Blue Star on the brink of destruction, why adhere to such antiquated traditions? Li Tai's primary concern was whether the forthcoming onslaught would involve supernatural adversaries. After all, with zombies already present, how far could spirits be? The next wave might consist of figures like Xiao Qian, which would be manageable as they could be reasoned with. However, if entities like Sadako or Kayako were to cross national borders, there would be no need for borders at all. Everyone would simply await their demise together. It was with these anxieties that Li Tai prepared a talent reserve for both martial and Taoist arts. He reached out to the prominent figures from various Taoist sects within Longhua, urging them to remain focused in front of their screens, eagerly awaiting the online class from Jiu. Although these Taoist leaders may not possess the same magical prowess as Jiu, they were still part of a lineage, and their acceptance would vastly differ from that of ordinary individuals. With their guidance, the National Warfare Department anticipated that the learning curve for novice Taoists would be significantly reduced. Meanwhile, within the nation of Neil, a wave of shock swept through. Neil, being a minuscule country with a mere population of 5 million, had barely survived the first 2 waves of assaults through sheer luck, just as they were apprehensive about a third wave. They were astounded to learn that the Guardian of Longhua had taken Suri as his apprentice. The King of Neil immediately dispatched envoys to scrutinize Jiu past performances. Upon review, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. What is this? An Eastern mage? Look, he can actually command a pig-headed man as a henchman. Is this pig-headed man truly that formidable? Well, an Eastern mage can summon thunder. Let me watch that replay again. After witnessing Jiu utilize a thunder talisman, both the King of Neil and his advisory council were utterly astonished. If Suri could master the abilities of the Eastern mage, the gates of Neil would be secure. The King of Neil gazed expectantly at the moon outside his window, then picked up the phone and directly dialed Li Tai of Longhua. Upon connection, the king expressed profound gratitude for Longhua's generosity and declared that Neil would henceforth be a steadfast ally of Longhua, prioritizing all economic collaborations with Longhua above all else. Only projects rejected by Longhua would be considered for partnerships with other nations. Li Tai, being astute, readily acquiesced. Before a formal agreement could be drafted, the King of Neil announced a global communique across Blue Star. From that moment forward, Neil would be a loyal friend to Longhua. Upon the release of this news, the nation of Asan was thrown into disarray. To be precise, it is the nation of the eagle that finds itself in a state of alarm. The realm of the Ashen has nearly ceased to exist, having been on the brink of collapse during the previous 2 assaults. Were it not for the military presence of the Eagle Nation, it would have vanished from the Blue Planet. Since the deployment of troops from the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Kingdom has felt the pressure of being caught in a vice, greatly distressed. Initially, the nation of Neil oscillated between the 2 great powers. However, now it has tilted towards the Dragon Kingdom, leaving the Eagle Nation in a state of disarray. As the onlookers awaited eagerly, little did they know that Master Jiu addressed Suli, saying, "It is quite late now. You should return to rest and take water to your comrades. Come back tomorrow, and we shall begin our studies in the art of exorcising the undead." Master Jiu had already outlined a learning path for Suli in his mind, given her innate talent. Mastering the arts should pose no challenge. Moreover, the battlefield was saturated with spiritual energy, making it an opportune place to begin learning the techniques of the Maoshan exorcism within just 2 days. Most importantly, prioritizing the study of these techniques would prove beneficial for Suli during the next wave of assaults. Suli nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Yes, master." She picked up the earthen jar from the ground and headed south. After taking a few steps, Master Jiu suggested, "The night has fallen. Shall I send this golden armored corpse to escort you?" Suli thought to herself, Master Jiu is rather blunt, sending a zombie to accompany a woman. The image of a zombie trailing behind her in the darkness was quite comical. Yet, she felt a warm sense of security upon arriving at the battlefield. She had never felt so safe. Nevertheless, she shook her head in refusal, stating, "It's less than 10 miles, and the path is clear of monsters. Just desert and war fog. Please rest assured, master, Let it stay here to protect you. Master Jiu smiled. Very well. This newly accepted disciple exhibited concern for her master, which pleased him greatly. How much better she was compared to the previous two rascals. Master Jiu felt exceedingly satisfied. Chapter 66. The Balding After Suri Departed. Uncle Jiu reclined once more to rest. Not long after he lay down, a faint, anguished cry echoed from the south. Oh no, it was Suri. Uncle Jiu sprang up, strapping on his treasure bag, and hastened southward. However, he did not venture far before turning back. The bell of the soul calling resonated, and the golden-armored corpse sprang along behind him. Soon, the pair, one man and one corpse, hurriedly made their way into the darkness toward the south. After traversing less than a mile, they entered the thin, war-torn fog. The further south they journeyed, the thicker the fog became. Uncle Jiu realized that this war fog was likely from the nation of Nier, where Suri had been. Such patterns had been imparted to him by Qin Feng. After taking only a few steps, he spotted a lecherous figure crouched on the ground, drinking something. Sensing someone approaching from behind, the figure cautiously hissed, "Who goes there?" In the dim light, Uncle Jiu discerned that lying beside the figure was Suri, bloodied and unconscious. The man was gulping down water, as if it were Suri's very blood. A chilling sight. Suri's ceramic pot lay shattered into several pieces, with a significant portion of its contents spilled on the ground. About a third of the pot remained intact, still holding some water. Upon seeing Suri collapsed, uncertain of his fate, Uncle Jiu's fury ignited. How dare this scoundrel harm my disciple? After enduring great difficulty to take on a worthy apprentice, he had now been grievously injured. If even a deity were to appear, they would be enraged, let alone Uncle Jiu. Without hesitation, he raised his peachwood sword, ready to strike. However, upon reflection, he retrieved a tang saber from the battlefield armory. Today, Uncle Jiu would not slay ghosts. He would take a life. Huh, how unexpected that it was a Dragon Kingdom individual. Just perfect. I have pent-up rage to unleash. The one who had gravely injured Suri was none other than the effeminate Park Zhonghuan from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Ever since Qin Feng had dispatched the high-ridge Songlong, Park Zhonghuan had fled a considerable distance. While he was still in a heated exchange, he fortuitously encountered Suri, who was fetching water, initially intending to rob him. He discovered that Suri was as impoverished as he, managing to seize only a single pot of water. Oh dear, Uncle Jiu has only a purple talent. How can he contend with him? That fellow possesses golden talent. Uncle Jiu, run. Suri can resurrect. Not necessarily. The three guardians of Nier are all women. If you are from Nier, will you switch people? If it were me, I would definitely vote to exchange. Calm down. Fortunately, Uncle Jiu brought the golden-armored corpse. Ha ha ha, Zhonghuan, go for it. Kill that Dragon Kingdom man. Those despicable Dragon Kingdomers have opposed us time and again. Alas, my dear brother's D-grade weapon was taken by the detestable Qin Feng. It infuriates me. Die, pickled vegetable. Just watch, your brother shall die a second time today. Await today's second vote. On the battlefield, Uncle Jiu and Park Zhonghuan clashed fiercely. The inhabitants of Blue Star were not idle either, as the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom and Pickled Vegetable Nation once again engaged in a heated exchange in the live broadcast. Park Zhonghuan, buoyed by his golden talent, overwhelmingly outmatched Uncle Jiu in both strength and agility. Yet Uncle Jiu, seasoned by the trials of battle, possessed martial prowess that was not easily rivaled by the ordinary. With the Tang Dao gleaming in his grasp, illuminated by spiritual energy and radiating a captivating blue light, it shone brilliantly in the night. The blade, wielded by Jiu Shu, danced with an exhilarating ferocity, leaving Pu Zhonghuan utterly helpless in its wake. The luminous weapon instilled a deep sense of trepidation within him. He had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of such enchanted arms, despite his own golden talents proving ineffective against the formidable Gaojit Songlong. The Dragon Kingdom-esque Qin Feng could inflict wounds upon that beast with a glowing weapon. No, he must acquire that radiant weapon tonight, come what may. Recently resurrected and bereft of resources, Pu Zhonghuan had set his sights on Jiu Shu's luminous weapon. With a thunderous shout, Jiu Shu swung his long blade, forcing Pu Zhonghuan to retreat. He created some distance and then deftly performed his incantations. Swift as the law commands, the golden-armored corpse would show no mercy. Boom. Amidst the war-torn haze, a flicker of firelight briefly illuminated the scene. The talisman affixed to the golden-armored corpse's forehead was reduced to ashes. A long, drawn-out gasp echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spine. What in the world is this? Pu Zhonghuan felt a twinge of trepidation as he peered into the battlefield's fog. Suddenly, a row of elongated, claw-like appendages erupted from the mist, entering his line of sight. He recoiled in horror as the steel-like claws pursued him relentlessly. What in the name of all that is unholy is this? As he regained his composure, he discovered that he was facing a creature with a pig's head, a golden boar-headed figure, complete with menacing tusks. Bang, bang, bang. With fury ignited, Pu Zhonghuan unleashed a flurry of punches upon the boar-headed entity. His strength and reflexes, tenfold that of an ordinary man, sent the creature flying 2 zhang away. Yet, astonishingly, the golden armored corpse remained unfazed. It dropped to the ground, but, without bending its knees, sprang back up with a single thrust of its toes. Leaping 3 to 4 meters high and bounding 5 to 6 meters forward, charging at him again with an unsettling grace. Pu Jinghuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It cannot be killed? Laughter erupted from the crowd, taunting, urging them to eliminate him for having slain Jiu Shu's disciple over a mere drop of water. Pursuit, it seemed, would not survive this ordeal. Jiu Shu, they cried, take vengeance and let the dead man rise once more. Come forth, South Korea. Witness how your Appa meets his demise. Despicable Dragon Kingdom denizens. Employing dark sorcery. Appa, cease your assault on that monster. Eliminate the mage. And the creature will perish without its master. Do you think Jiu Shu is so easily dispatched? On the battlefield, witnessing the golden-armored corpse ensnaring Pu Jinghuan, Jiu Shu hurried to Suri's side to assess her injuries. A gaping wound the size of a fist marred her chest. Had it not been for her innate abilities and robust vitality, she would have surely succumbed. This wound is beyond salvation. Master, it is truly regrettable that I could not learn the ways of the Tao from you, Suri murmured, blood seeping from her lips as she managed a faint smile. Jiu Shu pressed his hand against her wound, but his efforts proved futile as blood continued to flow profusely. Do not utter a word. I shall deal with that scoundrel first. At this moment, Park Young-hwan was engaged in a fierce battle with the golden-armored corpse. It was evident that the deceased was at a slight advantage. The golden talent, perhaps? Indeed, it seemed to handle D-rank monsters with ease. Uncle Jiu, having set aside his disciple, sighed in contemplation. He had invested 3 whole days into enhancing his golden-armored corpse, along with consuming a significant quantity of its kin's blood. He surmised that its power had risen above that of a D-rank monster, yet unexpectedly, it struggled against the golden talent of Park Young-hwan. Consequently, Uncle Jiu joined the fray. 1 man and 1 corpse stood against Park Jung-hwan alone. What the hell? That old fool. What kind of dark sorcery is he employing? Park Jung-hwan evaded, leaping gracefully to avoid the soaring golden-armored corpse. Yet, beneath his feet, Uncle Jiu awaited him, brandishing a glowing Tang Dao. Nevertheless, Park's agile form allowed him to narrowly escape, his head grazing the blade. In an instant, Park Jung-hwan felt a chilling breeze on his scalp. Oh no, my hair. He cursed under his breath, reaching up to discover he was bald. Chapter 67, Sovereign and Vassal States. Old fool, I demand your life. Park Jung-hwan cherished his hair above all, for it was one of his 2 prized assets in attracting women, alongside his self-proclaimed handsome features. Now, it had been cruelly shorn into a bald patch. How could he endure such indignity? With a furious punch, he sent the golden-armored corpse flying and charged directly at Uncle Jiu. A flicker of alarm crossed Uncle Jiu's brow as he raised his Tang Dao to parry. His feet swiftly maneuvered on the sandy ground, sketching a pitfall formation. Clang! Park Jung-hwan's fist collided with the blade, sending Uncle Jiu staggering backward. At that moment, the flung golden-armored corpse lunged to rescue its master. Park Jung-hwan, filled with rage, prepared to deliver a flying kick, only to discover that his feet were ensnared in the sand, immobilized. What was happening? Looking down, he saw a 2-square-meter patch of sand marked with peculiar lines, emanating a faint crimson glow. His legs were slowly sinking into the seemingly ordinary sand. Despite his tenfold human strength, he could not free himself. As he grappled with shock, the golden-armored corpse charged at him. With a sickening squelch, its 10-inch-long, steel-like claws plunged into Park Jung-hwan's chest. Boom! The golden-armored corpse landed heavily but gradually sank into the pitfall formation. You demon sorcerer. Park Jung-hwan felt like a deflated balloon, instantly robbed of strength, barely able to utter a word. Yet, the golden-armored corpse showed no signs of mercy. It howled to the heavens and lunged for Park Jung-hwan's throat. Crack! Glug! Glug! A chilling swallowing sound followed. Park Jung-hwan, devoid of any capacity to resist, let his arms droop, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with despair. Uncle Jiu let out a cold snort and approached his apprentice. Su Li's breath was faint, as if she were on the verge of death. Master! Master! I have avenged you, Uncle Jiu declared. Thank you, Master, Su Li replied, tears cascading down her cheeks. Oh, my poor little treasure, just 3 years old. I can no longer be there to watch him grow. With that, she drew her final breath. She understood all too well that as a mere peasant woman, there would be no resurrection after her death. As Su Li had lamented, her battlefield storage held nothing of value. Upon her demise, nothing would emerge. Uncle Jiu grasped his apprentice's hand, his face flushed with rage. He glared fiercely at Park Jung-hwan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Battlefield notification. Guardian of the Kimchi Nation, Park Jung-hwan, has successfully killed the Guardian of the Neil Nation, Su Li. The notification drifted before the eyes of people from both realms. A ghastly cackle escaped from Park Jung-hwan's throat. I I can still be revived. She was nothing but a worthless wretch, incapable of resurrection. Ha ha ha. Uncle Jiu, incensed, waved his hand, commanding the golden-armored corpse to release its prey. You still dare to seek revival? The usually benevolent Uncle Jiu revealed a sinister demeanor. The king of the kingdom of Nier was consumed by fury, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the people of the Pickle Kingdom. After much anticipation, a prominent figure had emerged to guide his guardian, only to meet an untimely demise. What lay ahead? The resurrection of Suri? Or perhaps a change in guardians? This dilemma was presented before the citizens of Nier, with many inclined to opt for a new guardian. The 3 guardians of Nier were all women, and the most gifted among them was Suri, whose prowess was merely of the red tier. Yet, as a humble farmer, Suri had miraculously survived 2 waves of assault. To expect her to endure a third was akin to grasping at straws. Should a male guardian be appointed, ideally a soldier of Nier, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. This matter was brazenly laid out within the live broadcast of Nier, inviting open discourse. Had this been the Dragon Kingdom, the martial artists would likely have resumed their training. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were equally taken aback, especially Li Tai from the National Warfare Department. The online class he had just established for the study of magical arts had not even commenced before it was abruptly halted. Subsequently, Jiu appeared to have a revelation. After obtaining Qin Feng's consent through the private messaging feature of the battlefield, Jiu felt a sense of relief. In the distance, while searching for the entrance of the Sakura Kingdom, Qin Feng smirked and remarked, "This Park Zhonghuan is rather infuriating, provoking such ire in Jiu. To think, he has yet to even meet Park Zhonghuan. One wonders if it is luck or misfortune that befell him, first encountering Sister Bao'er and being vanquished, only to now draw the ire of Jiu. Jiu gently placed his disciple's hand upon his chest and raised his gaze toward the camera, yet found none. Thus, he shouted towards the heavens, "I, Lin Fengjiao, address all citizens of the Kingdom of Nier. If you vote to resurrect my disciple, I, Lin Fengjiao, pledge to aid you in safeguarding the gates of Nier." This declaration sent both nations into a fervor. Wow, Jiu is so imposing. Is he perhaps being a tad presumptuous? How can he protect their gates when he struggles to safeguard his own? He can do it. He surely can. Let us not forget, Jiu has his underlings. If he teaches Suri the art of corpse driving, his numbers will multiply. Protecting the gates of Nier is not merely a fanciful notion, perhaps even leading his subordinates to raid the homelands of the Eagle Nation and Sakura Kingdom. Indeed. Jiu is quite level-headed. His capability in this matter surely stems from confidence. Wow, our 2 guardians from the Dragon Kingdom can indeed flaunt such bravado. How delightful. Is it not my husband's role to flaunt? Jiu is overstepping. Not so fast. Among the 3 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 are responsible for flair, while 1 embodies cuteness. Above, I believe you are casting aspersions upon my wife. I possess evidence. Furthermore, my wife is not cute by pretense. She is genuinely adorable. As the citizens of Nier witnessed the prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom making such bold statements, they joyfully voted to resurrect Suri. At the feet of the 9th uncle, Suli's lifeless form transformed into shimmering starlight, vanishing from sight. Suli was resurrected at the gates of the Kingdom of Niel, where a choice box materialized before her and her 2 companions. Battlefield prompt. The Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Lin Fengjiao, is willing to accept your nation as a vassal state. Please select agree, disagree. Note 1. Upon becoming a vassal state, the national gate will relocate to the dominion of the suzerain. Note 2. Resources obtained as a vassal will be situated within the borders of the suzerain nation. The 3 guardians of the Kingdom of Niel stared at this choice in bewilderment. Should they cast their votes in favor, their national gate would shift to that of the Dragon Kingdom. In essence, not only would their gate be relocated, but they themselves would also fall under the protection of the Dragon Kingdom's guardians. However, the cost of this alliance would be that all resources acquired henceforth would belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 68. The Corpse Refinement. In the battle for recruitment for the 3 guardians, the choice was inherently clear. One would naturally opt to become a servant of the Dragon Kingdom to ensure their survival. However, they represented the Niel Kingdom, and one must ponder whether the will of Niel Kingdom aligned with this decision. At this very moment, the entirety of Niel Kingdom was anxiously fixated on the 3 guardians. Choose quickly. Consent. Indeed, what is there to deliberate? After all, we cannot withstand a 3rd wave. Consent. The people of Niel longed to make the choice for them, but alas, they were not the guardians. Meanwhile, the king of Niel was equally tense, observing their every move. Should their fingers descend in agreement, they would irrevocably become vassals of the Dragon Kingdom. He was torn, desiring the protection of the Dragon Kingdom yet unwilling to be reduced to a mere tributary state. It is a rare fortune to hope for the benefits from both sides. Most critically, if a guardian from the suzerain kingdom were to manipulate the situation, unleashing monsters upon the gates of the vassal state during the impending assault. Just the thought of such a scene was terrifying. In essence, a single guardian from the suzerain kingdom could potentially dictate the rise and fall of the vassal state. The king of Neil lamented the fact that once guardians entered the battlefield, their every action profoundly influenced the fate of their nation. No, the Dragon Kingdom is not akin to the Eagle Country. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are truly principled, should they accept us as their vassal. They would undoubtedly treat us with sincerity. With this thought, the king found himself worried that the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom might refuse to become their suzerain. Ultimately, amidst the anticipation of the masses, Suri and her companions chose to agree. A collective sigh of relief swept through Neil Kingdom. The next question was whether the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom would accept their request. Simultaneously, a corresponding prompt appeared before the three of the Dragon Kingdom. Battlefield prompt. The Neil Kingdom requests to become your vassal. Please choose, agree, oppose. Note. The information in the note bore little difference from what Suri and her companions had seen. Naturally, Jiu opted to agree. However, Qin Feng, who was mid-flight, furrowed his brow. Was such a team mode available on the battlefield? Did this not bind them to other nations? He pondered, as it seemed that the guardians of the vassal state would henceforth become mere laborers for their own kingdom. The resources discovered would belong to the Dragon Kingdom, which was not without its advantages. He clicked agree. Both Qin Feng and Jiu confirmed their agreement. Yet the entire voting process was halted at Bao'er's end. She was still asleep. A large selection box brightly hovered before Bao'er, yet it failed to rouse her. Jiu was uncertain if his disciple had revived. Nonetheless, he had done all that was required. The only task remaining was to finish off that detestable guardian of the Kimchi Kingdom. Crack, crack. Park Jong-won was on his last breath, trembling from the corpse poison coursing through his veins. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Rest assured, once I revive, I will annihilate you all. Dragon Kingdom. Jiu remained silent, his right foot gliding across the pit formation, dispelling the array. He effortlessly lifted Park Jong-won, who was bewildered and unable to move, leaving him at the mercy of his actions. Uncle Jiu retrieved talisman papers, yellow paper, vermilion, brushes, lotus lamps, and various other magical instruments from his treasure bag. He then established a grand setup to commence his incantation. What is Uncle Jiu planning? I have no idea. But I know that the hapless fellow is in for a world of misfortune. Oh dear, poor Suri, to perish so abruptly. She mentioned her child is merely 3 years old. Can we reach her hometown? I wish to donate to her child. Hey, what do you sorcerers from Longwu intend to do to our Appa? Release Appa at once, or you will regret it. In an instant, netizens from Kimchi Country flooded into the Longwu livestream, reigniting their quarrel. On the battlefield, Park Jong-won, utterly exhausted, slowly closed his eyes, his face serene. Uncle Jiu's hands danced as he continuously altered his spells. Finally, he touched the vermilion to Park Jong-won's face, inscribing a symbol. With this urgent ritual concluded, he murmured to himself, uncertain of its efficacy, and gazed skyward. The battlefield was uniquely extraordinary. Even the deceased could be revived. His incantation had forcibly locked Park Jong-won's soul, and should it succeed, it would prevent his resurrection. Battlefield notification. Longwu Guardian Lin Fengjiao has successfully slain Kimchi Country's Park Jong-won. At that moment, the battlefield notification echoed in their ears, leaving the Guardians bewildered. What transpired? First, Park Jong-won had slain a Guardian from near country, and now, within mere minutes, he had been killed by someone from Longwu. Wow, a golden talent indeed. He seems to have died twice today. TSK, isn't it better to survive? Are the Guardians of Kimchi Country intent on experiencing every conceivable method of demise? Perhaps they possess such peculiar inclinations. Who is this Lin Fengjiao from Longwu? Is she truly that formidable? It seems Longwu has 2 female guardians. TSK. It would be wise to keep a safe distance from Longwu's guardians in the future and conduct business from afar. In the Guardian chat room, the Guardians remained indifferent, gossiping with great amusement. At this moment, only Sister Bao'er appeared unfazed as she was still snoring in bed. The entirety of Kimchi Country swiftly voted to resurrect Park Jong-won, all eagerly gazing toward the national gates, hoping to see their hero at the earliest opportunity. They were left wondering if their Appa would still be bald, for that would render him less than perfect. Uncle Jiu patiently waited, when suddenly, the body at his feet began to tremble, as if something was eager to break free. Indeed, Uncle Jiu's hands flew as he completed the incantation and scattered a pile of yellow paper over the corpse. After a few seconds, the body finally ceased its quivering. Humph, let's see how you come back to life. Rise. With a swift gesture, the lifeless Park Jong-won stood upright in a daze. As he opened his mouth, 2 prominent teeth emerged. His arms lifted, elongated nails sprouted forth. At this moment, Park Jong-won had seemingly been transformed into a mere zombie. Oh my goodness! My uncle, my eternal idol, how magnificent he is. Ahaha, this is truly gratifying. Uncle Jiu has turned Park Jong-won into a zombie. I can't believe it. Is this for real? Uncle Jiu is impressive, daring to seize individuals from the battlefield. Truly remarkable. Battlefield. Are you being polite? Politeness. Are you the battlefield? Oh. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Kimchi Nation, come forth and behold your balding appa. The netizens of Dragon Country were celebrating as if it were the new year, almost ready to set off firecrackers. Yet, at this moment in the Dragon Country live stream, not a single individual from Kimchi Nation was present, as they were still in their own live stream, eagerly awaiting their appa's resurrection. However, judging by appa's extensive experience with resurrection, one must wonder if this time is taking a bit too long. Chapter 69. Creating a rift in the heavens, with Sister Bao'er standing firm. Appa, what has happened? My heavens, hurry to the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Appa has been transformed into a zombie by that wicked sorcerer. No, it cannot be true. It is indeed true. Our Appa has taken on such a form. A young girl from the land of Kimchi, having rushed to the Dragon Kingdom's live stream to witness the truth with her own eyes, succumbed to the shock and fainted before the screen. The girls who dared not approach the Dragon Kingdom's live stream sat in stunned silence, murmuring to themselves, no, it cannot be true. Little did they know. The next moment, an unprecedented notification echoed across the battlefield. Battlefield notification. Due to unknown reasons, the resurrection of Park Jong-hwan has failed. Within 30 minutes, a new guardian will be randomly selected from the land of Kimchi. Upon this revelation, silence fell upon both worlds. The people of the land of Kimchi finally grasped the grim reality that their golden talent hero could not be revived. No, please do not select me. I am utterly unprepared. I do not wish to perish. I refuse to go to that battlefield. There are monsters and Dragon Kingdom warriors. I will not go. Absolutely not. Do not fret. With so many people nationwide, it would be exceedingly unlikely for one to be randomly chosen. The most shocking reaction, however, came from the guardians of the battlefield. WDF? What is happening? Why can he not be revived? Oh my gosh, what could this unknown reason be? Is it impossible to revive in the battlefield? Oh no, oh no. There are game rules we are unaware of. It seems we must tread carefully from now on. Before the impending storm, the guardians had indulged in reckless bravado, relying on their ability to vote for resurrection, particularly those gifted with high talents and formidable combat power. Yet, the undeniable reality of the failure to revive lay before them, leaving them in disbelief. As the chat room erupted in chaos, Uncle Jiu spoke for the first time. Dragon Kingdom Linfengjiao, esteemed colleagues. This guardian from the land of Kimchi, Park Jong-hwan, has indeed gone too far. In a fit of anger, I forcibly seized his soul and essence, transforming him into a zombie. At this pronouncement, the guardians could no longer maintain their composure. What in the world? Is a woman from the Dragon Kingdom truly capable of such feats? To forcibly seize a soul? To compete for souls on the battlefield? And to transform another into what? A zombie? What abomination is this? Is it akin to a vampire? One by one, the guardians fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Qin Feng was also taken aback. Well, it seems Park Jong-hwan has genuinely provoked Uncle Jiu. Previously, Uncle Jiu had communicated with him about taking on an apprentice to protect the borders of his nation. And Qin Feng naturally supported Uncle Jiu's intentions. He understood Uncle Jiu's character, steady and measured. The decision to take on an apprentice would not be made lightly. Moreover, Uncle Jiu's formidable prowess warranted the taking of 1 or 2 apprentices without question. Uncle Jiu, rest assured, create a rift in the heavens. Sister Bao'er will support you. It was this very assurance that solidified Uncle Jiu's determination to safeguard Suli. However, during the consultation, Uncle Jiu did not mention the matter concerning Park Jong-hwan. Qin Feng was also unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Uncle Jiu felt somewhat awkward. It was his first time speaking in the chat room, and he did not expect it to fall silent. Long country Lin Fengjiao. Dear colleagues, do not be concerned. I, too, am a person of principle and would never engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. On the battlefield of our nation, we should advance and retreat together, defending our borders and striving to prevent monsters from breaching our gates. After all, as one of our colleagues aptly stated, Blue Star belongs to us all. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Uncle Jiu still harbored a touch of idealism. Little did he know, it was already a blessing that the guardians did not scheme against one another. The notion of mutual support was perhaps overly optimistic. Qin Feng understood that someone like Uncle Jiu, a seeker of the way, naturally retained a glimmer of hope for humanity. Lin Fengjiao speaks the truth. Indeed. Indeed. The esteemed one has spoken well. I have learned much. Right. In a moment, the guardians, wary of Uncle Jiu, hurriedly chimed in with flattery. Could they afford to provoke someone who could easily eliminate even those with golden talents? They could not. Could they face someone who could seize the very souls required on the battlefield? They could not. If they could not confront him, they could only ingratiate themselves. Kneel country Suri, master, I have resurrected. At that moment, Suri's private message arrived at Uncle Jiu's end. Upon reading this, Uncle Jiu finally felt a sense of relief. Long country Lin Fengjiao, that is excellent news. Neil Country Surrey, but master. The three of us here have applied to become vassal states of Long Country. Yet why has there been no response? Long Country Lin Fengjiao this. I'm not certain. Just after sending that message, it occurred to her that the issue must lie with Miss Bao'er. At that moment, Sister Bao'er, still in a drowsy state, turned over in bed, preparing to continue her slumber. She was finally roused by the glaring light of the selection box hovering above her. What on earth is this? Sister Bao'er immediately contacted Qin Feng. Little brother, there's a box in front of me asking me to make a choice. What should I select? Qin Feng. Box? What box? He was on his way back and felt utterly bewildered by Sister Bao'er's inquiry. Qin Feng had wandered near the oil lake for quite some time, and after Mark III arrived, they split up but still failed to locate the gates of Sakura Country. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had awarded him with Iron Man's workshop, fully equipped with tools and materials. Why not create some detection devices? Searching for targets and mapping uncharted territories could easily free both himself and Mark III from their current predicament. It's just a box, asking me whether to agree or disagree regarding the vassal state. The voice of Sister Bao'er came through the earpiece. Oh. Qin Feng finally grasped what Sister Bao'er meant by box. It turned out that she had not made a selection regarding Neil Country's application for vassal status. She simply needed to click agree. Oh, understood. Sister Bao'er decisively clicked agree. Battlefield announcement. The three guardians of Dragon Country unanimously agreed to become the suzerain state of Neil Country. As the broadcast echoed across the battlefield, the other guardians were left in a state of bewilderment. A suzerain state? Is it truly possible? Does this imply that the guardians of Neil Country are now under the protection of Dragon Country? With rights come corresponding obligations, it cannot be so simple. This relationship appears to be a bond even stronger than an alliance. While the guardians struggled to comprehend the situation, the citizens of Blue Star, who were well-versed in the entire process and the game's regulations, exhibited varied reactions. The netizens of Dragon Country expressed their delight. Haha, our Dragon Country has finally regained a glimmer of its former glory. Isn't this equivalent to a vassal state? It seems that Uncle Jiu inadvertently accomplished something remarkable. However, it appears to be limited to the battlefield's influence. Such a narrow perspective. The true impact lies in the geopolitical dynamics of Blue Star. The citizens of India must be utterly terrified at this moment, and the Americans are likely in a state of panic as well. I don't understand. I only care about my husband. Chapter 70. Metal 3D Printer. Power on at last. The dust settled, and King of Neil let out a long sigh. The benefits of the national war had little relevance to them now. However, with the support of the Dragon Kingdom's guardians, the gates of Neil should face no significant issues. Currently, the two guardians from the Dragon Kingdom exhibited truly terrifying combat prowess. The crucial matter now rested on whether they could secure the protection of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star. More than half of Neil's territory bordered the nation of A3, which had been vacillating between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Kingdom. Now, having become a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom in the national war, could the Eagle Nation afford to remain indifferent? Would they send a horde of monsters from the border with A3? If it were merely pig-headed creatures, it could be manageable, as there would still be pork to consume. However, if it were the night demons, that would not be amusing at all. Draft a global announcement, he commanded, stating, "We, the nation of Neil, henceforth declare ourselves as the unwavering loyal friends of the Dragon Kingdom." Immediately, the secretary worked through the night to release the global announcement, making the news public. From the previous status of loyal friends, which granted the Dragon Kingdom only economic privileges, to the current declaration of unwavering loyal friends, this now conferred upon the Dragon Kingdom comprehensive economic and military privileges. Upon the announcement, the world erupted in astonishment. Was this not a pledge of allegiance? It essentially signified a severance with the Eagle Nation. Just as the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom remarked, both A3 and the Eagle Nation were now in disarray. To the north of A3 lay the nation of Bao'er, where the Dragon Kingdom's troops were stationed to assist in defending against monster invasions. To the south, Neil had now aligned itself with the Dragon Kingdom, and it was predictable that within the next 2 or 3 days, Dragon Kingdom troops would also be stationed there. To the east of A3 was, in fact, the Dragon Kingdom itself. The Eagle Nation had stationed a significant military presence in A3, originally with ulterior motives. Now, they had effectively ensnared themselves. Li Tai, upon hearing the announcement from Neil, rubbed his hands together in excitement. The Dragon Kingdom had finally regained its pride. Let us see how the Eagle Nation attempts to encircle my Dragon Kingdom now. On the battlefield, the ground trembled near the gates of the Dragon Kingdom and Neil. Bao'er hurriedly got out of bed. What? Is there an earthquake? She rushed out of her room and spotted a new gate abruptly appearing beside the Dragon Kingdom's entrance. Emblazoned with the 3 prominent characters, Neil, not only had a new gate materialized, but 3 living quarters had also emerged within the walls, housing Suri and her 2 teammates. Oh, so this is what a vassal state looks like. Bao'er exclaimed joyfully. There would be even more people to converse with in the future. Upon returning to her residence, Qin Feng also discovered the newly added gate and 3 houses. They must be the guardians of the nation of Neil. Moreover, Bao'er was currently engaged in lively conversation with the 3 guardians from Neil, proudly showcasing her Mark I. Among the trio from Neil, aside from Suri, the other 2 women appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, seemingly of a similar age to Bao'er, which allowed for easy camaraderie. The 3 women were skilled with their hands, and Bao'er was eager to learn the art of pottery from them. In an instant, Bao'er had acquired a new pastime. As Qin Feng silently entered his room, he swiftly summoned the system interface to claim his reward. Ding! The reward was successfully received. Immediately, the room transformed, revealing an entire suite of Iron Man's mechanical manufacturing equipment before his eyes. The workbench was fully equipped. A robotic arm with artificial intelligence? I believe you are called Bobo. Are you not? Qin Feng felt elated as he teased the robotic arm on the table. The arm waved in disapproval, seemingly displeased with the name Bobo. Aside from the robotic arm on the workbench, there was also a small mechanical vehicle equipped with independent artificial intelligence. However, what captivated Qin Feng the most in the workspace was undoubtedly the holographic projection system. Almost all design activities could be executed within the holographic display. Moreover, this system could also function as a monitor. Jarvis, please showcase the conditions of the workspace. Certainly, sir. Instantly, the space within the workspace was filled with holographic projections, revealing the virtual outlines of the workspace and the equipment in the warehouse below. Sir, aside from the standard mechanical equipment and the 2 robotic arms, the most significant assets are the metal 3D printer and the spray painting workshop located in the underground warehouse. With a whoosh, as Jarvis reported, the circular steel floor in the center of the workspace opened, exposing the underground 3D printing equipment, the spray painting workshop, and the storage materials warehouse. Qin Feng grinned, quite pleased. If only he could manufacture more Mark IV suits. That would be splendid. Uncle Jiu has so many subordinates, and now he has his apprentice to assist him. Qin Feng felt a twinge of envy. He too needed to produce some helpers, freeing up time to delve into the study of spiritual energy and martial arts. Jarvis, could you estimate the time required to manufacture a complete Mark IV? Certainly, sir. The design schematic for a Mark IV materialized on the holographic projection. The entire armor was divided into numerous individual components. The parameters of each component flickered, accumulating into the time required by the metal 3D printer. The final statistics emerged. Sir, the complete printing, assembly, and painting of a Mark IV will take approximately 70 hours. Qin Feng, does that mean it will take 3 days and nights? So long? Based on the current interval pattern between the 2 impacts, each impact occurs every 3 days. It remains uncertain whether the intervals for subsequent impacts will lengthen or shorten. Is the swarm tactic strategy doomed to stagnation? Presently, Qin Feng's role-playing degree stands at 34. And the knowledge and design schematics of the Mark series in his mind are limited. Even with the workspace and equipment materials, he could only create the Mark IV model. Moreover, to contemplate swarm tactics feels overly ambitious. Time, indeed, is of the essence. Qin Feng paced back and forth, contemplating solutions. At this juncture, Jarvis suggested, Sir, given the current intensity of the impacts and the combat abilities of you and Uncle Jiu, the urgency for a mech swarm is not as pressing. Certainly. The combat prowess of Sister Bao'er has not been factored into the calculations, and her combat data is currently unavailable. However, based on the gentleman's admonition, one should not underestimate her capabilities. In this light, considering the estimations of Uncle Jiu and the increased intensity of the monstrous assaults, it appears that she can safely withstand the subsequent 3 waves of attacks. Upon hearing this from Jarvis, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. You managed to deduce all of this? What if the intensity of the assaults were to suddenly escalate? Jarvis replied, a low probability event does not warrant the expenditure of substantial resources. Qin Feng responded, that seems quite reasonable. Given this, there is no immediate rush for the mecha squad tactics. When the printer is idle, you may oversee the production of components. The guiding principle remains, do not let the printer sit idle. Jarvis affirmed, understood, sir. As his words concluded, a barely audible hum resonated beneath their feet, indicating that the metal 3D printer had commenced its operation. Chapter 71, Swarm Tactics at Present. My most pressing need is to explore the map and locate the borders of Sakura Country and Eagle Sauce Country, while also searching for treasure chests and resources. Relying on ground movement is certainly unfeasible. The terrain here is highly variable. Deploying mechanical spiders, while energy efficient, would be severely hampered by both terrain constraints and speed limitations. The solution must be airborne. Qin Feng murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the drone he had operated in a previous life. The drone is a quadcopter equipped with a gimbal, capable of broadcasting surrounding visuals in real time, and it boasts remarkable speed. A well-designed drone can reach speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Ah, yes. Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Jarvis, how long would it take to print a small drone? Jarvis replied, That depends on the specifications, particularly the size. Instantly, a series of ready-made quadcopter design schematics appeared before Qin Feng. Starting from functional requirements, what I need at present is reconnaissance capabilities, terrain scanning abilities, and real-time broadcasting functions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the holographic projection, designs lacking the necessary functions were eliminated, leaving 5 viable options. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Considering that future operations may require the ability to launch attacks, do we need sustained attack capabilities, sir? Jarvis inquired, highlighting a larger drone design before Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. No, that is unnecessary. Introducing sustained attack capabilities would necessitate the installation of machine guns or cannons, which would impose excessive demands on the drone structure, significantly increasing weight and reducing its flight endurance. The drone I require should primarily focus on reconnaissance capabilities, with only a minimal payload for explosives. In his vision, an entire fleet of drones could swiftly scan new maps even after the tumult of battle had transformed the terrain. The challenges of map exploration and the fog of war would be effortlessly resolved. Furthermore, deploying drones to search for the borders of other nations would be remarkably straightforward. If necessary, they could even be programmed for self-destruction. A swarm tactic. Ah, the thought alone is exhilarating. Qin Feng was already immersed in his daydreams. Very well. Sir. Jarvis eliminated 3 unsuitable design schematics, leaving only 2 in front of him. They must be compact and possess sufficient endurance. Upon examining the 2 designs, Qin Feng articulated his requirements. However, Jarvis interjected, Sir, if the drone is too small, it will not be able to carry enough explosives. I recommend you choose this design. He presented the larger drone schematic to Qin Feng. Qin Feng scrutinized the palm-sized drone, questioning, how long can it sustain flight? Based on your specified functions, all equipment, and a 50-gram TNT payload, it can fly continuously for approximately 7 hours. 7 hours seems rather short. Qin Feng frowned. We must extend the search radius as much as possible. Jarvis remarked, Sir, by employing the latest solar charging film, we can perfectly address the need for return energy replenishment. An ethereal image of the solar charging film materialized on the design blueprint, displaying a weight parameter of 5 grams and an area parameter of 3. Qin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Solar charging film? How splendid. At just 5 grams. It shouldn't take long to fully charge with an area of 3 square meters, right? Jarvis replied, it can be fully charged in merely half an hour. The assembly and printing of this aerial vehicle will take 29 minutes and 12 seconds. Very well, let this design be the one we proceed with. Suspend the mech printing and prioritize the aerial vehicle, Qin Feng commanded, then added, initially, print 24 units, with a production time of less than half an hour per unit. It was entirely manageable. Qin Feng envisioned 24 aircraft, each responsible for scanning a 15-degree sector within a 360-degree radius of the national borders. The most crucial areas were shrouded in a fog of war, with visibility limited to about 10 meters. The aircraft's speed would need to be moderated, especially while scanning and recording terrain data. Nonetheless, the current number of aerial vehicles was sufficient, and should it prove inadequate, further printing could be undertaken. Understood, sir. The humming beneath his feet ceased, and a piece of armor from the Mark IV, which was halfway through printing, was replaced as the printer commenced fabricating components for the aircraft. He opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 195. The average for an ordinary adult is 5. Agility, 194. Stamina, 196. Current role, Iron Man. Current skills, Mark Series Model 4. Opening the heavens, Qi manipulation, Qian Yuan 13 blades, beginner level, similarity, 34. Merely at the beginner level. This outing had yielded numerous valuable items, the most enigmatic of which was this sword technique. Jarvis, I wish to practice Qian Yuan 13 blades several times. Please ensure to document any variations in data. With the equipment in his workspace, Qin Feng could delve deeper into the intricacies of spiritual energy. Moreover, with the surveillance provided by the swarm, his time was thoroughly liberated. With both resources and time at his disposal, there was no better moment to commence. Very well, sir. The equipment is now activated. As Jarvis's voice faded, the internal detection apparatus descended from the ceiling of the workspace. Qin Feng flipped his right hand, grasping the spirit-slaying blade. He gradually closed his eyes, calming his mind. As opening the heavens, Qi manipulation commenced, the spiritual energy in the room instinctively flowed into his being. Within his dantian, the rich spiritual energy mobilized, circulating through his meridians. The spirit-slaying blade emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He had already mastered the nuances of Qian Yuan 13 blades. With swift motions, the blade light erupted, and the spiritual energy in the air surged along the blade's trajectory. In less than a minute, the entire sequence of Qian Yuan 13 blades had been executed. True to its name, the sword technique was characterized by its ferocity, consisting of 13 strikes, each one lethal. Each cut was swifter, more ruthless, and resolute than the last. It can be said that this sword technique embodies an offensive approach in place of defense, with the final 3 moves being the most formidable, akin to a reckless gamble for life. Have you recorded this? Qin Feng, unperturbed and steady, felt quite satisfied after executing the entire set of moves. Jarvis remarked, "Sir, your motions and the trajectory of your swordplay have been duly recorded. And the data regarding the airflow within the room has also been documented. However, further experiments are required to ascertain the characteristics of the spiritual energy." Qin Feng was at a loss, having overlooked this aspect. "Utilize the penetrating sensor to monitor the fluctuations of my spiritual energy. All major meridians and acupoints must be examined." Jarvis paused for a moment before responding, "Understood, sir." Immediately, Qin Feng felt a sharp, needle-like sensation across various parts of his skin, akin to being pricked. Yet, this discomfort was fleeting. After a brief moment of pain, he moved his limbs without any lingering sensation. "Sir, I'm currently assessing the flow of your spiritual power and the condition of your meridians." "Very well," Qin Feng nodded. "I shall perform the movements a few more times. Please ensure the data is recorded." "Yes, sir." Chapter 72. Sister Bao'er takes action, startling a person. In the subsequent half-hour, Qin Feng intermittently practiced the 13 blades of Qian Yuan, executing the movements over a dozen times. Jarvis not only recorded the techniques of the blades, but also meticulously documented the flow of spiritual energy within the meridians. This meant that the entire blade technique had been inscribed. Should Qin Feng desire, he could impart it to anyone. Previously, Qin Feng had attempted to articulate the operational methods of both the qi cultivation technique and the 13 blades of Qian Yuan, but found himself unable to express them. At that time, he speculated that a limitation had been imposed by the battlefield. Now, with Jarvis's assistance, Qin Feng had shattered this constraint. Moreover, from Jarvis's recorded data, Qin Feng discovered that the more he practiced this technique, the greater the spiritual energy he could summon from his dantian, thus amplifying its potency. It appeared that with sufficient practice, one could attain proficiency at this beginner level. Qin Feng murmured to himself. "Sir, the first aircraft has been assembled," Jarvis reminded him. "Bring it up for a test," Qin Feng commanded. "Yes, sir." The circular floor leading to the underground warehouse slowly opened, revealing a platform. Upon it rested the first aircraft. "Very good, Jarvis. Let us see it fly. Project the visuals in front of me," Qin Feng requested. "Yes, sir." Under Jarvis's control, the aircraft emitted 2 beeps as it powered on. The imagery captured by the device projected itself before Qin Feng, revealing a striking figure, himself. Subsequently, the propellers began to rotate slowly, gaining speed until they buzzed softly, resembling the sound of a bee's wings. At a distance of 5 to 6 meters, the sound became inaudible. This surprised Qin Feng. In his past life, the noise from such devices was substantial. The aircraft he had constructed was relatively quiet, making it suitable for surveillance purposes. "Jarvis, proceed to deploy it according to our previous exploration plan," Qin Feng instructed. "Understood, sir." The first aircraft ascended gracefully, then flew out through the window. In the projected image, Sister Bao appeared to be engrossed in discussion with her 3 new friends, completely unaware of the aircraft hovering above. The aircraft ventured beyond the walls, heading eastward. To the east lay the oil lake, and Qin Feng surmised that the border of Sakura country lay in that direction. "All right. Let us continue." Qin Feng addressed Jarvis in the workshop. "Now, I wish to test several objects that can be enhanced with spiritual energy. Please assess how the energy is stored within these items." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. A containment platform descended from the ceiling, landing on the workbench. This platform featured 2 openings for access, surrounded on all sides by transparent tempered glass. Inside, aside from cameras, there were various detection instruments. Qin Feng placed a Tang Dao and a Zhanling Dao within, contemplating for a moment before adding a piece of Xian iron and a piece of red crystal stone. The primary materials of the Tang Dao and the Zhanling Dao are these 2, both of which possess the capacity to store spiritual energy. Qin Feng extended his hand into the isolation platform, conducting experiments one by one. He spent the entire night immersed in his trials. Before dawn on the following day, Sister Bao'er tugged at Suri, urging her to run westward. "Hurry, we must quicken our pace, or else your master will bury the zombie, leaving us with nothing." Sister Bao'er exclaimed, anxious that her cherished activity would be snatched away by Uncle Jiu. Suri, still bewildered by the situation, wondered if burying corpses was truly so enjoyable. Before long, the 2 arrived at the lakeside, just as Uncle Jiu was unearthing 3 well-practiced golden-armored corpses. These 3 had only been buried for a day and had not drained any blood, thus they were naturally inferior in strength compared to Ada, the first zombie. Sister Bao'er named them Ada, Bao'er, and Asan. "I knew Uncle couldn't wait for me." She fumed upon witnessing Uncle Jiu taking matters into his own hands. Caught in the act, Uncle Jiu felt inexplicably guilty. "Well, I noticed the time was getting late and you hadn't arrived. so I thought I might as well take care of it myself. Master, Suri approached with tears in her eyes. Thank you for saving me. She was well aware that it was Uncle Jiu's support that had granted her a second chance. Otherwise, her situation would have rendered resurrection impossible. Kneeling, she bowed deeply. In the kingdom of Neil, where Buddhism flourished and constitutional monarchy reigned, kneeling to another was the utmost display of respect. Uncle Jiu hurriedly helped her up, saying, quickly, rise. This is what a master ought to do. After finally acquiring a disciple, he needed to make the most of the time to impart his skills. Given the timeline, the third wave of attacks would arrive the following night. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom citizens, poised to learn from Uncle Jiu, watched with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting his teachings. However, Sister Bao'er was the first to notice a familiar figure standing to the side. She approached, pondering, This child seems oddly familiar. As she scrutinized the bald zombie, she yanked the corpse-restraining talisman from his forehead for a closer look. Oh, so it's you silly boy. Upon removing the talisman, she recognized the fanged Park Jong-hwan. With the talisman no longer binding him, Park Jong-hwan's eyes bulged, and he lunged at Sister Bao'er with his mouth agape. Be careful. Uncle Jiu cautioned his disciple, unaware that Sister Bao'er had so boldly removed the talisman. Oh my goodness, that damn Park Jong-hwan is going to bite my wife. What on earth is happening? This fierce girl dares to pull anything. Uncle Jiu will intervene and stop the zombie. It will be all right. In full view of everyone. Uncle Jiu rushed to contain the situation. But then, poison dragon, drill. Sister Bao'er shouted with vigor, striking Park Jong-hwan squarely in the chest. Instantly, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into 3 large trees with a series of resounding thuds. Suri stood in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Last night, I engaged in a lengthy conversation with the enchanting dragon girl of the Dragon Kingdom. How astonishing is that? The netizens of the blue planet stared wide-eyed at their screens, questioning, am I seeing things? It seemed that just moments ago, Uncle Jiu intended to intervene regarding Sister Bao'er. My goodness, is my beloved truly this formidable? What was it she mentioned earlier? The wind was too strong. I couldn't catch her words. Pfft. Stop pretending. You heard those words clearly. This girl is intriguing. I'm quite taken with her. Indeed, on the battlefield of the nation, Uncle Jiu's intention to intervene was indeed concerning Sister Bao'er. He hurriedly rushed to assess his newly recruited subordinate. This was a zombie crafted from golden talent, possessing strength beyond that of a D-rank monster. With a little investment, he could acquire a new skin set, further enhancing its prowess. If he could just provide some nourishment, the potential for growth is truly remarkable. Uncle Jiu gently lifted the nearly disassembled Park Jong-hwan, anxiously examining his injuries, his heart aching with every pang of pain. Chapter 73, Park Jong-chang's Extravagance. Uncle Jiu's lesson. The bald zombie, panting weakly, seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Sister Bao'er. Uncle Jiu affixed a corpse-restraining talisman to his forehead and remarked, Sister Bao'er, do take care in the future. The gates of Suri still require assistance. Aware of the trouble she had caused, Bao'er pouted and kicked at a nearby stone, her face a picture of grievance, who said he wanted to bite me. At that moment, Suri stepped in to mediate, stating, Master, have you forgotten? The gates of the Neil Kingdom have also moved to our Dragon Kingdom. Implicitly, it was clear they had become allies. Meanwhile, the King of Neil Kingdom, watching the live broadcast, wore a face darkened with dismay. What the hell? In just one night, they've defected? Indeed, the people of Dragon Kingdom are always true to their nature. Not only Suri, but within Neil Kingdom itself. There was now pride in being associated with the Dragon Kingdom, as it had become their suzerain state. Following urgent negotiations overnight, Dragon Kingdom's troops had already entered Neil Kingdom, heading northwest to guard against the threats from the Asan Nation and the Eagle Country. Viewers online, witnessing Bao'er's woeful demeanor, were nearly in stitches. Ha ha ha. This girl is truly something else. She almost took Uncle Jiu's new little brother out with one slap. Oh no, for Park Jong-hwan, he looked so scared. What did I miss? After a night's sleep, how did my kimchi appa end up like this? Upstairs, you've missed an entire chapter of life. Go watch the replay. Screenshot. Appa's expression is a meme waiting to happen. Let us annoy them in the Kimchi Kingdom's live chat. That S. Too much, but I love it. I'll grab some screenshots too. Count me in, oh great ones. In a flash, numerous Dragon Kingdom netizens captured Park Jong-hwan's current appearance and flooded the Kimchi Kingdom's live room. Appa, what happened to you? They exclaimed, not forgetting to add a few sarcastic remarks. Why has Tr Appa's hair grown back? Haha. Damn those Dragon Kingdom people. Park Jong-hwan, his eyes half closed, revealed long fangs as he exuded an aura of despair. Fortunately, the corpse-restraining talisman blocked part of the grim visage, allowing for a flicker of imagination. However, his blood-stained attire and the faint trace of dark blood at the corner of his mouth, courtesy of Sister Bao'er, painted a rather tragic picture. Coupled with his glaring Mediterranean hairstyle, he was truly a sight to behold. The citizens of the Kimchi Kingdom, upon witnessing Park Jong-hwan's current state, felt their hearts bleed. Especially his loyal fan club, who had just regained consciousness, fainted once more upon seeing the expressions shared by the Dragon Kingdom. This left the number of people able to counter in the Kimchi Kingdom pitifully low. They had never been a match for the Dragon Kingdom. And now it was even more evident. In no time, the triumphant Dragon Kingdom citizens nearly dominated the Kimchi Kingdom's live chat. Dragon Kingdom people, you will pay for this. Ha ha, on what grounds? Your new Guardianess Red talent? Allow me to convey to you that, despite the three of you being endowed with golden talents, it is of little consequence. The new guardian of the Kimchi nation emerged last night, a rather unremarkable male insurance salesman with merely a red talent. At present, the guardians on the battlefield have undergone 2 assaults, gaining numerous rewards and enhancements, including various attribute buffs. Furthermore, the wilderness hunters have also reaped significant benefits, with some guardians having defeated hundreds of monsters, resulting in an elevation of their talents. Consequently, the overall strength of many guardians has seen remarkable improvement, even rivaling that of their golden counterparts. The online community of the Dragon Nation took the opportunity to boast with great exuberance, particularly within the Kimchi Nation's live broadcast. On the battlefield, Sister Bao has already begun to bury Park Jong-hwan. She patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "You turtle, come and face my claws. This is quite the predicament. A promise made must be kept. Jump in, everyone," Sister Bao commanded, pointing at the vacant corpse-rearing pit. However, Park Jong-hwan, still bound by talismans, remained immobile, indifferent to her orders. "Oh, you still wish to argue with me?" Sister Bao approached him from behind, raising her foot to deliver a kick to his rear. Just then, Uncle Jiu, who was explaining something to Su Li, spotted her and rushed over. Wait. Let me handle this, Miss Bao." Sister Bao's foot nearly made contact, but was abruptly halted in midair. Uncle Jiu was sweating profusely from fright. Subsequently, he took up the soul-capturing bell and gave it a gentle shake, prompting Park Jong-hwan to leap into the corpse-rearing pit on his own. "Oh, that was close, Uncle. He listens to your bell. I'll just..." She began to reach for it. Uncle Jiu quickly dodged, thinking that if they were to play, they must first learn the art of corpse driving. He calculated in his mind that if he could persuade Sister Bao to study the Miao Mountain techniques, it would be splendid. However, Sister Bao displayed a look of disdain, proclaiming, "If I'm not playing, then I'm not playing. Yours is far too tedious. I can't learn all that nor remember so much." "Uncle Jiu." The onlookers from Blue Star, "Uncle Jiu, let me try. I can do it." "Uncle, invite 2 more in for me," Sister Bao instructed Uncle Jiu. The latter appeared bewildered. Sister Bao clarified, "Aren't we burying 3 at a time? We still need 2 more. "Oh." Uncle Jiu understood, realizing they needed to drive 2 more zombies in. With the ringing of the soul-capturing bell, 3 zombies sprang to life. "All right then, you go teach Su Li," Sister Bao remarked without looking up, somewhat disdainfully murmuring, "Honestly, they're all quite bothersome." After her grumbling, she began to sing to herself, shoveling dirt into the corpse-rearing pit with great satisfaction. Uncle Jiu was left in a state of exasperation, realizing that conversing with Sister Bao required a mastery of the Sichuan dialect, lest one face her ire. "All right, Su Li. Let's continue," Uncle Jiu said, turning back to Su Li. The guardians of the Dragon Nation in front of their screens presented themselves as dutiful students. Notebooks before them and pens in hand, sitting upright with utmost attentiveness. These individuals, during their time in school, had never exhibited such diligence. The regular army of the National War Science Organization, a cadre of eager learners, filled row upon row of seats, with nearly 200 seats occupied. The scene resembled that of an internet CAF. Before them sat the esteemed figures from various mountain sects of the Taoist tradition of Longhua. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Tai finally felt a sense of relief. The online classroom of Uncle Jiu, transcending 2 worlds, has finally commenced. On the battlefield of national warfare, Uncle Jiu and Su Li sat on the ground. The teachings of Maoshan Taoism encompass various facets, including feng shui, talismans, yin-yang divination, formations, and the exorcism of demons. Naturally, it also includes the fundamental skills of martial arts. However, due to the thin spiritual essence in Blue Star, our generation finds itself in an era of decline. Many techniques either fail to manifest their corresponding powers or have already been lost to time. Chapter 74. The Efficacy of Swarm Tactics and New Discoveries. Surprisingly, Suri found herself bewildered by the depth of knowledge involved. It was no wonder that when Sister Bao'er suggested she learn, she repeatedly shook her head in refusal. Observing this, Uncle Jiu chuckled lightly, remarking that the rich spiritual energy in this place would allow her to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Given the urgency of the situation, we shall commence with the art of corpse driving, applying what we learn for swift mastery. Suri grinned. "All right, I will follow my master's guidance." The practice of driving away zombies originates from the subfield of exorcism, initially a forbidden technique of our sect. However, necessity has transformed it into a significant asset for us. To learn this art, one must first master the drawing of talismans, which involves the study of various charms such as the ghost repelling talisman and the corpse binding talisman. Uncle Jiu spoke at length, pouring forth knowledge without regard for his novice apprentice. Yet, Suri, blessed with innate intelligence and confirmed by Uncle Jiu as a promising student, along with her exceptional red talent, quickly grasped a considerable amount of information. Meanwhile, the aspiring learners from Blue Star were faring poorly, having initially sat upright and attentive, but within 2 minutes found themselves fidgeting with their pens in front of the screen. It's over. I truly am academically challenged in every aspect. I surrender. I shall not learn anymore. Impossible. I am a genius in Taoist arts. There must be something I can comprehend. I refuse to believe that after replaying it 100 or 80 times, I still cannot understand. Yellow paper, talisman paper, cinnabar, and brushes, ink lines, and lotus lamps. Everything one could need, plentiful and reasonably priced, please take note. In contrast to the individual learners, the regular forces from the National War Department, though equally bewildered, maintained commendable classroom discipline. Moreover, with the guidance of esteemed Taoist masters providing explanations and supplementary insights, they managed to keep pace, albeit with some difficulty. The disciples brought by the Taoist masters listened intently to Uncle Jiu's teachings, their eagerness palpable. They were well aware of the potency of Maoshan techniques. Should supernatural phenomena ever invade Blue Star, it would present an excellent opportunity to showcase their skills. After a full night of testing, the collected data indicated that Jarvis had nearly confirmed the characteristic values of spiritual energy. Sir, it can be assured that Qian iron and red crystal are both solid-state reservoirs of spiritual energy. The only distinction lies in the storage density. Red crystal stores spiritual energy at 1.34 times the density of Qian iron. Such a significant disparity? This revelation took Qin Feng by surprise. However, considering that red crystal was classified as a D-grade raw material, while Qian iron was merely E-grade, it made sense. What about the density of air? Qin Feng inquired further. Jarvis responded, the free state of spiritual energy in the air differs from its material form and storage, exhibiting a variance in concentration. However, at present, the density difference is negligible. Render the spiritual energy present in the air for me to observe. Qin Feng donned his helmet, illuminating the HUD. Very well, sir. As Jarvis's voice faded, the visual display on the HUD revealed the air taking on a faint purplish hue, as if filtered through a lens, rendering it somewhat surreal. Raising his hand, Qin Feng concentrated to gather a mass of spiritual energy. Instantly, a visible orb of deepening purple began to coalesce in his palm. With my current cultivation level, I am not yet capable of engaging in any significant endeavors. Qin Feng jestingly shook his head. To witness the condensation of spiritual energy within myself, I would need to rely on Jarvis's detection. Understanding this, Qin Feng removed his helmet. The battlefield is rich in spiritual energy compared to Blue Star, yet it falls short when compared to the stored energy within. In other words, could this substance be utilized as a power bank? He weighed the crimson crystal in his hand. Jarvis affirmed, indeed, sir. At this juncture, Qin Feng recalled what Uncle Jiu had mentioned about formations. Perhaps the Maoshan lineage possesses methods to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy through formations, which could potentially allow for the production of crimson crystals or even superior storage mediums for spiritual energy. The arduous night had not been in vain. He had gained profound insights into spiritual energy. Furthermore, he had assisted Jarvis in testing the characteristics of spiritual energy, and with Jarvis's support, future research in this area could progress significantly faster. How's the terrain scanning proceeding? Qin Feng inquired once more. Throughout the night, 24 drones had been fully operational. Every half hour, one would venture forth to explore the mapping of the terrain. While scanning the map, the drones were also investigating potential new locations for corpse cultivation. With Uncle Jiu's numerous disciples queuing to invest, the current cultivation grounds were proving insufficient. Jarvis replied, please observe, sir. A 3D topographical map gradually unfurled before Qin Feng. Displayed through holographic imagery, the layers of sand dunes became distinctly visible once the fog of war dissipated. Quite satisfactory, Qin Feng remarked. After completing the scan of the terrain within the fog of war, he instructed to continue expanding outward. The radius of the fog surrounding the Dragon Kingdom measured approximately 10 miles, predominantly comprising desert terrain. Thus far, no monsters or resources had been discovered. Beyond the fog of war lay new terrain, which might unveil some potential advantages. Since yesterday, reports of the other Guardians' findings on the battlefield had been trickling in. It seemed that once these individuals stepped outside, they scarcely returned to the gates for rest. After haphazardly dealing with challenges for a few hours, they would rise to continue their explorations. After all, everyone was apprehensive about failing to withstand the third wave of attacks. Resting was a luxury of Blue Star. The priority now was to preserve their lives. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Qin Feng opened it to find two young maidens from the Nil Kingdom. The two sisters timidly held a platter of food and a jug of water. You must be Mr. Qin Feng. Thank you for your protection. This is the meal prepared as instructed by Suli. The name of Qin Feng was renowned among them, not only as the most outstanding guardian, but also as the most formidable. His reputation for eliminating guardians, particularly those from the Eagle Sauce Nation, was notorious. The fearsome reputation of the Eagle Sauce Nation was well known on Blue Star, and yet Mr. Qin displayed no trepidation. The two young maidens appeared either frightened or bashful. The one speaking blushed deeply, while the other hid behind, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Stealing a glance or two, she would immediately avert her eyes. Oh my, Mr. Qin is truly handsome. It turned out that they were not the fearsome monsters he had imagined. This was Qin Feng's first formal encounter with them. He spoke gently. Thank you. Just leave it for now. The two young ladies were instantly enchanted, replying, Yes, Mr. Qin. Not only were they not intimidating, but he was also so tender. Mr. Qin, we are going to deliver meals to Suri and Uncle Jiu shortly. Is there anything you would like us to bring them? Qin Feng shook his head, saying, Nothing, just be careful. The two young ladies returned to the house with a hint of disappointment. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head as he began to eat from the plate before him. The plate and water jug were freshly crafted pottery. The plate was quite well made, while the jug looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Qin Feng was certain that this was the result of Bao'er's haphazard handiwork from the previous night. At that moment, Jarvis reported, Sir, the No. 7 aircraft has just emerged from the war fog and discovered a nest of monsters. Qin Feng's expression brightened. Was there a reward so soon? Let us project the footage. Instantly, the image of a nest of pig-headed creatures was magnified before him. The aircraft hovered in mid-air, capturing them from a considerable distance. Setting down his plate, Qin Feng remarked, Just 3 heads. There should only be a single white treasure chest. He had little regard for such resources now, finding the trip more of a hassle than anything. Perhaps we could let Suri and the others practice a bit? The guardians of the Kingdom of Neil can't always remain idle. They should demonstrate some value. Should they fall heroically, their citizens might just replace them and revive them. Even those with low talent can gradually grow stronger by slaying monsters. Moreover, Qin Feng, was not a babysitter. He could not be the one to provide for everything. Collecting resources would also be beneficial. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and little by little, it adds up. Isn't this the essence of a worker's value? With this thought in mind, Qin Feng dispatched Mark III. Jarvis, take these 3 tang swords and send those 2 young ladies from the Kingdom of Neil to Uncle Jiu. Yes, sir. Immediately, Qin Feng handed the 3 swords to Mark III, which Jarvis controlled as it walked out with a rhythmic patter. Chapter 75, The Talented Path of Tao. Setting out upon learning that Qin Feng was willing to accompany them to deliver meals. The 2 girls from the Neil Kingdom were so overjoyed that they were at a loss for words. Is it possible that the great Qin Feng has taken a liking to those 2 young girls? Surely, that cannot be the case. Nonsense. Do not speak so recklessly. How could our husband ever be enamored with those inexperienced girls? They have hardly matured. Cough. Perhaps it is precisely because your Qin Feng wife brigade is so formidable that the great Qin Feng, knowing of your existence, dares not return to Blue Star. Indeed. Too fierce, quite intimidating. At last, the great Qin Feng has made an appearance, and the sun is already high in the sky. Is he not planning to venture out for resources today? By the way, I still do not know what the defensive tower looks like. Hurry and construct it. I surmise. The great Qin Feng is merely enjoying a leisurely rest in his quarters, and this is merely his disguise. Look, he wields 3 tang swords in his mech. Typically, his belongings are stored in the battlefield warehouse. Indeed. What is the great Qin Feng planning to do? As they made their way, Mark III hovered intermittently, waiting for the 2 girls jogging behind. Were it not for their endowments, they would likely have been exhausted by now. Although their talents were not exceptional, their endurance for long-distance travel was sufficient. In no time, they arrived at the lakeside burial ground. Allow me to introduce you. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, Uncle Jiu brought Suri over to pay their respects. This is the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng. Suri promptly offered the highest courtesy of the Neil Kingdom, expressing her gratitude to Mr. Qin for accepting the Neil Kingdom. At that moment, Qin Feng was meditating in the workroom at the National Gate, and through Mark III. He said, No need for such formality. Henceforth, we are all one family. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom and the Neil Kingdom are neighboring realms in Blue Star. We ought to assist each other. Upon hearing Qin Feng refer to them as one family, both Suri and the 3 guardians of the Neil Kingdom, as well as the citizens of the Neil Kingdom watching the live broadcast, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and excitement. To be regarded as kin by the mightiest guardian was a tremendous honor. However, Qin Feng's tone shifted as he inquired, How is Suri faring in her studies of the Tao? What was intended as a simple inquiry felt to Suri as though it implied a demand for her to contribute. Yet, Suri's pride was inherently strong. Although they were now a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, hiding behind them seemed rather unseemly. She stammered, uncertain of where to begin. I have only just begun during the day. Uncle Jiu interjected, Remarkably well. Suri has made rapid progress. far exceeding my expectations. Clearly, Uncle Jiu was highly satisfied with his newly acquired disciple. Given time, his skills would undoubtedly be passed down. In just half a day's time, Suri had not only learned to draw the corpse-restraining talisman, but had also mastered the use of the soul-capturing bell to control zombies, issuing them simple commands. Compared to the thieves of Blue Star, her progress was astonishingly swift. Now this is the true genius of the Tao. No wonder she was chosen as a disciple by Uncle Jiu. Do not be disheartened, for Uncle Jiu has already stated that the battlefield brims with spiritual energy, making the learning of these skills exceedingly efficient. Moreover, with others guiding us hand in hand, and the availability of ready experimental subjects, what do we possess? Are we to kill a being to create a zombie for experimentation? Such a notion is absurd. Yes, indeed, as the individual above rightly pointed out. Let us seize the opportunity while Uncle Jiu is on break to review the recorded lessons. Otherwise, we shall fall behind once the class resumes. The regular forces of the National War Department are also relieved that Qin Feng interrupted their lesson. At least they have a fleeting moment to catch up and reduce the gap in their knowledge. Hey there, where have you been frolicking for the past day and night? You didn't bring me along. At that moment, Sister Bao'er approached Qin Feng, casually draping her arm over his shoulder, exuding an air of carefree camaraderie. Where else could I have been? Gathering resources, of course. How about you? Is burying people enjoyable? Upon mentioning the act of burying, Sister Bao'er perked up. Come. Let me show you something fun. She led Qin Feng before Park Zhongguan, who, at that moment, was half buried in the ground. Look. This is the unfortunate fellow who dared to strike me, that Park Zhongguan. Sister Bao'er declared passionately, pointing at him. Qin Feng was left speechless. Was it really worth holding a grudge over a mere couple of punches from Mark 1? Women, it is best not to provoke them. Qin Feng merely smiled politely, nodding in agreement. Sister Bao'er is indeed formidable. He complimented her, even going so far as to give a thumbs up. How did Zhonghuan Appa end up buried? Come, let me snap a picture. Plant an Appa in spring, and reap countless in autumn. I want a photo as well. Haha, you two above are going to make me die of laughter. Are you heading to the Kimchi Country livestream to annoy them again? Of course. We must strike while the iron is hot. Go ahead and strike while it's hot. But truly, we must take advantage of Park Zhonghuan's current popularity to mock them in the Kimchi Country livestream. Otherwise, those stubborn folks will have a new Appa in a few days, and our jibes will lose their impact. Yes. Let us hurry. In no time, the keyboard warriors of Dragon Country stormed the Kimchi livestream once more. On the battlefield, two young girls from the near country enthusiastically offered food and water. Sister Bao'er, please eat something. Yes, sister, drink some water. The two girls had engaged in lively conversation with Sister Bao'er the previous night. To Qin Feng's surprise, Sister Bao'er had even allowed them to try her precious Mark 1. This is the kettle I crafted last night? One of the near girls replied. Yes, Sister Bao'er, this is what you made last night. After a night of firing, it is now ready for use. Sister Bao'er held the slightly crooked kettle in her hands with the affection of a cherished treasure. Hey, she noticed Qin Feng carrying 3 tang swords and curiously inquired. What do you need so many swords for, young man? Qin Feng handed the tang Dao to the 3 guardians of the Neil Nation, saying, This is for them to use. I have discovered a nest of pig-headed creatures. It would be an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Upon hearing this, Suri felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. After all, she possessed a red talent and had managed to survive the second surge primarily through manual fortifications. Yet, she had also directly slain a pig-headed creature. The other 2 young ladies from the Neil Nation, however, were in a dire state at the moment. Qin Feng's suggestion to venture out for training left them pale and trembling uncontrollably. What are you doing, young sir? Sister Bao'er does not agree. She protested. Why must you put them in such a predicament? It is merely a small monster's lair. I shall go and eliminate it for them. With that, she hurriedly attempted to charge into battle. Little did she realize that Qin Feng knew not where the lair was located, and after taking just a few steps, he intercepted her. Sister Bao'er, you may protect them for a moment, but you cannot safeguard them for a lifetime. Chapter 76, Discovery of the Gold Mine, Combined Chapter. Sister Bao'er, with her already large eyes, now widened them in astonishment. How could I not protect them for a lifetime? I am determined to safeguard them forever. Her words were imbued with profound seriousness. It was the first time Qin Feng had witnessed her in such earnestness. Since their acquaintance, she had always been in a playful and carefree state. Qin Feng, with heartfelt sincerity, remarked, The battlefield is fraught with peril. None can predict what awaits us in the shadows. Sister Bao'er retorted, What of danger? For the next wave of assault, I shall not be the last line of defense. I will take my position at the forefront. I will prove to you that I can protect them for a lifetime. Qin Feng, the netizens, wow, Sister Bao'er is so domineering. Goodness, if we are to discuss bravado. It seems Sister Bao'er is the reigning champion. This is quite the exaggeration, isn't it? Keep on boasting. Qin Feng continued, If they do not grow, and should they fall in battle, Do you believe that the citizens of Neil watching the live stream will resurrect them? Sister Bao'er waved her hand with bravado. There is no if. I possess only a white talent. They are nearly on par with me. The crowd. Everyone from Blue Star. Qin Feng. But how can that be the same? Who would dare to compare themselves to you, sister? The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. Suri stepped forward, softly stating, I apologize. It is our fault that you have encountered such unpleasantness. She approached Sister Bao'er and smiled gently. Sister Bao'er, we all know you care for us, but Mr. Qin is correct. We must grow and prove our own worth. We need to demonstrate our value not only to Neil but also to the three of them. We do not wish to remain hidden behind them as a burden. Dragging you down. After her heartfelt declaration, the other two girls from Neil exchanged resolute glances, nodding emphatically. Mr. Qin and Suri are right. We shall go. Sister Bao'er, do not be angry. We will return. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled. Very well, come with me. Sister Bao'er, still fuming, felt somewhat reassured that Qin Feng would personally lead them. However, she halted him, saying, Coordinates. I shall take them. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Sister Bao'er was indeed a person of discretion, having made a promise, she would not secretly intervene to resolve their troubles. With that in mind, he relayed the coordinates to her. As they were about to depart, Sister Bao'er turned back, pouting adorably. Young man, I want to let you feel at ease. I'm all pumped up now, humph. With that, she turned and walked away. Qin Feng, ahem. What on earth? You are not a blow-up doll. What are you inflating for? While seated in his workshop, practicing, Qin Feng was caught off guard and began to cough. His internal energy momentarily disrupted. Jarvis advised, Sir, it has been detected that your energy flow is unstable. It is recommended that you calm your emotional fluctuations. Qin Feng was speechless, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling the stagnant air. He lamented, I nearly stumbled into disaster without even entering a meditative state. Inflating? A blow-up doll? As the atmosphere thickened, it became evident that the esteemed Qin Feng had inadvertently displeased Sister Bao'er. What, one might ponder, was the meaning behind her words. What do you mean? Did you not articulate it yourself? A voice retorted. The reply echoed from above. It signifies displeasure. She is indeed vexed. With a sparkle in his eyes, one exclaimed, My wife is simply adorable. Another, overwhelmed with excitement, declared, I can hardly contain myself, even when she is angry. The Sichuan girl is irresistibly charming. I must, without a doubt, pursue a Sichuan girl as my wife. Meanwhile, two young ladies from Neil country ventured ahead, followed closely by Suri. Master, what is it? Suri inquired as Uncle Jiu called to her. With a shake of the soul-capturing bell, Ada leaped forth. Take this. It will serve as good practice, he instructed. Suri nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. Uncle Jiu sighed. Do not blame Qin for his harshness. He speaks the truth. Ultimately, one must rely on their own strength to survive. Suri hastily shook her head. Master, do not say that. I do not hold any grievances against Mr. Qin. On the contrary, I am grateful for his insight. Seeing his disciple's understanding, Uncle Jiu felt reassured. Very well, proceed with caution. Should any unforeseen events arise, do not push yourselves too hard. With Sister Bao'er by your side, there is no cause for worry. Yes, Master. Suri discerned that the three guardians from Dragon Country were indeed formidable individuals, each concealing their true prowess. Even Sister Bao'er, who appeared merely playful, was not to be underestimated. As she led her companions southward, she cheered them on, Fear not, for I am here. Everything will be fine. Her exuberance made their quest seem akin to a leisurely journey. In stark contrast, the three girls from Neil country appeared weary. Suri, clutching the soul-capturing bell, felt somewhat better, bolstered by her red talent, with Ada playfully bouncing behind her. The other two girls bore pale complexions, stumbling as they walked. Had they not supported each other, they might have collapsed right there. Above them, two aircraft hovered, providing a watchful eye. Bao'er looked up, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Humph. Surely those are for the young gentlemen. They hoard all the fun for themselves. What stingy souls. What does hoard even mean? I can guess sneakily, but what about this hoard? Summon the class representative. We require an explanation. As they journeyed southward, Suri found herself puzzled. This direction clearly led toward the gates of Neil country, where one would expect the fog of war to loom, yet it was absent. The other two girls shared her confusion. Indeed, and wasn't this supposed to be a desert? Why has it transformed into a woodland? Unbeknownst to them, since the gates of Neil country had shifted to align with those of Dragon country, the map of this region had been entirely reconfigured. Otherwise, Qin Feng's drone would not have been able to detect wild creatures in this area. Preliminary explorations indicated that the desert terrain was nearly devoid of monsters. This scarcity of resources explained why the foreigners, who often emphasized the power of their fists and letters, had diligently searched for resources during this lull in conflict. The map, after all, was exceedingly barren. Regardless of all that, Sister Bao'er remarked, let us march forth and vanquish them, then fulfill our obligations. Once we return, will you teach me how to craft other pottery? The women responded with silence. The audience from the dragon country murmured in disbelief. What time is it, dear sister, and you still think of play? Ahem, look at those two young girls. Trembling in fear, and Sister Bao still wishes for others to instruct her in pottery. Haha, as my wife would say, what was it? Oh, no worries, we can manage. At that moment, the one most delighted was undoubtedly the novice adept, borrowing skills from the master. Fortunately, Qin Feng had sent Suri off to battle monsters. Pausing the little class, they were now wholly focused on absorbing the teachings of the Taoist master regarding the topics that had been overlooked. If not, they would surely fall behind. After a brief walk, Sister Bao compared the coordinates. This should be the spot, but why can't I see it? She glanced at the map again, then at the coordinates sent by Qin Feng, exactly the same. The battlefield map was relatively coarse, with one coordinate covering a vast area. It would be challenging to locate 3 pig-headed monsters in the dense forest. At that moment, Jarvis maneuvered a drone, circling in front of the 4 women. Suri quickly realized. It must be Mr. Qin, let us follow it. Sister Bao nodded. Yes, likely so. Let us go. The 4, alongside the drone, walked nearly 200 meters before spotting the nest of pig-headed creatures, as described by Qin Feng. There are 3. A young girl named Anbei, merely 19, spoke up. Her talent was only gray, with a mere 2 points and various attributes. If she were on Blue Star, she would be half stronger than an average person. Winning an Olympic championship would be a breeze, although luck would be necessary to avoid the judges from Sakura country. However, in the battlefield, such strength was hardly sufficient. How do we fight? Gu Pu, slightly better off with her white talent, was a year younger than Anbei. Now, seeing the monsters right before them, she had finally gathered her courage, only to feel timid again. Suri surveyed the surroundings, noting there were no other threats, just as Mr. Qin had indicated. There were indeed only 3 pig-headed monsters. I will handle 2, and you all can work together to slay 1. How does that sound? The 2 girls exchanged glances and nodded silently. With that, the 3 cautiously approached, with Ada following closely behind. TSK, what a pity. They are hardly older than my younger sister. My sister, that glutton, is probably lounging in front of the air conditioner, giggling at her phone. Above, keep talking. I believe Master Qin Feng is being a bit unreasonable this time, sending out a few women while he sleeps soundly at home. Do you have a problem with that? Can't my husband take a day off? He has searched for so many resources and brought so many benefits to Dragon Country. What is wrong with resting for a day? No objections, I wouldn't dare. I was wrong. Haha. Master Qin Feng has a hidden identity, allowing him to act as he pleases. As the scene unfolds, Qin Feng, though meditating, remains not entirely engrossed in his practice. The drone captures images, timely displaying them before him. Mark 3 hovers nearby, vigilant in its protective duty, ensuring that the 3 guardians of the Neo Kingdom do not find themselves in peril during their inaugural mission. Moreover, Sister Bao is following closely behind them, rendering this undertaking seemingly foolproof. As Suri and her companions stealthily advance, they draw ever closer. At this moment, they reached the distance necessary to trigger the battlefield notification. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the Neo Kingdom guardians Suri and Bei and Gu Pu for discovering an E-grade resource point. 1 ton of gold. This message materializes before all present. To Qin Feng's astonishment, beneath a small horde of lowly creatures, the white chest conceals a resource point of 1 ton of gold. How remarkable! It appears that one must no longer underestimate white chests. They may indeed harbor valuable resources. By the heavens! A gold resource point. This is a fortune. Goodness. It's merely 1 ton. Do you not realize that 1 ton requires 100-fold manifestation? That equates to 100 tons of gold. The largest gold mine in the Dragon Kingdom has over 500 tons. Is it possible? Are we truly striking it rich? Upon the battlefield alert, it becomes apparent that the monsters have been roused. Roar. 3 headstrong pig-headed beings charge towards the intruders with unison. Suri, initially startled by the sudden onslaught, quickly regains her composure. She tears off the corpse-restraining talisman from Ada's forehead and shakes the soul-capturing bell. With urgency, Ada, show no mercy. With a fierce awakening, Ada's eyes snap open, and the sight of several lively blood bags before him is quite a revelation. In an elegant swoop, Ada extends his arms and, with a nimble push off the ground, lunges forward. The lead pig-headed creature, bewildered by the approach of an unusual kin, is momentarily at a loss. What is this? Such long tusks. Are you the Pig King? In this moment of hesitation, Ada leaps forth. His fingers plunge deep into the chest of the pig-headed creature with a resounding thrust. A howl escapes the creature as it drops its hefty club. Thud, thud, thud. The club crashes against Ada's head, sending wood chips flying. Unfazed, Ada opens his mouth, and the sound of blood being greedily consumed fills the air. The other 2 pig-headed beings pay no heed to the fate of their comrade. Their focus is solely on their designated prey. One charges towards Suri. Suri raises her tang down and shouts, "Ya!" before engaging in battle. The other targets in Bei, barreling directly at her. In Bei, paralyzed by fear, trembles, nearly losing grip on her Tang Dao. Do not fear. If you are afraid, you will not prevail against your opponent. Sister Bao encourages from behind. Go forth. You two. One on the left and one on the right. Encircle it, leveraging your speed and numerical advantage. There's no problem at all. With a rallying cry, Anbei and Gupu charge forward, displaying their cleverness by employing Bao'er's strategy. As they moved swiftly, they consistently positioned themselves on either side, trapping their opponent in the middle. Although a few sneaky strikes might not be fatal, they effectively drew blood now and then, causing the pig-headed creature to become dizzy from excessive bleeding and spin in place. Just then, Otto arrived in search of a fresh blood pack. It leaped next to the blood-drained pig-headed monster and opened its mouth wide. However, after only a few sips, it found the blood pack depleted. Looking around, Serena was still engaged in combat. Otto hopped and darted, arms outstretched, securing a new blood pack. Gurgle, gurgle. Serena chuckled. Otto seemed to be relishing the drink. After a fierce skirmish, she realized that the E-level monsters were not particularly formidable, so she left the opponent for Otto to enjoy. At this moment, Anbei and Gupu, though somewhat disheveled, were expressions of joy. They had discovered that they could indeed overcome E-level monsters. Otto tossed the blood pack in the air and let out a triumphant howl. It seemed the greatest reward from this battle belonged to it. On the ground lay 3 pig-headed monsters, afflicted by corpse poison, incessantly writhing about. Serena promptly approached and, employing the technique taught by her master, cast a spell. Instantly, the thrashing creatures fell silent. Battlefield notification: congratulations to the guardians of the Kingdom of Near, Serena, Anbei, and Gupu for slaying 3 E-level pig-headed monsters. Battlefield notification: congratulations to the guardians of the Kingdom of Near, Serena, Anbei, and Gupu for capturing an E-level resource point, 1 ton of gold. These 2 notifications floated before all the guardians. Qin Feng smiled. Jarvis, prepare to bring back some gold. The materials in our warehouse will eventually run out. We need to devise a way to replenish them. The Mark series mechs primarily utilize a gold titanium alloy. This alloy is composed of 99 gold and 1 titanium metal. In Qin Feng's plan, the larger the scale of the mech army, the better. This necessitates a substantial consumption of gold. Titanium is not an issue. There are plenty of such materials in the battlefield warehouse, but gold is lacking. Currently, it remains uncertain whether future system reward packages will include mech materials. Nevertheless, it is wise to be prepared. Jarvis responded, yes, sir. Chapter 77, Primary Defense Tower. On the other side, Sister Bao'er was quite delighted with her new friend's victory. I told you, no problem at all, she exclaimed, stepping forward to pull in Bei and Gupu along, both of whom smiled in return. With a joyful spirit, Sister Bao'er declared, come, let us return to playing with mud. The crowd was taken aback. Why does she refer to pottery as playing with mud? Haha, pottery is indeed playing with mud. Indeed. My wife speaks the truth. Is it not merely playing with mud? Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, 100-fold manifestation of E-grade resources, 1 ton of gold. At this point, the other guardians understood the consequences of becoming a vassal state. All the resources they had discovered now belonged to the suzerain state. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I wondered why others would protect you and your borders for no reason. The cost was clear. Alas, unless absolutely necessary, it is wiser to dedicate oneself to one's own nation, risking one's life in the hope of reaping some benefits for the homeland. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of the Neil Kingdom felt a pang of jealousy, quite a bitter one. Before becoming a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, the 3 guardians had been too afraid to step outside their homes. And now, having just become a subordinate, they stumbled upon a significant gold mine. Even a celestial being would feel envious. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, however, were reveling in delight. At that moment, they were discussing the trends in gold prices in the live broadcast. This is quite impressive. Is it possible that gold prices will drop? I could buy my wife some jewelry just in time for the Qixi festival. Drop? Not a chance. But at least the raw gold materials for the Dragon Kingdom won't be restricted. What? Gold can be used as a raw material? Of course. Your smartphone contains gold, and many high-tech devices rely on it. Certain physical properties of gold cannot be replaced by other metals. Thank you for the enlightening information. I'm now thoroughly educated. Li Tai from the National War Department ordered strict measures to prevent the public from selling gold nuggets. He also instructed the Geological Department to collaborate with various regions to expedite the investigation of the exact locations of gold mines. After all, 100 tons of gold is no trivial amount. Given the nature of the battlefield, the resources manifested are of high quality, and the difficulty of extraction should not be too great. Indeed, it could be described as remarkably easy. This is why Li Tai was concerned that citizens wandering in the mountains and forests might inadvertently stumble upon gold nuggets. In the battlefield, Mark III slowly approached. As it passed by Sister Bao'er, her cheerful demeanor instantly faded. Humph. She turned her face away, refusing to look at Mark III, and quickly returned with the two women. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was entirely oblivious to her sulking. He was engrossed in cultivating the opening of heaven, Qi manipulation chapter. Hovering over the resource point, there remained an unopened white treasure chest. Suri was busy casting spells to control her newly acquired subordinates. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, Suri promptly ceased her tasks and jogged over to greet him. Mr. Qin, she addressed him with utmost care. Excuse me, sir, Jarvis reminded Qin Feng. Suri is speaking with you at the National Gate. He adeptly projected the live scene onto a holographic display. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly. He observed Suri in the white treasure chest on the ground and said, "You may open the chest. It is your reward." Suri appeared somewhat astonished and apprehensive. Lowering her head as she replied, "I dare not." Qin Feng shook his head in silence, assuring her that there was no need for such caution. They were all compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, even without considering that the Kingdom of Neil was a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, the connection through Uncle Jiu meant she need not be overly formal. As he spoke, he surveyed the gold mine, which was evidently an open-pit mine. The ground was scattered with gold nuggets the size of a thumb. The extraction difficulty of this gold mine was minimal. He preferred Suri to open the treasure chest primarily because he was not present at the scene, and the condition of the Mark III upon opening the chest was unpredictable. It was more prudent to let Suri handle it. Upon hearing this, Suri felt a surge of joy. "Yes, Mr. Qin, I understand." Following his instructions, she opened the white treasure chest. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Suri, the guardian of the Kingdom of Neil, for obtaining a white treasure chest. For the first time, amidst numerous notifications of rewards, Suri saw her own announcement, which caused her to be overwhelmed with emotion. Just yesterday, she had hidden at the National Gate, too fearful to step outside, only to be instantly defeated. Today, not only could she command zombies stronger than D-level monsters in battle, but she had also acquired a treasure chest. All of this was thanks to her master and the esteemed Mr. Qin before her. Momentarily at a loss for words, Suri was further delighted by the personal notifications that followed. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a century-old peach with sword X1. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 crimson crystals. Battlefield notification. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 black iron ores. Gazing at the multitude of rewards, her heart was particularly drawn to the century-old peach with sword. Her master possessed one, claiming it was gifted by Mr. Qin. She was astounded to have received one herself. For a Maoshan practitioner, the peachwood sword held profound significance. Now, as a descendant of Maoshan, Suri had her very own peachwood sword. Qin Feng remarked, "The tasks here have been completed. You may return now." Suri respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Qin." Subsequently, she shook her soul-capturing bell, and the 4 zombies hopped along, accompanying her back to the corpse-rearing ground. At the resource point, Jarvis maneuvered Mark III to fire 2 cannon shots at the gold mine. A cascade of golden particles erupted, revealing visible gold nuggets. Some were as small as a thumb, while others were as large as a fist. Indeed, this was a high-quality gold mine, eliminating the need for the washing and screening process. Situated far from water sources, one would expect difficulties in mining a typical gold mine. However, here, one could simply bend down to collect gold nuggets, dismissing the finer sand-like gold altogether. After several hours, Mark III managed to gather over 600 kilograms of gold nuggets. With these reserves, even if the system does not reward mech materials, it is temporarily sufficient. Qin Feng retrieved the blueprint for the basic defense tower. Defense tower, basic, required materials, wood X300, stone X100, steel X500, crimson crystal X300. Description, a steel-structured defense tower, primarily made of crimson crystal, which can also serve as an emergency backup energy source, capable of emitting a powerful shockwave. It inflicts fatal damage on targets with weak defenses or low bodily strength. Construction time required, 360 minutes, insufficient materials. It turns out to be a creation born from the game. Jarvis, did you see that? The crimson crystal can indeed be used as an energy source. The description of the blueprint clearly indicates that crimson crystal not only serves as a building material, but can also function as an emergency energy source. Jarvis responded, "Information has been recorded, sir." Based on the description, it can be inferred that crimson crystal is not a standard energy source. Indeed, Qin Feng also observed this. Perhaps there are even more energy-dense materials. He glanced at the materials in his National War warehouse. He had only 200 crimson crystals, while 300 were needed to construct the defense tower. He was short by a full 100. Wait, didn't Suri just open a blind box and receive 30? Qin Feng contemplated the idea of approaching Suri. Jarvis searched through the records of Suri's box opening from a few hours ago and replied, "Yes, sir. We should find an opportunity to request them from Uncle Jiu, but we are still short by 70. Chapter 78. discovering the National Gate that night. It was indeed true that Sister Bao'er paid no heed to Qin Feng. Even the allure of entertaining drones could not sway her. After assisting Uncle Jiu in burying the dead, she went off to play in the mud with Bei, relishing the peace that came with uninterrupted cultivation. Qin Feng found himself quite content. To Qin Feng's astonishment, Uncle Jiu had sent Bei back with a plethora of materials collected by Suri. According to him, henceforth, the rewards gathered by the team would be uniformly distributed and managed by Qin Feng. Naturally, Uncle Jiu retained the peachwood sword that Suri had acquired, demonstrating his discernment. Qin Feng smiled broadly. Before he could utter a word, Uncle Jiu voluntarily surrendered the findings. At that moment, Jarvis reported, indicating the discovery of 3 white treasure chests and 2 corpse nurturing grounds. After a full day of exploration and scanning, the 20-plus drones dispatched had yielded substantial results. All drones had entered sleep mode, and upon the dawn's arrival, they would unfurl their solar charging membranes and commence their recharging. Upon completion of the report, the studio's holographic projection unveiled a 3D virtual map. The map centered around the National Gate of the Dragon Kingdom, encircled by a vast desert. Beyond the desert lay a terrain dominated by mountains and hills. Most of the explored regions were situated a considerable 40 kilometers from the National Gate. The furthest reached by any drone was the first one, which ventured an impressive 67 kilometers to the east. Ceasing his cultivation, Qin Feng rose to stretch his limbs. He observed that the 3 small red dots on the map marked the locations of the 3 white treasure chests. Additionally, there were 24 small green dots scattered at various edges of the map. The further the exploration ventured, the broader the areas assigned to each drone. Unfortunately, despite the relentless pursuit eastward, the drones had yet to locate the entrance to the Sakura country, which left Qin Feng somewhat disheartened. What is the status of the wild monsters? Qin Feng inquired. Unfailingly, they are all E-rank beasts known as pighead men. With 2 locations hosting 3 of them and 1 location containing 4, Jarvis replied. Very well, Qin Feng said. Let Suri and her companions venture out for a hunt tomorrow. I hope we can find enough crimson crystals from these 3 treasure chests. Though, I do not hold high hopes, as today, Suri encountered the lowest tier white treasure chest, which yielded an astonishing 30 units of crimson crystals. However, with 3 treasure chests awaiting her tomorrow, there remains a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, diligent Suri was currently at the corpse nurturing ground, learning about feng shui under Uncle Jiu's guidance. Her primary task was to study the intricacies of nurturing grounds. As the number of subordinates requiring investment was steadily increasing, and the current nurturing grounds were insufficient, today, Uncle Jiu was in high spirits, passionately lecturing and referencing classical texts, which enriched Suri's understanding of her homeland. This was especially true as his apprentice had achieved resounding success on her first mission, not only assisting Brother Qin in gathering useful materials but also acquiring 3 new subordinates. Uncle Jiu was confident that, given time, his army of zombies would sweep triumphantly across the battlefield of their nation. At dawn the following day, the fully charged drones soared into the sky once more. Suri has received a new assignment from Qin Feng. This time, Sister Bao'er did not accompany them. Yesterday, the 3 sisters gained a profound understanding of their own abilities and have developed the courage to stand on their own. Today's objective is merely to confront a couple of pig-headed creatures. Thus Sister Bao'er felt quite at ease. Though a flicker of irritation lingered in her heart, she conceded that the young man's words held merit. Master, I shall take my leave, Suri declared, accompanied by her 2 companions and Park Jong-hwan. As they bid farewell to their master, Park Jong-hwan had invested a day and night to improve his strength. Very well, go forth. With this golden-armored corpse by your side, the lesser foes should pose no challenge, said Uncle Jiu, who was also busy preparing his belongings. At this moment, he was set to take the remaining uninvested zombies elsewhere. Uncle Jiu was invigorated upon learning that Qin Feng had discovered 2 new burial grounds for the undead. The 3rd wave of assault was imminent, and he still had a significant number of underlings who had yet to invest. These 2 burial sites would prove invaluable. Oh, the great Qin Feng is truly committed to the relentless pursuit of bloodthirsty capital. Per Suri, is it that she believes the battlefield lacks telephone poles? Do not speak ill of my husband. He has been quietly following to protect them. I can assure you that the great Qin Feng is at home, sound asleep. The one trailing behind is merely his alter ego. As netizens have noted, Qin Feng remained ensconced in his workshop, with no worthy adversaries to confront outside. He devoted his time to training and researching spiritual energy at home, thereby sustaining his livelihood. In silence, Suri and her 2 companions swiftly arrived at the first lair of wild creatures. With Park Jong-hwan's assistance, they soon dispatched 3 pig-headed beings. We did it. Anbei and Gu Pu cheered exuberantly, having never before experienced such ease in vanquishing monsters. This time, their combined efforts led to a kill that shattered their previous record of 0. Regrettably, Suri's minions only managed to procure 2 additional creatures. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of Neil Country, Surrey, for acquiring a white treasure chest. The Guardians were left bewildered. Another Guardian from Neil Country? What on earth? Had they become so ferocious since becoming a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom? Within less than a day, they had discovered yet another treasure chest. The astonishment was not confined to the Guardians. Even the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt this was excessively audacious. My goodness, the efficiency of resource gathering is astounding. With the fleet of drones commanded by the great Qin Feng, the workers can be exploited even more ruthlessly. It resembles the new computer my company provided me. Efficiency has indeed increased, yet I scarcely find time for a bathroom break. Those wicked capitalists. Don't even get me started. Our factory's assembly line has been upgraded, significantly enhancing product output. Moreover, it seems that Zhonghuan Appa has become even more formidable. Where's the little sister from Kimchi country? I must screenshot this good news to tell them that their Appa has grown stronger. Having organized themselves, Surrey and her companions promptly set off for their next destination. Meanwhile, Qin Feng at the national border felt a twinge of disappointment. As expected, there were no crimson crystals to be found. This time, aside from steel and dark iron ore, the sole prize from the white treasure chest was a Tang sword. Qin Feng no longer paid attention to Surrey, harboring little hope. Just as he was about to enter a state of cultivation, Jarvis reported, "Sir, Drone 1 has discovered the entrance to the pickled vegetable kingdom." Qin Feng's eyes shot open. Instead of finding the fortunate fellow enjoying life, he stumbled upon an unfortunate soul instead. On the holographic map, the only stationary green dot indicated Drone 1, which had located the entrance to the pickled vegetable kingdom. The footage captured by Drone 1 was now being projected in real time on the holographic display. The grand inscription of Pickled Vegetable Kingdom elicited a wave of disdain from Qin Feng. TSK, TSK, treating pickles as a national treasure. How impoverished must one be to resort to such measures? No wonder they resorted to stealing from others. With a fleeting moment of sarcasm, Qin Feng soared out of the country's borders, heading straight for the entrance of the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom. Today, he intended to annihilate them. Chapter 79. The Four-Nation Alliance. I was indeed correct. The true form of the great Qin Feng is at the Nation S-Gate. Goodness, after sleeping for an entire day and night at home, I have finally awakened. What is this whirlwind of activity about? The live broadcast clearly reveals Qin Feng's remarkable speed. He seldom travels at such a pace. Who knows? Perhaps he has discovered some extraordinary benefit? Oh no. At this moment, a Dragon Kingdom citizen returning from the Kimchi Nation's live stream, where they were subjected to ridicule, reports back. The Eagle Nation has gathered the guardians of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Kangaroo Nation, advancing towards the Dragon Kingdom's gate. What? Are they here to deliver provisions? Such a fortunate turn of events? I must confirm this. Indeed, it must be George from the Eagle Nation leading the charge. One could guess that even with one's eyes closed. How astute you are upstairs. But really, do they not fear for their lives? As netizens have remarked, at this moment, the Eagle Nation, accompanied by the guardians from 3 other nations, is making its way toward the Dragon Kingdom with a total of 8 individuals. Commander, I still feel that this is unwise. The speaker is Kim Min-yong, the newly appointed guardian of the Kimchi Nation, who replaced Park Young-hwan. He possesses a red talent and is an ordinary insurance salesman on Blue Star. Aside from his eloquence, he has little else to his name other than a few years of military service in the Kimchi Nation. The mandatory conscription in the Kimchi Nation has allowed his red talent to manifest somewhat. What could possibly be wrong? George, with a click, chambered a round in his M4. Had this lad not brought some weapons, George would have likely slapped him across the face. Kim Min-yong is articulate and perceptive. At this moment, realizing he could still speak, he began to offer his counsel. You cannot comprehend the ferocity of the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Qin Feng. During his time on Blue Star, he frequently watched the Dragon Kingdom's live streams. Qin Feng's moments of glory have consistently left foreign audiences in awe. Kim Min-yong could never have imagined that he would one day face Qin Feng. On the day he became a guardian, he was utterly terrified. He does not wish to confront Qin Feng, nor does he want to end up like Park Young-hwan in that ghastly state. After Min-yong's remarks, both Mei Chuanku and De Wint from the Kangaroo Nation began to reconsider their involvement. Not only them, but also Li Jinsuk, who had accompanied Min-yong, felt 1,000 reservations. When Kim Min-yong first appeared at the gate of the Kimchi Nation, he had shared with the other 2 guardians his observations from the live stream. Both he and Park Young-hwan are black belts in Taekwondo, yet Park possesses a golden talent. Look at what has become of him, a zombie. How much worse would it be for himself? Having noticed the trepidation of the lackeys, David swiftly slapped Kim Min-yong across the face. 2A. Were it not for the fact that you provided me with a Gatling gun, I would have killed you by now. After being selected as a guardian, the Kimchi Nation's chief immediately prepared 2 large bags of weapons for him. To appease the Eagle Nation, they even included a Gatling gun. Moreover, The nation of Eagle Sauce has commanded him to eliminate the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom at any opportunity that arises. Their sole purpose is to obstruct all development of the Dragon Kingdom. George received the order, and both personally and professionally, he must eliminate Qin Feng. Jin Min-young touched his swollen face, hesitant to speak further. George snarled, no matter how formidable Qin Feng may be, he is but a single individual. We have 8 men here, nearly all possessing red talents. What do we have to fear from him? Among the 4 nations, 8 guardians were present, with the exception of David, who possessed a purple talent, while the others were all endowed with red talents. Furthermore, George had taken precautions, leaving 1 person from each nation at their borders. Even if they fell, there would be no significant loss, as they would not face total annihilation, thus sparing their respective nations from retribution. As long as we do not encounter that foul woman from the Dragon Kingdom, we have nothing to fear. If we perish, we shall return, George added. Mei Chuan Ku furrowed his brow. Which foul woman do you refer to? The one with the white talent? Naturally. He was speaking of Sister Bao'er. She had slain the golden talent Park Jong-hwan and had earned quite a reputation among the guardians. George shook his head in exasperation. His subordinates were increasingly foolish. No, not her. It is that wretched woman named Lin Fengjiao. She is an evil witch, able to transform corpses into zombies, rendering the battlefield incapable of resurrection. What else could she be? Well, based on Qin Feng's previous activities, the border of the Dragon Kingdom should be in this direction. George called out, let us proceed. The group dared not voice further objections. George was not wrong. 8 individuals acting together posed little threat. With this thought, they steeled their resolve and continued onward. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the battlefield notification for Suri appeared once again. Battlefield notification, congratulations to the guardian of the nation of Near, Suri, for obtaining a white treasure chest. George and Mei Chuan Ku simultaneously spat, cursing, damn it, 8 gods. The Eagle Sauce nation continues to oppose us even on the battlefield. How is this possible? Not only can they bring weapons when they switch guardians, but they can also transmit messages. This is blatant cheating. I devised a plan for the Eagle Sauce nation. They can continually slay their comrades and keep swapping guardians. Each time they change guardians, they bring a plethora of weapons to the battlefield. They could sacrifice countless lives and still transport armaments for 10 armies to the battlefield. What do they have to fear from the great Qin Feng? Goodness. How could you conceive such a devious scheme? You truly are a clever little imp. Stop with the cleverness. Is there a chance that the great Qin Feng might actually encounter them? Blast it. We were once bullied by the 8-nation alliance, and now on the battlefield, we face a 4-nation coalition. They're merely dreaming. While the inhabitants of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom worried for Qin Feng, he was already nearing the borders of the Kimchi Kingdom. Meanwhile, George and his companions from Eagle Sauce, en route to the Dragon Kingdom, unexpectedly encountered Suri, who had just completed the 2nd wave of wild encounters. Oh, I have a bad feeling. I sense Uncle Jiu is about to go berserk. Suri, run. Alas. We must urgently inform the esteemed Master Qin Feng. We must rally support at once. And what of Sister Bao'er? Was she not to protect them for eternity? At this moment, the entire nation of Neil is anxiously glued to the live broadcast. Li Tai from the National War Department wears a grave expression. He has also received intelligence regarding the commands from the Eagle Nation's headquarters. However, witnessing George of the Eagle Nation brazenly articulate it during the live stream unsettles him greatly. The guardians of his vassal state now find themselves confronted by such scoundrels, and a profound sense of helplessness wells up within him. Where's Qin Feng now? Li Tai inquired of his deputy. The deputy swiftly retrieved Qin Feng's image. He is still soaring through the skies. Judging by his trajectory, velocity, and flight duration, it appears he has likely missed the Eagle Nation's guardians and is quite far from Sully. Further away, indeed. This implies that assistance may arrive too late. However, the deputy added, Qin Feng's idle mech is being operated by his artificial intelligence, trailing closely behind Sully. Upon hearing this, Li Tai felt a slight alleviation of his worries. If we factor in Park Jong-hwan, he began to contemplate the comparative strengths of both sides. Chapter 80, Park Jong-hwan takes action. Is she Lin Fengjiao? Mei Chuan Ku was taken aback upon encountering Suri and the enigmatic presence of Park Jong-hwan behind her. His speech faltered. George and the others also felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that their worst fears had materialized. Just moments ago, they had spoken of the possibility of resurrection as long as they did not cross paths with Lin Fengjiao, and now they found themselves in the jaws of danger. Jin Min-young exclaimed loudly, she is not Lin Fengjiao. She is Suri, the guardian of the Neil Kingdom. Before taking on the mantle of guardian, Jin Min-young had witnessed Park Jong-hwan slay Suri during a live broadcast. Hearing his words, George felt a measure of relief. This meant the 2 young women accompanying Suri must also be guardians of the Neil Kingdom. Humph, you Dragon Kingdom folk are quite audacious. Sending guardians from other nations to toil for resources. What a lucrative enterprise this is. George's mind raced as he turned his gaze towards the guardians from the three nearby nations. What do you intend to do? Suri. Encountering guardians from outside the Dragon Kingdom for the first time, sensed the hostility and felt a twinge of panic. And Bei and Gu Pu, too, were visibly shaken. Haha, three lovely ladies. Meichuan Ku and Matsushita exchanged lecherous glances, while Jin Minyong and his companions wore expressions of disdain. These are your so-called lovely ladies? To be frank, aside from Suri, who can barely be considered beautiful, the other two are still quite juvenile. Have the men from Sakura Kingdom lost their standards? How despicable. A group of grown men bullying three defenseless women. Suri, quickly summon reinforcements. Call upon the great Qin Feng, or at the very least, summon Sister Bao'er. The great Qin has flown far away, and even Sister Bao'er would merely be adding to the meat for the slaughter. Alas, I fear for Suri and her companions. Their odds do not look favorable. I do not necessarily see this as a dire outcome. Should Suri perish, Uncle Jiu will be irrevocably transformed. Abandoning any notions of guardianship and kindness. Kill Uncle Jiu, annihilate them all and turn them into zombies. On the battlefield, George gestured. And 8 burly men slowly advanced upon Suri. Little girl, we shall not make things difficult for you. As long as you cooperate and disclose the location of the Dragon Kingdom, we will spare you. Ha ha ha. Come, let us have some fun together. As the 8 men closed in, their weapons glimmered ominously in the light. What concerned Suri most were the firearms wielded by George and David. Bah! Suri spat defiantly. You ignorant wretches! Even in death, we shall not betray the location of the Dragon Kingdom's gates. With that, she raised the soul bell, its chime resonating through the air, causing Jin Minyong's expression to shift dramatically. She can control zombies too. The soul bell was a signature weapon of Uncle Jiu, and Jin Minyong was well acquainted with its capabilities. What? Before George and the others could comprehend the situation, a chilling sound emerged from behind Suri and her companions. Ha! Ha! Following the sound, several grotesque, pig-headed creatures emerged from the tall grass, drawing closer with each movement. As the tension escalated, George and his companions felt their hearts race. Zombies? Is this what Lin Fengxiao has concocted? Even David, usually bold, swallowed hard. He raised his Gatling gun before him, the chain of bullets sliding from his shoulder to his arm, poised for action. Humph. My master said there is no need to show mercy to you, American intruders. Suri glanced around and added, and you, Cherry Blossom and Kimchi nations. Which country do you hail from? Those singled out shrank back. The 2 guardians from the land down under turned pale and hastily gestured to decline. Would they be foolish enough to announce their allegiance and find themselves on the enemy's list? Allowing these witches to transform into zombies would render the battlefield uninhabitable. Duant regretted following the Americans to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. With urgency, the command was clear. Kill, without mercy. Suri pointed her soul bell, and 4 zombie pin men lunged at the enemies. Kill. Destroy them. George shouted. Instantly, the 8 individuals collided with the 4 zombies. Be careful. Don't let them bite you. Kim Minyong cautioned, for a bite would turn you into someone like Park Jong-hwan. His warning sent a wave of trepidation through the others. Suri quickly grabbed her 2 companions and exclaimed, Run, hurry. She was acutely aware of the strength of the newly transformed pig-headed zombies. Relying on them to defeat the Guardians was akin to dreaming the impossible. They wouldn't just fail to kill, they couldn't even hold their ground for long. In an instant, the trio fled. Monsters, behold the might of my Gatling. David roared, pulling the trigger. The Gatling spun, unleashing flames of fury. He instantly became the focal point of the battlefield. The pig-headed zombies were swiftly reduced to a gory mess by the barrage of bullets. They had only recently transformed and had not undergone any enhancements, their physical strength akin to that of E-grade monsters. Ha ha ha, is this it? David laughed maniacally. I expected zombies to be formidable, yet they are nothing but this. Kim Minyong felt embarrassed. Surely it can't be so. Wasn't he Park Jong-hwan formidable? George shot him a fierce glare. His false report had delayed them just long enough for Suri and her companions to escape. Chase them. Don't let them get away. George shouted, and the 8 left behind a pile of gore as they pursued. With their exceptional talents, they caught up to Suri and the others in mere moments. Humph. Now let us see where you run to. Song displayed a wicked grin. Since arriving in this cursed place, he hadn't experienced such exhilaration. And Bei and Gu Pu were left pale and shaken. Though armed with Tang's swords, their courage to fight was lacking. The guardians before them represented the elite on the battlefield. Meanwhile, they were merely of gray-white talent, with scant battle experience. You are courting death, Suri shouted. And the soul bell rang once more. Suddenly, a familiar bald figure leaped from the underbrush. It was. Jin Minyong was astonished. Park Jong-hwan. It was indeed him, Park Jong-hwan. Jin Minyong felt a tumult of emotions upon unexpectedly encountering Park Jong-hwan once more. In the realm of Blue Star's Kimchi Nation, Park Jong-hwan was a veritable superstar. How had he fallen to such a wretched state? After investing heavily, Park Jong-hwan appeared disheveled, his body nearly drenched in blood. Sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, his appearance was truly difficult to behold. After dispatching a second layer of wild monsters, and while savoring his last delectable meal, Su Li and his companions stumbled upon this detestable group. At that moment, having feasted on blood, Park Jong-hwan's ferocity surged upon seeing more blood bags presented to him, especially that of humans. Park Jong-hwan leaped an astounding 20 meters, eagerly yearning to taste human blood. Fire! David shoot. George, in a state of urgency, raised his M4 and unleashed a rapid barrage. David, receiving the command, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what zombies, just watch me. In an instant, 2 guns, one large and one small, spewed forth fiery tongues. Notably, the terrifying trajectory of the Gatling gun created a continuous line of fire aimed directly at Park Jong-hwan. Chapter 81. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Bang. The bullet struck Park Jong-hwan's body, sparks flying. It was utterly ineffective. Instantly, George and the others were rendered speechless. David, too, was in disbelief. The Gatling gun, which he had so proudly wielded, could merely tickle the opponent? No, this cannot be. David continued to fire, the Gatling gun roaring incessantly. The bullet chain on his arm clattered down, nearing its end. Stop shooting, conserve your ammunition, George shouted. But it was too late. The bullets David had brought were now expended. At this moment, Jin Minyoung trembled in fear. Yet a hint of arrogance played upon his face as he glanced at George, as if to say, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. You 4. Restrain him. We will capture those 3 women, George commanded, pointing towards the guardians of Kimchi Country and Cherry Blossom Country. Immediately, the expressions of the 4 turned cold, their faces pale with apprehension. Jin Minyoung tentatively spoke, Commander, we are also quite adept at tracking. George shot him a glare. This man had been defying him from the start. You had better follow orders, he threatened. The undeniable tone of his voice made Jin Minyoung suspect that uttering another word could lead to his demise. Why yes, Commander. The 8 promptly split into teams. Meituan and his companions were equally displeased. Why should the perilous task fall to them? Damn it. This was a zombie they were dealing with. They could easily be bitten. Though reluctant, they nonetheless engaged Park Jong-hwan. Park Jong-hwan stood his ground against the 4, showing no signs of yielding. He was endowed with golden talent. Towering above these 4 inabilities, now transformed into a zombie, having invested a day and night in enhancements, and imbibing considerable fresh blood, his combat prowess had surged significantly. Moreover, Meituan and his companions were hesitant, merely entangling him without daring to fight to the death. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate. Is Park Jong-hwan really this formidable? Impressive. Zombies fear nothing, impervious to blades and bullets. Meituan and his team are in trouble. Where is Park Jong-hwan's fan club? Why aren't they coming to his aid while their appa is being besieged? With Park Jong-hwan reduced to this state, what fan club remains? It has long since disbanded. Oh. Women. So heartless. Look, Suri and the others are about to be caught. Damn, for grown men bullying a few women. On the battlefield, George and his companions finally caught up to Suri. The 3 women ran breathlessly, their pale faces glistening with sweat. We will fight them to the bitter end, Suri declared, brandishing her knife defiantly. The other 2 women, equally resolute, brandished their weapons. At this juncture, death seemed the only option. Falling into the hands of these scoundrels could only lead to a dreadful fate. Moreover, they were determined to keep the location of Long Country's gate a secret. Dream on. Oh, isn't this Mr. George from Eagle Sauce Country? Just then, a familiar voice resonated. Subsequently, an unsettling whoosh sound sent shivers down George's spine. Could it be that the Iron Man was nearby? As George lifted his gaze, he beheld the Mark III gracefully descending from the sky. The Mark III had been trailing behind Surue and her companions from a distance, allowing them to confront the wild beast alone and fortify their resolve. Unbeknownst to Surue and her companions, Mr. Qin had been shadowing them all along. At this moment, they gazed at the Mark III in astonishment. Mr. Qin? It was indeed Mr. Qin. Anbei and Gupu were so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down their faces. In their hearts, they felt utterly unworthy of receiving Mr. Qin's vigilant protection. While the 3 women reveled in their naive sentiments, the Mark III hovered above them. Qin Feng was now not far from the borders of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Having attracted Jarvis's attention due to the recent skirmish, it dawned on Qin Feng that others were nearing his homeland. Unfortunately, Surue and her companions had encountered adversaries. Sir, the entrance to the Pickled Cabbage Nation lies ahead, Jarvis reminded him. Qin Feng landed on a sand dune, gazing distantly at the entrance of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. At that moment, there was still one individual bustling about at the gate, maintaining the artificially excavated structures. To his surprise, these individuals had even constructed a mid-level wall. He had underestimated them. First, he would deal with Surue and then attend to him. Qin Feng settled behind the sand dune, while the HUD before him displayed the real-time footage from the Mark III, which he controlled personally. Jarvis, dispatch 2 drones for precaution, he instructed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, upon seeing Mr. Qin's arrival, Surue and the others felt an immense sense of relief. How dare you reveal yourself? Today, you shall meet your demise here, George declared with a fierce tone. Let us not be hasty. Qin Feng's voice emanated from the Mark III. I share the same sentiment. However, who might you be? Qin Feng's gaze fixed upon the two individuals from Kangaroo Nation. Duan stared at the cold mask of the mech, unable to see Qin Feng's eyes. Yet in his vivid imagination, he was certain that Qin Feng was radiating murderous intent. I. Duan stammered, hesitant to reveal his name. That would be foolish. Qin Feng had previously declared that anyone conducting business with Eagle Sauce Nation was his enemy. Moreover, he was currently opposing Dragon Nation alongside Eagle Sauce Nation. Duan did not wish to incur the wrath of Dragon Nation. Secretly plotting mischief would be unwise. We are the guardians of Kangaroo Nation. This is Duan, and this is Albert. We are all endowments of the Crimson Talent. Let us see if you survive. Duan exclaimed. What the hell? Albert added, damn Eagle Sauce people. Having their names exposed in such a manner, the two from Kangaroo Nation cursed George inwardly multiple times. Alas, the Kangaroo individuals were at a loss for words, unable to curse as eloquently as they might wish. Despite their displeasure, George reveled in his triumph. The Kangaroo Nation has managed to deeply offend the Dragon Nation, thus binding itself irrevocably to the Eagle Nation. Qin Feng chuckled, thinking to himself who it might be, only to discover it was indeed the guardian of the Kangaroo Nation. I recall we once engaged in trade, did we not? Previously, Qin Feng had sold them tang swords and water. With a hint of mockery, he inquired, what? Has your godfather truly agreed to sell you water? At this, the two from the Kangaroo Nation were momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that their ally was indeed devoid of righteousness. However, the arrows were already knocked, and there was no turning back. They had already offended the Dragon Nation. Qin Feng shrugged, saying, very well, if you seek death, then so be it. Suri, return swiftly. I shall handle this. Suri and the other two looked back with tearful eyes, Mr. Qin. Yet, Qin Feng, possessing only a purple talent, stood alone against 8 adversaries. How could he possibly prevail? Return at once. Obey my command. A trace of authority resonated in Qin Feng's voice, compelling Suri and the others to comply. The 3 women retreated quickly, and as they departed, Suri cast one last glance at Qin Feng. Chapter 82. Remote Warfare on the Ground. George quietly cautioned, be careful. His mech is armed with a missile of considerable power. As for the missile's potency, David had first-hand experience, though he retained no memory of it, as a single shot had obliterated him at the hands of Qin Feng. Additionally, the shoulder-mounted weaponry boasted a small-caliber cannon, which had previously been the cause of George's demise. The sound, amplified and noise-cancelled through Jarvis, reached Qin Feng's ears with clarity, prompting him to scoff. Cannon? Really? As he spoke, the shoulder armor opened, revealing 6 gun barrels that swiftly aimed at the 4 individuals and fired simultaneously. Notably, 3 of the shots were directed at George, effectively locking him into a path of evasion. The 4 were caught off guard by Qin Feng's sudden aggression. However, George, having experienced similar situations before, was the first to react. With his agility enhanced by a red talent score of 40, he instinctively grabbed the nearby Duan to shield himself. To his surprise, Duan, who was about to dodge the incoming bullets, was yanked into position. Yet, in a tragic turn of fate, the 4 bullets struck Duan simultaneously in vital areas. You? He gasped, unable to utter a third word before succumbing to his injuries. George had not only protected himself but also shielded David at his side. Albert, another guardian from Kangaroo Nation and also possessing red talent, found himself unscathed by a single bullet, as Jarvis lacked data on his combat capabilities, rendering him unpredictable. After narrowly avoiding the bullets, Albert's fury erupted. What the hell, George? What have you done? David, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, remained in shock. He had merely heard gunfire before an unexpected figure had appeared before him, followed by the sound of bullets piercing flesh. Wait, haven't I seen this before? David suddenly recalled how he had met his end in a similar manner last time, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, this time, George had not used him as a shield. Instead, he had protected him. Unbeknownst to David, had there been no other witnesses, he would have been the one standing in the line of fire. George chastised Albert. What are you shouting about? He can be revived, even if he dies. Focus on taking down this Iron Man and eliminate him. All the valuable resources gathered by Dragon Country over these days must be in his possession. In an instant, Albert's pale face flushed with excitement. Indeed, this young man was thriving in business and amassing wealth. If they were to kill him, wouldn't all the treasures in the National War Warehouse be revealed? With such resources at their disposal, what fear could they possibly have of a third wave of attacks? They might even withstand a fourth. Wow, just as the battle begins, there's infighting. This is going to be entertaining. Dogs fighting dogs? I relish this. The Eagle Nation has no sense of honor, And these fools side with them? Aren't they courting death? The true form of the divine Qin Feng may not be present, yet he can single-handedly confront 8 foes and eliminate them all. Albert, witnessing the situation unfold, prioritized the formidable adversary before him, recognizing that the fallen were not his own, and thus dismissed any grievances. What captivated him most, however, were the resources of Longhua. With a click, George pulled back the bolt of his firearm, firing as he moved. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed, and the Iron Man's lack of exceptional talent was evident as his mech was torn apart. The bullet struck the mech, igniting a cascade of sparks. Before long, George's ammunition was depleted. The other two, heeding his words, hastily repositioned themselves. In midair, the Mark III, wielding its palm cannon, unleashed its firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted into craters, debris flying in all directions. Yet, the palm cannon required a second or two to charge, being an energy weapon incapable of sharp turns, rendering it ineffective against the swiftly moving foe. The Mark III, suspended in the air, resembled a player futilely attempting to strike moles, busy at hitting none. Jarvis, calculate their trajectories. Qin Feng commanded near the gates of the pickled vegetable nation, faced with the provocation of the 3 beneath him. He had no choice but to rely on Jarvis's predictions. Instantly, the HUD displayed 3 circles, each corresponding to the running paths of George and the others. Sir, it is advisable to first deal with the slower enemy. Jarvis delineated David's trajectory, continuously highlighting a red target. This indicated where Jarvis estimated David would arrive next. Among the group, David possessed the least talent, a mere 20 in purple, moving at nearly half the speed of the others. Aiming at the red target, Qin Feng fired his palm cannon. Boom. The energy cannon shot directly towards the target's location as David simultaneously advanced. George, witnessing this, shouted in alarm, "Be careful." David, momentarily distracted, was met with a blinding flash as a deafening explosion erupted before him, propelling him away. George, exasperated, found himself unable to contend with an enemy who hovered above. Frustrated, he hurled his tang knife at Qin Feng. Whoosh! The Mark III's rear thrusters ignited, narrowly evading the attack. Seeing how close it was to hitting, George stomped his foot in frustration and yelled, "If any of you are alive, come help. Ignore that zombie." "Sir, be cautious of ambushes," Jarvis warned. Qin Feng, with a hint of jest, replied, "Indeed, long-range combat poses certain challenges." Absent from the scene, unable to directly control the mech, his responses were delayed. Glancing sideways, he contemplated the potential arrival of Mei Chuan-Ku and his 4 comrades, which could complicate matters further. At that moment, Mei Chuan-Ku and his team had deciphered Park Jong-hwan's patterns. Although he was formidable, he lacked intelligence and simply pursued any target with relentless fervor. Moreover, without Sully's leadership, Park Jong-hwan relentlessly chased one target. "Quickly, come help." Mei Chuan-Ku waved, and Matsushita and Li Jin-suk abandoned Park Jong-hwan to converge towards this conflict. Jin Min-yong found himself in dire straits, relentlessly pursued by Park Jong-hwan. With no weapon at hand, he fled while crying out for help. "Don't go. Don't leave me behind." Park Jong-hwan, with his lifeless, fish-like eyes, exhibited no trace of empathy. Determined to track Jin Min-yong, his iron arms were raised as he continued the chase. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Die, pickled vegetable. Such a shame. If only Uncle Jiu were here. Otherwise, the pickled vegetable zombies would increase by 2. Hey, little sister from the land of pickled vegetables. Your Appa's health pack is running away. Quick, tell Jin Min-yong to stop, and give Appa some food. He is starving." "Ah, those detestable Dragon Nation people. We no longer support that monster Park Jong-hwan. Indeed, we shall have a new Appa, one with golden talent." Huh. The girls from the land of pickled vegetables changed their hearts faster than they changed their faces. On the battlefield, as 3 more figures approached, Qin Feng raised his hand. The missile launch chamber activated. Whoosh. A missile, the size of a pin, shot straight towards Mei Chuan-Ku and his companions. They could scarcely anticipate that Qin Feng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with George, would take the time to deal with them. Boom. The missile detonated among the 3, sending them flying and leaving a large crater in its wake. Battlefield notification. Dragon Nation Guardian Qin Feng has successfully killed the pickled vegetable nation Guardian Li Jin-suk. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield notification echoed in the ears of all present. Chapter 83, The Stacking of Mark III Koth. Mei Chuan and Matsushita were fortunate enough to emerge with only minor injuries. However, Li Jin-suk from the pickled vegetable nation met a dire fate, succumbing to an explosion. As the battlefield notifications echoed, the remaining Guardians, who were clandestinely gathering resources, were left bewildered. Oh my god. How did the Dragon Kingdom find itself at odds with the pickled vegetable nation once again? Who provoked them? The pickled vegetable nation seems to relish in irritating the Dragon Kingdom. Why not focus on their own development instead? With the 3rd wave of assaults approaching tonight, continuing to engage in conflict seems like a reckless endeavor. At last, we have gathered enough materials for the intermediate wall. Who possesses extra blueprints for the intermediate walls? I am willing to purchase. Intermediate wall blueprints are quite rare. Those who possess them should hasten to seek them out. The Guardians appeared to have grown accustomed to the demise of their counterparts from the pickled vegetable nation, and after a brief exchange of gossip, they redirected their conversation towards resource exchanges. Qin Feng caught wind of this and seized a moment to interject. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, I have an extra intermediate wall blueprint. The Guardians were momentarily taken aback. Great deity, are you not embroiled in battle? Body Ahmed, Dragon Kingdom elder brother, are you not preoccupied? Ahmed, a friend from Body, inquired delicately, knowing that he was seeking the blueprints. Dragon Kingdom Qin Feng, I am merely multitasking. Once I eliminate these few individuals, I shall trade with you. I urgently require 70 units of crimson crystal. Do you have any? The Guardians were utterly stunned. How many individuals? The leader of the Dragon Kingdom is simultaneously engaged with several foes? Body Ahmed, then I shall not disturb you any further, elder brother. I shall find a way to procure what you need. Ahmed refrained from sending further messages to Qin Feng. Netizens on Blue Star were left in awe upon witnessing this scene. Is Qin Feng really this audacious? Taking on 8, while simultaneously arranging resource exchanges, that's quite something. George, don't I have any pride? I'm dying of laughter. Look at Kim Minyong. He is about to be chased down by Park Young-hwan. In an instant. The originally tense and life-and-death struggle on the battlefield was rendered somewhat farcical by Qin Feng's antics. Mei Chuan rose to his feet, still trying to grasp the situation, when a bright flash of light surged closer. He rolled swiftly to dodge just in time. Boom. The spot where he had just stood was cratered by a shot from Qin Feng's hand cannon. Damn it, that wretched Chinaman. Qin Feng chuckled. Apologies. The Viper is unavailable this time. I can only resort to exploding watermelons. The mention of exploding watermelons sent a shiver down Matsushita's spine. He vividly recalled the sensation of Qin Feng's foot pressing against his face. The cold touch of that battle boot, the pressure gradually intensifying. His head sinking into the earth, a splitting headache. Ultimately, everything faded into darkness. Silence. That sense of despair was etched into Matsushita's memory forever. I warned you. Every encounter will end in your demise. Last time, you escaped swiftly, sparing yourselves once. Consider it a stroke of luck. As Qin Feng uttered these words, his hands unleashed a relentless barrage. George and Albert evaded their opponents effortlessly, rendered powerless. George cursed vehemently. Damn those Dragon Country folks. If they have the guts, let them come down and face me with real weapons. In his eyes, if the Iron Man from Dragon Country were without their mechs, he could easily defeat them with a single punch. Even if they were equipped with mechs, he believed he could tear them apart in hand-to-hand combat on the ground. Qin Feng chuckled. Do you think I am foolish? At that moment, David, who had been flung away earlier, stealthily climbed to the top of a tree. Thanks to George's timely warning, he managed to halt his fall and narrowly avoided the energy blast fired by Qin Feng, though he had not sustained severe injuries. He was left disoriented. This demonstrated that his training had indeed paid off in critical moments. Standing atop the tree, he seized the opportunity while Qin Feng was occupied attacking others and lunged fiercely at him midair. With a mighty roar, the burly David clung tightly to Qin Feng. What the hell? Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. In an instant, the two tumbled from a height of 20 meters to the ground. George was elated. Haha. Hold him down quickly. With that, he and the other 3 surged forward to join the fray. Clang. George and Mei Chuan Ku, along with Tang Dao, struck simultaneously. Tang Dao's blow collided with Mark III, sending sparks flying. Sir, Mark III has sustained 3 damage, Jarvis alerted. Increase the thrust power and take off. Yes, sir. As they spoke, Mark III wobbled and began to ascend, still bearing the weight of a large man. David exerted all his strength, desperately trying to secure his grip around the mech's neck. Although he was strong, it was a futile endeavor to restrain Mark III. Hurry. I can't hold him. He's going to take off again. George, seeing this, leaped forward. Mei Chuan Ku, Matsushita, and Albert, the guardian from Kangaroo Country, all charged in. In that moment, men surged upon men. Mark III was forcibly brought crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As it fell, Mei Chuan Ku wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of merciless strikes upon the mech. Sir, Mark III has sustained 4 damage. 5. With each blow from Mei Chuan Ku, the damage to Mark III escalated. Haha, take that. Let you Chinese pigs witness the prowess of our Sakura country's karate. Yes, just like that, finish him. Fortunately, Colonel Mei Chuan Ku is a karate expert. This metal shell is no match for him. The netizens from Sakura country were filled with pride, relishing Qin Feng's misfortune and finally feeling a sense of vindication. Laughable, do the little devils not realize this is merely a clone of Qin Feng? A clone. Is it truly a clone? It is merely a suit of armor. Haha, to see them struggle so against a single mech. I can only imagine their reactions upon discovering the truth. On the battlefield. Stab. Kill him, shouted David, pinned at the bottom. George raised his saber and thrust it down fiercely. Crack. Thud. The long blade pierced through Mark III, impaling David on the ground as well. George, you bastard. David gasped, his face turning a shade of purple from the agony. Witnessing the sparks erupt from the damaged mech, George erupted into gleeful laughter. No need to rush. You can always be revived. Let us eliminate Qin Feng and seize his resources first. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom looked on with disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor David from Eagle Sauce Nation. With a commander like that, he must have exhausted 8 lifetimes of misfortune. If I were David, I wouldn't care about Eagle Sauce Nation's fate. I'd defect and quit. Exactly. Isn't living more enjoyable than enduring such torment? Several burly men paid no heed to the bleeding David, hastily attempting to dismember Qin Feng. If they could pierce through his mech, surely they could slay him as well. Wham! Bang! The mech's arms were firmly restrained, and the palm cannons fired wildly without aim. Chapter 84. Witnessing your demise yet achieving nothing at that moment. Qin Feng was enraged. He had not anticipated that Mark III would sustain such severe damage. Damn it. It's down to 21. Repairs would require dozens of hours. According to the manufacturing timeline for Mark IV, such extensive damage would likely take 14 hours to mend. 14 hours for 28 drones. Jarvis, deploy the distraction flares. The only expendable thermal weapon available on the mech now is the missile-dodging distraction flares. Yes, sir. Instantly, the mech's hip compartment opened. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of consecutive launches erupted, enveloping the chaotic scene in a cloud of white smoke. David, pinned at the bottom and injured, let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Feeling the terrifying heat and the inexplicable white smoke, George and the others quickly dodged aside. Immediately after, the distraction flares ignited and soared chaotically. A substantial portion struck David as soon as they exited the chamber, while others flew wildly across the battlefield, with Matsushita, Meichuan, and Albert also caught in the fray, hopping about in agony from the burns. David screamed in anguish, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he ignited. The distraction flares, composed of magnesium powder and nitrocellulose, not only burned persistently but also emitted an alarmingly high temperature. Amidst the chilling screams, David transformed into a flaming figure, struggling for no more than 20 seconds before collapsing heavily to the ground. My goodness, how terrifying! Did he spontaneously combust? Spontaneously combust my foot. The distraction flare burned through his body, igniting within his abdomen. Ugh, that's gruesome. I ought to inscribe the character for tragedy on your leg. Please, no. I can't even write. Changwei, damn it, you're getting clever again. You've led us astray. Mark III regained its freedom and ascended slowly. Crackle, crackle, the mech, damaged in multiple areas, sporadically emitted sparks. Its flight posture was also somewhat unstable. Is this how you treat your own? Qin Feng's mocking voice resonated from within the mech. I believe this lad didn't meet his end by my hand. It was likely you, George, who thrust the dagger into him, wasn't he it? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Guardians present darkened, particularly Albert S. He had witnessed his teammate being used as a shield by George. Now it was George himself who had pierced David's body. Such cruelty. Not even sparing his own comrades though they could be resurrected, the pain was real, especially in such a brutal manner as David's demise. No one wished to experience that. Is this it? Eagle Country, is this your so-called Guardians? Haha. Qin Feng gazed at the sky, laughing unabashedly and wildly. Battlefield notification. Dragon Country Guardian Qin Feng has successfully killed Eagle Country Guardian David. At that moment, the battlefield notification sounded. Qin Feng taunted. I misjudged you. It turns out I was the one who killed him. The scattered Guardians were left in shock. Has it only been a few minutes? How did the formidable Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom manage to eliminate yet another individual from the Eagle Sauce Nation? TSK, TSK. It seems this fellow named David has met his demise at Qin Feng's hands for the second time. Just moments ago, it was a Guardian from the Kimchi Nation, and now it is a Guardian from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Are the two nations conspiring against the Dragon Kingdom? How despicable and shameless to conjoin forces. If a single hair on our Dragon Kingdom's elder brother is harmed, I, the Guardian of the Iron Brother Nation, shall fight to the end. Within the chat room, Guardians from various nations began to gossip. Amidst their chit-chat, they expressed astonishment at the terrifying prowess of Qin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. At this juncture, it would be prudent to avoid antagonizing the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps engaging in trade and fostering relationships would be far more beneficial. Why court disaster? Dragon Kingdom sister Bao'er, which scoundrel dares to strike my little brother? Step forward. Qin Feng, dear brother, send me your coordinates. Yesterday, Sister Bao'er had incurred Qin Feng's displeasure, but upon hearing of the incident, she was infuriated. Fiercely protective of her own, she was determined to stand up for Qin Feng, particularly upon learning that her 3 sisters had been bullied and that Qin Feng was besieged by 8 adversaries. She could no longer remain idle. Unfortunately, Su Li and her friends had fled in a panic, failing to note the precise coordinates, only recalling that it was near the second layer of minor monsters discovered by Qin Feng. Dragon Kingdom Lin Fengjiao. Esteemed colleagues, take heed. The Eagle Sauce Nation has colluded with the Kimchi Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Kangaroo Nation, with 8 guardians brazenly surrounding my 3 disciples. Now, once again, 8 individuals are bullying our young brother Qin. I hereby pledge that should I encounter these 4 nations' guardians in the future, I shall show no mercy. Upon witnessing Uncle Jiu's fury, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom spread the word. Wow, my uncle, you finally awakened. Indeed, why show any courtesy to the invaders? Let us deal with them harshly. Ha ha ha. I can almost envision a future with Eagle Sauce branded zombies, Cherry Blossom branded ones, Kimchi branded ones, and Kangaroo branded ones. Excellent. This is feasible. We owe our gratitude to George from the Eagle Sauce Nation for helping our Uncle Jiu grow stronger. After Su Li fled, she promptly reported the situation to Uncle Jiu and then informed Sister Bao'er. Little did they know that by the time Uncle Jiu arrived at the new resurrection site, it might be too late. The other guardians from various nations were astonished. The alliance of 8 guardians from 4 nations? Alas, Qin Feng might be in grave peril. 8 against 1? And yet he has managed to slay 2 already? Scoundrels! Despicable Eagle Sauce Nation. I, the guardian of the Iron Brother Nation, hereby declare enmity towards the Eagle Sauce Nation, Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kangaroo Nation. On the battlefield of national warfare, your existence means my absence. We shall not coexist. Oh, the guardians of the Iron Brother Nation exhibit such valor. I am in awe. Sister Bao'er anxiously called out to Qin Feng, little brother. Where art thou? Qin Feng sighed, realizing this girl had finally deigned to acknowledge him. Me? I am, at the gates of the Kimchi Nation. He nearly blurted out. Clearing his throat, he replied, Fear not, Sister Bao'er. I shall resolve this matter swiftly and return shortly. With that, he logged off. Hello? Hello? Sister Bao'er angrily scolded. You foolish scoundrel. How can you possibly win against 8 opponents? In her perspective, Qin Feng had merely begun to master the art of channeling energy into his body, yet he found himself in a precarious situation amidst formidable adversaries. In a moment of life and death, Qin Feng remained unfazed, casually conversing with his companions, audaciously proclaiming his intent to resolve the situation for himself and his allies. How infuriating. George seethed with rage, hurling a Tang Dao towards Qin Feng. Empowered by his crimson talent and bolstered by 2 rounds of impact rewards, George's physical prowess was nearly tenfold that of an ordinary man, his strength formidable. The Tang Dao struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing directly into the chest of Mark III. Crack. Another shower of sparks erupted. Sir, Mark III has sustained 30 damage, Jarvis notified. Qin Feng was at a loss for words, while conversing for mere seconds. Repairs would take hours. Time wasted equated to damage. With that time, couldn't they print several more drones instead? Have the drones been redirected? Qin Feng inquired. He had previously instructed Jarvis to dispatch 2 drones, which were out scouting for resources, to the site of the incident, never anticipating their timely relevance. They will enter the visual range of Mark III in 23 seconds, Jarvis replied. Excellent. Let us see whether you shall survive. Yoshi. Upon witnessing the Tang Dao pierce through the mech and continue to ooze blood, George and the others rejoiced, unaware that the blood belonged to David. Chapter 85. Your proposal is quite good. In the ensuing scene, their eyes widened in awe. Qin Feng slowly withdrew the Tang Dao from Mark III's chest, stating, Enough of this. I must hasten to prepare for the impending assault. The blade slid out from the chest with a series of sparks and a piercing sound. Observing that Qin Feng appeared unscathed, George stammered, Why you? Why? He could hardly fathom why Qin Feng seemed entirely unharmed. Qin Feng offered no reply. With one hand gripping the sword and the other operating the cannon, he charged towards the ground. Ha, splendid, George exclaimed, dodging the palm cannon. He had feared that Qin Feng would simply flee, leaving him at a loss. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng chose to descend and confront them. Up, kill him. The 3 remaining guardians, despite their injuries, charged forward. Although they bore grievances against George, the imminent threat necessitated eliminating Qin Feng first. Moreover, there was surely a wealth of resources on him. Armed with weapons, the 4 stood ready in the glaring sunlight. Mark III descended almost vertically from the sky. Yeah, kill, they shouted in unison. In the sunlight, the figure sparkling with flames resembled a celestial deity, majestic and radiant, blinding the 4. As Mark III swooped within 3 meters of the ground, it abruptly changed direction. 2 drones followed closely behind. What on earth is that? Mei Chuan and George gasped in astonishment. The drones, already fast, were now diving at speeds exceeding 280 kilometers per hour. After Mark III made a sharp turn, the drones were merely 3 meters from the ground. At such speed, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. With 2 explosive sounds, the drones detonated between the 4 guardians. Battlefield alert. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng has successfully killed Albert of the Kangaroo Nation. Battlefield alert. Dragon Kingdom Guardian Qin Feng has successfully killed Matsushita of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Two alerts echoed in everyone's ears, leaving both worlds stunned. Guardians across various regions celebrated, while those allied with the Dragon Kingdom, led by the Iron Pakistan, were filled with righteous indignation, astonished by the monumental news. Ha! Dragon Kingdom Big Brother, well done. Annihilate those wretches. Qin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom, is he human or monster? The Eagle Sauce Nation does not seem so formidable. Their prowess pales in comparison to the Blue Star's Eagle Sauce Nation. Look, in the battlefield. They are being slaughtered like dead dogs. Henceforth, let us not fear the Eagle Sauce Nation. TSK, with 4 nations united, 8 ambushing. They were still mercilessly taken down by 1 man. Trying to intimidate others with the Qin Wind's monopoly on trade. I sell water. Is there anyone interested in purchasing? The prices in Longhua are low, not for any other reason, but to repulse the Eagle Sauce Nation. This is splendid. I shall sell water too. In an instant. The reputation that the Eagle Sauce Nation has built on Blue Star has been shattered by George. Countries that have suffered greatly at the hands of the Eagle Sauce Nation, especially the smaller nations on Blue Star, are now expressing their defiance by buying and selling water, rallying in support of Longhua. Those who witnessed the live broadcast are somewhat fortunate, for they have seen the events unfold with their own eyes. My Qin God, how impressive. What a thrill, so satisfying. Wow, is this the drone developed by Qin God? How formidable. It even carries explosives. 666, as a professional time-traveling machine enthusiast. The speed of Qin God's drone just now must have exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. That surpasses the world record. Wah. My husband is amazing. My husband is amazing. Sigh, this is merely a small spectacle. This is just the result of Qin God's remote warfare. The real person is not present. It's merely a game. I wonder what the guardians of the Eagle Sauce Nation will feel, knowing that what killed them was merely an empty shell. Others may not understand, but perhaps Mei Chuan-ku, adhering to their Bushido spirit, would choose to commit seppuku? Alas, this touches upon a battlefield bug. He kills himself. Then his citizens resurrect him, and he kills himself again. A never-ending cycle? On the battlefield, Qin Wen maneuvered the Mark III to land, holding a tang knife. He swiftly approached Mei Chuan-ku. Baka. Mei Chuan-ku's mouth bled, his usually neat hair now disheveled across his forehead. Without wasting words, Qin Wen struck with a single blow. Whoosh. The blade severed, leaving the body and head apart. I have said it before, little devils, every time I see you, I will kill you. The round head rolled a meter or so away, and Mei Chuan-ku gaped, still attempting to breathe. Yet it was in vain. He could only grasp a few dry blades of grass. His lifeless eyes gradually lost their luster. Battlefield notification. Guardian of Longhua, Qin Wind. Successfully eliminated the Guardian of Sakura Nation, Mei Chuan-ku. The notification reached George, who clutched his chest with one hand while supporting himself with the other. You. He coughed, and blood spewed forth. The drone exploded beside him. Even if he survived, he clearly sustained serious internal injuries. Ta-da-da. The Mark III approached, placing a foot upon his chest. This action intensified George's cough. Qin Wen's voice resonated. You should be thankful I did not discover the location of the Eagle Sauce Nation's gates. George broke into a chilling laugh. Ha. Do you think you can find it? Cough. Even if you did, what then? Will you guard our gates every day, preventing us from emerging? Faced with death, he showed no fear, for he was certain that all citizens of the Eagle Sauce Nation would choose to resurrect him. Qin Wen smiled. Your suggestion is quite intriguing. He then slowly raised his knife. I shall fulfill your wish. Whoosh. With a swift stroke, a head rolled away. Battlefield notification. Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, has successfully slain the Guardian of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, George. Among the 8 ambushers lying in wait for the Dragon Kingdom, 7 fell to Qin Feng's blade. In an instant, the chat room fell silent. Regardless of whether one was an ally or adversary of the Dragon Kingdom, to single-handedly confront 8 foes and vanquish 7, there was no doubt that Qin Feng was the most formidable of all guardians. His strength was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Little did they know, Qin Feng had yet to engage directly. He turned his gaze toward the direction in which Jin Minyoung was fleeing. Jarvis, what is the situation over there? Sir, Drone 3 is currently tracking the target. Shall I project the footage onto the HUD? Yes, please. Understood, sir. As the words left his lips, Jin Minyoung's silhouette emerged in view. At that moment, he was frantically fleeing towards the direction of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, pursued closely by Park Jong-won, who was raising his arms in a dramatic display. Chapter 86. The Gateway of Pickle Nation. No. Please, don't kill me. Don't bite me. I don't wish to transform into your ghastly form. Jin Minyoung stumbled and shouted as he fled. His misfortune was profound. He had scarcely arrived on the battlefield of the nation when he found himself entangled in such dire circumstances. At this moment, Jin Minyoung had already cursed George 100 times over. Had George heeded his counsel and refrained from such reckless behavior, perhaps they could have devised a proper plan and avoided this predicament. For instance, if they had covertly followed those 3 women from the Nil Nation, they would have discovered the gateway to the Dragon Nation. Yet, he foolishly acted the part of a Grand Wolf. Alas, it was best to leave it to Park Jong-hwan. The drone could continue its pursuit. They must not lose track of Park Jong-hwan. This fellow was a formidable ally of their master, and the 2 of them had invested considerable effort into him. To let him escape so easily would be nothing short of wasteful. Yes, sir. The real-time feed was turned off, and Qin Feng raised his gaze towards the gateway of Pickle Nation. The previously bustling youth had retreated into his room. Had the incessant death notifications frightened him into submission? Qin Feng mused. Just as he suspected, Li Kongsung of Pickle Nation, upon receiving the relentless death alerts, had abandoned reinforcing the fortifications and hurried back to his chamber. At that moment, he was huddled under his blanket, trembling with fear. The blanket, serving as the mightiest defensive barrier of all realms, bestowed upon Li Kongsung an unprecedented sense of security. As Qin Feng prepared to soar towards the gateway of Pickle Nation, an overdue system notification arrived. Ding. Host engaged in remote combat. 1. Miraculous display before others. 1. Extremely aligns with the persona of Iron Man, similarity to Iron Man. 2. Reward. All physical attributes increased by 10. The Mark IV mech had completed its automatic repair. Its ammunition and energy were fully replenished. Qin Feng, could you allow me to switch to Mark III for once? After so many notifications, I have discerned the system as peculiarities. Each reward invariably includes the automatic repair and replenishment of ammunition for the mech, but only for the mech that I possess. He opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 22. Strength, 205. Average for adults is 5. Agility, 204. Stamina, 206. Current persona, Iron Man. Current skills, Mark Series 4. Opening the Heavens, a treatise on Qi, 13 Swords of Qi and Yuan, beginner level. Similarity, 36. The attributes panel displayed before Qin Feng. It wouldn't be long before he acquired a new mech, he speculated. Goodness, all attributes surpassing 200, even among the elite guardians. Those who diligently hunted monsters and received numerous rewards through 2 assaults had attributes that were only marginally superior to those with golden talents. Alas, such worries. There was simply no opportunity to exert his full strength. Observing that his attributes were several times greater than others, Qin Feng indulged in a bit of humble bragging. With his spirits lifted, he set his course toward the gateway of Pickle Nation. In the realm of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, a sense of impending retribution looms as the specter of war approaches. The online denizens of the Dragon Nation congregate in the live broadcast of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, taunting their adversaries. What is happening? Why is that fool Li Kongsung not confronting the enemy? They lament. Li Kongsung, the 3rd guardian of the Pickled Vegetable Nation and the weakest among them, possesses merely a purple talent. Once a beleaguered university student, he has approached the battlefield with trepidation, merely reinforcing fortifications without further contribution. This wretch infuriates me. Not only does he evade resource gathering, but now, with the enemy at our doorstep, he cowers in his chamber? No. If Li Kongsung perishes, Jin Minyoung will follow suit, and our guardians shall be annihilated. I refuse to suffer a diminished lifespan. Quickly, let us revive Li Jinshua to confront Qin Feng. Upon receiving a reminder, the hesitant citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation promptly cast their votes for resurrection. Battlefield notification. The citizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation have successfully voted, reviving Guardian Li Jinshaw. Time remaining for resurrection, 10 minutes. The citizens exclaim in unison, what? Huh. The Pickled Vegetable Nation boasts such extensive revival experience that they forgot about the countdown. TSK, 10 minutes. Enough time for the Divine Qin to slay 20 foes. As the inhabitants of Blue Star exchange barbs, Qin Feng has already reached the intermediate walls of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. With a fleeting glance at the barriers, he effortlessly ascends over them. However, upon crossing, he unexpectedly finds himself outside the opposing wall. What is this? Qin Feng turns back, feeling an unsettling sensation, as if under scrutiny. This feeling is distinct from being observed by billions. It is as though a pair of formidable eyes are fixated upon him, instilling a sense of imminent danger. Unfazed, Qin Feng resolves to return to the Pickled Vegetable Nation. A gentle hum resonates in his ears, and in an instant, he traverses the nearly 1,000-meter diameter of the nation as walls once more. Jarvis, what is happening? He inquires. Sir, I am currently conducting a scan. Just then, a battlefield notification sounds in his ear. Battlefield notification, currently in the first phase of the National Fortune battlefield. To protect the guardians of each nation and provide them with favorable opportunities for development, attacks on foreign gates are prohibited during this phase. A string of eloquent expletives escapes his lips. Is there truly a novice village protection mechanism? Unyielding, Qin Feng charges towards the gate of the Pickled Vegetable Nation again. Yet, As he approaches a certain radius, his body is abruptly displaced 1,000 meters away. Have they cast a teleportation spell upon me? Qin Feng exclaims in frustration. Sir. Jarvis replies, after detection, it appears that upon entering the vicinity of the pickled vegetable nation's gate, that area of space briefly shifts into a parallel dimension. The term ephemeral denotes the most fleeting measure of time. When Qin Feng traversed a certain distance within the realm of the pickled vegetable nation, his corporeal form materialized a kilometer away. However, Jarvis recorded this movement as merely a matter of nanometers. Such a minuscule distance bears no difference from remaining stationary. This implies that the gates of the pickled vegetable nation are, for me, merely a projection? Jarvis responded, that is an apt interpretation, sir. Enraged, Qin Feng exclaimed, after all this effort, am I truly unable to vanquish him? Cursing vehemently, he pondered, if his body could not penetrate, then surely his weapon could. He raised his arm, and the missile compartment opened. Launch. With a whoosh, the armor-piercing missile hurtled directly towards Li Kangsheng's chamber. Yet, upon breaching the perimeter wall, it abruptly reappeared a kilometer away on the opposite side. Boom. The missile struck the sand dune, erupting in a cloud of yellow dust. Qin Feng muttered expletives, and after a moment of frustration, an idea surged forth in his mind. Chapter 87. The acting skills of Qin Shun are remarkable. The Chinese pig. There's nothing to be done now. This is utterly amusing. Phew. Now it's safe. It turns out there's a beginner's protection period in the national fortune battlefield. I was terrified, thinking I would meet a premature end in 3 years. Witnessing the flustered demeanor of the Chinese pig brings me immense joy. Ha ha ha. You may be strong, but what does it matter? You still cannot contend with us. Dragon Nation folks, come out and take a stroll. You cowardly rats, forever hiding in your dens, do not dare to emerge. Hee, just wait and see. Our great god Qin Feng will ensure you face dire consequences. On the battlefield, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Pickle Nation's fortified gates. He concealed himself behind a sand dune. Jarvis, do you have the vocal data of Jin Mingyong? Jarvis replied, yes, sir. The drone tracked Park Jong-hwan pursuing Jin Mingyong and recorded his vocal data. Qin Feng smiled, that is excellent. Simulate Jin Mingyong's voice and call out. Qin Feng cunningly commanded. Sir, what should the call content be? Jarvis inquired. Just shout, help, I'm gravely injured. Please come to my aid. Jarvis understood, and then activated the mech's loudspeaker, broadcasting Jin Mingyong's cries for help. Help, I'm gravely injured. Please come to my aid. The voice, though faint, resonated powerfully, carrying far across the desert. Inside the gates, Li Kangsheng heard the plea and mused. Mingyong? Help. Li Kangsheng, please assist me. It truly was Mingyong. He hurriedly dashed out of his room, scanning the vast expanse of sand, devoid of any sign of life. Mingyong? Where are you, my friend? Observing Li Kangsheng's anxious demeanor, the Dragon Nation spectators found it amusing. My goodness, Qin Shun is truly ruthless. Ha ha ha, bullying the honest, but it's not without merit. What a brilliant move. If we cannot enter, let the opponent come out. Oh dear, my husband is so mischievous, he deceives so well. What will happen when others fall for his tricks? Yet, I must admit, I look forward to being deceived by him. The wives of Qin Feng upstairs are too deeply enchanted, please understand. That despicable Chinese pig, shameless and vile. Why is Li Kangsheng so foolish? That is not Jin Mingyong. Hurry and go inside, you foolish pig. Quickly hide. The citizens of the Pickle Nation on Blue Star were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, yet utterly helpless. Li Kangsheng, I'm just outside the wall, behind this sand dune. I can't move. Hurry, come and assist me. Li Gyunxiak was killed by the Dragon Nation. I managed to escape. Qin Feng also instructed Jarvis to add a few lines. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Kangsheng could no longer remain composed. Mingyong, I'm coming. Hold on, just hold on. He hid within the gates, receiving a flurry of 7 battlefield alerts, all reporting the deaths of defenders. He was instantly petrified, which included the news of his comrade, Li Jinxiak, from the Pickle Nation. After waiting for an extended period, Li Kangsheng received no word from Jin Mingyong. Even the messages sent through the national battle chat feature went unanswered. Just as he was consumed by worry and fear, unexpectedly, Mingyong returned. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Mingyong had been relentlessly pursued by Park Jong-hwan, leaving him breathless, with no time to respond to messages. In full view of the crowd, Li Kangsheng dashed out of the room, sprinting towards the gate of the surrounding wall. Oh no, please. My heavens, how can our defenders be so foolish? This is disastrous. I'm doomed to a short life. Haha, you foolish stick, don't blame our defenders for their stupidity. You would have fallen for it too. Indeed. Our husband is too cunning, far too adept at deception. Upon exiting the gate, Li Kangsheng glanced around, but saw no one. Mingyong, where are you? I'm here. The voice of Jin Mingyong emanated from the mech, as Qin Feng even removed his right hand from the mech, extending it from behind a sand dune. He waved unsteadily, full of theatrics. Over here. Li Koksung's heart soared. I see you, Mindong. I'm coming. The Dragon Nation inhabitants on Blue Star witnessed his expression and nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, the Oscars owe you a golden statuette. I can't take it anymore. My stomach aches from laughing. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Pickled Vegetable Nation appeared ashen, resigned to their fate. What was to come was all but certain. They could only pray that Jin Minyoung would run swiftly and endure the remaining 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Once the countdown concluded, Li Jinxiek would resurrect, and they would no longer be in a state of total annihilation. However, all of this was merely a hopeful fantasy. Li Kongsung reached the sand dune. Yet what met his gaze was not Minyoung but a smirking face adorned with a mask. This mech? Could it be a Dragon Nation Iron Man? Hey, Qin Feng reclined, propping his head with one hand while waving with the other. Li Kongsung was struck with shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a short yet thunderous sound erupted as Mark IV's shoulder armor extended its barrel, firing a bullet. Thud. It struck Li Kongsung right between the eyes. Battlefield notification. Dragon Nation Defender Qin Feng successfully eliminated Pickled Vegetable Nation Defender Li Kongsung. At this moment, the remaining defenders lost their composure. 8 individuals all killed by Dragon Nation's Qin Feng? An ambush of 8 had been countered. This at last. A presence had emerged on the battlefield of Blue Star that was not easily subdued. In utter desperation, they considered seeking refuge with the Dragon Nation. Ah, do you think the Dragon Nation would accept any riffraff? What did you call riffraff? If you have the guts, reveal your national coordinates. Go ahead. I'll come find you. Do you think I'm foolish? Among the defenders, tempers flared, leading to a heated argument. Upon Li Kongsung's demise, a plethora of resources erupted from the ground. Qin Feng grinned broadly. Ah, so it turns out the Pickled Vegetable Nation folks had stored their treasures in the defenders' possession. No wonder so many guardians have fallen without a single reward. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 units of Xian Iron Ore, and congratulations, you have obtained 100 units of titanium alloy. Congratulations, you have secured 200 units of steel. Congratulations, you have gathered 100 units of wood. Congratulations. You have received 3 Tang Dao swords. Congratulations, you have acquired 5 century-old peachwood swords. Congratulations, you have obtained 110 units of red crystal stone. Amidst the collection of abundant resources, Qin Feng's gaze was drawn to the red crystal stone. To think, you all managed to gather such a bounty of red crystal stones? To construct a basic defensive tower, I still need 70 units of red crystal stone. Suri had cleared several monster dens but found nothing of value. Unexpectedly, he struck gold with the fallen enemies. This journey was not in vain, Qin Feng mused. With resources in hand, he prepared to return home and brace for the impending night's assault. Before departing, Qin Feng turned to Jarvis and inquired, how fares Jin Minyoung, who is being pursued by the nation of pickled vegetables? After all this commotion, isn't the objective to annihilate the guardians of the Pickled Vegetable Nation? Chapter 88. The complete annihilation of the Pickle Nation. Are there punishments and buffs? Jarvis responded. Sir, shall I project the footage from Drone 3 onto the HUD? Please do, Qin Feng replied. In an instant, he beheld the scene from several dozen miles away. The footage displayed Park Jong-hwan ravenously consuming his new blood pack. While Jin Minyoung writhed in agony, his suffering palpable, it seemed unnecessary to intervene, Qin Feng murmured, as he switched off the live feed. Behold, after finishing his meal, Park Jong-hwan let out a triumphant roar and bounded away in search of more blood packs. Jarvis, have Drone 3 follow him closely. We cannot afford to lose track, he commanded. Yes, sir, Jarvis affirmed. On the ground, Jin Minyoung trembled for a moment before succumbing to death. Battlefield notification. The Guardian of Neil Nation, Suri, has successfully eliminated the Guardian of Pickle Nation, Jin Minyoung. The uninformed Guardians were left in utter shock. Within a single day, 9 Guardians had been slain by the forces of Dragon Nation. Furthermore, the entire Pickle Nation had been eradicated. Such a complete annihilation of a nation's Guardians by their peers had never before occurred. Next commenced the protracted process of corpse transformation. Without the presence of Uncle Jiu and Suri to conduct the rituals, this phase would not be brief. Hurry, citizens, swiftly vote to resurrect Jin Minyoung. We cannot allow Dragon Nation to gain another formidable zombie. Indeed, just 10 minutes, cast your votes quickly. The clever denizens of Pickle Nation rallied on social media, urging rapid voting. Even the supreme leader of Pickle Nation immediately delivered a nationwide televised address, imploring the populace to vote for Jin Minyoung's resurrection within 3 minutes. As for Li Kongsung, the decision rested solely with the citizens. Whether to resurrect him or replace him with another guardian was left to the people's discretion. After all, Li Kongsung's purple talent was not to be underestimated. Should the supreme leader call for a replacement and a gray or white talent emerged, how could he bear the blame? He might even lose his position. While the supreme leader of Pickle Nation was delivering his speech, a grim national war notification arrived. National war notification. All guardians of Pickle Nation have been annihilated. with none surviving. Punishment for all citizens of Pickle Nation, a reduction of lifespan by 3 years. Note, due to the excessive number of deaths among the Guardians, a penalty buff of 50 applies. Final punishment, a reduction of lifespan by 5 years. Upon the release of this news, individuals from both worlds were left astounded. They had anticipated some form of punishment, but never to such a severe extent. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 years? Those fools have caused my lifespan to be cut by 4.5 years. Lo and behold, there's even a buff edition. How audacious, Pickle Nation. TSK, TSK, TSK. One can only blame their leader for being too reckless, leading to so many deaths. Who told them to flaunt their ability to resurrect and engage in reckless behavior daily? The citizens of Pickle Nation berated the fallen Guardians mercilessly, with former National Idol Park Zhonghuan receiving the harshest criticism for his numerous deaths. Upon realizing that excessive deaths resulted in compounded penalties, the Guardians were instantly filled with dread. In the future, they would have to tread carefully whenever they ventured out. If deaths continued to accumulate, it was feared that the citizens would demand a change in Guardians. Do not presume that your innate talents and formidable combat prowess grant you the license to act with impunity. During the dire straits of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were quick to mock. On television, the leader of the Pickled Vegetable Nation was delivering a speech. Suddenly, he froze. His gaze into the camera dimming gradually. His head began to droop. Bang! Ultimately, it collided with the desk, lifeless. Mr. Leader, quickly, summon a doctor. The atmosphere in the Pickled Vegetable Nation's leadership office descended into chaos, as an aide checked the leader's pulse and gasped in horror. Cut the speech, stop the broadcast. In an instant, the numerous staff members behind the camera rushed forward, hastily lifting the leader out of the frame. Subsequently, the live broadcast transitioned to an emergency report. The television's beautiful female host, with her makeup in disarray, appeared on screen, possibly mourning the loss of nearly 5 years of her own life. The emergency report announced a widespread phenomenon of sudden deaths among the elderly across the nation. Hospitals in various regions reported a sharp increase in mortality rates among critically ill patients. It was speculated that this tragedy was a consequence of the punitive measures from the national battlefield, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Citizens were urged not to panic, as this crisis primarily affected the elderly, with minimal impact on the youth and those with chronic illnesses. Following this announcement, a frenzy ensued across the Pickled Vegetable Nation. With rampant stockpiling of chronic medications, incidents of looting and theft emerged, causing significant losses for pharmacies of all sizes. This emergency report has only exacerbated the chaos in the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Now the pharmaceutical tycoons in the Pickled Vegetable Nation must be overjoyed. My goodness. The leading pharmaceutical stock in the Pickled Vegetable Nation has skyrocketed, triggering a trading halt. Wow, it seems the market is set to rise further. There may be no stopping it with so few trading halts. With a considerable number of elderly citizens deceased, could the Pickled Vegetable Nation become the youngest nation on Blue Star? Someone upstairs seems a bit panicked. Amid the turmoil in the Pickled Vegetable Nation, a new guardian emerged. Choi Sung-tae. Choi Sung-tae, an active duty soldier, felt a mix of excitement and trepidation upon learning of his new role as a guardian. He was exhilarated at the prospect of becoming a superstar in the public eye. Yet, he was apprehensive about stepping onto the national battlefield as an adversary of the Dragon Kingdom and a foe of Qin Feng. The battles on the national battlefield had been extensively studied within the Blue Star military, especially the segment where Qin Feng wielded spiritual energy to enhance his Tang Dao while battling the high-backed Azure Dragon. Spiritual energy and martial arts were the fervently sought powers by all military forces on Blue Star. Naturally, the Pickled Vegetable Nation's military had also conducted its share of research. Thus, Choi Sung-tae was acutely aware of just how formidable Qin Feng truly was. He promptly reported to the Pickled Vegetable Nation that he had become a guardian. However, within the 30-minute countdown to the transfer, the Pickled Vegetable Nation lacked the capacity to respond to him. The sudden deaths of numerous high-ranking officials, including many prominent figures within the military, due to the punitive measures from the national battlefield, left a power vacuum across all strata of society, plunging both the populace and the officialdom into chaos. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, Choi Sung-tae's unit hastily prepared 2 large bags of weapons and ammunition for him. As the countdown reached its conclusion, under the watchful gaze of numerous soldiers from the Kimchi Nation, Choi Sung-tae vanished into a beam of light. In the next instant, he found himself on the battlefield. Beside him were Kim Jeon-suk, who had just recently revived and remained in a daze, and the jittery Kim Min-young. The latter felt compelled to touch his neck every 5 minutes, seeking reassurance that no bite marks were present before he could find solace. Golden. Oh my goodness. My talent is golden. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to Choi Sung-tae, the newly appointed guardian of the Kimchi Nation, for drawing a golden talent. Upon his arrival, Choi Sung-tae had already acquired a golden talent. This marked a significant step forward in his journey to become the beloved Appa of countless young women. Oh dear, you too. Pull yourselves together. From this day forth, you shall heed my command. Choi Sung-tae wasted no time in issuing orders, not only due to his superior talent, but also because the other two were utterly out of sorts. Moreover, he possessed the most comprehensive intelligence. A similar occurrence transpired in the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 89. Tonight, I shall also attain MVP in a critical high-level meeting of the Eagle Nation. Top psychological experts meticulously analyzed David's footage from the national battlefield, particularly his attack on George following his first resurrection. They ultimately deduced David's psychological state. Conclusively, it was determined that the Guardian, David, upon his resurrection, would likely no longer heed Colonel George's commands. The leading psychologist conveyed this to the supreme leader of the Eagle Nation with a degree of tact. Based on the psychological team's assessment, given David's volatile temperament, it was feared that he would seek vengeance against George immediately upon revival. After repeatedly being used as a shield, this time, he had disregarded his own life, piercing George with a blade, subjecting him to the excruciating agony of being burned alive. It was advised that David be replaced and a new guardian be appointed. The supreme leader nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for the team to exit the meeting room. After consulting with his advisory council, the supreme leader resolved to deliver a televised address, persuading the populace to support the replacement of David. Delaying further could risk the public making their own decisions. However, his concerns were unfounded, for the caliber of the populace mirrored that of the governing elite, who were, after all, elected by them. Thus, the public would also opt to replace the weaker, impulsive David. Moreover, David's talent was merely of a purple rank, whereas the ruthless George embodied their ideal guardian, unfeeling, merciless, and willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends, prioritizing his own interests above all else. These traits epitomized the operational ethos of the Eagle Nation. Half an hour later, the new guardian was teleported to the national battlefield. Faced with his new subordinate, John, George remained haughty. However, John arrived bearing an arsenal of weapons, ammunition, and vital intelligence and orders from the Eagle Nation. Upon learning that his assailant was merely a shell mech controlled by Qin Feng, George was consumed by impotent rage. Yet, following his fury, a deeper fear arose. If Qin Feng's mech was so formidable, how terrifying must his true form be? For the first time, the fearless George genuinely experienced fear. Dr. Jenny, observing his visibly shaken demeanor, took note of his vulnerability. George's brutal nature only intensified her trepidation. Not just her, but John was also perpetually wary of George, even within the safety of their national borders, having witnessed firsthand how George used allies as shields to their demise. As John finished conveying the orders, the talent wheel manifested before him. This is the talent wheel. John felt a surge of excitement. Enough chatter, draw quickly, George urged impatiently. As the third wave of assault was imminent, and preparations were necessary, nightfall was just hours away. George noticed that the area designated for high talents on the wheel had significantly increased since their arrival. Could it be that as the national battlefield progressed, the talent wheel favored higher talents? George speculated internally. John exerted a vigorous motion, turning the wheel until the pointer finally rested upon the crimson sector. Crimson. It signified the red talent. John was overjoyed. Ginny also smiled, for the three of us were endowed with the red talent. This was splendid news indeed. She lamented, however, that had the pointer turned just a fraction more, it would have pointed to the golden sector. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the newly appointed Guardian of Eagle Nation, John, for drawing the red talent. Following this, another announcement resonated from Cherry Blossom Nation. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the newly appointed Guardian of Cherry Blossom Nation, Yamamoto Garo, for drawing the golden talent. Yay, we now have a Guardian with golden talent. Haha, we owe our thanks to Qin Feng of Dragon Nation. The golden talent is the mightiest of all talents. Cherry Blossom Nation netizens, we too have a golden talent in our beloved Tai Oppa. Yay! The golden guardians of both nations will surely make Dragon Nation pay a price. Upon arriving at the national battlefield, Yamamoto Garo also briefed Meituan Ku and Keiko on the latest developments concerning Dragon Nation and Blue Star. Moreover, he brought with him a substantial cache of weaponry. Baka. Meituan Ku, drenched in cold sweat, had not anticipated that this was merely Qin Feng's empty mech. His reaction mirrored that of George. Keiko wore an expression of deep concern. Should we not first secure our national borders? She implored, her gaze pleading towards her two companions. Among the three present, Keiko possessed the lowest talent. Furthermore, she had never ventured beyond the borders, having dedicated her efforts to fortifying the artificial defenses. Under her diligent work, the intermediate walls exuded an impression of impenetrability. The three newly appointed guardians boasted exceptionally high talents, leaving the other guardians in a state of bewilderment. WTF, why are the new guardians so extraordinarily talented? Perhaps the probabilities had shifted. I believe so, one mused. After all, as the national battlefield progresses, the monsters grow increasingly formidable. Perhaps, in pursuit of some balance or to incentivize the exchange of guardians, the likelihood of high talents has risen. Such speculation spread among the guardians, intensifying their unease. If this were the case, their previously cherished individual high attributes and combat prowess would diminish in the eyes of their compatriots. Would they even be resurrected upon death? Moreover, frequent deaths would incur additional penalties on the battlefield. The guardians who once reveled in their capabilities now leaned towards survival. Upon returning to the national borders, Qin Feng also took note of the 3 new reminders. High talent, is it? He removed the Mark IV and set it aside against the wall. Meanwhile, the Mark III was undergoing repairs in the basement, with a restoration time extending to 21 hours. That's equivalent to 42 drones. How high can it possibly be? Is a talent below 100 truly considered high? While he pondered this, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Little brother, you're back. Is everything all right? Knock, knock, knock. Little brother? Qin Feng hastily opened the door. Sister Bao, have you returned from burying the deceased? Sister Bao had accompanied Uncle Jiu to the newly discovered burial sites. After completing the task, she returned directly, leaving Uncle Jiu to continue his work. Yay. Sister Bao'er scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, remarking that she rarely saw him without his mech suit. Qin Feng, standing at the doorway, chuckled with a hint of unease. The impact is about to arrive, so I thought I'd take a moment to relax and be fully prepared for the monsters tonight. Oh, fret not. With me here, everything is under control. Sister Bao'er confidently gestured towards herself, declaring that she would be the first line of defense this evening, urging him not to worry. Before Qin Feng could retort, she pulled him forward to survey the area, inquiring, "They Haven Tea treated you poorly, have they?" As she spoke, she naturally stepped into the studio. Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment, replying, "No, it's nothing. What could they possibly do to me? They're a bunch of nobodies." "Ah," Sister Bao'er laughed, "you've gained some bravado? Haven Tea you? Your words are rather bold now," implying he was boasting. With that, she began to wander around the studio, her curiosity piqued by the array of instruments and equipment. "What are these?" she exclaimed, particularly intrigued by the 2 mechanical arms and the 3D holographic map displayed on the projection, which ignited her playful spirit. "This is all cutting-edge technology. How delightful." Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, they've indeed come." He realized, "Isn't this all the rewards from the national battlefield?" Sister Bao'er beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Just like Jarvis, huh? Haha. So, there are such benefits to being the MVP. I shall strive to attain the MVP tonight as well." Chapter 90, Guardian of the Iron Brotherhood. Dear Brother Qin Feng. Could you bring out that drone? Sister Bao'er, noticing Qin Feng's hesitance, pouted, "Is it just a game? Why so stingy?" Qin Feng was well prepared. These drones were autonomously controlled by Jarvis to explore resources, eliminating the need for manual operation. "If you truly wish to play, take this one," he said, presenting a specialized drone he had meticulously prepared, along with a control handle and VR goggles, directly linked to the machine. This was a near replica of the interdimensional devices from his past life on Earth, crafted in anticipation of Sister Bao'er's inevitable request once her temper cooled. He had summoned Jarvis to assemble this setup overnight, with 2 robotic arms tirelessly working through the night. Seeing the drone equipment in his hands, Sister Bao'er was overjoyed. "Hee, thank you, big brother. I knew you were generous." With that, she dashed out the door, eager to explore on her own. Battlefield alert, esteemed Guardian. There are only 6 hours remaining until the 3rd wave of assault. Please prepare accordingly. After bidding farewell to Sister Bao'er, the battlefield alert arrived, reminding Qin Feng that the defense tower had yet to be constructed. With sufficient materials at hand, he needed to act swiftly. Defense tower, basic, required materials, wood X300, stone X100, steel X500, crimson crystal X300. Description, a steel-structured defense tower, primarily utilizing crimson crystals, which can also serve as an emergency energy source, capable of emitting powerful shockwaves. It inflicts lethal damage on targets with weak defenses or lower physical strength. Construction time required, 360 minutes, build immediately, upon examining the blueprint. Qin Feng realized the timing was impeccable. He clicked build immediately on the blueprint. Instantly, a 3-story phantom of the tower manifested within the confines of the walls. The blueprint revealed a singular button that gradually emerged. As Qin Feng placed his finger upon it, the button followed his movements. The phantom of the defense tower within the walls adjusted its position in tandem with him. He decided to situate it between the 1st and 2nd layers of the walls. Eventually, after adjusting the position, he placed the 1st defense tower between the main gates of the basic and intermediate walls. This was the inevitable path for any intruder breaching the walls. Basic defense tower under construction. Wood, 300, stone, 100, steel, 500, crimson crystal, 300. Remaining construction time, 359:59. The construction countdown synchronized with the impending assault countdown, differing by mere seconds, as the location for construction was finalized. The phantom of the defense tower vanished, replaced by a bustling construction site enveloped in dust and debris. Qin Feng finally felt at ease. At that moment, a private message arrived in the Guardian chatroom. Iron Brotherhood Ahmed, Big Brother of Dragon Country, are you unharmed? This was the first foreign Guardian, aside from his own comrades, to reach out and inquire about his well-being. A warmth enveloped Qin Feng's heart as he replied, Dragon Country Qin Feng, it's nothing, brother. Rest assured, Body Country Ahmad, I'm glad to hear that. In the future, try not to act alone. If you plan to confront the Eagle Nation and their allies, make sure to call us along. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Although the Eagle Nation and several other buffoons were not formidable enough to sway him, the gesture from Body Country brought him considerable comfort. He recalled that Body Country had previously declared war on the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Country, and two others for the sake of his safety. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. This was what true brotherhood meant. Dragon Country Qin Feng, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, he responded. Suddenly, he remembered the wall blueprint he had promised to Body Country. He had only glanced at their inquiry in the chat room while dealing with George and others. Dragon Country Qin Feng, brother, have you still not found the intermediate wall blueprint? Here, take this one. I have an extra that I won't be using. Along with the message, he sent a trade request. Battlefield notification. Free transfer of intermediate wall blueprint X1. Recipient, Body Country Ahmad. Please confirm. At the gates of Body Country, 3 guards were momentarily overwhelmed upon receiving this message. Their eyes brimming with tears. Our elder brother from Dragon Country truly cares for us, they marveled. Indeed. Quickly accept it. I've heard that the construction time for the intermediate wall is 5 hours, and we're running out of time. Without further ado, Ahmad hastily clicked to confirm. Body Country Ahmad, thank you, elder brother. We don't have much to offer in return, but these red crystal stones seem to be somewhat rare materials at the moment. I wonder if you might find them useful. In the end, Ahmad gifted Qin Feng his only 30 units of red crystal stones. Qin Feng graciously accepted them, even though he currently had no shortage of red crystals. After all, reciprocity is a virtue. Sometimes, accepting the kindness of others is itself an act of goodwill. One must not allow others to feel indebted or guilty, after all. After closing the chat room, Qin Feng immersed himself in his trainings, patiently awaiting the arrival of the third wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu resembled a farmer in autumn, finalizing his harvest. The paid disciples he had planted in 3 graveyards needed to be collected, and he found himself quite busy with the remaining 5 to 6 hours. Suri, accompanied by her 2 sisters, followed the drone to capture Park Jong-hwan. This fellow was aimlessly wandering around the map when, by sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon a nest of minor monsters, inadvertently securing a white treasure chest for Suri. Joyfully, Suri and her sisters, along with Park Jong-hwan and 3 newly recruited disciples, returned to the city, awaiting the impending assault. At this moment, many guards without intermediate walls began to feel anxious. According to the patterns of national warfare, each wave of attacks was fiercer than the last. However, the Kimchi Nation, despite having intermediate walls, was also in a state of panic. For they possessed nothing but high talent and not even a single tang knife. It is utterly impossible to exchange resources or enlist the aid of other guardians. For all the resources have been completely plundered by Qin Feng. Cui Qingtai beseeched the Eagle Sauce Nation for assistance, imploring them fervently, hoping to borrow 3 tang swords. Yet they remained steadfastly unwilling, not to mention 3 that would not even lend a single one. Cui Qingtai was incensed. Why don't we follow the example of the Neil Nation and become a vassal state to another country? Suggested Jin Minong. Chapter 91. The scheming of Eagle Sauce Nation. The 3 exchanged glances. The term other countries left little room for interpretation, as only Eagle Sauce Nation could fit the bill. Within the realm of Blue Star, Eagle Sauce Nation was indeed the patron of Pickle Nation. On the battlefield, the guardians of Pickle Nation could only regard Eagle Sauce Nation as their rightful benefactor. Should they become a vassal state, the advantages they would reap would solely benefit others. Cui Qingtai wore a worried expression. Jin Minong, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, What do we have left except for these 2 bags of weapons and ammunition? Aside from 2 walls, they possessed nothing. One of those walls was merely a rudimentary barrier. Moreover, the situation within Blue Star was chaotic. If more monsters materialized, it could lead to the downfall of Pickle Nation. At that point, any hope of resources would be futile. It would be a blessing if Pickle Nation survived. Once Pickle Nation fell, they, as its guardians, would also be erased from the battlefield. Jin Minong, with a background in insurance sales, possessed a persuasive eloquence, and his solemn demeanor greatly amplified his words' impact. Most critically, the gates of Pickle Nation had been exposed to Qin Feng. He had come to the national gates to kill, and who could predict when he might return? Fearing the Dragon Nation, Jin Minong harbored thoughts that the detestable Qin Feng might abandon resource gathering and simply lurk at their national gates. Indeed, Brother Minyong speaks wisely. Our coordinates have already been revealed. Li Jinxiak nodded vigorously, not wishing to experience death again. Furthermore, should they perish once more, it might spell the end of their resurrection. At that point, they would be truly lost. Very well. After much contemplation, Cui Chitai resolved to submit an application to become a vassal of Eagle Sauce Nation. However, much to his astonishment, he received an almost immediate response, one of rejection. Battlefield notice. The 3 guardians of Eagle Sauce Nation have voted to reject your country's application to become a vassal state. Cui Chitai was taken aback. Jin Minyong and Li Jinxiak were equally bewildered. This was their last lifeline. Why the refusal? Jin Minyong urged, growing anxious. We offer our services for free. Yet they turn us down? Cui Chitai hastily sent a message. Pickle Nation Cui Chitai, Commander George. May I ask why you are unwilling for us to become a vassal state? Wouldn't our alliance be stronger? Eagle Sauce Nation George. Let us discuss this after we weather this storm. To become our vassal, you must first prove your strength. Pickle Nation Cui Chitai. Commander. Despite Cui Chingtai's fervent expressions of loyalty and flattery, the other party remained unresponsive. Furious, Cui Chitai huffed, his brows furrowing in frustration as he glanced around, searching for something to smash, only to find nothing within reach. Meanwhile, Dr. Jenny was equally puzzled and inquired, George, what prompted your refusal of Pickle Nation? They stand as our allies on the Blue Star, and together we are undeniably stronger, better equipped to face the impending shocks. Are we not? Indeed, John, who had just arrived, chimed in. Prior to my coming, Mr. Tong had repeatedly urged me to seize the opportunity to make nations such as the Pickle Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Nation our vassals. This way, the resources they occupy would ultimately belong to our Eagle Nation. George's shifty gaze darted back and forth among his companions before he let out a cold smirk. I am aware of this as well, yet the battlefield of nations is not so easily navigated. How so? Jenny retorted. George elucidated, based on my observations. This extraordinary place maintains a fundamental relative equilibrium at every stage. Since it permits alliances between nations to confront monsters, it stands to reason that the difficulty of the ensuing challenges would concomitantly increase. George spoke with conviction. Jenny, upon hearing this, pondered thoughtfully. Reflecting on the various rules of the battlefield of nations over this period, they indeed aligned with George's assertions. The probability is quite significant. Jenny nodded in agreement. This revelation greatly shifted Jenny's perception of George, the seemingly brawny figure before her. In the final moments, the guard forces of various nations on the battlefield remained surprisingly quiet, patiently awaiting the imminent shocks. In stark contrast, the Blue Star was in utter disarray, with the Pickle Kingdom in turmoil, while other nations were bustling with activity. Almost all spectators were anxiously glued to their screens. Oh no, we, the Guardians, possess no resources whatsoever. Damn it, that despicable Eagle Nation, at such a critical juncture, refuses to extend a helping hand. It's all the fault of those wretched Dragon Nation folks who have seized all our resources. Haha. Your benefactor has forsaken you. Oh dear, how pitiful, you poor souls. This wave may very well sweep you away. Unlike us, we have the great deity Qin Feng. Indeed. Moreover, we have our vassal nations to assist us. With 3 additional guardians, although 2 of the girls may not be particularly useful, Sully is formidable as well. If he cannot match half of the 9th Uncle's prowess, he must surely be worth a quarter of it. The Dragon Nation netizens couldn't help but boast in front of outsiders. We're secure. Moreover, your Pickle Kingdom's Appas are guarding our borders. And the god Qin has even constructed a defensive tower, which seems to be nearing completion. Damn it, this infuriates me. Those cursed dragon folks. Currently, at the Dragon Nation's gates, 9th Uncle had recalled all his subordinates. Aside from Park Jong-hwan, who had inadvertently developed 3 underlings, the remaining 13 had all been funded. Although most had not invested for long, their attack power still fell short of even D-grade monsters, yet at least their physical strength had improved. At this moment, alongside Park Jong-hwan, 17 zombies stood in neat formation before the 7-star hammer array, merely awaiting the delivery of blood packs. Meanwhile, 9th Uncle diligently utilized the time to impart knowledge of formations to Sully before the 7-star hammer array. A formation can be likened to a pathway. Channeling energy along this route, transforming it from one form or object to another. The venerable Master Jiu spoke with eloquence, elucidating the 7-star hammer formation before us. Utilizing the spectral power of the binding corpse rope, we transmute the ethereal energies of the universe into a force that descends. Should any malevolent entities step into the formation, they shall be ensnared within. The practitioners from Blue Star meticulously transcribed notes, while the fleeting image of the 7-star hammer formation was captured, enlarged, and transformed into a screensaver. Suri inquired, Master, must this formation solely rely on the binding corpse rope as its foundation? Master Jiu shook his head, no. The potency of the formation is directly proportional to the strength of the artifact employed as its base. However, given our current circumstances on the battlefield, the binding corpse rope is the most fitting choice. Ah, Suri nodded thoughtfully. Battlefield notification. The final hour of the third wave assault commences. Countdown initiated. Guardians, please prepare yourselves. Battlefield notification. This assault comprises D-grade monsters, 150 Taotai. Successfully withstand the monster onslaught for 15 minutes, allowing fewer than 50 to breach the national gates. To achieve a successful defense. Failure to do so will result in a failed defense. A successful defense will yield rewards based on performance, while a failed defense will incur a 3-year reduction in lifespan for the citizens of the defeated nation. 059, 59, 059, 58. Chapter 92. The third wave assault. The third wave of the assault is heralded by the D-class monster, Taotai, comprising a formidable force of 150 entities. Within the National War Department of Dragon Country, the deputy, upon receiving the latest intelligence, promptly reported to Li Tai. At that moment, Li Tai was engaged in an inspection of the official Taoism classroom, known as the Great Internet Bar. Taotai, you say? Thankfully, it is not an anomalous incursion. Li Tai glanced at the inexperienced Taoist disciples before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As long as it was not a supernatural event. Even if Qin Feng and his companions faltered, they would be backed by the robust Dragon Country military. In recent times, the military had been itching for action, albeit Qin Feng had not afforded them the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Is Qin Feng still in his room? Li Tai inquired of his deputy. The latter shook his head, indicating that Qin Feng had not yet emerged. What could he possibly be doing for over 5 hours? Perhaps he is asleep. The deputy muttered quietly. What? Li Tai shot him a glare. And nothing. The deputy quickly straightened his posture and replied, though he appeared to concede. He remained obstinate in his beliefs. Many in the National War Department privately considered Qin Feng to be reckless. At such a critical juncture, sleeping soundly seemed rather audacious. Did it not? Across Blue Star, numerous nations were enacting their final preparations. The presence of 150 D-class monsters was no trivial matter. 2 guardians of red talent could barely manage 10 Taodais, let alone 150. Fortunately, all national borders had been fortified with walls, at the very least equipped with rudimentary defenses. However, these were merely basic barriers that could not withstand D-class monsters for long. Even so, every nation on Blue Star had braced itself for the worst-case scenario, the manifestation of 1.5 million monsters upon their territories. Residents were urged to seek shelter in air raid bunkers, while the concentric walls in the cities were prepared with rifles and artillery at the ready. On the battlefield, Sister Bao'er piloted the Mark I as she emerged. Has the young man not come out yet? She asked Bei, who appeared somewhat distracted, shaking his head in response. Oh, he is likely still asleep, Sister Bao'er remarked as she strode forward, not bothering to look back. Let him rest. This situation is under my control. Witnessing this scene, the people of Blue Star shook their heads in disbelief. This foolish girl, what trouble is she brewing now? Without her husband around, the monkey claims dominion. Do not refer to Sister Bao'er as a monkey. Sister Bao'er does possess strength. Have you forgotten how she defeated the golden talent Park Jong-hwan? Flattery can be a double-edged sword. Park Jong-hwan was overconfident, and that foolish girl was piloting her husband's mecha at the time. All in all, it was mere luck. Luck? And what of Sister Bao'er's poison dragon drill? Was that fortune as well? The zombified Park Jong-hwan nearly fell apart at her hands. In an instant, the citizens of Dragon Country on Blue Star found themselves embroiled in yet another debate over Sister Bao'er. Supporters and detractors emerged, with the latter group prominently represented by Qin Feng's wife Squad, who had long harbored disdain for Sister Bao'er. Their primary grievance stemmed from Sister Bao'er's incessant pursuit of Qin Feng, whether it be for armor or aircraft. Jealousy, in a word. Qin Feng remained secluded in his room, and aside from Sister Bao'er, no one dared to disturb him. Just then, a familiar whoosh sound echoed through the air. Everyone looked up, and Qin Feng soared down from above, having concluded his meditation. Brother, you're awake. If you aren't, perhaps you should return to slumber, came the playful taunt. Qin Feng landed silently. Brother Qin, Mr. Qin, greeted Jiu and others as they approached. Qin Feng nodded slightly, aware that the third wave of assault was imminent. This time, we are thoroughly prepared. There should be no issues. Do not fret excessively, he reassured. Noticing the anxious expressions on the faces of the 3 ladies from the Neo Kingdom, Sister Bao'er returned, her footsteps light. I told you, I will handle this wave myself. Jiu interjected. Miss Bao'er, this time there are a total of 150 Taotai, all classified as D-grade monsters. They should not be underestimated. This matter is no jest. Qin Feng added. Indeed, the sheer number is overwhelming. Mark I is too cumbersome to manage effectively. What? You all doubt my capabilities? Bao'er protested. I'm not afraid. Even if there were 1,500. The crowd responded with laughter. 1,500. Just one breath could send her flying. Oh dear, my wife really knows how to exaggerate. Came a chuckle from the onlookers. Even supporters of Sister Bao'er could not help but feel concerned. Not only the spectators, but also Li Tai from the National War Department was apprehensive. The third wave was expected to be the strongest yet. Were they treating this too lightly? The National War Department had scrutinized numerous videos of Sister Bao'er in action, each conclusion echoing the same sentiment: unfathomably powerful. Despite this, Li Tai remained uneasy. In his view, no matter how formidable a woman might be, it was implausible for her to single-handedly fend off 150 Taodai. These creatures were immensely strong and swift. Even a guardian with a red talent found them challenging, let alone in such formidable numbers. In the battlefield, Sister Bao'er was resolute. I will prove to you all that I can protect them for eternity. There is no room for negotiation. Her determination was palpable. The three ladies from the Neo Kingdom exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them, urging one another to intervene. Ultimately, it was Suli who stepped forward. Sister Bao'er, we are grateful for your protection, but this is a matter of national importance. It cannot be treated lightly. Perhaps we should. Absolutely not. Bao'er waved her hand, cutting her off. There is no room for discussion. Just watch. Qin Feng sighed, conceding. All right then. Sister Bao will take the first line of defense. I shall take the second. I asked Jiu Shu and Suli to form the third line. Seeing that not even the strongest arguments could sway Sister Bao'er, the others reluctantly agreed. And Bei and Gu Pu were left standing aside, feeling somewhat lost as Qin Feng had not assigned them a role in the battle. They had been striving earnestly for growth over the past few days, and at this critical juncture, they found themselves feeling like a burden. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng stated, Anbei and Gu Pu, you shall be responsible for the fourth defensive line. The group exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the existence of a fourth defensive line. Qin Feng gestured towards the nearly completed defensive tower. Inside, there was a ladder leading directly to the top, where two individuals were required for operation. Upon hearing this, Gu Pu and Anbei were filled with immense joy, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, Mr. Qin, we shall steadfastly guard the fourth defensive line. The primary defensive tower did not possess automatic firing capabilities. Qin Feng had observed that the turret atop required a single person for aiming and firing. Assigning the two of them to this task was largely to accommodate their feelings. Battlefield alert. 1 minute remaining until the third wave of assault. All Guardians prepare yourselves. 059-058. At that moment, unexpectedly, another battlefield alert sounded. Battlefield advisory. The National Fortune battlefield has witnessed the emergence of a multinational coalition. And the scale of the monsters faced by this coalition will be proportional to the coalition's size. Upon hearing this news, even Qin Feng was taken aback. What? Does that mean we will confront 300 Taodai? Chapter 93. Sister Bao'er enters the fray. Ha ha ha. Those wretched Dragon Kingdom inhabitants must be in dire straits now. Oh, how amusing. It turns out there are such rules. The Dragon Kingdom thought they could merely exploit others as vassals for their own gain, didn't they? Ha ha ha. May you perish, Dragon Kingdom Guardians. Today is a day of great satisfaction. On Blue Star, whether from Sakura Nation or Kimchi Nation, the netizens are jubilant, grinning like fools. The keyboard warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are once again charging into battle, clashing with the scornful denizens of multiple nations. Perhaps the most delighted of all is George from Eagle Sauce Nation, who is filled with overwhelming pride at this moment. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness I had foresight. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly deceived by Kimchi Nation this time. John and Jenny are filled with trepidation. If they were to face 300 voracious beasts, they would surely meet their end. Korean Nation Choi Sungtae, Dragon Kingdom Guardian, this is the retribution for attempting to kill us. Await your demise, Dragon Kingdom Guardian. Sakura Nation Meichuan Ku. Oh, how delightful. Qin Feng, no matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly contend with 300 voracious beasts. Ha ha ha. Watching you perish before my eyes fills me with immense joy. The Dragon Kingdom Guardians are finally set for annihilation. Eagle Sauce Nation George, Guardians of various nations. Take heed. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose my Eagle Sauce Nation. Did you think you could stand against us just because the Dragon Kingdom has your back? Dream on, whether it be on Blue Star or the battlefield. It is my Eagle Sauce Nation that holds the reins. Iron Brother Nation Ahmed. Pa. A bunch of beasts. Dear brother from the Dragon Kingdom, you must hold on. The third wave of assault looms, while the Guardians continue their verbal sparring in the chat room. Many Guardians remain silent, lamenting the fate of their great nation that has stepped forward to defend them. It seems they are truly in for a rough time. Jarvis, how is the repair on Mark III progressing? Qin Feng inquired. Given the immense number of beasts, it was prudent to deploy all available combat power. Sir, Jarvis replied. There is still 19 damage that remains unrepaired. Qin Feng pressed on. Can it be deployed in a battle? Yes, sir. Cease repairs. You will position it at the gate. Understood. Sir. Instantly, Mark III soared from the basement, emitting sparks as it clumsily navigated to the entrance gate. It bore the imposing demeanor of a lone warrior ready to hold back a multitude. The sporadic sparks produced a strikingly tragic illusion. Wow, young man. It turns out you possess a mech suit. Sister Bao'er, witnessing this, felt deceived. She could easily discern that the dilapidated mech was nearly worn out, evidently having been utilized for a considerable time. Pointing at Qin Feng, she exclaimed, "You said you had a flying mech for me." Her expression mirrored that of someone wronged by a scoundrel, accusing Qin Feng to bystanders. Qin Feng sighed in exasperation. "Jarvis, could you be a bit more discreet? Why are you hovering so high? You could fall." "My apologies, sir." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jarvis descended, positioning himself behind Uncle Jiu and a row of zombies. With an awkward smile, Qin Feng exclaimed, "Sister Bao'er, you cannot wear that mecha. Once this is over, I shall craft a new set for you." Bao'er, pouting in annoyance, retorted, "What nonsense is this?" Qin Feng replied, while the crowd looked on, bewildered. Only the people from Chuan on Blue Star erupted in laughter. Afterward, as the formidable Tao Tai approached, Qin Feng shouted, "Focus." Just then, the countdown was nearing its end. 0030020000, battlefield alert. The third wave of assaults is upon us. Guardians, we wish you luck. As the countdown reached 0, Qin Feng launched 3 flares into the sky, illuminating the vicinity of the Dragon Kingdom's gates as if it were midday. He drew the spirit-slaying blade, which shimmered with a radiant white light. This time, he would have to give it his all. Standing at the forefront was Sister Bao'er, who stepped out of the Mark I. She stood next to the mecha, still pouting, clearly not yet appeased. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What is she planning? Is this really the way to seek death? Oh no. 300 Taodais. We cannot hold the gates. As the tension escalated, a series of beastly roars erupted from a distance of about 100 meters in front of Bao'er. Suddenly, a swarm of Taodais materialized, appearing as if summoned from a game, materializing in mid-air a meter or 2 off the ground. Then, with a thunderous thud, 300 Taodais landed. Bao'er puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish, then, with her palms pressed together, thrust them forward with fervor. "Who says I cannot protect them forever? Dare to challenge me, young man. Here it comes." A direct hit. Instantly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from her palms, its diameter nearly matching Bao'er's height. The robust shockwave dazzled the eyes, completely overshadowing the 3 flares in the sky. "Ah!" Bao'er cried out, continuously channeling her energy. Her hair danced wildly, her garments billowed, and even her cap was swept away by the force. The spectators stood in awe. Having never witnessed such a display, their mouths agape, they gazed at the petite figure beside the stout Mark I. In contrast to the plump mecha, Bao'er appeared even smaller, yet radiated an extraordinary aura of greatness. Even Qin Feng was taken aback by Bao'er unleashing such an extraordinary attack right from the start. "Yes, sir," detecting a powerful energy wave, fluctuations. Jarvis is unable to maintain online status. Within the helmet, not only was the HUD flashing erratically, but even the arc reactor was on the verge of shutting down. "Damn it!" Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, removing his helmet for inspection. In that moment, the world fell eerily silent, leaving only the resounding boom of the spiritual shockwave as it surged towards the Taodais. A roar echoed through the air, and in an instant, the fearsome Taotai was met with an overwhelming shockwave, rendering it momentarily blinded. In that fleeting moment, numerous Taodais were reduced to mere ashes within the ferocious blast. Yet, Sister Bao'er remained undeterred, her voice piercing through the chaos. With a commanding shout, she maintained her offensive posture, turning slightly to the left and right. The Taodais, once sheltered from the shockwave's range, found themselves ensnared, meeting their demise without exception. Oh, the pitiable Taodais, having barely glimpsed this world for less than a second, were obliterated to the point of non-existence. As the last of the Taotais fell, Sister Bao'er finally ceased her onslaught. The spiritual shockwave dissipated, leaving the battlefield cloaked in an eerie silence. The Blue Star world, too, fell into tranquility. A soft thud echoed as even Qin Feng stood in stunned silence, his helmet slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. "Sister Bao'er, I acknowledge your prowess, but such feats leave me in awe. I am well versed in the art of display. If you single-handedly accomplish this, what role is left for me? How can I embody Iron Man without the flair of my own? Without that, how shall I grow stronger?" Chapter 94. Humanoid mushroom bomb. Uncle Jiu and his companions gazed in astonishment at the expanse of ashes before them, rendered momentarily speechless. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Guardians for vanquishing the third wave of monsters, accomplishing the feat in a mere 0.5 seconds. The other Guardians, upon receiving this message, were left utterly stupefied. 0.5 seconds? 300 Taodai? Oh my goodness, how did they manage it? Could they possibly have brought mushroom bombs to the national battlefield? No, that is simply impossible. This must be a fabrication. Absurd. How could this happen? The Taodai. The Taodai are here. Jin Minong, detonated. Hurry. Commander George, how did they do this? 300 Taodai exterminated in just 0.5 seconds? At this moment, George's expression mirrored disbelief. He stared at the swarming Taotai outside the walls, indignantly asserting, Let us get through this first. The Dragon Kingdom had met its end, and the other nations were now embroiled in fierce battles. The people of Blue Star stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. My heavens, what has my wife done? Is that Sister Bao'er? Spiritual energy. It must be the spiritual energy. Uncle Jiu mentioned that the national battlefield is saturated with it. Goodness. The acknowledged sole martial arts master of the Dragon Kingdom, Master Zhang, might not even be worthy to carry Sister Bao'er's shoes. Ah, sister. Bao'er's sister. The position of leader of the Qin Feng Wife Brigade is rightfully yours. The members of the Qin Feng Wife Brigade changed their tune that quickly? Look at Uncle Jiu's expression. It seems even he has never witnessed Sister Bao'er in such form. What does that imply? Sister Bao'er is far more formidable than Uncle Jiu. Wait, why are your points of focus so different? What was the name of the technique that Sister Bao'er called out? One shot to the soul? How scandalous. Get out of here. You have a unique perspective. Don't ruin the atmosphere. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room on Blue Star, discussions about Sister Bao'er dominated the conversation. Her brilliance eclipsed even the national sweetheart, Qin Feng. One could only wonder how many beautiful maidens Sister Bao'er had captivated in that fleeting 0.5 seconds. Simultaneously, within the ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's National Warfare Division, the atmosphere was thick with astonishment. They were privy to the clandestine secrets of Blue Star and the national battlefield. Yet even so, they were utterly astounded by Sister Bao'er. The prominent Taoist figures of the Dragon Kingdom stood before the screen, mouths agape, their sparse teeth visible. They stared at Sister Bao'er on the screen as if revering a living deity. Behind them, in the great internet cafe, 200 novice Taoists were equally perplexed. What was the point of studying Taoist magic? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to cultivate alongside Sister Bao'er? The various military districts, initially on high alert, had been intently watching the live stream, anticipating a demonstration of strength. The martial arts experts within the military were eager to showcase their prowess. Yet, the outcome was concluded in a mere 0.5 seconds. At that moment, whether military leaders or martial arts experts, they stood in dumbfounded silence, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What was the purpose of martial arts now? Li Ku. This is a call from Master Zhang. The assistant handed over the phone. And on the other end was Zhang Wufeng, the only acknowledged grandmaster of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom and a descendant of the Wudong Zhang family. Li Tai numbly answered, "Hello. Hello. Is this Master Zhang?" On the other end, Zhang Wufeng hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "I am unworthy of such a title. The honor of being called a grandmaster is truly overwhelming for an old man like me." With hair as white as snow, upon witnessing the true prowess of Sister Bao'er, he called to resign from his title in order to preserve his dignity. He hoped that the National War Department could revoke his certification as a Grandmaster of Martial Arts, lest he become a laughingstock. Li Tai sensed the awkwardness of the situation and agreed to comply. The National Martial Arts competition in the Dragon Kingdom would proceed as scheduled, but the ranking system would only recognize levels 1 through 7. The title of Grandmaster would naturally be abolished. With Sister Bao'er present, who would dare to claim the title of Grandmaster? However, that was a matter for another time. After hanging up the phone, Li Tai immediately issued an order to multiply the funding for the development of spiritual energy and martial arts by tenfold. Additionally, he mandated the research into weapons utilized in martial arts. Weapons that could be enhanced with spiritual energy and emit light on the battlefield were highly desirable. Yet, there was currently not a single prototype available. It was clear that to withstand the invasion from another realm, reliance solely on conventional weaponry was insufficient. The primary focus must shift towards martial arts and Taoist practices. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Nation's command center, the general was anxiously observing George and his team fend off the monsters when a strategist hurriedly brought in his laptop. "What time is it for you to show me your computer?" The general barked, his gaze fixated on the wall screen without so much as a blink. The strategist, for the first time, raised his voice in anger, exclaiming, "Mr. General, please look at this." The general retorted, "Are you shouting at me?" Everyone in the general's office turned to look, astonished. Was the sun rising in the west? The usual target of ridicule had dared to raise his voice. The strategist, his face flushed, immediately reverted to a submissive demeanor as all eyes were upon him. "Mr. General, you really need to see this," he insisted, connecting the display from his computer to the wall television. Instantly, the scene of Sister Bao'er demonstrating her formidable skills left everyone in the general's office speechless. After watching the replay 3 times, after a long pause, the general said, "Is this the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom?" He gazed blankly at the strategist, who nodded gravely in response. "Bring the project leader on spiritual energy to see me, immediately." The general was alarmed. One individual from the Dragon Kingdom could annihilate 300 monsters. How terrifying was that? How many people did the Dragon Kingdom have? A staggering 5 billion. Even if only 10 out of every 100 million were such geniuses, that would amount to 500. What difference was there between that and 500 humanoid mushroom bombs? In fact, they possessed even greater potential than the mushroom bombs. In the Eagle Sauce Nation's command center, the general had abandoned monitoring the battle situation at his own borders. After all, the distance rendered them helpless, and all necessary preparations within the territory had already been made. Now, the general could only focus on advancing the research project on spiritual energy. Similar to the reactions from the Eagle Country and others, the Cherry Blossom Country also shares this sentiment. However, the situation in the Kimchi Country is distinctly different. Once again, the upper echelons have met with untimely demise, and both the political elite and the affluent conglomerates find themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle for power. In this tumultuous period, those in positions of influence are preoccupied with their immediate personal interests, paying little heed to the battles raging on the national front. Even if monstrous entities breach the borders and wreak havoc within, what does it matter to them? Soldiers may perish in the line of duty, yet their involvement is not a necessity. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sister Bao has once again settled into her plaything, nonchalantly returning with a rhythmic patter. Chapter 95, Subtle Tactics. Since witnessing Qin Feng's possession of 2 pairs of flying mechas, Mark I has instantly lost its charm with Sister Bao'er, although she still pilots it. The affection it once commanded has dwindled. What's the matter, young man? Sister Bao'er provocatively glanced at Qin Feng. I assure you, I can protect them for a lifetime. Yet you remain skeptical. With a faint smile, Qin Feng nonchalantly gave a thumbs up. Impressive, indeed. Quite extraordinary. At that moment, Uncle Jiu approached. It seems the young lady has hidden depths. I must express my apologies for my earlier ignorance. Sister Bao'er waved dismissively. No need for formalities, uncle. It's merely some subtle tactics. Qin Feng. Uncle Jiu. Keyboard warriors of Longhua. Can you not be more ostentatious? I find myself perplexed regarding one matter. I hope the young lady will enlighten me. Speak, uncle. You just released your spiritual energy. What was that technique called? One shot to the soul. The name is rather peculiar. At that, Qin Feng nearly spat blood in disbelief. Among those present, the only other seasoned individual, aside from him, was Suri, now a mother. Standing behind her master, Suri's face turned an uncomfortable shade of red. Wishing she could sink into the ground, Sister Bao'er blinked her innocent eyes, saying, Oh, I believe I mentioned it to you before. It's one of the moves in my Awakened 18 styles, one shot to the soul. As she spoke, she demonstrated the gesture with her hands. Oh, I recall now. Uncle Jiu mused thoughtfully, adopting a curious demeanor. Might you share what other techniques are included in this Awakened 18 styles? Sister Bao'er gestured animatedly. Thereest the old man pushes the cart, Guanyin sits on the lotus, Kato's finger, and the poison dragon dive. This one is remarkable. The poison dragon dive possesses considerable power. I've witnessed it firsthand. The two conversed earnestly, entirely disregarding Qin Feng and the awkwardly silent Suri as if they were mere specters. Upon witnessing this, the keyboard warriors of Longhua erupted in excitement. Ah? My eyes. My aluminum alloy 24K dog eyes have been blinded by the brilliance. What the hell? It turns out Sister Bao'er was telling the truth all along. My wife may be a bit risque, but she has never lied. Our esteemed leader is so knowledgeable. We, the Qin Feng Wife Brigade, must learn from our leader. The Qin Feng Wife Brigade has gone mad. I hereby declare the establishment of the Sister Bao'er Wife Brigade today. I want to join. I want to join. The netizens of Longhua, fueled with enthusiasm, celebrated online, realizing that their 3 guardians were each more formidable than the last. The gates of Longhua stood secure. All right, Qin Feng interjected. Unable to bear the increasingly absurd conversation between Uncle Jiu and Sister Bao'er. We can discuss this later. Let us return for now. Oh dear, Sister Bao'er seems unsteady. This is troubling. What's wrong, Sister Bao'er? Qin Feng supported her. Sister Bao'er replied. It seems I haven't executed a one-shot to the soul in quite some time. I'm feeling a bit faint. Qin Feng, perhaps you should consider renaming your Away 18 styles? It's rather inappropriate. The conversation is losing its charm. Well, go back and rest. We've successfully passed this wave of impact. Suri, a sister in returning. Suri, yes, Mr. Qin. Bao'er, I'm perfectly fine, not that delicate. She dismissed Suri's hand and fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. What about the mecha you promised me? Qin Feng, with a cheeky grin, could only evade the question. Didn't I just mention that you cannot wear this mecha? Bao'er, who says I can't wear it? I absolutely want to. Having fulfilled her promise, Bao'er single-handedly withstood the 3rd wave of impact. However, the young man failed to keep his promise, claiming there would be an extra flying mecha for her to switch into. Yet, he hoarded all the good ones for himself, leaving her with nothing. Bao'er huffed, listing her grievances against Qin Feng. He chuckled, saying, Well, you really can't wear it. If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? Bao'er, feeling obstinate, insisted on trying it on the spot. Uncle Jiu shook his head with a wry smile, saying, You two carry on. I'll take care of these fellows. Uncle Jiu and Suri busied themselves with the younger siblings, opting not to interfere in the playful banter. Qin Feng, all right, if you're so determined. Then go ahead and try. He donned the helmet, and the mecha had already returned to its normal state. Qin Feng, Jarvis, what just happened? Jarvis replied, Sir. When Bao'er executed her moves, the immense energy fluctuations triggered an effect similar to an electromagnetic pulse, activating the mecha's self-defense mechanism. Qin Feng, so a single shot can also function as an EMP? The mecha was originally designed with EMP protection, and a typical electromagnetic pulse should not have caused any harm, let alone activate the self-defense mechanism for an emergency shutdown. This aspect warrants further investigation into defending against sudden surges of spiritual energy. Jarvis, indeed, sir. Bao'er, growing impatient, was oblivious to Qin Feng's murmurs inside the helmet. She knocked on the helmet. Hey, hurry up. Qin Feng, I'm coming, just a moment. With Jarvis at the helm, Mark III approached, sparking with energy. It stood before Bao'er, then opened its armor plates. Qin Feng, go on in. You still doubt you can't wear it? Bao'er retorted defiantly. I refuse to believe it. I'm slim enough. Qin Feng, this is not about being slim. As Bao'er squeezed into Mark III, she found the imposing structure too confining. The chest plates were pushed high, refusing to close. Bao'er, why is this happening? Have I gained weight? She struggled, attempting to fit herself inside. But her efforts proved futile. Qin Feng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Bao'er, you're laughing. Come help me. Qin Feng, taken aback, replied awkwardly. Is that really appropriate? How can I assist? Bao'er, humph. Sister Bao let out a cold huff, insisting on finding a way to enlarge the mecha. How can we make it bigger? Qin Feng defended. This is the third-generation mecha with limited capabilities. Why not wait a few days? I can tailor a custom set for you as a reward for your contributions during the third wave of the assault. However, Sister Bao could not wait any longer and pouted. No, I want to wear it right now. With a decisive snap, she forcibly removed the two obstructive chest plates. Sir. Mark III has sustained 24 damage. Qin Feng was left speechless. Soon after, an even more blood-curdling scene unfolded. After the chest plates were removed, Sister Bao's impressive figure was fully revealed. Qin Feng exclaimed. The online community of the Dragon Nation echoed his sentiments with a chorus of gasps. The sounds of noses bleeding spread throughout Blue Star. Sister Bao, how can anyone withstand this? Quickly, come out. Qin Feng hastily commanded. Jarvis, activate Mark III. Understood, sir. Before Sister Bao could voice her objections, she was unceremoniously ejected from Mark III. Chapter 96. A nosebleed induced. How long will it take you to make it? Bao'er asked. Her persistence evident. Qin Feng held up 3 fingers. 3 days. 3 days? That is such a long time. It's the fastest I can manage, sister. As the two engaged in playful banter, a notification from the National Battle echoed. National Battle notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Bao'er, for slaying 100 monsters. Her talent has advanced from white to green, with current attribute points totaling 8. National Battle notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Bao'er, for slaying 100 monsters. Her talent has advanced from green to blue, with current attribute points totaling 10. National Battle notification. Congratulations to the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Bao'er, for slaying 100 monsters. Her talent has advanced from blue to purple, with current attribute points totaling 20. The series of advancement notifications reverberated across 2 realms. Bao'er was left bewildered. Huh? Why did my talent change to purple? I preferred white. Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration, nearly losing his composure. Others would covet what she had, yet she expressed dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Bei and Gu Pu, stationed at the defensive tower, nearly toppled over upon hearing Bao'er's words. They had toiled tirelessly over the past few days, managing to slay only 3 or 4 monsters. When would they ascend in talent? Yet, here was Bao'er, complaining about her fortune. Ha ha ha. In the end, Bao'er is just a silly girl, one remarked. How extravagant. How capricious. Another chimed in. Bao'er only likes the white talent of others. She insists on upgrading to some purple. Does she even cherish that purple? Look, look, look. What do you think? If other guardians learned of this, they would surely be envious to the point of turning purple themselves, and yet she remains discontent. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng exclaimed, Today, I shall let you have it all. Come, let us retreat indoors. I will take your measurements. The two entered the workshop, raising their hands. Qin Feng instructed Bao'er, who adorably responded with a soft "oh" as she surrendered and lifted her hands. Now T-pose. Arms straight. He commanded, pulling her arms down to align with her shoulders. Bao'er pouted, softly complaining, Why so fierce? Since you are making me a mech, I will be magnanimous and refrain from being upset. Much appreciated, Qin Feng replied dryly. He then commanded Jarvis, scan Bao'er's body data. Understood, sir. A probe extended from the ceiling of the workshop, resembling a selfie stick in size. It rotated to focus on Bao'er and emitted a fan-shaped array of infrared rays to begin the scanning process. After thoroughly scanning her from head to toe, The probe rotated behind her to repeat the procedure. Sir, the scan is complete. Good. Qin Feng nodded. Commence printing. Very well, sir. The drone downstairs, which had been printing, momentarily paused to switch to Bao'er's mech. Sir, what color scheme would you prefer? Jarvis inquired. Qin Feng turned to Bao'er. What colors do you desire for your mech? How about a tomato and egg stir-fry theme? Bao'er nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that sounds perfect. Subsequently, she pondered and inquired, is it possible to switch to white? The kind that shines brilliantly must look stunning. Qin Feng replied, That could be arranged. However, we can preview the design first. Is that feasible? Sister Bao's large eyes blinked, marveling at the wonders of advanced technology. Jarvis, please display the silver-white rendering. Qin Feng instructed. Certainly, sir, came the prompt response. Instantly, a holographic projection unfolded in the workspace, showcasing a set of curvaceous silver-white armor models gracefully rotating in midair. Qin Feng exclaimed, Wow, this is absolutely breathtaking. Oh, how delightful. It resembles an angel. Sister Bao's youthful exuberance overflowed as she stepped into the hologram, the one scale of her mecha enveloping her. To Qin Feng, it appeared as if Sister Bao had truly donned her mecha. A sudden realization struck him. He seemed to possess some extraordinary data within the Mark IV frame. Qin Feng discreetly accessed Sister Bao's T-pose image, replete with various statistics. 82. E? She actually has an E. Quite unexpected, indeed. 52? So slender? 86. Impressive, quite standard, and favorable for reproduction. Hey, look, young man. Sister Bao exclaimed excitedly. Ahem. Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt behind his mask. Is it appealing? Sister Bao whirled around. Jarvis dutifully synchronized the rotation of the mecha's virtual model. It's beautiful, truly remarkable. Qin Feng praised. The buzzing sound beneath them caught Sister Bao's attention. She asked, Are they working down there? Yes, indeed. Below is the manufacturing workshop, along with a warehouse for raw materials. Shall I go down and take a look? Is that all right? Qin Feng nodded. With the mecha already in progress, what could possibly go wrong? Look. With that, Jarvis opened the basement door, and the lift descended. Great. You keep busy. I'll go explore. Sister Bao cheerfully descended, leaving Qin Feng undisturbed. He shook his head, a wry smile on his face. One must admit, Sister Bao was blissfully happy, living her days free of worries. Yet, with such a remarkable asset at the nation's gates, even an invasion from another realm seemed trivial. Battlefield notice. The third wave of attacks has concluded. Congratulations to all Guardians. Calculating attack results, please wait. The Dragon Kingdom had completed its tasks long ago. Other nations were finally wrapping up their respective assaults. Qin Feng was quite curious about the performances of other countries, such as Eagle Sauce Nation, Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and even Iron Brother Nation. Battlefield notice. The results of the third wave of attacks from various countries are as follows. First place, Dragon Kingdom, enemies defeated, 300, time taken, 0, 5 seconds. Rating, SSS. Click to view details. Second place, Bear Nation, enemies defeated, 92, time taken, 1500 hours. Rating, A. Click to view details. Third place, Eagle Sauce Nation, enemies defeated, 81, time taken, 1500 hours. Rating, A. Upon the announcement of the rankings, the populace of Blue Star found themselves in a state of bewilderment. As expected, Long Country secured the top position. With no monstrous threats breaching their borders, citizens from various nations indulged in the unfolding drama. Oh my goodness. The Vatican is in dire straits, and Italy is suffering as well. Lo and behold. It appears that Pickled Vegetable Country has once again been deemed to have failed in its defenses. Could this lead to a nationwide catastrophe? The Bear Country displayed remarkable bravery, as 3 individuals boldly opened the gates to confront the enemy. Indeed, Long Country is formidable. A single heroine seems to illuminate the entire battlefield. As the citizens of Blue Star observed the remarkable performance of Sister Bao'er from Long Country, their reactions mirrored closely those of the citizens of Eagle Sauce Country. At this juncture, a series of battlefield notifications began to flood in. Chapter 97, A Grand Gift from Sister Bao'er. An extraordinary reward, battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Sister Bao'er for achieving MVP in this match. Rewards have been distributed. As the tide of monstrous creatures receded, the battlefield guardians struggled to survive. It was widely anticipated that the MVP would undoubtedly be Qin Feng, yet unexpectedly, a certain Sister Bao'er emerged. Oh my heavens, how did she accomplish this? Who knows? Are the women of the Dragon Kingdom truly this formidable? Sister Bao'er seems to possess a prowess even more daunting than Lin Fengjiao. In a mere 0.5 seconds, she annihilated 300 D-class monsters. Henceforth, encountering Sister Bao'er will surely prompt a hasty retreat. Among the various guardians, the representatives from the Iron Brother Nation genuinely rejoiced for the Dragon Kingdom. They had anticipated a grueling battle for their elder brother, yet the results were astonishingly glorious. Battlefield announcement, based on the performance of each nation's guardians. Rewards and penalties have been issued. Please check your accounts. Battlefield announcement. The entirety of the Blue Star Vandagong Nation has succumbed, completely occupied by the Devourer. Battlefield announcement. The Vandagong Nation has fallen, entirely overtaken by the Devourer. The nation is no more. The 3 guardians of Vandagong Nation have been erased from the national fortune battlefield. Upon receiving these notifications, the surviving guardians from other nations sighed in dismay. In truth, there was no need for the battlefield to erase the guardians of Vandagong Nation, for they had already met their demise. Alas, how tragic. Qin Feng could not help but marvel at this news. This marked the second nation to be obliterated following the Inkmud Nation. Ironically, the most unfortunate was Italy. As Vandagong Nation was situated within its borders, a nation within a nation. Moreover, it was a minuscule territory, less than half the size of the Forbidden City, with a population of fewer than 700 individuals. Alas, the removal of 3 guardians from Vandagong Nation must have caused a significant decline in its population percentage, rendering it incapable of withstanding the manifestation of monsters. As the online community jested, Italy was engulfed in chaos. Over 1 million Devourers manifested in such a tiny space. The limited geography of Vandagong Nation could hardly contain them. As the overwhelming number of Devourers materialized, they quickly formed a colossal mound of flesh. Italy had anticipated this day, but did not foresee its arrival would be so imminent. Before the first wave of assault, they had already established 3 layers of defensive lines within a 10-kilometer radius of Vandagong. The moment the monstrous horde emerged, they unleashed an unprecedented barrage of firepower. Yet, despite eliminating a substantial portion, countless Devourers surged into Italy, plunging the nation into chaos. In comparison, the situation in the Pickled Vegetable Nation was not much better. After exhausting all their advanced weaponry, Choi Song-tae and his compatriots were unable to fend off the Devourers. The monstrous entity took mere minutes to obliterate the intermediate walls. And in less than a minute, it crashed through the final primary barrier, ultimately confronting the trio of Choi Song-tae. Despite their desperate struggle, the 3 men were at a significant disadvantage, lacking proper weaponry, and they all perished in battle. Ultimately, the number of monsters that surged into the gates of Pickled Cabbage Nation far exceeded 50. National War Notification. Pickled Cabbage Nation failed to defend against the 3rd wave of assault, resulting in a 3-year reduction in lifespan for all citizens. A series of punitive notifications left the surviving defenders in a state of trepidation. The citizens of Blue Star, subjected to penalties, were expressions of despair. The plight of Pickled Cabbage Nation was the most severe, having just suffered a 4-5-year reduction in lifespan. They now faced an additional 3 years. In that moment, the benevolent citizens of Dragon Nation felt a twinge of guilt for mocking them. Within the live broadcast room of Pickled Cabbage Nation, only insults remained. They cursed their defenders for their ineptitude and condemned the Eagle Sauce Nation for its lack of morality. If only they had borrowed a few Tang swords, the outcome might have been different. They further berated Qin Feng of Dragon Nation, accusing him of seizing resources intended for the defenders of Pickled Cabbage Nation. As the blame shifted towards Dragon Nation, the keyboard warriors from Dragon Nation were unrelenting, launching another offensive. For the sake of their nation, they unleashed their fury. In no time, the live broadcast room of Pickled Cabbage Nation was once again overtaken by the keyboard warriors of Dragon Nation. The latest battlefield notification was tantalizing. Battlefield notification. Congratulations to the citizens of Dragon Nation. Due to the exceptional performance of your defenders, an SSS rating was achieved in the 3rd wave of assaults, marking the best record among all 7,634 sessions of the National Fortune battlefield. Dragon Nation will receive the following rewards. The spiritual energy within the borders of Dragon Nation will increase by 100. All citizens possessing pure Dragon Nation bloodline will have their lifespan extended by 3 years. All citizens with pure Dragon Nation bloodline will automatically comprehend the Windblade Thunder Knife. Upon receiving this news, the citizens of Dragon Nation were elated, as if they had struck a lottery worth 5 million. Oh my goodness. The spiritual energy has surged once again. Ha ha ha. This genius truly is a martial arts prodigy. I have comprehended a new sword technique. The first prize in tomorrow's martial arts tournament is mine. I proclaim it. Thank you, Sister Bao'er. Thank you, Great Qin Feng, even though he did not contribute this time. Thank you, Uncle Jiu, for granting me an additional 3 years of life. Aha aha. I cannot help but boast. Ahem, at this rate, all doctors in Dragon Nation will become unemployed. Haha. I am a doctor, and I can only sigh deeply. However, I am still very happy. I wish everyone health and longevity. If it comes to it, I will practice medicine abroad. Upstairs, yes, 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 go to Pickled Cabbage Nation and Asen Nation. They are in dire need of doctors. Don't go to Pickled Cabbage Nation. There are hardly any patients left. After a cumulative lifespan reduction of 7-5 years, most of the damned are already dead. Upstairs, that's a harsh truth. However, I believe the remaining ones are also deserving of their fate. By the way, did you all notice the mention of 7634 sessions of the National Fortune battlefield in this notification? Ugh, the implications are chilling. The entire Dragon Nation erupted in joyous celebration, with Li Tai from the National War Department being the most delighted of all. He paced excitedly, radiating enthusiasm. Oh, the martial arts frenzy has erupted. Haha, the special forces of the military district will have to hold new selections. An abundance of talent can be quite troublesome, sigh. What a headache. Before him were 200 novices in the art of combat, still grappling with their fundamental teachings. Yet they had already made strides in martial arts. Watching Li Tai excitedly wander back and forth, his eyes nearly dazzled. However, what nonsense is this about having too much talent? Such a display of vanity is hardly fitting for one like you. The leaders of the Eagle Sauce Nation must be incensed upon hearing this. Meanwhile, several eminent figures from the Taoist community were grinning ear to ear. This is splendid. I have gained an additional 3 years of life, affording me more time to delve into the Tao. Thanks to Sister Bao'er, hee. Among them were also other top-tier masters from various industries within the Dragon Kingdom. The value that such individuals could generate for the nation over the years is immeasurable. On the battlefield of national fortune, Qin Feng instinctively comprehended the blade of wind and thunder, yet felt a twinge of disdain. It was rather crude, falling far short compared to the 13 blades of Qian Yuan. He also took note of the 7,634th National Fortune battlefield. Could it be that before the Blue Star, over 7,000 civilizations had suffered the ravages of the national battlefield? This speculation lingered in his mind. Just as Qin Feng was musing, Sister Bao arrived via the elevator. Oh, it seems there is nothing particularly interesting to behold. Watching the metal 3D printer operate below, with only 2 repetitive steps, became tiresome after a while. Here, this is for you. Consider it a token of my appreciation, she said, tossing a piece of jade over. Qin Feng caught it, pondering what this was. It seemed to be a gift from the MVP, something related to puppet techniques. I had thought that receiving MVP would also mean being gifted an entire workshop. How disappointing.